After 3 days of some very exciting cricket, we're here for day 4 at the Roma Cricket Ground. This is the FanCode ECS Italy Super Series, and it starts right now. Good morning and welcome back to day 4 of the Super Series. Today we've got an action-packed day. We've got 5 games today, including the rescheduled match from Tuesday. But first up, we're going to have Fresh Tropical take on Roma CC. Let's head over to Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains for the toss.
Go call. Yeah. Heads is scored. Heads is scored. What is tails? We're going to bowl first.
So news from the toss is Fresh Tropical won the toss and they've elected to field. That means Roma CC have been put into bat. After 3 games back-to-back yesterday for Roma CC, I wonder how they're going to do. There may be a bit of fatigue, but what I can tell you, it's going to be a hot day. It's currently 26 degrees with highs of 31. Let's head over to the comms box with Mr. Maximo to see what's planned for the day.
Thank you very much, Nikki Chowdhury. Fantastic introduction there to day 4. Welcome to the Roma Cricket Ground. Great to have your company here, wherever you're watching from around the world. On Thursday, I think it's going to be a moving date for these 5 teams. We saw Ginebra with a couple of wins over Fresh Tropical yesterday, running to the top of the table. Everybody else playing catch-up, and remember, whoever is in the 5th slot tomorrow night, they will be out of the tournament. So it's going to be a very, very interesting day, that's for sure. Starting with this clash between Fresh Tropical and Roma CC. Well, Fresh Tropical did lose twice to Ginebra, like I said yesterday. And they'll be very, very keen to get back in the winner's circle. They're at a bit of a crossroads. As a Roma CC, who only entered the tournament yesterday because of those postponed fixtures on Tuesday morning, they had to play 3 on the trot. Didn't seem to bother them. I think they were one of the fitter teams in this competition. They won 2 out of the 3 matches they played, including the rescheduled match 5 late last night against Cricket Stars. So they come into this matchup full of confidence. I mean, Fresh Tropical, we know that they're crazy people, really, especially with the bat. They go out there and they take the game on in a way that I think even no other team in this competition does, but they will be chasing. So they'll know exactly what they have to do today rather than batting first. Sometimes there's been a bit of a pattern. Mohammed Imran comes into the side for Fresh Tropical. Remember, he was the leading run scorer back in the Milan series last year. Didn't have the best qualifying week this time, but he still is a steadying influence. He can also contribute some leg spin. And Zahid Chima, of course, we know that he's a very good player for Roma CC. Let's talk about a couple of their players. And Kalagamagay, always a key for me. Ndigay, the engine room. Will they fire today? Fresh Tropical, 5-run favourites, according to the supercomputer. But yeah, Fresh Tropical, what sort of day will we see from them? You consider they couldn't quite string it together yesterday, could they? So, whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, so excited that you're with us today. We are slowly creeping towards 300,000 subscribers. We did say we'd do the Ice Bucket Challenge if we were to get there before the end of Italy. Well, you better get a crack on because there's only 3 more days left. We're still on the 299. So let us know if you'd like to spread the word to family and friends and get us up to that 300,000. Or teammates, of course, if you are playing some cricket. Almost ready to go. What do you think about the decision to win the toss and field Fresh Tropical? I don't mind it, actually. They're the exception to the rule. I think most teams probably bat at trying to set a target with no pressure, but Fresh Tropical can probably overcook it sometimes. And we have seen that happen a few times in this series where they've had a very good first half. Maybe they're 60 off 4, end up all out 85 or something like that. Certainly are a team that's exciting to watch. Now here is Bilal Hamid, who's going to open the bowling for Fresh Tropical. He'll be bowling to Dinadu Maragi. Here's the start of day 4 of the Super Series. And it's the old double foot stop from the keeper. And then hurls it back at Hamid. And that is Shazad Hamayoun behind the stumps. Unusual technique. The old ice hockey goalkeeper about this stop. Can't really control where it's going to bounce off your pads, but there won't be a run there. I want to welcome everyone into the YouTube live chat as well as we see this one driven and fielded. First run off the bat. That's Amir Sharif, who is fielding at cover. Again, I just wanted to say on behalf of everyone at the European Cricket Network, our thoughts are with Zain Naqvi of Fresh Tropical at the moment. I know that very sadly his grandfather passed away and he's had to take a bit of time off. I know he's planning to be back for Saturday, should Fresh Tropical make it that far. He's a very good player. I know they miss him a lot. But Zain, on behalf of all of us, our thoughts are with you at this time. Going around the wicket now, it's Prabhath Eknelagoda, who is a strange one at the top of the order. He's off, when he gets going, he looks very, very good with the bat, but just found it a bit of a struggle to find his touch in this series so far. He's still being used in that position. He swings it wide, but it will be called. Someone saying hello to Niju in the chat, as well as Sujit Yadav. Nice to have you with us. James Stewart. He said he's walking to them ECN beats. And the Robot has been very active. Robot saying first comment, despite there being at least 20 comments above the Robot. Eknelagoda pushes, runs, and we'll get away with it. So we'll have Nikki back with me shortly. Rico is having a very well-deserved little lie-in after doing the 5 matches yesterday. We'll see him around the middle of the day. Back over the wicket now to Maragi. Maragi goes after this, but it swings too far outside the wide line. Very good morning as well to Keanu, who's watching from Australia. Hope that you're well. What do you guys think about this matchup between Roma CC and Fresh Tropical? If you said at the start of the week who you favoured, most people would have said Fresh Tropical. A lot of buzz about them, but again, Roma CC on a bit of a heater, aren't they? This one does sneak inside. A lot of the bowlers targeting that sweet spot just inside the tram line. James Stewart's going to lurking mode, and welcome to all the lurkers as well. Can't really name you because by definition you're lurking, but I hope you're well, and I hope you're ready for a big day of cricket. 5 matches here, and then 2 in Portugal. Straight drive will hit the stumps, but don't think the bowler gets a finger on it. So no damage as yet. Maragi, a bit of a barometer of their performance with the bat. Haven't quite seen a Dinadu special this week in the Super Series as yet, although they only started their matches yesterday, of course. Well, there you go, and we're not going to see it here. Maragi swings all around this one, leg stump out of the ground. Hamid takes the chance to go straighter, and it pays off. So Dinadu Maragi is going to have to depart for just 1, and he's the first wicket of the day. See, comes back a bit at him, I think. Seams back, knocks out 1 stump, knocks off 1 bail. That is the first wicket of the day. So the score is 4 for 1. What a good start that is, Hamid. This is the thing. He's actually adjusted his line slightly, but it's paid off. Looking at some of the best performers so far, it is still early in this series. See both teams a little bit shorter runs, but they've been spreading them around. That's what they do. Skander Abbas has been brilliant for Fresh Tropical all through this Italian summer. He's our leading run scorer at the moment. Zahid Chima with 5 wickets has been good. But how about the work of Prithuvi Samarage in the bottom right-hand corner? He took 11 wickets yesterday. He took 6, 3 and 2, including figures of 6 for 9 in their first match. He's been brilliant, and look at that economy rate as well, under a run a ball. So he's certainly one to watch out for today. He's one that I think they can throw higher up the order, but I just wonder how willing he is to do that. I think he's certainly a guy I'd like to see batting a bit higher. Well, we're going to get into the second over of the day now. Samarakun's come out at number 3. Here's Zahid Chima bowling. Nice looking cover drive. Test the fielder out there. I'll just settle with 1. And Welcoming all of you once again. If you're just joining us, the broadcast, Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me in the commentary box is Nikki Chowdhury. Good morning, Nikki C.
Morning, Vinny. How are you?
Very well, thank you. And excited for 5 games of cricket. Should be a big one.
It's going to be a really good one, isn't it?
Got 5 here, 2 in Portugal. So magnificent 7 again.
Safe to say, if you're a cricket lover, you're at the right place to be, isn't it?
It's the 14 hours, all the waking hours you need. Here's Chima. Cut away, and this is a good shot. It's going to beat the fielder, and it's going to go for 4. So Samarakun, again, he's a guy very capable, and it's nice to see him getting a bit more responsibility. I think he can relax into his innings a little bit more, and he just kind of leans on this one for 4.
Yeah, I think especially, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but over the last few days, what I've really noticed is the first games, these boundaries really run away. I think the dew's actually helping, especially if you are batting first.
He kind of skates away a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
I'm sure a few people in the chat will be excited to hear your voice again today. So any comments, any questions you've got, throw them in there. Keanu's tipping Roma CC in an upset. I wonder if it's an upset anymore. I mean, I think on paper it's actually pretty even. You think about Nuttendige and Kelligamagay, the engine room, still to come for Roma CC. Zahi Chima, not quite hitting top pace yet either. Knocks away to the leg side. Samarakun. Just intelligent cricket from him. So we've got 2 left-handers out there at the moment. And again, sometimes that can force slightly different bowling tactics when you've got the 2 lefties out there. But for such a short game, Nikki, you see fatigue is a factor though, isn't it, for these players, especially in this heat?
It really is. Like, it's already 26 degrees. We've got highs of 31 today, and especially for Roma CC, they played 3 games back-to-back yesterday, so the stamina they have is incredible.
Goes after this. Prabhath misses out. Chima going the round the wicket attack at the moment. I want to say quick hello to Leandro Jayaraja, who was playing for Roma Capinelli last week. Unfortunately, they didn't qualify for the Super Series, but he is enjoying watching some Italian cricket at work. We've got a lot of people that are lurking while they're working.
Lurking while they're working. That's a nice little phrase you've come up with. Yeah, sure. Because you know what? I don't think, like, if you're in the office and gets a bit boring, it's nice to have another tab open, right?
Exactly. Just keep it quiet.
Because this sort of cricket is extremely entertaining.
Very digestible.
Very digestible.
No, we have some people that they watch but can't listen. We have people that listen but can't watch. We have people that can do both. But yeah, we certainly welcome all of our viewers, no matter what your current status is. So how about you? I know you were planning to do a bit of sightseeing yesterday. Did you get out and about?
I went a bit later, yes, actually.
Be honest, what's the first thing you did when you got back to the hotel?
Be honest, I had a bit of a siesta.
Yeah, thought you might. Last ball of the over. Well, to be honest, that's exactly what I was doing this time yesterday. I had to catch up because I think I woke up at about half-time of the first game. It's the end of the second over. Score here is 11 for 1. Well, let's just have a quick look at the table and we can see exactly what the state of play is here in the Super Series. Each team will play 8 matches ultimately in the round robin stage. The bottom team drops out and the top 4 will play the finals. Top 2 get the double chance. Jinder Brescia looking very good for one of those double chance spots right now. But you can see still pretty tight at the bottom. Albano, they'll be the one sweating a little bit. Still got 2 matches to go. But if they remain on 2 points, it's just hard to see that being enough to get them through.
Yeah, I don't think so. And honestly, the way that Fresh Tropical have played, and Jinder Brescia especially, they're top of the league, right? They're top of the table, and they've played some really good cricket, and they deserve to be there.
Albano have double header against Cricket Stars this afternoon to finish their campaign. He's in the air and is carrying and is dropped. And it was Bilal that had a chance to run out the other batter as well. And it was low, it was flat, it wasn't easy. And that slippery ball first thing in the morning makes these catches even more difficult, I think.
Makes it so much harder. It probably is more of an advantage to the batting side straight up, but for the bowling side, with a bit of a damp ball, you're going to have to really be careful. Keep that towel handy and make sure you dry it up before each and every delivery. Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to get more instances like that where those catches are dropped.
Swing and a miss. But, yeah, speaking of the double chance, there was a double chance there. There was a chance of the catch, there was a chance of the run out, but Samarakun was sent back. He survives. Again, it's a pretty decent start, this from Fresh Tropical. And I know that Bilal Hamid was struggling a little bit with a bit of soreness. Apparently he had an incident at the beach on Tuesday where he landed awkwardly Well, speaking of awkward, this isn't a great moment for Nelagoda, who chops on the middle stump. So Amish Sharif comes on, and he might have had Prabhath earlier in the over, but now he does have him in the bag. He goes for just 3, and that's 2 wickets down now, 11 for 2.
That's a really good start for them with 2 wickets down already in the power play. We were discussing this over the last few days, how it's so important. If you can maximise on the power play, both as the batting side or as a fielding unit, they say if you win the power play, you've won the game, and I really do strongly agree with that. So
yeah, it's true. Having starts that are good are huge. I mean, we see a bit of everything here in the ECS, but for sure, you want to try and maximise your output. But it also does create chances. Nelagoda just trying to drive and not getting it right. There is a fair bit of sea movement in this pitch. Something I've noticed over the first, I guess, a week and a half now of this year. A bit more sideways than I remember last year. This looks like I'm going to get Rahat Ahmed coming in at number 4. So again, rejigging the order a little bit. They seem to have a definite strategy of now holding back Natandige and Kalugamagate, who I call the engine room for Roma CC, to kind of over 4 and 5, maybe kind of middle of the innings, not wanting to risk them early. And so they're sending in a few guys up higher, I think, just to be uber aggressive, knowing that if they get out, they've got that kind of insurance. So you see different tactics employed sometimes. Roma CC worked for them yesterday in that successful chase against Cricket Stars. So Sharif, who we saw play for Italy last year in the ECC, he's steaming in. This is whipped away, and it's going to get past the fielder at 45. This will be 4. So just getting a bit greedy, I think, going at the stumps. Just drifts onto the pads, and Rahat has a very good start.
yeah, those are always lovely ones to play off the legs, aren't they? And if you connect them early on in the innings, it's a bit of a feel-good confidence factor. And with that boundary, they could really use with it. A bit slow on the run rate. Currently going at 5 and over, which is, if I'm honest, in the power play, Vinny, you want to be going a bit more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the power play is a double-edged sword. You do have the field up, so in theory that makes it easier. But you've got to realise you're having to deal with the new ball, and you're also having to deal with probably some of the best bowlers of the other team. So it kind of evens out in a little way, I think. Good delivery. Another double knee stop. Well, Prakash, hello to you in the chat. He said he enjoyed Charlie's vlog about a day in the life of an ECN commentator, and that we should do something similar. Well, something we might be able to work on. What I will say, though, is Charlie's got all day to put that together, whereas our day involves us actually coming to work.
We're actually here from like
Portugal series.
7:30.
Oh, here we go. This is up in the air. It's hanging. Fielder comes around and will take the catch. Really well taken. Sikandar Abbas is the man out there, a deep square leg. So Rahat, disappointment for him. He goes 4 and out and finishes the power play on a bit of a downer for Roma CC. They've lost 3 in the first 3 overs, 15 for 3.
3 in the first 3. Do you think it's going to be 4 in the first 4?
I'm going to say we might see some stability now. I think we're going to see Natandige, Kalugamagate, either one of those. Probably Natandige next.
You'd think from Roma CC's point of view, they'd like to see some stability. It's not the best start they'd probably be wishing for in the morning.
But yeah, I wouldn't say they've sacrificed people, because that's not the right word, because they're very capable with the bat. But I do think they've got probably their 3 form batters haven't batted yet. And as long as they don't go cheaply, I think they could still get a decent score on the board. Looks like they've gone for Prathuvi Samaragi at number 5. So now we're heading into the middle overs. Yes, so just going back to the Charlie thing. We love the work Charlie's doing over there. And I'm really looking forward to hearing him tonight in Portugal as well. But this is one of the issues. It's a bit more difficult for us to cut something together because our days are a bit longer. For example, we've got 10 hours on the air today, but certainly something we might look into. Prakash. Now here's a guy I always like to watch. Faisal Muhammad, who's going to bowl over number 4. And he's a guy that's not afraid to go upstairs and rattle a few cages. He's a tall, strong, fast bowler. Gets good bounce out of this pitch. Now let's see how he goes. He's bowling it. Tushara Samarakun. Digs it out, so it doesn't go short yet. And Samaragi will come on strike. It's a bit of a risky one though, Nikki, if I'm honest, when you're holding back probably your 2 form batters, because all of these balls are kind of getting burnt right now. There's not a lot going on. Sometimes I think you're better just taking the gamble and getting them out there. Yeah,
they're getting eaten up right now, and maybe it would have been a better idea to have scattered them out in the top order.
Yeah, potentially.
That if worse was to come to worse and the others around them collapsed and got out, then ultimately they would have been batting together anyway, right?
Yeah.
So
Still plenty of cricket to go in this innings. Pushed away. I'll get one here. The other thing, I suppose, against Fresh Tropical is you know that they're so explosive. They're like handling dangerous chemicals. They got to get it just right, because otherwise they can also fall in a heap with their batting. So you might find that something like 75, 80 is competitive against them. And you want to make sure you get at least that. On the walk, Samarakun. This one gets away from Hamayun for a bye. His positioning sometimes hasn't been the best. Maybe a little bit too far back, because there's a couple that have been dying and he's had to go with the foot. Faisal Mohammed. We'll get another look at Samaragi now. So, I mean, you've had a few days to settle in now, Nikki. It's a different sort of format. There's a lot going on, isn't there?
There's a lot going on. It's a very different format. You don't get much T10 currently going on in England. I think there's a few tournaments, the odd ones scattered around.
Yeah. I mean, when I first heard of T10 or short form cricket, actually it was from England, but it was more on a social level, played in the evenings, with the long evenings in summer. It's a format people could play after work. But I think it is the ideal format to develop the game in Europe, where in so many places the game isn't established at the current time.
Yeah, exactly. And especially in Europe, when people are more used to shorter format sport anyway. So you've got 90 minutes in football, you've got 90 minutes in hockey. So I think they're more used to seeing that. So I wouldn't bombard someone with a 50 overs straight up. I think that would be quite a lot for anyone.
Look, and they do play that. That last ball looks like just flicked the pad of Samarakun. He was asking for the wide, but I think it was a good call from the umpire. Last ball, the over. And sliced away. Doesn't quite carry to the man at third man. So that's the end of 4 overs. The score is 20 for 3. I mean, these players, they will play 50 over cricket. They'll play 20 over cricket. But as far as a product made to watch all around the world, I think that this kind of gives the maximum bang for your buck, and you can kind of see all the best bits. If you're new to the game, you're seeing sixes, you're seeing fours, you're seeing wickets, you're seeing catches, drops, everything else. But yeah, at the moment, Roma CC just having a bit of a sleepy start to the morning, 20 for 3. Remember, essentially they're playing 5 matches in a row, because they played the last 3 last night, and they're playing the first 3 this morning. And no one's hit single digits yet in the first 4 overs.
Yep, no one's hit them.
Double digit.
Sorry? Yeah, I was going to ask you, what do you think for someone who, if you're playing these 3 games back to back, the ideal way of recovering is, because it's hot, and that obviously takes more of a toll on the body. It really sucks the energy out of you. So for Roma CC, how would you go about it?
It's funny, because every few years they change what you're meant to do as far as this goes. As we see, this first ball just knocked away for 1. So when I was playing, the ice baths were a big thing. So, and then and they were saying it needs to be this temperature, and all the sports scientists are into that kind of stuff. And then a few years later said, oh, by the way, we actually updated the science. Doesn't really do anything. And we're like, what?
Ice is ice.
Do you mean oh, this is in the air, wait for this one. Nazim Ali's not going to catch this. This will be 4. So nicely struck by Samarakun. It gets a boundary to break the shackles. Goes to mid-wicket for 4. Yeah, so after all this, and they're telling me you've just been sticking us and basically killing us in ice for the last few years, and now the science is ambiguous. But I think everyone's got their own routine. Some people, some people like to go to the beach, for example, at the end of the day, kind of relax the muscles a bit that way. Some people just like to sleep and sleep whenever they can. Again, these players are all juggling their lives as well, so it's not ideal. It's a test. It's a test of you physically, mentally. It's a lot of cricket to be packed into a week. And then I think sometimes the mental fatigue is more than the physical fatigue, because in this game you're basically switched on so much more of the time, bigger proportion of the game.
Yeah, I think so. There's always something happening. You're going to have to stay alert. There's no time that you can really switch off. So the mental fatigue, I think, is a major factor here.
Yeah, so if you think about, probably the equivalent is I've played 2 T20s back-to-back in a day, and I certainly felt more tired than just playing a 50-over game.
I agree with you. I've done the same. 2 T20s is more exhausting than playing a 50-over game. It just takes it out of you.
Well, this one was in, and then it was out of the fielder. And that's Bilal Hussain, who had an opportunity to get rid of Samaragi there. Again, he's a guy who hasn't hit his straps just yet. Skander Abbas has induced the edge, but it's not taken. I want to say a quick hello to the robot, who's going pretty crazy in the chat right now, saying hello, everybody. Saying, are we all feeling fresh and tropical? Well, I'm feeling pretty pretty amped up for 5 big games here. And then, of course, we'll have 2 games from Portugal tonight, as it is. This is the end of the 5th over. The players will have a little mini drinks break. The score is 26-3. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Nikki Chowdhury. Nikki, nice to have you back in the comedy box. Got to say, I love this number today. It's going on a little bit of the Twilight Zone about that. I like it.
I should turn the mic on. I thought I should match up with your shirts. Look at your jazzy shirts. Every single day, I'm like, where does he get these from?
I've gone on a bit of a bender with in Italy because there's just so many colourful shirts here. And so every time I go to the shops, I tend to go just to go grab a sandwich or something, and I come back with about 5 new shirts. But it's great to have your company with us, no matter where you're watching from, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Nikki Chowdhury's with me. And, well, today's going to be moving day. I feel that, okay, Gina Brescia have established themselves, and it's hard to see them missing the top 2 now. But everybody else is still kind of on the chopping block, and you really don't know who's going to miss out tomorrow night. Yeah,
you really don't know. I think if we're looking at the table, Albano have a lot of work to do. Their position's not looking great. We've seen how they've gone so far, but Gina Brescia have played great cricket, and they really deserve to be there. As have Fresh Tropical, they've played some really good cricket, and hopefully, for their sake, they'd really want to win this to help establish that position a bit more.
When you think about the fact that Fresh Tropical and Gina Brescia kind of felt like it was a bit of a battle of the heavyweights last night. Fresh Tropical didn't win either of those games.
Yeah.
Albano we'll see today. So they will play their last 2 group matches today. They have the day off tomorrow, but they might not need the day off because they could be out of the competition. I feel like they need to just get at least 1 win there. If they stay on 2 points, you just feel with the other teams, they're probably going to, maybe already by the end of the day, have enough points to kind of secure qualification. So it should be a real interesting one.
Yeah, they'll really need to hopefully get that 1 win in today. That really might give them a little chance so they can actually utilise that day off tomorrow.
So here's Faisal Mohammed, who's going to bowl over number 6. Little edge. Well, they're going to have half a chance for a run out. They decide not to go for it in the end. Hamayun, he's going to need a new pair of trainers, I think, after this, because he's just gone the foot stop. We have seen some foot fielding, and Italy is a football country. It's pretty good technique, I suppose. Let's stick him in at centre back for one of the teams in the Serie A. This is one where Faisal goes upstairs. Samaragi misses out. Keanu has a question in the chat. Is there a way to find out if the first team who bats the first in the first match has the lowest run rate of all matches? That sounds a bit like a haiku to me, Keanu. I'm going to have to ask you to clarify that one. But, I know that first teams in the history of ECN have won a few more matches. This is just going to get over the fielder at deep point. Might have got a fingertip on that, but only a fingertip. Maximo. And finally, we do have a 6. We had to wait 5.5 overs, but a beautiful shot. Samaragi is a class act, and he smacks that one over the offside for 6.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. And it was a good attempt from the fielder, although, you know what, he's probably better off just watching it go over him. Like, it was a good attempt.
Tried his best. This is hit pretty hard as well. This is going to get through everybody. And we know that was not 100%, but still he would have felt he should have got something behind that, the captain. It was hit hard. Just blast through the mid-off. Maybe little bounce, took it to the side. So 6 and 4, and Samaragi heating up. Does his best work in the second half of the innings, Pathuvi Samaragi. And I know they'd be pretty keen for him to maybe even open or go in at 3, but I just think he's more comfortable in the second half. Faisal, I don't think this is pitched up, if I know him. Well, it is, but it's wide. So now's a great time for you to throw in a few questions. Yeah, Keanu, just maybe reword that one. Well, I was going to say that teams that have batted first, I think they've won something like 54, 55% of matches on ECN. So they have a slight advantage, but it's not a big one. Samaragi on 17, faces up and likes to go offside again. This is Sharif, and he will not be able to catch it. Well, he should join the circus with those kind of juggling skills. In the end, he couldn't grab it. The last touch of his left hand had him sent the wrong way. How do you describe this one?
I can say you should go to the Italian circus, though. Those juggling skills are good, but if they were slightly better, you would have had all of them.
Yeah, it was 1, 2, 3. And the third one was a bit of a panicked one. The left hand took it all the way back to the right side of his body. Now we'll see another wide. So that was a big moment. That was a chance to get rid of Samaragi, who's a guy that can really hurt you if he stays around.
That was a big moment. I think that could be a big moment in the game, to be fair. If now he goes on to get a few more, Samaragi might go on to make a 50. You never know. And it might just...
Count the touches here. Ready? 1, 2, 3. They went both hands, right hand, left hand. And unfortunately, the left hand touch just took it away to the other side of his body and he couldn't correct it. Chima is going to have a ping at this, but he throws it hard enough that they shouldn't get an overthrow. In fact, there's going to be a run out. No, there won't be a run out. And Hamayun drops the ball. And this is actually quite a clever throw from Chima in the first place, because if you throw it hard, the backup fielder gets the ball quicker and there's actually less chance of an overthrow. But they took it on, unfortunately, with Hamayun. He just dropped the ball at the last moment. So a couple of chances going begging for Fresh Tropical in this over.
Batsman wasn't even in the frame.
Just had to take it.
Just
had to catch the ball.
It's these high pressure situations though, aren't they? Like when you know you're under the pump and you need to take that run out.
Yeah, for sure. So 6 overs down, 43 for 3. So yeah, 6 over check-in time. You can see a lot of balls have been pretty tight. Sharif 2 for 4 of his over, 1 for 4 for Hamid. Chima only going for 7. And Skander Abbas only going for 6. Skander Abbas coming back to bowl his second over. Gives them a lot of options in the back end. And they can probably bowl their top 3 bowlers in the last 3. But yeah, from here, you'll be looking for 2 a ball. If you do that from here, then you're looking at 91. Which I think is at least something to bowl at. In the air, and this one just gets over the fielder. That's Bilal Hussain. So we'll keep it in the field of play. They will scramble back for 2. So now they can really go guns blazing. Got Samarakun and Samaragi there, the 2 left-handers, but then you've still got Nathan Dige to bat. You've still got Kalagamago to bat. So you feel like you're not running out of batting now. I think they need to really turn up the aggression.
Yeah, they do need to. With the projected score of just 72, I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Oh, it's come down to 71 now.
Just a little bit of a feather on this, but there is a man waiting for it. So just a single, and singles at the moment. Fresh Tropical very happy with that.
They'll be happy with it. They just want to keep it ticking because current run rate of 7 and over is really not enough, especially in this format. Just don't think they're capitalized on the power play.
Hit straight. And especially hard. They're going to take on 2 here, and well, they're going to get away with it. And so that's really good running. Taking it on now. And to be honest, Fresh Tropical, sometimes their fielding has been a little bit lackluster this morning, if I'm completely honest.
Yeah, it's not been right on point, has it? Like they say back in England, it's not been on point.
Yeah, but that's another one I think more often than not at this level. You should be taking that run out. This turns into a low full task, and there'll be a chance for 2 here. There's Mohammed Imran. Nice to see him into the action for the first time in this series. Runs around and kept it 2. So 50 coming up now for Roma CC in the 7th over.
Taken quite a long time to get to 50, haven't they?
Yeah, longer than they would have wanted.
Yeah.
Still runs on the board, good runs. Again, knocked into the gap. They may take on a 2 here. Again, Azimali goes the long way to the keeper. And Samarakun was pretty much happy, I think, to give himself up now, knowing the batting to come. But he still doesn't get run out, and they'll grab another 2.
It's like he's got 9 lives. He's a little cat. See how many times he can get away with it. And this one, I feel like the keeper could have just taken a step. He had enough time to just take another step towards the
didn't
stump.
realise Samarakun, he's taking a step towards the pavilion, and he's saying, oh, can't believe you didn't get me out. I think they know who's to come. Nothing against Samarakun, who's a decent striker. But they got probably their 2 keys still there, and that was the risk of this strategy as well. Here we go. Now he's going to be run out. So he literally gives himself out. And that's, I mean, we've seen people retire themselves out before. That's almost the same thing. Because Samarakun, he completes the 1 and says, okay. And says, well, now I'm just basically saying you can have me because the next batter in is really more suited to the situation. So that's the end of the 7th over, 53 for 4. You're looking puzzled at me, but I know exactly what that was about. There's 7 overs down, so you can see that we got the tour moving to Germany next week. We got 2 weeks in Dresden, 2 weeks in Krefeld, 2 weeks in Belgium before the ECC T10 International Cricket, starting on the 12th of September. And I do hope by the end of the week to be able to reveal another bombshell about Kartima, which I'm having to sit on at the moment until it's confirmed. But stay with us for some big news.
Oh my goodness, what's this bombshell? Come on, a hint.
Don't be like everyone else.
A hint?
A hint?
How have you not told me? I'm sat right next to you.
The hint is that if you love ECN, you'll love this news.
That's just a really long-winded way of saying I'm not going to tell you right now.
So,
I'm just still a bit baffled by that run out. Is that a team tactic, do you think?
100%. He wants to get the key batters in, Nutton Digay and Kalagamagay. He's scoring at 17 off 13. In the end, he'll get 18 off 14. So what's that? It's about 100 and... I can show you exactly. It was 129, or it's like 130 he was striking at. And he just thinks they're not running out of wickets. You've got to get someone there that can score quicker. And so now we are going to see that, potentially. So sometimes you'll see people retire themselves out in this form of the game because they feel that there's a better option waiting in the wings, a more aggressive player to come out. And you don't want to just normally give your wicket away and waste a ball.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's effectively what he does there.
Every ball counts here. You don't want to be eating up balls. Given that it's only 10 overs, right? So you're playing with 60 balls. Every single ball counts. If you're in, you can only afford to give yourself one ball to have your eye in, really. One ball to get your eye in, and then from there you're going to have to go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. Oh, he gets banged straight down the ground, and that is watch out cameraman time. Kalagamagay. Well, that's what I'm talking about. He comes in and he smacks a 6 maximal, and he's trying to get this score up and about for Roma CC.
Well, you weren't wrong there, Vinny, were you?
He's a good player, and he's probably too good to sit on the sidelines for 7 overs, to be honest.
Probably came in and was like, my turn now, and it's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Keanu, now I understand your question. He wants to know about Game 1 stats. How do teams batting first go in the first game, as far as what they make and do they win matches. This one's hit pretty hard as well. One hopper down to Zahid Shima. So, yeah, let's just take the Rome series last week, maybe as an indicator.
Well, stats man as well, Vinny.
Yeah, I've got a few. I mean, it's like first games of the day. It was probably an even split. Maybe a couple more Winston teams batting second in the first game, so maybe bucks the trend a little bit. All right, this is high, and it's very high. Who wants it? And it looks like it's the captain. He's almost going to get there. Now they're going to take on a 2, and I think he gets there. Samaragi hit that very high, and well, perfect pocket. To be honest, the bowler goes back, and I think the fielder coming in didn't want to do any damage, so he kind of bails out, Azim Ali. Normally, if the outfielder can reach that, that's their ball. It's an easier catch coming in. But you can see that in the end, they saw the bowler taking responsibility. So just had to make sure there was no injuries.
Yeah, generally, if you're on the outfield, I think that's easier because you're coming towards the ball.
Yeah.
But there, if you're the bowler, if you're Chima and you're running backwards, those are really hard. You've just put yourself into a harder situation there. Those are really hard to take.
And
plus,
you're also worried about what's coming the other way.
Yeah, plus that was very close to the ambulance being called onto the pitch. And plus, it's so bright.
Got the ambulance here already?
Yeah, it's already here.
Ambulance is here waiting.
So,
that'll do. That'll be 4. And so Samaragi gets the strike back. He gets 4. So just the over they were looking for, Roma CC. When you consider Samarakun strategically ran himself out in the last over. But now that one is going to be worth 14. And that's still a ball to go. Yeah, there's the ambulance. So not required. Hopefully not required too much today. But there's the...
But you've got to be careful with those collisions, though. It's so bright. It's so easy to misjudge the ball. And that one was very just... Ooh, it put a shiver down my spine. Very close to knocking someone off the head.
Last ball of this over. Oh, nice looking shot. Leans over cover point. And this one is out of here. Maximal. And the 8th goes magical. 20 come off it. And suddenly this innings has sprung to life. The score after 8 is 73 for 4. So you just wonder, perhaps if they'd made that switch and over earlier, what might have been possible, because they didn't get any boundaries in the 7th. But now, with 2 overs remaining, they could still be hunting the 100. Ian John saying good morning to Nikki and myself and the Spanners. He's watching, as is Ivan, who's watching from Norwich in the UK. Hello, Ivan. Hope you're well. And to Shrubon, he's doing a great job moderating the chat. We appreciate that. And Nico Fernando from Kent Lanka, who played last week in the Rome Series, just reminding us that Roma CC struggled only to Kent Lanka in both their matches. And then a little cheeky face. And he said, nice shot, Chris. And it's Krishan Kalagamagate, who's at the crease right now. Hello to you, Nico. Hope you're well. All right, so we have a bit of an expression here, Nikki, at ECN, and that is, it all happens in the ninth. That's what Rico says. It all happens in the ninth. So ninth overs are pretty exciting.
It is. I've noticed that as well. Everything happens in the ninth. You're either getting big bombs or it's wicket central.
Now, Chima is going to bowl it. Zahid Chima this is. And now they'll get this little fumble. It's going to cost him 4. So Sharif just takes his eye off the ball. And this ball, I thought it wasn't even going quick enough to go to the boundary, but that's a bonus for Kalagamagate.
And if you notice on that side-on vision, he's actually really stood outside his crease. So he's really allowing that ball. He's trying to make it on the full toss, which is going to help him really get through it and get those boundaries. I think if you can take the ball on the full toss and you've got the power and the quick hands.
He likes to get at the bowling.
Yep.
And make a few more balls drivable. Chima bowls on length again. It's clunked up in the air. Azim Ali almost gets there. He locates it. He throws blindly, and for that reason it's wide. And so they scramble back for 2. This is the funny thing about this innings. It seems like it's all come to life now, but you feel like there are a couple of overs in the middle where it drifted a little bit. But still, they're coming home with a wet sail, Roma CC.
Yep, it's all happening now, isn't it?
Sure is. Chima is a guy that hits the stumps a fair bit of the time. What's his tactics? Does he go length to Kalagamagate and take him on, or does he try and go into the block hole? Here we go. Backs away and misses. It's probably not a smart tactic, I think, pound for pound. You're backing away. The bowlers gives them a bit more room to move outside that off stump. I just think this is going to land in a zone of an exciting second half. I feel like they're going to finish somewhere in the 90s, the way things are going right now.
Projected scores at 91.
Yeah.
It's gone up from what it was of 71. But the run rate required is, well, the run rate currently is 9 and over, which, do you think it's enough?
Potentially. And the funny thing about Fresh Tropical is that they could make 150 or they could make 60. You know, they are that variable, I suppose. They will attack the game no matter what. And I think it makes them a really exciting team to watch. And if they are chasing 90, they'll probably bat like they're chasing 150 anyway. So I can't really tell you. Already this is potentially enough. I mean, take it back to the final in Milan last year where Royal Bergamo scored 74, but then had Fresh Tropical, I think 9 for 4 in the second half. That was a real low-scoring thriller. Fresh Tropical just got over the line that time. Chima's going to come around the wicket to Samaragi. He's made an important 33. Can't catch up with this one. Hits him in the back thigh. That'll be a nice little reminder of day 4 for Prithuvi Samaragi.
It's rubbing it a bit. Is he not wearing a thigh pad, maybe?
I think not too many of the players would wear back thigh pads.
Oh, we get them as one. The one I have, and actually a lot of the girls I play with, we all have the one. It's joint. It's got the first. It's got the front thigh pad, and it's like stuck to the second.
Almost like
pad.
a pair of a pair of shorts, or is it? Are they connected?
No.
Are they?
Yeah, they're connected. Through straps, actually.
Oh, this is miles in the air. Well, good luck under this one. Fielder's underneath it, and he will catch it. So we do see a catch taken eventually. Chima gets a wicket with his last delivery. Kalagamagate goes for 14 again, just backing away the leg, slicing it up in the air. So a 5th wicket falls. Into the 9th, it's 81 for 5.
Yeah, it's a good-looking shot, but it just got the edge of the bat. I think if we managed to just have timed it slightly better and middled it, that would have probably gone the distance. But this case, poor execution, and he's gone.
Yeah, I think it probably looked a bit better when he was trying to hit the ball straight. You go back to that straight 6 he hit pretty much straight off the bat. But, yeah, catch taken. There have been a few that have gone down in this innings for Fresh Tropical. I think they'll be disappointed with the execution of their fielding skills. That's been one area that Roma CC have been very, very good, is that catches pretty much all the time have been taken by the hosts. Hassan Jamil was the man who takes that catch. It wasn't an easy one, really, because he was grappling with the sun a little bit. And So 1 over remaining.
It is bright out there, that is for sure. It's a
Yeah.
bright day.
That left, look at the shadows. See the shadow here. You can see that he's looking into the sunny side of the ground, but well held. So love the floppy hats of Fresh Tropical as well.
They are pretty snazzy, aren't they?
They've got the 2 different kits as well. They've got the predominantly yellow shirt and the predominantly green shirt. Very bright.
I think you need a floppy hat like that as well to match your shirts.
All right, here's Sharif over number 10. And he gets hit on the offside. Samaragi's going to get 4. Well, he's so strong on the offside. That's what makes him dangerous to bowl to. I think he's one guy that maybe you do want to attack around the wicket, but yeah, just kind of takes a step, casually hits through the ball and grabs the boundary. Sharif trying to keep things quiet. I feel like we're going to land in the 90s here. That ball has to be fetched from the car park. If you just joined us today, there is an archaeological dig happening to the right of screen. Not something that you'd see too often at a cricket ground, but there is an old Roman street that runs under the Roman cricket ground, so it's actually quite an unusual thing. Can't say I've encountered it in my cricket life before.
Are the archaeologists actually here today?
They're here today.
I haven't seen them
Yeah,
yet.
I think they've just left it for a while. Well, they're going to go for 2 here, and there's nobody home. That's poor. And now they're going to get 3. Well, there's no way you should get 3 there. You probably should have had none, if not 1, if not 2. But they run 3 from nothing. So, let's have a look here. Hammer Ewan, for me, he's partially responsible. Okay, fair enough. He fumbles it, but he's got to get to the stumps. He wanders towards the ball, but there's absolutely nobody home. So they said, oh, there's no one there. We'll take it on. If this hits the stumps, it would have been out. But then there's no one backing up that throw. Lazy cricket, really.
A little bit sloppy, wouldn't you say?
Just a little bit. Digay gets a hit then. And he does hit. Doesn't penetrate the infield. And they think of 2. Now they're going to take it on. And there's a double clutch. Another run out's botched. Just could not grab that ball. Bilal Hamid. And so Digay steals 2.
There's a lot more 2s going on in this game, actually, and it's good to see. I think so far I've just experienced lots of singles, but they're really trying to push the fielders here and take 2.
There's a lot more 2s, but there shouldn't be. It's probably how I put that. Gets creative, and that is, he's actually hit that, and it's gone offside. That's how late he's hit it. This time they'll only get the 1. And so you'll see this is an attempted ramp shot, but he gets it so late, it actually goes to the right of the keeper. He just gets a glove on it, keeps it to 1.
Didn't actually take much height either, so that didn't really help him out with that innovative shot. Shot exactly.
He's trying to steal the boundary there. You can understand that.
Yeah.
Normally plays that shot pretty well. Samaragi gets another opportunity though. He's on 37. We're up into the 90s now. Oh, it's a very good slower ball. Sharif will just take it 1 hand, 1 bounce, concede the 1, and he'll bowl the last ball to nothing Digay. See, that's that off cutter, just kind of springs off the surface. I don't think Samaragi picks it until late. Bit of a bat pad. And so we'll scramble through for 1, and it will be given a single to finish. So 93 for 5, right in the Goldilocks zone for your golden ball buffs out there. Aroma CC going to finish 93, target 94 for Fresh Tropical. Which Fresh Tropical will we see though? That's the question. I think it's going to be seatbelts on time come the second half. It's Fresh Tropical, I think, for the most part. Now, they'll be satisfied they're chasing 94. They'll feel they missed a bit of a trick with some opportunities missed in the field, leaking some extra runs. They will felt maybe they could have kept it down to something like the 80 region. Early on, Maragi had to go, swung across that ball, moved a little bit off the surface. Leg stump was uprooted. And Agnelagota went a similar way, just edging back onto the middle stump. For me, it was interesting, the batting order strategy of Roma CC, holding back some of their key players. And it worked for them yesterday. I just feel that maybe they had overdone it this time when you realise how long they had to go without Digay. and Kalagamagay there at the crease. You don't want to focus too much on a couple of players. And so we saw this one spilt as well. And yeah, it was some good shots played. I think this Samaragi was the key as well. I'd like to see him batting a bit higher. And he was able to get that one up and out of the ground. And so saw this, another juggle job. Ahmad Sharif wasn't able to hold it. And then we saw something you don't see very often. Samarakud pretty much said, I've done my bit. I think I need to get out of here and hand it over to Kalagamagay. And that's exactly what Kalagamagay did. He came out and smacked a six very, very early in his innings. And we saw Bilal Hamid going the wrong way down a one-way street. And then the running between the wickets was pretty good. They were taking on runs that you just didn't think were there. But Fresh Tropical just seemed to let them get away with it. Again, we saw another offside shot go all the way from Samaragi, who's very strong in that area. Hazim Ali almost turned that into a catch. And then late in the piece, this was a nice catch by Hassan Jamil. He had to grapple with the sun, but he was able to reel that one in. Samaragi wasn't done yet, though. I think his contribution will be remembered in this innings because they just needed someone to stand up. He ends up scoring 38 off 19, so going at that tour ball. And speaking of tour ball, how about three-a ball here? Ball that probably should have gone for none. They just kept running. Nobody that interested in taking the stumps. And ultimately, they dragged themselves into the 90s late on to a score of 93 for 5. So based on what we've seen this year, it's a bit of a par total, I think, on this ground. We seem to be stuck in the 9s as we look at the scorecard. Again, the openers went cheaply. Samarakud at number 3 played a bit of a role in getting the innings back on track, and he pretty much gave himself up for 18. And that was over to Samaragi, who scored 38 of 19 with 2 4s and 4 6s. Again, probably wasn't the most fluently he's hit the ball, but not a bad effort at all from the left-hander. I'm sure we'll see him with the ball in a little while as well. Kalagamagay came and hit a quick 14. Nuttendige came and finished it off in the last over. And with 11 extras, the total ended up at 93 for 5. As far as the bowling, well, let's have a look. And do say that there were a couple of bowlers to watch there. Ahmad Sharif I thought was really clever with some of his variations towards the end. He took 2 for 13. The other wickets went to Zahid Shima, 1 for 14. And Hamid, who was a little bit expensive, seemed a bit off with that minor injury that he's carrying at the moment. 1 for 24 for him. Sikandar Abbas didn't take a wicket, but was pretty economical as well. 16 off his 2 overs. And even Mohammed, who was the most expensive of the wicketless bowlers, he didn't look too bad at all, conceding 20 off his 2. So I think pretty much a team effort from the bowlers. They didn't get a lot of help in the field, you'd have to say. And Roma CC, their fielding has been a feature of their tournament so far. Let's see if they're able to put it together in the second half. They'll have to bowl and field very well against this dynamic Fresh Tropical lineup. Join us in just a few minutes for the second half of match 13. It will be Fresh Tropical chasing 94 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Nikki Chowdhury with me. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Roma Cricket Ground. It is day 4 of this Super Series, the series that will determine which Italian club will be competing in the European Cricket League in 2023, the Champions League of European Cricket. Now we're getting set for the second half of match 13. It's the host, Roma CC versus Fresh Tropical from the Milan series. Both these teams winning their weeks 1 and 4 respectively. And if you like excitement, you come to the right place. Fresh Tropical, our side that go all guns blazing. That's Bilal Hussain who's opening the innings, along with Sharif. Chasing 94 for victory after Roma CC were able to gather 93 for 5 off their 10 overs. And so, what are we going to see from Fresh Tropical? We're going to see a lot of shots, I know that. Whether they come off or not, I'm not sure. And I think it's going to be a very interesting contest watching Prabhath Eknalagoda, who is a genuine slow medium bowler. So he doesn't give the batters a lot of pace to work with. And quite often that forces mistakes. But it will be Sharif opening up. Fresh Tropical trying to snap their losing streak from yesterday. 94 for victory. The first ball just floats away. Well handled by really good Argy behind the stumps, who's been rock solid. Even better than rock solid in this series. Prabhath does get a lot of movement. I wonder if he's looked back at the LBW from yesterday where the batter shouldered arms, got hit in the pads, and no one really bothered to appeal. Again, you see that movement he gets. He just tries to lure you into the shot. And I just don't think Sharif is as comfortable against this as he would be against, I'm going to use the term proper bowling in the first over. Again, dragged away. It's called a wide. I think it's probably a good call. Hits the tram line, I think. But look at this outswing he's getting. Once it goes, it really goes. And once a good decision from the umpire. I think Gadagi's been excellent though, hasn't he? Once again, you see, very quick to get the ball back to the stumps. And with 3 stumpings in an innings yesterday. He's done that on several occasions. This one is a little bit straighter, played back by Sharif. So yeah, it's been a surprisingly effective tactic. Eknalagoda to some of these openers who just love pace on the ball and they love to use it. But it just forces them to rejig their timing mechanisms. So he goes back and punches to point. No run. Yeah. Sajith really good argue behind the stumps. He's taken 19 catches and 22 stumpings. 13 of those have been in this Italian summer. So 13 stumpings. I mean, that is right up there. Goes for this, so, and he gets away with it every time but once. Sharif goes bang, Maximo. And that is the first boundary, and it's a pretty big one. 6 to the best. Decides to back himself. No problems at all. So Prabhath. Yeah, won't be too bothered if he can escape a boundary this ball. I feel like he's done his job. Lures him into the shot. Batter decides to keep it on the ground. He'll retain the strike as well, Sharif. Has 9 come off the first over. It's 9 without loss. Well, you golden ball fans out there, I know there's a lot of you. We've hit 18 matches without a golden ball now. So how high will it climb before we see one? We still haven't had one as part of our Italian summer. Let's welcome back Nikki Chowdhury into the commentary box. Well, you have never seen a golden ball live. We'd love to give you one before you head back.
I want to see one. You've been telling me all about this golden ball and I just think I need to witness it. And what's crazy to think, when I came into the comms box, it only said 2 matches without a golden ball on the screen. And now it's gone up to 18. It just shows you how much cricket we've had. Yeah, not just that. I mean, when we started getting into the hundreds, it was crazy. When we started putting this graphic up, it's when around about the time we passed the old record, which was 253.
And we started saying, we're not going to get to 300, are we? And then we did. And then we surely not going to get to 400. And we did. It was 405 when the jackpot went off.
That's crazy. And it all happened not with you, but with Charlie out in Portugal. You missed out on the action.
I'm happy that Charlie got a golden ball experience. I've had plenty of experience. So I'm not bothered at all.
How many have you had?
Good question. Well, there's been 30 of them. I'm going to do a quick check now you've said that and find out exactly how many I've done. Here's Nathan Degate, who bowls a very good ball first up. Bit of a change of pace for Sharif. It does well to keep this one out. What a very good question. I would say I've been there for at least half.
200 odd?
No, we've had 30 golden balls.
I thought
we've
you
had
said
30 golden balls, yeah. So now you've got me thinking. I can do a quick count in a second.
You are the stats man, aren't you?
Yeah, multitasking a little bit. Sharif's the big wicket. Smacks it. And goes on the hit. Chance. Not the best throw from Samaragi. Pitches it. Okay, I'm going to count the ones that I've done. Now you got to remember 2020 we had 10 golden balls then, but I wasn't, due to travel restrictions at the time, I wasn't able to be on the tour. But I've seen 1, 2, one when I went away, unlucky. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm at 10. This is just knocked away for one. And so I have been, I'm going to say 19 golden balls.
Whoa.
19 golden balls I've had.
That's
so
crazy.
That's why I mean, they're always very special. But, yeah.
19 of the 30.
19 out of the 30. And well, 19 out of the 20 since I was able to be at the venue in 2021. Hit straight, not quite off the middle of the bat, but I think this is going to go for 4. It's pretty much right at the end of the bat. Sharif is looking down at it. It is a bit of a bat breaker, but it's also a back breaker for the bowler who goes for 4.
That was a lovely shot as well.
Have to clarify what I just said. I've done 18 of the 30. The 2 I've missed since I've been on the tour full time since 2021. There was one where I had to make a quick trip for my vaccination. That was that was
A quick
here
trip
last
to
year.
where?
To Estonia, where I live.
Oh.
Yeah, just to sort that out. And then I obviously missed the one the other night. I was in the seat. In the air, 4. That'll do. Sharif, he's been doing all the work so far. D-Gate, just giving him a bit more pace to work with. You can see how he seems a bit more comfortable playing his shots and not having to try and generate the pace himself. Gets 4 more.
Yeah, just a bit of width on that one as well, so he was able just to slash his hands at it. But I'm confused. Hold on, you live in Estonia. I thought you were from Australia.
Yeah, that's where I grew up. That's where I lived most of my life. And I'm an Estonian resident when I'm not working. When I'm not working is not very often, though. I will say that. And James Stewart, watching from Estonia as well. He's my neighbour, in a way. We live in the same city. Nice ball, the over coming up. This will just be 1. So Sharif doing a good job of burgling the strike here. I think that's what they want from him. They want him facing most of these deliveries in the power play. So that's 2 overs down. The score is 20 for no loss. Question from Prakash about how I got involved with ECN. I was actually been doing this kind of thing for quite a while, but I was in Switzerland on some unrelated work, and I was playing in that ice cricket that you see, or cricket on ice, back early in 2019. And I got on board with the guys just at the time where ECN was kind of in its infancy, as we know it now. As you look at the table there, Fresh Tropical and Roma CC. One of them will pull into second spot after this game. Let's see what happens. They'll play each other twice this morning. So that's kind of where it all started. And I was involved in the European Cricket League in 2019, which was the first major tournament that we did. And then from there, ECS sprouted from there. And I'm really excited to be involved now. All right, here's Eknel Agoda. He's going to bowl out. Another little outswing out, but he launches this one over the leg side. And what is caught by a Roma CC spectator. Man, that won't be out. And so, unfortunately, Maximo Lagota goes the distance. Sharif gets 6. And he's done so well just facing most of these balls in the power play, hasn't he, Sharif?
Yeah, he's done really well. Just he's really capitalized on that fact that they've only got 2 fielders out. So they're really...
Now he's got a false shot here. It's not Digate who's going to take the catch. Very good catching. So 6 and out. That's a good trade-off, I think, for Roma CC. Hector Lagota tempts Sharif into the stroke again. Nutton Digate was under it. Samarakun was hunting for the rebound. But Achintha wasn't going to let that one go. That's the first wicket down, 26 for 1.
Commentator's curse, that's what you call it. We're just saying he's done well in these power plays, and then boom, just mistimed that one. And
yeah, I mean, that's what can happen. You get lured into it, you start to get carried away. You know, in the 3rd over, you've got this feeling the power play is coming to an end. So we see a lot of wickets, disproportionate amount of wickets in the 3rd over, where I think the batter's thinking, okay, it's now or never. I'm really going to take this on. And you can see Pramath cashes in, and a very good catch by Nutton Digate. Ian John's asking if I'm still a world record holder. Well, I definitely a world record holder for the most games in a year. Most games in a year commentator, which was 1,030.
have you got like a little prize for that?
Just the satisfaction, I think. But I think the second most would be Rico, to be honest. No one's ever done this much cricket. Now it goes for this straight away, not waiting around. That is out of here. Maximo Mazamali is a live wire. He sums up their approach, and you see straight away he's not hanging around against Prabhath, and he strokes the first ball out of the ground for 6.
Yeah, he's not hanging around for anything. He means business. He's just come in, shuffled across, and boom, that one's gone.
Boom shakalagya, as Rico would say.
So I'm a bit confused here. When you say you're going home, does that mean you're going home to Estonia or you're going home to...
It depends. It depends when I get time off. Often I will take the opportunity to try and get back to Australia as well. I've got to try and manage multiple priorities, basically. I'm I'm homeless. Go with that. Oh, this is going to be another 6 out of the ground. Maximo! 2 balls, 2 sixes for Azamali, and he's enjoying it out there.
Yeah, he's like, I'm here to do a job, and look at that, executing that job very well. 2 balls, 2 sixes.
Want to say a quick hello to Mohammed Rakib as well, who's watching in the YouTube chat. Assume you're watching from Bangladesh, is that right? Mohammed Rakib, let me know if I'm right. Hello to all of our Bangladeshi viewers. I know there's a lot of them out there. Also, a lot of viewers from Nepal, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, just in that area. But also to everyone watching from Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. We even have viewers from the West Indies occasionally, and also a lot of viewers from North America. So Azamali's come out, and you see the slightly different approach. I think Fresh Tropical in the first half of this innings, they're really taking the game on a lot more than we saw Roma CC. We held some of their players back. Next one's a wide, well blocked by Wilagadagi.
You know what I really love is that we've got literally listeners and viewers from everywhere, and
Yeah.
it's just so great to see that people are spending their time to watch the cricket. It's great. And if you're listening in from India, Shubh Prabhat, good morning to you. It is a hot, hot morning over here in Rome.
Oh, this is going to be 5 wides, and this one completely does Wilagadagi. It's the in-swinger, and so you don't really expect this, and Rilla does not see this. Just have a look. He's expecting that ball to crash into the batter, and because most of them are outswingers, he expects if it's going to come out, it's going to come out the other way. So that completely does him. That hurts. 5 wides. Yeah, we have heaps of viewers in India, and they all know all about hot summer days, won't they?
They all know about hot
They
summer
know
days.
all about it.
I've just experienced a hot Indian summer a few months ago.
Is that right?
Yeah, I was in India. It was sweltering.
Goes for this, but it's one time too many. Nutton Digate doesn't drop too many, and he'll take the catch. So Azamali show's over. He goes 6, 6 and out, and that sums up Fresh Tropical in a nutshell. That's 2 wickets down now, 44 for 2.
Just look at the composure and the calmness he had just under that ball. Like, it's pretty hard to judge in these conditions being so bright, but he knew exactly. He moved late, just had a nice base, and was like, this one's for me, dude.
Yeah, well, in a way, Azamali gets 2 sixes and a 5 wide, so that's like 17 off 3. So it's not a bad innings as far as moving the game forward.
No, it isn't.
He's the second man to depart. And now here's a man who we haven't seen so far in this series, Mohammed Imran. He was captaining Fresh Tropical back in 2021 when we were in Milan. He was also their leading run scorer. And I know he would love to prove a point here, Money. Nutton Digate, again, very Very cool under the high ball, isn't he? Takes it, no problems at all. So, for Bath, again, you're going to have to take wickets if you're going to win this game. Fresh Tropical will give you chances. Seen it time and time again. Mohamed Imran scored a memorable 97 last year in Milan. That was the highest individual score of that tournament in 2021. Last ball of power play coming up. Drives pretty well. Sends back his partner. They have a throw, but it's backed up. And yeah, Roma CC throwing it round. And so the end of the power play. I think Fresh Tropical will be the happier of the two teams. I mean, they're almost halfway to the target. It's 44 for 2.
It's good use of the power play, actually. It's much better position than what Roma CC were at.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? It's one of those ones where risk and reward are kind of hand in hand. Greater risk, greater reward. So Fresh Tropical, they take a few more risks that can go badly on occasions for them, no doubt about it. But in that third over, a pretty good one for Fresh Tropical. They take 24 off it. So it goes magical, 9, 11 and 24. But there were 2 wickets in that over. So Pramathik Nilagota takes 2 for 24 in 1 over. And I just don't think you see that in too many forms of the game.
Oh, you don't. Normally you'll see a bit more composure coming in from the batsmen when they're in the situation, wouldn't you?
Samaragi, 11 wickets yesterday. Right now his day isn't going to start well. There's going to be a boundary square of the wicket. Bilal Hussain, well, he's been there the whole time, but he's only faced 1 ball so far in the first 3 overs. And he shows his attacking instincts as he slashes a 4-over point first ball.
He's like 2 can play at this game.
Yeah, exactly right. Liam Day asking about the bombshell news. Don't have any bombshells to reveal just yet. I'll let you know. Goes again. This time the fielder doesn't quite get there. It was a good effort.
It's a great effort. Look at that. Look at the commitment, diving. And those are always really hard ones going away from you.
Yeah, always felt he was chasing it and was probably not going to get there. He tried anyway. Just get 1 in the end. I'll keep working on the bombshell news. Let you know where we're at with that.
How long till you think, when you can tell us?
Got to ask the bosses. This drives. Run probably on the aggressometer. He's a little bit below some of the other batters in their top 6. He'll be a little bit more circumspect. Still aggressive, but I think he brings a little bit more stability to their batting lineup.
Well, you've already given us some news, right? That we're going to be playing under lights.
Under lights. Yep,
Which
can't
is
wait.
Super exciting.
We have had night cricket before, of course. We've even had ECS under night. Had 1 night in Barcelona. We've had some night series in Portugal, in Cyprus last year, in Barcelona last year, Portugal and this year. We never had international cricket under lights, though. That's a bit of a game changer. Swings across the line. This one's climbing. Well, Shrug, you're spot on. Saying that Vinny's bombshells are like those World War II ones they find in people's gardens 80 years later. They take ages to go off. Probably fair comment. An abundance of caution with my announcements, because I know you guys hang on my every word. This is hit pretty well. This is out of the ground. Maximo! Bilal Hussain takes him straight and takes him deep. So 12 off Samaragi's over. That didn't go according to plan for Roma CC. The 50s come up during that over as well. At the end of 4, it's 56 for 2.
What a lovely shot that is. Just straight over the bowler's head. Long on and long off had nothing to do with that. They were like, this is not my business.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly the last 2 balls showed the approach, I think, against Samaragi. It's hard to go across the line to him because I think he gets good bounce and most of the time he's outside the off stump. But if he does overpitch slightly, taking him back over his head or even a little bit to the offside is probably a slightly safer option that still has its rewards. So you can see already they've got that rate down to round about a run a ball, 38 off 36 now. Kalagamagay is going to come in the 5th over.
They just need one good over. One big over here for Fresh Tropical, and they're pretty much, I'd say, in a good position.
Yeah, flip the script though. If we have a trademark Fresh Tropical collapse, and they're still 38 from victory. In the air, gone. That's exactly what they wanted. Mohamed Imran will be disappointed. This is low on the bat. Doesn't really try and keep it down. Kalagamage gets a wicket first ball. And is that going to light the fuse on the fireworks? Fresh Tropical lose their number 3. The score is 56 for 3.
Commentator's curse is back again. Literally, you were talking about that. They'll be glad to have that because just 2 wickets taken so far. Now that is the 3rd.
One thing that Roma CC have done so well is they've caught well, haven't they? Imran actually batting 4 in this game. Typically, we've seen batting at 3 in the past, but Azam Ali means he slots down to 4. Yeah, but taking your chances is going to be so important. And now Hassan Jamil's going to come in at number 5 position. And just kind of doesn't do one or the other. Doesn't try to really hit it over the infield with intent, but also doesn't keep it down. He might consider himself a bit unlucky. If that had gone either side of the field, he would have been fine. Now we have a similar kind of shot. This time it's behind point. And well fielded down there. Denham Senaratney doing the job. So Fresh Tropical, they're equal parts exhilarating and frustrating for a lot of our viewers. But I think that's what makes them so watchable. They're going to play their way no matter what. Now Yuvraj Singh says in the chat that the bombshell is Rico becoming coach of Papua New Guinea. That's the bombshell news, which I'll give in a few days.
Where has this come from?
If I find out there's any actual truth to this Papua New Guinea news, I'll feel a bit slighted because I've been in the dark. Well, this one smacked off a length and this is out of here. Forget it. That's a long way back. Maximo Hussain, well, he hasn't had much of the strike, but when he has faced, he's looked pretty good. He moves to 17.
And like, why Papua New Guinea? Out of all the places, why has that one come out? It's so random.
Yeah, well, I've just been told I can give the bombshell news last game of the day today, if all goes well today. So stick around, okay?
My gosh.
Wide called. Yeah, I like it that you're about as frustrated as all of you. I mean, I don't mean to tease you like that, but got to be sure of these things. Okay, Chance, this is in the air. Not sure he can see a lot of this. In fact, it won't matter because it's gone for 6 over his head. The reverse on drive from Hussain carries Maximal. Fresh Tropical move to 70.
He generally thought that was coming to him and then he just gave up because that was nowhere near him.
That seemed to me to be coming down. Well, I thought originally around the circle, and it came down just outside the bigger circle, that being the boundary. Looking at that, 93 is not enough at the moment. That's a remarkable shot for 6.
Is there a horse stables somewhere here?
Yeah, not too far away, just down the road. Yeah, you'll see a few now and then. This is hit firmly, and this is straight. It's well placed. It's going to be 4 more. And they're rollicking to certain victory, it would seem, at this stage. Fresh Tropical are going to finish the 5th over, 74 for 3. And I've got to say, I've really liked Bilal Hussain and the way that he's really taken the game on as he's lost a few partners around him. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Nikki Chowdhury. And yeah, we do have a few very interesting kind of features around this ground. We talked about the archaeological dig here at the Roma Cricket Ground. We also have the horses not too far away. We saw some ponies yesterday as well. We saw a couple of youngsters on ponies.
Oh, that's so cute.
And we've got some of our viewers are very, very astute. They've been telling us which sort of ponies they probably were. So I want to say a big thank you to all of you. As for part and parcel, you never know what you're going to see in a day in European cricket. It's always different.
You really don't know. Things have shocked me whilst I've been here, but it's been a good shock.
Yeah, well, I mean, right now it's Fresh Tropical, who I think are a bit shocked to lose 2 games yesterday to Ginebrescia, and they've now fallen way behind Ginebrescia. But look, they still, with a win here, perhaps another one, they could firm for a top 2 spot. Because come Saturday, it's really important because the top 2, they get that double chance. And with so many top teams around in this competition, that could be really crucial. Yeah,
it'll be really crucial. And obviously, they're playing for everything today, aren't they? And they get to play another game against each other in the second game, in the 14th game of this series. So I think they'll be able to suss out each other's weaknesses and maybe figure out which bowlers that they could take a chance to and maybe the ones that they can attack.
Slightly contrasting styles here, I think. If you look at how they've handled their batting innings, I think Roma CC held a bit back for the second half.
Yeah.
Whereas Fresh Tropical are just kind of like, we don't care. we're going up front, we're going hard. You saw that with the way that Azam Ali batted. He went 6-6 and out. You're seeing that with the way that Bilal Hussain is batting as well at the moment. So I just think it's contrasting styles and both can be effective. For me, it looks like the Fresh Tropical tactics are going to pay off here. They do look to be looking to be cruising towards victory right now.
They do indeed.
But Meragi's going to bowl, so they're going to try another left-arm spinner here in over number 6. There's 20 required off the last 30. This is knocked back down the ground, just a single. And so, yeah, 19. And it's not just the points that matter, also net run rate could matter as well. So if you're Roma CC, even if you're going down here, you don't want to be going down with too many balls to spare. You're going to drag it out as long as you can. This one just turns past the outside edge, or maybe the inside, but Hussain still being attacking, and it's like they've gotten within 20 of victory here, but they're not creeping towards victory. They're still going to try and finish this quickly. Tossed up. It's clever bowling by Meragi. It's a play with first-class experience, and it shows. He's got very good control.
Very good control, and I think if you are able to finish this before the 10 overs are up, then I think it's a very good message for the opposition as well, to the opposition. It's a good sign of dominance, I'd say. I think if you can get the score within, or ideally before the 10 overs is up, I think it's quite a powerful position to be in, and maybe just going into the next game it will really just prompt that decision about what they'll do at the toss.
Yeah, exactly right. So right now is going to be the end for Hussain. And yeah, just caught in front. So have a look at this. Hussain again attacking. Straight down the line. I think it's a pretty good call. And so take off for the run. Meragi says, hey, I think that's out. And the keeper was too busy running, shying at the stumps. The umpire says, yeah, I agree with you. So not the biggest appeal, but it will be an effective one. And so Bilal is going to have to go. 75 for 4. Still 19 required.
I think sometimes, even if it's just you going up to appeal, then it's better than no one going up, because at the end of the day, it's the umpire's decision.
Exactly.
That's why they're there.
We saw one the other day with Eknelagoda. I swore was out. Even he didn't seem convinced. The umpire was walking away, and when we looked at it, it seemed like it was just out. It's going to rub us. Not quite his attacking self. First ball. Tries to keep it out. Bit of bat, bit of pad. Meragi trying to fight back. I mean, this would be an epic collapse if they were to fall over from here.
I agree.
They are kind of known for epic collapses, though. That's the thing. Well, there we go. That's in the air, and that's not coming down for a long time. That's out of here. Maximal. Well, that's what's called getting your eye in on ECN. Abbas goes over cover, and he gets 6, and that takes him into the 80s.
Good shot. And a shot closer to victory for Fresh Tropical. Let's just hope they don't have that collapse that you keep going on about, Vinny.
Yeah,
I'm sure they wouldn't be.
If I keep saying it, then maybe. I'm not saying I want it to happen. I just know it's possible. Meragi's over wasn't the worst. Only went for 1 before he got banged for 6. 1 for 7 from his over. And now they're up to 81. So 13 required off the last 4 overs. And so I want to say hello to Maiden Waters, who's watching from New South Wales. I know she's a huge supporter of European cricket. Great to have you with us, Maiden. No maidens this morning. I know you're always looking out for those. So Meragi going to continue with the left arm spin. Now you don't really have to do too much from here. Jamil just grabs a single off the first ball of the over.
That's a really cool name, by the way. So does she play cricket?
I know that she's involved in cricket. I think she's just done her umpiring course, or the up-to-date laws course. Is that right, Maiden? I know she's got some teenagers. I don't know how you deal with that. But do you play yourself, Maiden, or you're just more a kind of a support person these days for the kids? Let us know. I'd love to know. Good question.
It's a really cool name. But if you played, imagine Maidens bowled Maidens today. Like, I just think that's...
We did have, like, I think 7 Maidens is our best in a tournament. So you do get them occasionally.
Yeah. I used to play with someone and their initials were actually LBW.
Oh, is that right?
I think that's brilliant.
I've never heard of that, actually. So this will just be 1 out centre Ratney.
Come on, Fresh Tropical. 10 runs, 21 balls. You can do it.
So just knocked away into the offside. And so they're creeping up on this target. Roma CC for me, and I know we'll probably see in a second what's going on in the next game. Miss out on this one. And for me, I think this shows them they need to not be satisfied kind of scraping to 90 in their innings. I think they have to take the game on a bit more. This is what's happening in match 14. Roma CC winning the toss and batting first. So they obviously want to bat first, and I agree with that. And the teams are unchanged. I just think they need to take on the game earlier and give them a chance of scoring that 120, 130, even 140. I don't think they want to hold their best batters back into that middle order, because just look at Fresh Tropical here. They've taken a few more chances. They've gotten away with it. It just feels like 90's not enough. And against FT, Jamil once again pushes for a single, and they're doing this in a doddle at the moment.
Yeah, I think they can afford to spread out the batting lineup and not just keep it all clustered in the middle. I think it will help actually give a bit more momentum into that innings.
Tossed up, takes the bait, but gets it around Maragi. Going to throw at the stumps here anyway. He felt fairly confident that DK was going to miss, but didn't miss by much. But I think Maragi is the one guy. So he's bowling at the moment. He hasn't really clicked with the bat this week yet. He's one guy that can score runs really quickly. And they've been missing his contributions, I think, top of the order. Floats down the leg side for a wide. Yeah, 1 more 0. It's uncharacteristically defensive from FT, but yeah, I think they're trying to be sensible here. And he chops on. Well, there you go. That's what happens. So Skander Abbas finds a way to inside edge one onto the stumps. He'll beat the 5th wicket to fall within 7 of victory, but they've lost a 5th wicket, 87 for 5.
So I'm interested to see what's going to happen, because you know what? If I was the next batsman, you'd kind of say, you know what, let's just get the job done now.
Yeah.
Or are they going to just take a bit more time and just play?
That's the beauty of trying to read the minds of Fresh Tropical. You won't be able to. Let me see who's coming out next, and I'll give you an indication about what we're going to see. And they're 5 down. And this looks to me like Humayun, the keeper, is coming out. Although I do have information that he won't be keeping the next game. Azim Ali will take over behind the stumps for Fresh Tropical. He did seem to just be carrying a little bit of a something, wasn't quite himself. Humayun, I feel, will probably push the first one and try and hit the second one for 6. That's my prediction.
Well, then if he does that, he's done the job. So
Depends what happens. If he gets the single or first ball, he'll be at the other end, right? So it's 89 for 5 at the moment. 3 balls left in the over. And that's his version of a push. And so that's means the next one he's going to try and hit for 6 and end it. They just need 5 for victory, in fact, now. Tries, misses. And 1 more ball left in the over. He might want to try and score off this one, otherwise he might not get another chance. Skander Abbas is at the other end ready to finish things off. Goes for it, goes high. Ndige is under, he can take another catch and he will. So it's going to be a duck for Humayun, 3rd time. Unlucky for him, and that's also the end of the over. Maragi takes 3 for 10, so not bad figures for him at all. The score at the end of 8 overs is 89 for 6.
not bad at all. He's got such a safe pair of hands, doesn't he? Just such a safe pair of hands.
Well, magic fingers, Ndige. Yeah, nothing's getting out of there. And so...
As Rico would say, jalebi hands, sticky jalebi hands.
I don't know if that's what he has for breakfast. Judging by his physique, I don't think he's on the jalebi too often. I want to say hello to Maiden Waters, though. She's saying hello, Vinny and Nikki. Lovely to hear our commentary on ECN Cricket. And saying to Nikki, she is an umpire and a mother to a youngest daughter cricketer. So I know there's something we've been talking about, and maybe on the weekend. I think a lot of the the women cricketers here at Roma CC would love to meet you and do a bit of a session. So we'll do a bit of a coaching session with the girls. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It'll be fun. See what talent Italy holds.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be 4 square of the wicket. So Skandarabas has been waiting patiently for his turn to get the strike back. He gets Kalagamagate away for 4 first ball of the over. So now any score will win it. Well, thanks for that, Maiden Waters. And good to know you've been brushing up on the laws, the latest edition. A few different ones, such as if a cow wanders onto the field and disrupts play, it'll be a dead ball. Good to know. Here we go. Last ball. There's the leg spinner, and it'll be a wide. In fact, it won't even be out because it'll be the winning run. So that's unlucky. It'll just be a wide. And I've been telling Rilla he needs to get a leg side something, and he does, but it won't be out because the wide finishes the game, and they're going to do this with 11 balls to spare. Well, it's not often that you take a leg side something off the last ball of a game and lose the match. That's exactly what's happened there. And Fresh Tropical, well, they do it fairly easily, and yeah, they'll be pretty happy with their morning's work. Remember, they didn't particularly field well, I think. And when we look ahead to the next game, which is coming up, I think they'll want to be able to kind of execute a little bit better in the field. If we go back to the highlights, and we know about Fresh Tropical, they only know one speed, and that's very, very fast. And that's the way they were batting in the power play.
They were indeed, and look how fast they were with 2 overs to spare. They managed to absolutely bosh that innings out. And I think they're going to go into the second game with a lot of momentum. They know where they are on the table, and they're going to look to secure that position with super glue. So,
yeah, exactly right. I mean, they can really put some distance between them and the rest if they can win the next game. But by the same token, I think that Roma CC, they'll know that they can draw level with Fresh Tropical, and they've still got game in hand on them. So, they'll sense an opportunity as well, but I think it's just all in the approach. You see, Azam Ali, he goes 6-5 wides and out, but still 17 runs while he was facing. Pretty useful. And Nuttendigo, he was a really good barometer of their fielding. They outfielded Fresh Tropical, but ultimately they just didn't have the pace with the bat to go with the men in green on this occasion. But Nuttendigo himself pulling down 3 catches was excellent in the field.
yeah, really good. And the catching's been great. There's been some really good attempts as well. We've had diving ones, running to your right, running to your left, running behind you as well. So there's been a really good display of attempt and intent in the fielding for both teams. So as long as they keep that up, because you know what, if you give it a go and you stick your hand out, sometimes they stick. But you've got to give yourself that chance and that opportunity. Exactly right. I mean, this is one that we thought was a run-out opportunity, and just a polite inquiry from Miragi. He says, hey, is that out? He says, yep, that's out. And so Bilal was pretty useful at the top of the order. He ended up top scoring with 27 off 13 balls. But, I mean, for me, you just have a look that Fresh Tropical, they were able to score 8 sixes in that innings that went a tick over 8 overs, whereas Roma CC were only able to hit 3 sixes. I think that's indication that Fresh Tropical were able to score in multiples, able to score in bombs. And you see, late on, D-Gate, bit of a consolation wicket, because you knew that pretty much wasn't going to be lasting too much longer. There were 5 to win in the 9th. That was 4 of them. And then the wide, even though I think he does find himself stumped, he gets to walk off with everyone else because it was the end of the game. So Rilla, nice bit of glove work from him, but it won't actually count because the game ends on the wide ball. And that was the leg side stumping that I said that he needs to complete the whole set, but he won't get the stat for that one as the scores were tied and the ball was called a wide correctly by the umpire. This is coming up in around about 20 minutes. We have match 14, second match of the day. Roma CC, this time they'll bat first. I think they need to take a few more risks, I think, in the order and also probably the way they bat if they're going to go toe-to-toe with Fresh Tropical. And so Fresh Tropical will be pretty happy to pull ahead for now. 2 points clear in second spot, but Roma CC can catch them with a game in hand if they're able to knock them off in game 14. Join us for the second of 5 matches today here in Italy and 7 matches in ECN cricket today. Let's go to the scorecard. You can see Bilal Hussain, 27. Didn't have a lot of the strike early, but when he did, he made the most of it. And he was able to keep things moving once the power play had ended. Amir Sharif with 23. Also, handy contribution from him. Even Azam Ali, who goes bang, bang and out, but still gets them closer. Skandar Abbas finishes it off. Look, 11 wides in there is probably something Roma CC will want to work on as well, Nikki, as
As Fresh Tropical would get there with 11 balls to spare. As far as the bowlers went, well, there were some good efforts in there, but ultimately it wasn't enough to defend this score of 93.
Yeah, exactly. The bowling just probably wasn't there. With the extras you've spoken about, 12 extras, we've got 11 wides. And with this format, you really can't afford to be giving those many runs away.
I wonder if they would think about bowling the spinners a bit earlier, Maragi and Samaragi, maybe even in the power play. I know it's a bit of a risk, but the pace-off bowling did seem to work, and Ekna Lagoda, his first over was all right. Second one went the journey, although he did pick up 2 wickets, 3 to Maragi, 1 to Kalagamagay. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, and when we do, we'll be into the second match of the day. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. Big day of cricket on ECN. Roma CC, the hosts will have revenge on their mind when they take on Fresh Tropical in match 14. Just around the corner, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Nikki Chowdhury's with me. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, good morning. It is time for match 14 here at the Roma Cricket Ground. Roma CC are going to be taking on Fresh Tropical again, back to back. Let's head over to Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains, for the toss.
Head. Heads is good. Just tails. Batting first. Batting first.
So the news from the toss is that Roma Cricket Club are going to be batting. Not sure how it's going to pan out. It's going to be a long day. Lots of cricket played for them. 3 matches yesterday, 2 matches back to back today. But let's head over to Vinny, who's in the comms box, to see how it goes.
Thank you very much, Nikki Chowdhury. And news from the toss, you saw it there first. Roma CC are batting first. How many will they need to keep Fresh Tropical at bay? That's the question. These two teams just went head-to-head in match 13. Roma CC batted first after being sent in by Fresh Tropical on that occasion. They made 93. Fresh Tropical knocked it off with 11 balls to spare. Unchanged teams here in match 14. I wonder if there'll be slightly different tactics though, particularly for Roma CC. I just think they can't afford to hold the engine room back for too long. We saw Samarage coming up higher. I do like that, but we saw Matandige and Kalagamage slotting down the order, and I just think it's all or nothing. You got to have that approach in this form of the game sometimes, especially against a team that plays that way like Fresh Tropical. Bilal Hussain, he was a real story for me last game. Top scoring for them. Sharif as well. He was able to get 20 plus. Azam Ali even comes in at number 3, and he bats in a very attacking fashion. Mohamed Imran, no luck on his return to the side. They just scored 1 off 3 balls. But we'll see what match 14 holds for us. After the last game, Fresh Tropical are 2 points ahead of Roma CC on the table. Of course, a bit of a battle for the double chance as well as battle for qualification. Roma CC could pull even on 6 if they were able to knock off Fresh Tropical here. So almost ready to go. I'm going to say big shout out to our officials as well. We've got Asad Ali, Mohammed Shahid and Amila Heti, who are doing the job today. Men in black doing a very good job so far. I want to say big arrivederci for now to Suleiman Saeed, who has joined our crew in Portugal, where he'll be acting as tournament referee there. So wishing him a safe journey and well umpired over the last week and a half, Sully. But right now, Roma CC, we'll see what their tactics are here. And there's already a change at the top of the order. Maragi is retaining his spot, but they've decided to go for Tishara Samarakun instead of Ekna Lagoda at the top of the order. I think we'll see Ekna Lagoda probably down towards the bottom half and just use more as a bowler. No Ratnayakas in their bowling lineup. So I think that's his primary role now. Almost ready to go will be Bilal Hamid, who will open the bowling once again. So we're almost ready to make a start. Waiting for the clock to tick over. And probably, I'm going to say, about 10 seconds away from a start. And we are ready. We are steady. Let's go. Match 14, second half of the double header. And Hamid comes in. Maragi pushes and runs. Samarakun, I don't mind him in this position actually. Now, he will play his shots. He's not a dissimilar option to Ekna Lagoda in this opening position. I mean, he is a left-hander as well. But I think he'll know his role is to probably bat 2-3 overs, try and get them off to a good start. Yeah, for me, they didn't get it quite right when you consider they only lost 5 wickets. Actually lost less wickets than Fresh Tropical in the last game, but still weren't able to put a winning score on the board. Fix the pad, I think, down the leg side. This could be 4-leg buys, you know. Yep, that's the call from the umpire. So Hamid goes round the wicket, and it's Azam Ali who's behind the stumps this game for Fresh Tropical. That's not an easy one to get first up. Goes under the gloves. And unfortunately, that will cost Fresh Tropical 4. Leg buys. Kind of the orphans of cricket, aren't they? Because no one's responsible for them. But they are good for 4 here in the first over. Once again, swung down leg side. This time Azam Ali able to catch up with it. Samarakun, just by his very nature of being a left-hander, has gathered 5 runs for his team so far. And that is the question, how many will they need? I mean, I think you've got to look at that 12 and over. Be looking to get that kind of score. It's hard to catch up if you don't do that in the first half of the innings. Angles in again. More leg buys. In fact, it's given off the gloves that time. So we'll get a run there, Samarakun. A little indication towards the scorers. I like that from the umpire. Just kind of pointing at the hand saying, yep, there was a little bit of an edge on that. I haven't forgotten to signal. Maragi got knocked over earlier. Well, he could have been in trouble here with a good pick up and throw. It's Shalbamjad that shies and misses. And Maragi swung all around one in the first over last time. They want to avoid that fade again. He's bowled for 1 of 5. Maragi's already doubled his output this game. Shot, really good shot, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! Samarakun, straight as the day is long. This is coming into him, and it's just a push. And hold the pose. Very nice follow through. Already, he's moving the needle at the top of the order. Very nice cricket shot. The first Maximo of match number 14. Hamid seems to have forced the field change. No, sticking with what they had. Deep point out there. Now, another one that's flicked down leg side. Throw comes into nobody in particular. So another leg by. Well, extras doing very well in that first over. 6 extras. 7 to Samarakun, 2 for Maragi. And it's 15 without loss after 1 over. Looking at the run rates by day, you can see this is all the ECN cricket we played on this ground. We seemed to be stuck in the 9s last week, didn't we? But now the Super Series, we had 107 per 10 overs on day 1. And then back to the 9. So it just tells you that score in the 90s is par. But I just don't think that's enough against these teams. I think 100 is a bare minimum. My instinct is about 110's par. But the numbers don't really stack up. I mean, that was the situation last year where, on average, including the Super Series and the Rome Series, 11.0 was the average run rate. Zahid Chima coming to the attack for over number 2. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me once again in the commentary box is Nikki Chowdhury. Welcome back, Nikki.
Thanks, Vinny. Yeah, I think I agree with you. 110 needs to be at least the bare minimum, and this one has just been worked down to 45. It's just a single here. Yeah, 110 needs to be the minimum, I'd say, because 90 is just, it's putting you on the edge. You're going to get those nervous feels when you're going to be chasing or when you're going to be fielding as well. I think 90, if you come off as a batting unit, you know it's not enough. And as a fielding unit, I think you can back yourself. I think most of these teams can back themselves to get into the 90s.
Yeah, as a minimum. It's Chima. Look, Chima's a very good bowler to watch. I mean, he's a guy who he's rhythmic. That's kind of what I would call him. And he comes in and he just has a very good record at both ends of the innings.
Yeah, he does. He's got a very good momentum, just a very flowy bowling action. It's quite nice to see that. Some actions, you must have seen a lot of cricket over your time to know that some actions aren't as pleasing to the eye, but Chima's got a really good action. It's quite nice to see. This one just didn't carry that much. Stayed a bit low. An attempted pull by Maragi.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right there. You look how low the keeper takes it. These seams are very pronounced on these Kookaburra balls as well.
Very pronounced.
And so you see a lot of movement. So that can also affect the bounce of the ball, not just the kind of movement sideways. Yeah,
I saw one of the balls earlier. The seems like you could knock somebody out with that one. Here's another one. It's gone straight into the hands of the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good example. It's not too different of a length, but that one takes off a bit more, and he goes well over the bat. You see, similar kind of length, 2 very different outcomes.
Yeah, just not much foot movement either. I think maybe getting towards the ball would stand Maragi in a better position, getting towards the ball and just getting closer to it so you can actually access that offside a bit more. Now he's just staying beside the ball and just slashing his hands at it. They did that again this time, but this one's been lucky. It's gone down to the third man boundary. That's 4 runs. It's going to bring up 20 to the total.
Yeah, I mean, so he decides to go a bit fuller, and to be honest, he wins the moral battle, Chima, as it's off the outside edge, and then it finds its way to the boundary. Runs very fast. I mean, this outfield, don't see too much moisture on it now.
No, not too much, but when we were out there earlier doing a couple laps this morning, my feet were completely drenched.
Yeah, but things do change pretty quickly with this infernal heat we've had.
Yes, here's Chima, and this one's lofted over cover, but what a beautiful shot. That's a bit of bish bash bosh. That's an elegant shot.
Yeah, it's definitely a BBB for you, as
BBB.
this one is going to take a while to come down. And this is just a good-looking shot. Miragi is a guy, he's a bit of a wild card at the top of the order. And typically, when he makes runs, they win cricket matches over the last couple of years. He just leans on that one, Maximo time, and it also takes us to the end of the second over, 26 without loss. And well, have a look at this table. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because these two teams were equal on 4 points at the start of the day. Fresh Tropical won the first match. And so we'll have either one of two scenarios here. They'll be level on 6 points each, or Fresh Tropical will be 2 games clear in second spot.
Yes, it's a good table, and Fresh Tropical really, they know it's all out in this game, don't they? They know they're really going to have to do that to secure that position. They've played well, and this one's been played well as well. It's just been worked off the hips, and it's gone out for another bish bash bosh. Deep square leg boundary. There was no one there to protect that.
Yeah,
there was no protection needed either.
Well, even if you did, you're right. It had to be a long way back. Samaru couldn't moving the needle at the top of the order. And he seems to be enjoying this angle into him. But that's a really good shot. Yeah, so don't forget, second spot gets the double chance and third doesn't. So there's still a lot of cricket to be played, but it is moving day, as we say on Thursday.
And this one's just driven off the front foot. It's a good shot in terms of just having to rotate strike.
Yeah. One's always better than a dot ball.
Yes, exactly. Just take the ones, take the twos as they were doing in the previous match. There was so many twos. Like, I haven't seen that many twos all week.
That's a really good point. Fresh Tropical are going to want to tighten up their fielding efforts, particularly those run-out opportunities.
Oh, this is a good delivery. Just up in the block hole, just been played away. And see, again, they managed to take a single there. Shied at the stumps.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're going to look at this. He seemed comfortably home.
Yeah, he seemed very comfortable.
Good chance for a run, because this is a pick up and throw. But Miragi, let me see, he's home fairly comfortably.
Home by a long way. But at least the intent is there from Fresh Tropicals. They're looking to get these wickets, no matter how they come.
Maybe it was that slippery ball this morning. He talked about the dew factor for the field. We saw a few catches going down. We saw some fairly executable run-outs missed. It was a better piece of fielding, but not in time.
It's a good delivery up, but perhaps too full because it's been taken off this pitch. It's gone for a Maximo in terms of Vinny. That's how you'd say it, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd say, and I think you're spot on. And so this second over from Bilal Hamid. Yeah, I mean, we've had 3 sixes in the last 5 balls now. Their score's up and away. And already we're seeing a bit more aggression, I think. Well, either it's more aggression or just it's coming off for them this time for Roma Cricket Club, but they've moved up to 40 within the power play.
Yeah, well, they know in the last game, Fresh Tropical, they made it look pretty easy, so they're like, maybe we're going to try and make it look easy as well. And here's another easy single.
Yeah, well, semi-easy as the pick-up and throw came in, but they do get there, again, fairly comfortably. So they seem industrious at the moment, these two. You see, ball flew in, but it's fairly comfortably home. The last ball of the power play coming up. Did mention, I think, earlier, we see a lot of wickets in third overs because batters know the power play is coming to an end. They take a few more risks. Miragi has 1 ball to see out here in the third.
Oh, Vinny. What have you done here? This one's just been edged to the keeper. Miragi's going to be heading back. That's a wicket, the first wicket in this power play.
Yeah, well, it'll be the first and the last because it's off the last ball. And this is what I was talking about. Although there's nothing overly aggressive about this shot. He just tries to cut, but the ball's coming back at him. And look at how much it seems back. And Azam Ali, he has to react or get hit by the ball. He takes the catch. And so Miragi is the first wicket to fall. He goes for 13. And the score at the end of 3 overs is 41 for 1.
Yeah, maybe just try to get that extra boundary. Trying to force it a bit too hard. It didn't really judge the line on that one, I think.
It's a bit of a Bit of seam movement there that creates that dismissal. Ends up in a bit of a tangle there, Maragi. And yeah, tries to cut, but it's too close to him, really. He's only able to get a thick edge through to Azamali. And again, I like this move. They've brought Christian Kalugamage up to number 3. We saw him batting even as low as 7 yesterday. And yeah, he's a guy that we saw batting 6 this morning. But for me, over the last week, he's probably been their most consistent and most effective batter. So I think you've got to get him out there with the opportunity to face more balls. And he will come out at the start of the 4th over. He won't be facing because it was the end of the over. It will be Samarakun, who will face up to Amir Sharif bowling over number 4.
Exactly, and he's played some good-looking cricket shots as well, so that does help when you've got the good technique and you've got the long levers and you know how to just execute them. And this one has just been mistimed though. It's just gone down at long on for a single there.
Yeah, so there was an unusual episode in the last game. Samarakun essentially gave his wicket up so that Kalugamage could come to the crease. Pretty much gave himself up, run out. But now they get a chance to bat together. And to be honest, Samarakun, he's motoring at the moment. 22 off 10. He's started very well.
Yeah, started really well. And a decent score, actually. 42 off the power play. Like we said, like the projected score's gone up to 128, which I think is a very comfortable score to put on the board. This one's just been worked away into the leg side, a single here. And we did notice with Roma Cricket Club, they took a lot of singles, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I mean, lack of dot balls, I think, is really important as well. I think most of these batters, the first instinct they're having is to hit a boundary. If not, they at least want to get a 1. You don't want too many dot balls. This is hit down the field, flat batted. Shima will clean up. And Shima, they often bowl him in the 2nd over and maybe the 9th. So he's a guy they want to use at either end of the innings.
Yeah, he bowls well, Chima, doesn't he? Good lines, good lengths, and we've noticed that the batsmen do struggle against him.
Yeah, for a long time now.
Here comes Sharif. It's just a slightly back of a length delivery. It's been played off the back foot and it's just been worked away for a single.
Now, Shrug has given us a bit of an insight, and he's spot on in the chat. He's saying, is this Fresh Tropicals change kit? Surely they were wearing predominantly yellow shirts yesterday, and that is true. They do have 2 kits that they will wear. This is the predominantly green version. Yesterday, I think they had their yellow on. Good observation, Shrug. Oh, well, how'd you describe this one?
How do you describe this one? Indeed, it's just hit him on the pads.
The pads, is it?
No, not.
So this is Nikki's version of the pads.
Yeah, it's just hit him on the top bit of the pad there.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like I've got a very good idea when that's hit him. It wasn't pleasant.
I wouldn't know.
Samarakun stands up, gets knocked down, but he gets up again. Here he is facing Sharif. Last ball of the over.
Oh, this is a lovely one. Driven off the front foot and just the one. Although I think it's a good-looking shot. Should have deserved a bit more.
I think they get the
no,
2.
they got 2. They've
got
come
2
back
in
for
the
2.
end. There's a good bit of fielding. At least stop the boundary. That's the counter Abbas out there. And that'll be the end of the 4th over. The score 47 for 1 after 4. And look, a much more positive start. I mean, if you look at the power play, and you mentioned it before actually, Nikki, and you were spot on that Roma CC did not have a good power play, and they were always playing catch-up after that. They scored, it was 15 for 3 in their power play last time. So at least now they've got a bit more of a base here at this score of 47 for 1 to maybe go on and push for that 100 and well over the 100 hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. And the projected score's gone up to 128, which is great, and not what it was initially with a predicted score of 72 when they started off in the first game. And the other thing was really important. They've already bowled 7 extras. There's 7 extras already from Fresh Tropicals, which, listen, it's only 4 overs in. If you're 7 now...
I will qualify that 7 extras with the fact that 6 are leg buys. And so just the 1 wide. As we wait for this ball, it's going to be in the air. This is going to be a boundary. It's going to be 4 to start the 5th over. Kalugamage gets his first. Well fielded by Andy House down there in front of the officials' tent. But this one is going to cost him 4. This is Faisal Muhammad, who is coming on now in the 5th over. Yes, I mean, having said that, some of those leg buys they created with balls that were down the leg side and just flicked the pads. So kind of take your point there as well.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, an extra is an extra.
Yeah.
An extra is an extra.
It's an interesting debate, the leg buys debate, I think. Yeah, sometimes it means, if there's lots of leg buys, it means you're bowling well because you've beaten the bat a lot of times. But Yeah, I think for sure something to keep an eye on. Here's Faisal Mohammed.
Yeah, that's a short delivery. He's just managed to clip that as it was going past him, taking a bit of a height, and it's going to make its way down to right behind the keeper. What would you call that position, right behind the keeper? It's gone for four, but
it's a bit of a backstop.
Backstop, yeah.
Sometimes I call it a first man because it's not a third man or even a second man. But what this is, it's just a short ball. That's going to be the one for the over, I imagine. And he does like to bang him in, Faisal Mohammed, but that's the price of doing business. And occasionally, you get those little top edges. They're going to fly away to the boundary.
This one slightly better length, this one. Worked away into the offside off the back foot. Another single here.
Shrug says leg buys should be abolished. I have heard this debate. How do you feel about that?
Need to elaborate a bit more.
Well, he says that leg buys just shouldn't count, should be a dead ball.
I think there's a similar rule in terms of, at the moment, if it looks like you haven't gone to play a shot, then
True.
they're giving that as a dead ball, right?
That's true. That's true.
But
you need to play a shot, or at least be trying to get out of the way of the ball.
But technically, with the leg by, isn't it kind of the same thing? Because you haven't really done anything at that point.
Speaking of the same thing, this will be the same thing as another short ball's been edged away to the boundary. This will be 4 more. Samarakun moves to 29. Azamali, all eyeballs on him. He said, what do you expect me to do about it? I'm not as tall as Faisal Mohammed. He's bowling. So that'll be 4 more. Yeah, I think my opinion is I think it would be a bit impractical to make a change. You'd see a lot of negative bowling of bowlers aiming at the body again or aiming at the pads, knowing that if they can hit the pads, they're guaranteed a dot ball. I think that also how are you going to deal with a little edge onto the pads? Sometimes it's hard to tell if there's an edge or not, and suddenly it's going to put more pressure on the umpires and more beyond those decisions.
And this is going to put some pressure on the fielder, and he's taking it. Cheeman, the man on the boundary. That is a catch that makes Aroma Cricket Club go 2 down now.
Yeah, well, Samarakun's going to go for 29, but I think it was a pretty useful contribution through the first half of this innings. They still got a lot of batting to come, and this one he just tries to drop kick away. He's trying to go over the ropes, but he finds the safe hands of Bilal Hamid, and so it will be the second wicket now, 60 for 2.
But yeah, going on to that, I think you're pretty right in terms of making... The bowlers will be trying to use that as an advantage, and it is the job of the umpire. It's going to make it harder for them.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I do feel like sometimes we let the umpires just have a bit too much, like, you know, they get away with it. So I feel like, I feel like without putting it in a, like, I don't know how to say it, but they're there to do a job, right? So I think they should be able to identify if there's a nick. And we've got so much technology nowadays anyway that we can tell that.
That's true as well. Well, just quickly, we want to mention to you that the ECC coming up, we had some news just a few days ago that it is going to be in prime time viewing in Europe and, of course, in the subcontinent as well. So 5 matches a day. The first match starting at 11:30 local time in Spain. The last match starting at 7:30 in the evening and going to around about 9:15. So it'll be great to see some international cricket under lights. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Nikki Chowdhury's with me. And, yeah, great to have your company. Yeah, look, the other thing is I'd almost would consider a rule that if you nick it onto your pads, well, that's also a dead ball. So any time the ball hits your body, then it's going to be a dead ball. But what I would say is he's saying the Shrug makes a very good point. Batters shouldn't be rewarded for missing the ball. But also, I think most of the time it hits the pads and goes for 1 hit. That's actually not a very good result for the batting team because typically teams are scoring at about 2 a ball. So the fact that if you do, clunk one and you miss it and it goes for a leg bye, I don't see it's a huge thing. I do think it's something that we could try maybe as an experiment or something just to see. But I would probably say something like in baseball, if you hit the ball onto your body, it kills the ball. So maybe that's the rule that you go to if you're going to abolish leg buys. So it means you can't... You take out this debate of... I can see batters always complaining, saying they got an edge, because batters always say they've got an edge, right? And so it would just take that debate out of it completely if you were going to do it.
But as a batsman, I'd say no. That's if I've hit it, then it counts. It's hit the bat first.
Yeah.
And
but I'd say then hit it better so it doesn't hit your body.
Just like that one. That's just been hit for a single.
Yeah, that will be the end of the over in the end. So... They did take the drinks break there. So we'll have a pretty quick turnaround into the 6th over. 61 for 2 at the halfway point. And Samaragi's come in at 4. I think we'll probably see Nutton Digay coming in next at 5. I feel like Lagoda will be dropped down to probably 8 or 9 in this order. But, I mean, it's a good platform for Roma CC, isn't it? With 61 in the first half.
Yeah, it's a good platform. 5 overs in and 61 on the board. If you just... ideally just doubling that, you're in a really good position. Like we were discussing earlier, saying that even just 110 is a good score to have. Just puts you ahead, just boosts you. But if you manage to get 120, you're cruising.
Yeah, well, 120 is it's a pretty good score, but Fresh Tropical will have the firepower to get it, that's for sure. This is beautifully hit by Samaragi. Just loves to come out and hit boundaries. That's exactly what he does here. What a shot that was.
That was a beautiful shot. Just look at that. Just waits for it, just takes it, and just lofts it over cover. And
it's pretty as a picture, isn't it, really? When you watch him do his work, he's so good at going over the offside. He's one guy I think I would have a deep cover to him and probably encourage him to hit across the line, which is a bit more of a risky shot.
Yeah.
Sikander Rubbers coming on, bowling the sixth over here.
he does like to actually loft it over cover, so we need some protection there. And this one, just a bit of a confusion out there in the middle, but they managed to take a single. Just played softly off the front foot, just dropped it. A bit of tap and run there.
Yeah, close, but I think he's home. Yeah, so one thing I will say, just to wrap up this debate on leg buys, even buys, I think you need to keep buys, Keanu, because wicket keepers, otherwise they can just leave the ball all the time.
I think buys need to be there, definitely.
Buys are a metric of how you're going as a keeper at most levels. So I'll kind of wrap up my thoughts about that in a second.
Yeah, buys need to be there, I think, because the keepers have a job and their job's to catch the ball.
Yeah, it's pretty much one of your main jobs.
Yeah, that's your only job, technically. Yeah. And this one was the job of the fielder at mid on just to stop the ball, and it's just gone for a single there.
What I would say is when you start tinkering with rules, and rules are constantly being tinkered with in cricket, they have been for hundreds of years, but there's always some unintended consequences that you might not foresee.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's just be one out to deep square leg. So, like, for example, imagine the score's being tied and not having the opportunity, just because the ball's hit you in the body, not having the opportunity to try and scramble for that winning run. You probably got the field all in trying to stop the run. And I think on the balance of it, I feel like, a run's a run.
A run is a run at the end of the day.
A run's a run. Whoever it belongs to, whether it's off the bat, whether it's a bye, whether it's leg bye, you have kind of been able to get through while the ball's in play.
This is a lovely looking shot. Again, just lofted, cut through, sliced over cover. It's gone down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Kaligamaga, again, hold the pose. Look at that follow through.
Take a picture, snap me. That's what he's saying.
Is that what kids are saying these days? See, are you on TikTok?
I have TikTok. I don't post on TikTok. I just use it for like inspiration. So to, for example, there's loads of guides and there's some cool things on TikTok.
Well, that's smashed and that's going to be over, everybody. And that's going to be Maximal 6 runs in Kaligamaga. Well, he looks like he's in the mood to party. End of the over as well, 78 for 2.
Talking about cool things as well. That was a pretty cool shot as well. So yeah, there's quite a few things, and I use it for random things as well as just looking at recipes because I'm really into cooking. I started a cooking business during lockdown, so I'm into cooking. I use it for recipe inspo, and then also whilst I've been here or I've traveled before, I've used it as travel inspo. Loads of people post different inspiration, if you go here, then there's a guide. Go eat here. Go do that. So
yeah. That's very useful. You didn't know how to use the tools. Now, I'm going to quickly give my thoughts on another thing that was put in the chat, that about if the ball hits the stumps, the ball should be considered dead. And that's another one. I think you're going to have a bunch of unintended consequences to that. I mean, sometimes we see people breaking the stumps with their hands, and then you've got a separate debate. I think that the ball's alive. Keeping the ball alive when the ball hits the stumps is a good thing. I think that sometimes we've even seen 2 batters at one end, the stump's broken, and then they get a run out at the other end. And what's going to happen if you call the ball dead? You're going to have a bunch of situations that aren't covered in the rules. It has to be a wide for height. Now, this is a question that I want to ask you, because Maya, who's watching from Germany, she's a big cricket fan. She's gotten into it a little bit later in life. And she's asking you, Nikki, how did you get acquainted with cricket in the first place? Maybe you can let us know after this ball from Faisal Mohammed. Just be one. So, you believe you have a bit of a family background, and that's how you got into cricket, is that right?
Yeah, so firstly, hello Maya, wie geht's? And secondly, my dad actually used to play professional cricket back in India, so he was a professional cricketer, and you could say I was just always at cricket. I've always watched cricket. I watched a lot of cricket apparently whilst I was in the room as well. So and whilst I grew up, I think because my dad was working so much, I ended up spending a lot of time going with him to cricket as well. So even when he was coaching, I'd go to coaching with him, I'd watch. And I think ultimately what happened was I just ended up picking up a bat one day and thought, let me have a go. This looks pretty cool. And yeah, that's
I've seen some footage of you actually when you were quite small. You had the helmet on in the house.
Yes, there's a little footage of me actually on social media where there's a clip. I actually found my dad's helmet and I took a plastic bat that was in the house, and that's the first bat I actually started using.
Is that right?
And I'm wearing a skirt and I'm wearing a little like girly girl little outfit and got my dad's helmet on, a plastic bat, and I'm in the living room and my mum managed to capture. I just copied what I used to see, and there's little videos of me trying to play the front foot drive or
That's
defense.
how you do it.
And
that's how you do it. That's how you learn.
Literally, that's what happened. That's what I used to see when I used to go to cricket with him. And I came home and I thought, let me have a go. I did it, and my mum recorded it.
And so how much of a role has your dad had in your development? Obviously, you know, playing cricket at a pretty decent level in England at the moment.
I think he's had the main impact, really. He taught me how to play. He's been there. He's always done all the coaching. I haven't really had anybody else as a coach to say. But why would you? Why would you when it's literally at home?
Yeah.
And especially as we were talking about the other day, there's a lot of debate saying that cricket is now, or if you've seen what Freddie Flintoff's new series is, he's starting to say that he's trying to take out the ideology that cricket is an elitist sport.
Yeah.
And
that's something that's a very English thing, actually.
But you know what? I understand where he's coming from, because if you just look at the structure in England, it is an elitist sport.
Yeah.
And if you don't...
Uh-oh.
There's a bit of confusion here. Oh.
All good in the end. All's well that ends well between these two.
Yeah, all's well that ends well. Bit of confusion, but he's safe in the end. So yeah, if you look at the structure, everything is quite expensive. Just from looking at your basic getting kit, getting to the ground, transport, all of that. And then even in club cricket you're playing, you're going to have to, you pay to play club cricket.
Yeah.
You play to play club cricket.
Yeah.
Quite a tongue twister.
That.
So everything does add up. So if you're playing every Saturday for 4 months, so you're looking at 16 games and you end up dishing out, what, 10 quid a day? 10 quid?
No, it adds up, that's for
It
sure.
all adds up. Kit is expensive now, obviously it needs to be. We've got top quality helmets, obviously, after the incidents we've had, so making sure everyone's safe and protected if they were to get hit. So a good helmet also costs you...
yeah, that's true. 85 for 2 after 7 overs. And
a good helmet also costs you around easily over 200, right?
Yeah, it can be. Now, I see that you're just sharing a piece of cake with a little pet there. Now, talk me through what's happening right now as we look at our Italian summer. The 5 teams here. This is how they got through to the Super Series. Now, I know you've had your issues with the Wasps. I have to mention this right now. You've been given a piece of cake from I think it was Leslie that brought it over. Big thanks to Leslie. But what's happening with your cake at the moment?
Well, my little intruder is back again. One of them.
Do you think we can get... Oh,
well, I don't think I want to have it. He's been all over it.
Yeah.
Over it, so I'm not...
So you're thinking... I mean, he's just
testing it for you. Shall I put this away? Shall I just keep this to the side so we can have his
You're handling the Wasps a lot better today, I've got to say. Iskandar Abbas is going to bowl over number 8. I want to say thanks for sharing that, though. I think that it's a great cricket story, and I think it's a big thing in our generation that cricket is opening up in so many different ways. It's becoming a more inclusive sport. This is hit hard, and will just be 1. Kalagamagate moves to 26. Had a good 5th and 6th over. 14 off the 5th, 17 off the 6th, but no boundaries in the 7th. There was just a wide and 6 singles. We started this over with a dot and a 1. So at the moment, not about that 115 to 120 pace.
It's wondering where it's gone now, isn't it?
I'm going to hold this one. It's in the air, and it should be caught, and it is caught. Samaragi's going to go. It's Amir Sharif that takes the catch out there. And so he had plenty of time to get under that one. Abbas gets the wicket. Samaragi goes for just 10. So not quite able to replicate his heroics in the first game. The score now 86 for 3.
See, I told you, and like we discussed over the last few days, taking these catches is so important because they're just opportunities to really change the game, opportunities to get yourself and your team back on track if you are falling behind, opportunities you do not want to miss.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, Shrug has asked, is Rico at the ear hospital or just having a rest? And Nikki, I didn't really want to tell you this, but Rico thinks he may have got stung in the ear yesterday after not checking to see that there was a wasp in his headphones when he put them on. Anyway, Oh, now your face is priceless to me. But anyway,
Why would you tell me
it's
that?
unconfirmed. I actually don't think he was stung at all. And then he just got on with it and did the whole innings anyway. So
Yeah, but everyone reacts differently to wasps.
Yeah,
And I've
that's
told you
true.
my story, what happened.
Keanu's saying that you should be careful, don't want to get stung like Rico did. Jamie's got a point in the chat, but I mean, after looking very, very closely, it was decided that that everything was okay. It was definitely something to keep an eye on, though.
Why would you tell me that, Vinny?
I shouldn't have. This is going to be gone as well, 2-2. And this is Nutandiga. He's going to have to go first ball. So things changing quickly. Abbas, we're keeping the order moving. Roma CC got the wobbles here in the 8th over, 86 for 4. And suddenly Sikander Abbas is on a hat trick.
What a great hat trick to be on as well. Especially, like, I think, yes, you need to go for it with Roma CC, but maybe you can go too hard, and that's what they're going and doing at the moment. I think you just want to, yes, I need to play smartly, okay, and that's what's really important.
It's a tough one because there's nothing, it's not an outrageous shot he plays there. He just nicks off first ball. So it's not like he's trying something crazy and throwing his wicket away. I mean, that's just going to happen sometimes. That's the price of doing business. So, and so you see this one. It's not a crazy shot. He's just trying to drive just a thin outside edge. Azam Ali takes the catch behind the stumps as well. As we have a look at the hat trick list this year, and we've been into it this week as well. Samaragi took 6 for 9, including a hat trick yesterday. Will we have one today? Hat trick number 19 is what we're waiting for. Sikander Abbas is the man who's going to try and take it, and he's going to have to face Rahat Ahmed.
And this one's just been clipped away, down on to the deep square leg boundary. It's just going to be one run. I think it's really important. I know Roma CC want to go for it. They want to get that big total. They're on 86 at the moment. We're into the 8th over. But I think it's just important not to think, okay, if I can't hit it big or I'm struggling, there's good lines being bowled, good lengths being bowled, let me just maximize on taking these singles. Let me try and push these ones into twos. I know there shouldn't be too many twos, but enough pressure can really get the fielder just to make a mistake. And will this be making a mistake? Yes, this will be a dropped catch on the long on boundary. So they managed to come back for 2.
Yeah.
So just as I said, yes, you tried to, he must have obviously tried to go big on that one and mistimed it.
Yeah, I mean, he hits the ball well there. I mean, that's what saves him, really. He hits it so hard and flat, Kaligumagate. And so, yeah, Zahid Chima doesn't miss too many catches. But, yeah, that'll go down in the book. He's a big player to lose, to miss at this stage. And so, 88 for 4 after 8. And Fantasy Evolution in the chat asking who the commentator is with me after waiting a few days to tune in. This is Nikki Chowdhury next to me. So, hello to you. And Rico will be in. He's going to do some of the matches in the afternoon session. So, give me a chance to catch up on a few things. Nikki, doing a great job so far.
Thanks, Vinny.
Yeah, now we're going to the 9th. Do you remember the expression in the 9th? It all happens in the 9th. Okay, say that with me again. It all happens in the 9th. Here ends the reading. And here comes Chima in the 9th.
Here comes Chima. And this one's just been played over to deep mid-wicket. 2 fielders for it. And it's just gone for a single.
The other thing is Kaligumagate is super quick between the wickets.
Rapido.
He is rapido.
How do you do that?
Manos arriba.
Rapido.
Yeah, you can roll your ass. You got plenty of language skills. I think you got me covered. But Rahat Ahmed is a guy I've seen batting in a number of batting positions, but can give it a thump. I think now you've got 6 wickets in hand, and you've still got batting to come.
You can give it a thump now.
I think now's the time.
It's thump central.
They've done well to just get back into this game, considering they were 78 after 6 overs.
Yeah.
They're 89 after 8.1.
And here comes Chima. This one's just been driven off the front foot. It's been just gone for a single.
So no boundaries now for 14 deliveries at this stage of the innings. That hurts. There's only been once. There's only been 1 dot ball, but the rest are ones. And there's been 2 wickets in there as well. Kaligumagate, he's a guy. It's been bogged down recently, but he's going to be going for it, tell you that much. Should be a good contest. Chima versus Kaligumagate.
Here's Chima, bowls, and he's bowled him. Chima's won this contest against Kaligumagate.
Yeah, well, we say Zahid Chima does it again. Kaligumagate swings all around it, and Zahid wins the contest.
Yes, and just shows he wasn't really in a position there to actually make a good connection. His head's all over the world. He's on for a bit of a world tour with that, 360 around the globe. just could have got himself into slightly better positions and maybe he would have had a chance. But this time, that's not the case. He's going to be making his way back.
Yeah.
That was a good ball from Chima.
90 for 5. Well, guess who's tuned in to the live chat? Corey Rutgers has tuned in, and his first comment is, "Where is Corey?"
Where is Corey? Well, he's
hello,
not
Corey.
here.
Do miss you here in the cube. Would you hate us if we told you it's a lot cooler than the week you were here last week?
Vinny, you were just saying that Corey was just complaining too much. I think this has not been too bad.
No, I wouldn't say too much. Just the right amount for him, which is more than a normal person. But, I mean, he's pretty tough when he wants to be. You're pretty tough, though, Nikki. Rico's very tough.
Well, he's just been stung by a wasp in his ear. So here's Chima. His one's just been worked away into the leg side. One run. Looking for two, but there's not going to be a two here.
Let us know how you've been going, Corey. And Corey, what do you got to say to Keanu? Keanu donated $12 yesterday in the chat. And, and so I just read the WhatsApp conversation about it. I sent Corey that little screenshot. Thank you, Keanu, by the way. That was very generous. But yeah, Keanu is a big fan of European cricket, and we're a big fan of you, Corey. It's Chima.
This is going to be a wide, and they're going to get an extra here as well. So it's actually going to be two.
Yeah, really
a very wide one.
Yeah, 2 for nothing, basically. Really good argue is going to get a shot facing here. So Kalagamage is a big loss. Yeah, let us know what you've been up to last few days, Corey. And how's the preparations coming along for the ECC? Corey, of course, coaching Spain, who are in week 1 of that series.
I hear you do a lot of things, Corey. Like, you're all over the place.
He's all over the place. He's coaching, he's commentating, he's playing occasionally still.
Here's Chima. There's one slightly fuller delivery. It's just been worked away again. A very similar looking shot to the one earlier in this over. It's rotating strike here.
Yeah.
Ahmed.
So just hit the skids a little bit, haven't they? You consider they were on 120 pace. Now they're back at kind of 106 pace. Could be a big difference. Chima.
I think it's going to be a huge difference, the 120 to 16.
Last ball of the 9th over.
This one's gone straight through. He's tried to really, really power that one, and he's powered it nowhere. It's just gone straight between him and the stumps.
Here's the end of the over. So 94 for 5. Very good spell from Chima. In the end, he takes 1 for 16 of his 2 overs. Well, Corey had another comment. He said he's calling this golden ball match 420 something. Charlie's game did not count. I can confirm. Well, I see Corey does have a bit of the golden ball jealousy. But having said that, Rico is the one that should be feeling it, because the last time we had a golden ball in a daytime series, it was me and Corey in Portugal on the 31st of March. So Rico's done all these games from April, May, June, July, and Rico is the one that hasn't had one.
Aww.
So it's about time. Let's see if the players help us out. I find it very hard to believe we'll get through Italy without one. Here's Sharif bowling over number 10.
It would be nice to experience one, wouldn't it? Ooh, and this one's just come off the... Ouch, that looks painful.
I'll grab 2 here on the overthrow as well.
So that one's been hit, and it's ricocheted off the shin of the ball. Oh,
Yeah.
ouch, that
Does
looks
he ever
painful.
get hands to this? So we'll have a look here. Yeah, that's a shin boner. And it ends up costing him 2.
That is going to be a big, big blue bruise by the looks of it.
Well, how about this? Keanu has donated 20 Australian dollars into the chat.
What?
And, well, Rutgers, he's unbelievable. Keanu, that's very kind of you.
Is this just what happens when Corey tunes in?
That is very kind of you, Keanu. And you didn't have to do that, obviously. We're working on a few things in the background. But yeah, it's very, very kind that you would do that. And I know that Corey will appreciate it. And, well, Sharif, they don't want anything to happen to him, because he will open the batting. Well, the plan would be for him to open the batting for Fresh Tropical. And so yeah, that's not ideal at all. So where are we at? We're at 96 with 5 balls remaining. Looks like they're going to crack the ton, but you just wonder, will that be enough against Fresh Tropical if they end up with that score in the 100 to 110? I mean, it looks good on paper, but the way Fresh Tropical typically have been batting, you just feel like it's probably not enough.
It's not enough, I don't think so. When they go hard, and it's going to be interesting to see. I think what they started off with a projected score of 128. That would have been more comfortable, all in all. But
Yeah. I mean,
it's dropped down a bit, going at 10 and over. And I think Fresh Tropical, they know they can do that as long as nothing silly happens and they don't end up having a Fresh Tropical collapse in your terms, Vinny.
yeah, I mean, let's not, definitely not writing Roma CC off, even with this score on the board. But Fresh Tropical, just seems they all go hard, and typically someone will come off, and when they do, they'll be doing it in sixes. 5 to come now. Sharif's fine. He's going to continue.
And here we go. It's gone up and it's dropped. Oh, what another juggle here this one was. This one's been juggled again.
This is a funny one because he always turns around and finds the ball. And then I think that the fielder coming in from mid-wicket pulls it back in, but I'm not sure if he's over the boundary. So first, have a look at this juggle, and then he turns around. He knows it's somewhere over there, so he turns around. And I think this is fine. That's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine because the foot over the boundary is in the air. So we'll get on with it in the end. It's a bizarre piece of cricket, but I think they'll get 2.
That was a bizarre piece of cricket, but all in all, it only went for 2 runs. So, and this one went for none. It's gone straight into the hands of the keeper.
I'm just getting up to speed with this chat. Corey has challenged Keanu to double or nothing from his 12 yesterday. And so now Keanu's chucked in 20. Well, good on you, Keanu. That's very kind of you. Of course, there's no obligation. We hope you're enjoying the cricket. We want to keep it live. We want to keep it free for you guys. Not many things are in this world. 3 to come here.
This one's gone up, 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 and away.
They're all queuing up for the catch, and then everyone's scrambling because this is going to land on the roof, and they had no idea where this one was going. But Maximo time, Rilla gets 6. That's a nice shot from the captain, and that one swings Roma CC past 100.
They're going to be very happy that they're past 100 now. I think we were all thinking where that catch is going to come in, but nope, it's gone straight into the dugout over there. And this one's just been hit down the ground. This has been stopped. Got a hand to it, didn't he, Sharif?
Yeah. Let's have a look at this on the replay. I don't think he does in the end. Otherwise, he would have been out. But, yeah, they're able to get through for a single. So a couple to come. In fact, last ball coming up, 105 plus this. Seatbelts on.
This one's going to be bowled. The end of this innings. And Roma Cricket Club are going to finish on 105 for 6. Do you think that's enough?
I think it's a pass score, basically, 105, 110. I think if they bowl well enough, if they can get the key batters when they need to, then it is defendable. But Fresh Tropical, we know that they have one speed, and it's very fast. And that's the way they're going to bat. 106 will be the target. Roma CC, I do think there were some subtle improvements. I think they seem to get their order a bit more organised. I like the look of Kalagamagay at 3. I even like Samarakun as an option at the top of the order with Marage, who once again didn't quite click. And they're going to end up with 105. And well, let us know your thoughts in the chat. For me, could be almost a 50-50 game. Maybe I'm slightly leaning Fresh Tropical after they batted so well this morning. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Samarakun was elevated to the top of the order. I liked that move. Maragi, he scrambled to be in this time, but unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to push on with it. Samarakun, though, seemed to like the ball coming in towards his body, liked that angle, took that one over mid-wicket for 6. Maragi, last ball, the power plate, tried to cut, got a thin edge. Bit of inseam from the bowler, just created that wicket, I see. Nice catch taken behind by the caretaker wicketkeeper, Azim Ali, for Fresh Tropical. And then we saw Samarakun get a bit lucky a couple of times, but he did end up top scoring for Roma CC with 29 at the top of the order. This is what brought him undone in the end. Bilal Hamid took a good catch out wide long on to remove Tashara. Hit 3 Maximos and a 4 in that innings though. And then it was over to the engine room, and I think I'll probably include Samaragi in that engine room now as well, as he was out there. Kalagamagay meant business as well. He'd end up striking 28 runs of his own. And had that middle order support from Samaragi, who scored 10. As well, and we saw some good catches taken. I think there's one aspect that was actually improved from Fresh Tropical. That was a nice one taken out there by Amir Sharif. Samarage fell for 10. And then late in the piece, we saw Ndige go very next ball. So that left Scadarabas on a hat trick. But thing was that Kalagamagate was still there, but they kind of hit the skids through their overs 7, 8, and 9, scoring 7, 3, and 6 off those overs. So not the acceleration they wanted. Rami Sharif ended up going for 11 in the last. You can see there's a few circus tricks out there. And in the end, it was a clean stop, as confirmed. And then there's this big one from Rilla. That was a roof rattler from Sujith. And last ball of the innings. Rahat trying to send it out of the ground. It was just the stumps that would end up out of the ground. So they will finish with the score at 105 off their 10 overs. And ultimately, I think it's going to be a line ball game. I think Roma CC have shown they're pretty good at coming back after a bad performance. We saw that yesterday, the way that they were able to bite back, win 2 out of their 3 matches. And no one past 30, but they do make it to 105 with contributions of 29 for Samarakun, Kalagamagay with 28, pair of 13s as well for Marage and Rilagadagi at opposite ends of the order. And a much more disciplined 10 overs with the ball. Just the 4 wides in there as they end up with 105 on the board. Roma CC. Will it be enough though? Fresh tropical. Well, I'm predicting a fresh tropical storm in just a few minutes. Will it come off or not? That's the big question we're all asking. I said they must watch TV. Looking at the bowling figures, and we'll say that it was a bit of a team effort from the bowlers. Everyone went between 16 and 25 off their 2 overs, and they each took a wicket. In fact, Sikandar Abbas finished with 2 wickets. For me, I'll probably lean towards Zahid Chima, 1 for 16 as the best of the bowlers, but he had some company there. Good team effort from the bowlers. Can the bats do their job? That's the question. Join us in just a few minutes to find out. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you. Nikki Chowdhury with me, and Rico isn't too far away either. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. Moving day, it's Thursday, day 4 of this Super Series. We'll be back with more just after the break. You're watching the FanCode ECS Italy Super Series.
Hello and welcome back. We have Roma CC taking on Fresh Tropical. It is now the turn of Fresh Tropical to have a go in this chase. 106 is the score that they need to win. It's going to be an interesting chase. We know they knocked it off in the first game today, match 13, with 2 overs to spare. I wonder if we're going to see the same thing again. 106 is needed. If they can knock it off with some overs to go. As we know, Vinny mentioned it earlier, that they like to have a lot of momentum. It's a bit of a go hard or go home approach from them. And with that approach does come the opportunity of high risk as well. And those risks might lead to a collapse. We've seen that as well. But I wonder what we're going to see here. I think we're going to see a bit of spin to start off. And it's going to be an interesting one, I think. I think this chase is going to be an interesting one because Fresh Tropical know they really, really need this win. They need this win to really super glue themselves into the top of the table. Yes, they're at number 2 already on the table, but to go in and, you know, they're playing for a lot here. They're playing for a lot. They're playing for that position in the ECL. And this one's just going to be started off. It's just going to be inside edged down to 45. They're not going to take a run here, although I do think there was an opportunity for a single there. Maybe if Hussein was just backing up, there could have been that intent just shown to start it off, because it's really important we really capitalize on the power play. Only 2 fielders allowed out, so if Fresh Tropical want to maximize their opportunity of getting themselves into a good position, it is the time to do so now. And it is also the time to get that boundary on the board. That's going to bring up 4 for Fresh Tropical into the first over. Just pulled off down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. 4 runs, that's going to be. At number 10, Prabhat with the ball. Here he comes. Oh, and this one's just making the batsman reach for it. Sharif just having to come forward and lean into that, but it's just a bit gone into the hands of the keeper. Keeper's gone up, but I think there's nothing there. I think the noise is just the bat hitting the ground, and we tend to see that quite a bit, actually. I can understand it gets a bit confusing as well. We've been in that situation plenty of times. You're playing a game, and you think it's just a small little nick, a little feather, and it's gone into the hands of the keeper, but no, it's just the coincidence of the timing that the bat hits the ground as well as the time when the ball passes. And this one's just going to be cut away. A lovely looking shot, just waited for it nicely, cut away down to the boundary. There's going to be another 4 runs. That's going to bring up 8 for the Fresh Tropical score so far in the first over. Really looking at, we were discussing this with Rico actually the other day, and what we're thinking is, in the first power play, when you're looking, you really want to be in that 30-40 mark at least, because if you can do that, you put less pressure later down in the line actually. So for the rest of your teammates, when they're coming in, you're going to be putting less pressure. If you can capitalize and cash in early, then if you don't have a big over, it's all right. You can still get on with it. And this one's going to be cut away again. It's going to be saved just before the boundary by the looks of it, and it is. And they're going to come back for 2 here. So like we said, if you're not getting the big shots, you can come back and try and get a 2. Push for those singles, push for those 2s. Because sometimes when the bowling is good, it is difficult to really just slog your hands at it without giving away a silly chance. And you don't want to give a silly chance away right now. But I'm sure Roma CC would take a silly chance any day. I'm sure they'd like to get a wicket up in this power play. And again, a similar looking shot to the one earlier. It's going to be cut away for 4. Slightly wider here. I don't think this is exactly the right line to be bowling. Giving too much width. You want to be giving bowling pretty straight early on. I think bowling pretty straight, restricting the batsman, making them feel slightly cut off and tight is going to really help in the power play. It's a bit too much width, in my opinion. And as you can see, we have already had 19 matches without a golden ball. I'm yet to witness a golden ball. Obviously, it's my first stint here in the comms box out here in Rome. I heard Charlie got to witness it out in Portugal. Apparently, Rico has not witnessed one in a while since the 31st of March. And the last one that was witnessed by Vinny was with Corey. So Rico's missed out. I've yet to witness one. Charlie's had the honor of seeing one at the night series out in Portugal. I really want to see one now. Really, really do want to see one. This is going to be the second over now. And it's going to be Nathadige. Bit of seam into the attack. And it's just going to be driven straight face of the bat to the fielder at mid-on. Single there. So 92 runs needed of 54 balls. We're looking at roughly 10 and over. And I think you really need to calculate this. Calculate it and be smart about how you play. Because obviously, we can say, yes, there's loads of wickets down the line. But it doesn't guarantee everyone's going to have a good day with the bat. This is a really good ball here. Just defended away. It's going to be no run. This is a much better line. We're going to be wanting to bowl these straighter lines. Some encouragement in the field out there, as you can hear. Roma CC, this is going to be their 5th match on a trot. 5 games back-to-back they've been playing since yesterday. And this one's going to be pulled, and it's going to be pulled for a 4. It was very, very close to the boundary line. But it is not going to be the big un. It's going to be the semi-big un. And it's just going to go for 4 runs. This one just took a bit of a height, I think. Wasn't expecting that. It's bringing the required runs down to 87. And again, with it being the power play, you really have to decide which fielders should be out on the boundary. And this one has been worked away down to square leg. Sharif thought there was a single on, but he was sent back. And that was, he's not impressed with that. Some good fielding from square leg. Hussein sent him back saying, I'm not having that now. I'm not going to run that. We've got a really, really packed offside field here. We've got 6 of them. And this one's going to make its way down to the gap on the leg side, round by fine leg. It's going to go for 4 runs. Just clip the inside edge with the bat there. Taking Sharif by surprise as well. I think he was looking to go slightly straighter with that one, but the ball's just come into him a bit. Last ball of this over. 23 on the board still. Could do with a bit more, couldn't they? And this one's a dot ball. Just played off his hips. Hitting some pretty hard lengths here. And obviously with it being an AstroTurf wicket, you do seem to get that pop and bounce. And as we know, all the different pitches, they're all so different. Every single AstroTurf pitch, depending, I think, what I've found and what I've noticed is by its durability in terms of how old the pitches are, they all tend to play differently. I've played on AstroTurf pitches that bounce like anything. Like honestly, they can take your head off you and you don't know when it's going to take your head off. I've played on some that take your head off and then they have P rollers. And obviously in the first match of the day, we have that dew factor. But I think I've just been out there and it's much drier. I think all the dew is now gone. We're going to have Marajay into the attack to bowl the 3rd over. And he's bowled it in a slightly wider one, having Hussein just stretch out a bit. And he's just managed to take a single here. Ten runs required and over. Marajay in for a second ball. Oh, this is a lovely line. Good length. That was a better line than what his earlier ball was, the one just before this. He's in again. This one just turning a bit, actually. They managed to scamper a single here, just in play to cover. Quick running. Good way to dry up some runs here. And this one was very close. There's a bit of an inside edge here. Looking very close. That could have taken the stumps, but it didn't. I think the batsman's relieved as well because he had no idea where that was going. And this one is going over. It's going to be a bit of bish bash bosh here. This is Hussein contributing. He brings himself on to 8. Because that was a big one. Long on had no idea. He was just looking over his head. He was watching it like a plane. Could do with a few more of these fresh tropical. And this one's just been worked away back to the fielder at long on. 1 run, fielded in the very well-known long barrier. It's going to be the end of the over. 32 off 3 overs here at the Roma Cricket Ground on a hot day here in Rome. We've got highs of 31. It's going to be the end of the power play as well. Still umming and ahhing about who is going to be bowling the next over. But by the looks of it, the ball has been handed to Kalugamage. Now he's just deciding which fielder is going to go where, how he can stop giving these runs away. I think it's really important they do actually take the time out just to be extra picky, be extra on who's going to be where. Because you don't want to really just let any of them go. Give away runs you don't need to give just because there's been a bit of a misjudgment in the field. That one's just gone through to the keeper. There's been no run. And this one is going to be caught at point. The ball's just going away from him a bit, and the batsman just kind of losing his position, just coming off the ball, and that's going to be the end of Hussein. He's going to be gone for 9. It's going to be 32 for 1 here for us Tropical. At this rate, Rome were 42 for 1, so just 10 short of what Rome were in this position. And Rome are going to be very happy with that. They would have ideally liked one within the power play. But hey-ho, 2 balls out of it doesn't make a huge difference. We're going to have Asim Ali come into the crease. I think one of the advantages for Ali actually is obviously being a wicketkeeper. I think you get that extra judgment of the ball. I think because you watch the ball as though you're the batsman from your position. So I think you're able to judge the line and length slightly better. You get tendency is wicket keepers just tend to have a better eye, and we've seen a lot of good wicket keeper batsmen in this beautiful game of cricket. And here it is, and this one's going to be a wide delivery. This is not a very beautiful delivery though, that's for sure. A wide one. An attempted reverse sweep, which has had no connection with the piece of willow. Not giving himself much time to get used to it, is he? And this one he's just defended. Slightly shorter delivery from Kalugamage. This is a better delivery. Slightly wider. As if Asim Ali's asking the umpire, is that not going to be a wide? But I think we were okay with that one. It's going to be exactly the same delivery again. It's got some turn here, Kalugamage. It's really good. Just getting some turn on this AstroTurf is And it's bowling at a good pace as well. It's going to be the end of the over. 33 for 1 of 4 overs now. Fresh Tropical. I think I need to see a bit of a change in gear. Bit of discussion amongst the players at Roma CC. They're being very tactical about who they bring into the attack. But by the looks of it, it's going to be Samarage. Prithvi Samarage. Number 15. Wonder if Fresh Tropical are going to look to maybe just attack him a bit. Not with this one. This has just been driven down to long off. 1 run. Left arm spin. Just mixing it up for the batsman. Not letting them get too comfortable. Gonna be another single down to long off. A shy at the stumps. And it's going to be an overthrow, and they're going to get another one there. So they're actually going to gain 2 from this because of some poor fielding. No one was backing up. Can't afford to give those away. Into the attempted reverse sweep, and it's going to be a well-attempted reverse sweep. It's going to make its way down to the boundary for 4 runs. Very innovative, Asim Ali, from the get-go here. And as you can see, we're very lucky actually over here at Roma Cricket Ground. The patch that we're playing on, the ground that we're playing on, the little 360 patch of grass, is the only part here that is actually green. So the groundsmen have done a phenomenal job because it's been hot, and if you can see from around us, everywhere else just looks like hay. So to Leslie and his gang, they've done a phenomenal job. Just look how green it is. It's greener than the Astro at some point. And here we go. This one's going to be a big one by the looks of it, and it is. It's going to be a bit of bish bash bosh, exactly what Fresh Tropical needed. So that's going to be 46 on the board for Fresh Tropical. They're going to be happy with that. Another few of those and they're going to be right. Saying, ye game hamara hai. And they're going to be happy. They can really sellotape themselves on to that board, onto that leaderboard. This one just worked with his feet down the track. It's just fielded by Samarage, who I think was hit hard. I think he's been hurt. He's hit him on the hand. And I hope that is not a split webbing. I hope that is not a split webbing, because those, I can tell you, are not nice. Luckily, Touchwood have not experienced it yet, but I know plenty of people who have. And he looks to be in some pain. The medics are on pitch. So, let's see. I hope he's okay. Just going to show what's going on. Some ice spray out there. Hope he's okay. And I am now rejoined by Vinny. Thank goodness for that. Where have you been?
I've been busy, been lurking in the background. But yeah, Samaragi's had a couple of issues where balls have been hit into his hand and wrist area. And so, yeah, hopefully there's nothing too serious there. Did get him on his non-bowling hand. I just noticed that seemed to hit the end of the fingers on the right hand. Of course, he's left-arm bowler. But yeah, it's nice to be back. And yeah, Fresh Tropical, we saw fireworks for them. Slightly more risk-averse maybe than we're used to, but still very, very attacking, no doubt about it. And so, yeah, I want to say a big hello to everyone in the chat. I had a question in the chat about what sort of pitch this is. This is a concrete base. Now, sometimes there's compacted earth bases, but this is concrete, and that's why I think you do get a lot more bounce on this pitch than some of the others. And so, Yeah, certainly something we've seen. Probably hasn't been as wild as last year. I think maybe it's just the fact that we haven't seen a lot of real fast bowling on this pitch. But yeah, you certainly see the bounce is always a factor. And we're seeing a lot of seam movement as well. Samaragi seems fine, so that's good. And now we'll go to the last ball of the over. So the score at the moment 46 for 1 with 1 ball remaining in the 5th.
Here we go, he's back for his last ball. And this one is going to be over the head of the man at deep midway kick. Cow corner, it's going to be another big one. It's going to be a bit of bish bash bosh. Exactly what FT need. Exactly what they're after.
Yeah, so he goes and fetches it. Samaragi probably wished he didn't have to go back and bowl that last ball. It will be the end of the 5th over. 52 for 1 after 5. I think we'll probably roll straight on with the game as the players had a quick drink during that injury timeout. As we have a look at the scorecard. Look, if you double 52, you get 104. They need 106, so they're pretty much on the pace at the moment. Azam Ali, though, for me, he is a guy that can change the game really quickly. He can move the game along really quickly because he is just so attacking. So Sharif and Azam Ali out there at the moment with only 1 wicket down. They're not really in wicket trouble at the moment. Fresh Tropical, if they can keep their top order at the crease, it's hard to see them not chasing these down.
Yeah, exactly. And it's position that they're going to be happy. Obviously, power play, they didn't get to exploit it as much as they could have. But just with a few back-to-back big uns and some boundaries, it's going to change their position.
Yeah. Still a lot of cricket to play here. Sticking with left arm spin this time, Marage coming back.
Some similar surnames, Samarage, Marage.
Sri Lankan connections.
This one's going to be a big one.
Oh, geez. Lucky I got up at the right time. As, well, Nikki, it's all good. And the problem is I didn't actually see that off the bat.
I had no idea where I thought that was going over. I thought we just missed it.
Well, it doesn't help because I had my eyes on the computer. But luckily, when it came down right into my hands. Well, I can't get out of the action here. We'll come back to live action now. And we'll miss the next ball, but that's okay.
Any shorter than that.
Anyway, if you didn't know already that that I was a wicket keeper, now you know that was a decent technique, even though I didn't have my gloves on.
It's good to know you can catch if you're a wicket keeper.
Still got it. If Corey was here, you'd have been in trouble. This could be a
this
chance.
This one's gone up, and it's going to be taken. It's going to be taken by the man at long on. It's going to be gone.
Yeah,
Adios, Asimali.
Yeah, Samarakun doesn't drop catches. And so, well, I've shown him how to do it, and now he is using a similar technique. There goes the fingers up. And so, well, just like that, we thought we'd see some action, and that's exactly what we're getting from Fresh Tropical. They lose the second wicket. It's 60 for 2.
Yes, he's obviously taking inspiration from you after that one.
Now, Helix said, come on, Nikki, you play cricket, take the catch. To be fair, that was on my side of the table, right?
It was on your side. I generally thought there was a point I was just missing us. It was going to hit the cube.
And we weren't having a situation there where we were both fighting for the catch, were we?
Oh, no, that was yours all day.
I think that's what I like. You're a good teammate. I didn't really get a chance to call for it.
I thought it was going to be short, and I thought it was either, like, if it was short, actually, it was going to hit the screen.
Let me give you the emergency procedures, and I haven't explained this to you yet. Number 1, protect the equipment. Protect the equipment.
I protect myself
It's
first.
worth more than we're worth. So, luckily, I've got extra protection for my laptop now. We've got the fan in the way.
Here we go, and this one, is it just going to be played softly? No run here.
Number 2, if there's any children in the box, protect them. They're after the equipment.
I am a child, so that
Well, we
counts.
had Gyan the other day. You don't qualify as a child anymore.
I am a child. I'm always a child for my family, so I'm still a child.
Technically, you're right.
Here we go. It's been played across the point. 1 run.
Number 3, catch the ball if you can. But to be honest,
Yeah, but you're a keeper,
I
so you
couldn't
can-
have not caught that. It fell in my hands, didn't it?
It quite literally did.
It literally fell in my hands. All right, 61 for 2 after 6 overs. Yeah.
But at first, I just think it was going to come this way. I just thought it was going to hit the top of the cube.
Yeah, that for a cube catch, that was about as high as it comes in because
The
obviously they
trajectory
can
on
go on
that
the
was...
roof. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm chuffed. Callagumagate. And you can see the one off his over. You can see that Maragi ends up conceding 18, picking up a wicket. Here's Callagumagate coming back to bowl over number 7. Can they time him up?
And it's just going to be 4 this time. Just 4. Going to beat the man on the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one that he rolls out almost as a leg spinner. But it's a pretty good shot. Mohamed Imran, who's into the side for the first time in the Super Series today, he just absolutely nails that straight and flat. Long on, long off. Couldn't do anything about it.
This one just dragged slightly shorter. What have they gone up for there, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think they went up caught behind here. It might have been a noise. What happens is he hits his pad with his bat, and that creates a noise. But, yeah, I don't think there's any edge on it. Back to live action here.
This one's gone up. And it's going to go down into the hands of a safe catch.
Yeah, and so that's disappointing for Mohamed Imran, who goes 4 and out. We had the 6 and out, now we've got the 4 and out, basically. And that's Rahat Ahmad that'll take the catch. He's got 2 hats on, to be sure. And he has pretty short hands as well. So, Fresh Tropical, or dare I say it, the wickets are falling quicker and quicker as we head into the second half of this innings. It's 65 for 3.
And they need 41 from 21. Oh, a few more wickets here, and it's going to be a bit of an interesting one, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It always is. Skander Abbas has been one of their more consistent batters, though. He's coming in now. Let's see if he can sort it out. Coming in at number 5.
Come on, Skander Abbas. Your team needs you. Your team needs you to steady the ship a bit and cross them through. Cross them through and secure that position on the table. This one's going to go up again, and I think, where is this?
Well, this is a chance for Nat Ndige. And he'll drop it. Well, it's the first time for everything. That one was so high. I'd like to get a timer on this, because this has gone miles in the air. And I'm going to count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's almost 7. You never get more than 6 seconds in the air.
It was going up there for a long time.
It was miles high. So is this.
And this one's going to go. It's going to be a big one. It's made it further than the one before. It's going to be a bit of bish bash bosh here.
Yeah, I mean, that is good hitting. And the 2 allows him back on strike as well.
It does. Asim Ali, you've done a good job. Good job.
Of all the players to watch, he is probably the most reckless in this Fresh Tropical lineup. And you see it right there.
Here comes Kalugamage with his last delivery, and this one's just going to be a dot ball.
Actually, they only took 1 last time, and then next ball goes for 6. Let's have a look at what's coming up in match 15. Cricket Stars, nice to see them back, of course, after the incident on Tuesday. They'll play 3 matches this afternoon, starting with a doubleheader against Albano. News from the toss, Cricket Stars winning the toss and batting. And typically when they do that, they put on big runs. Manpreet Singh back from international duty for the Super Series, likely to open up with Rajmani Sandhu. Albano, though, they did get their first game yesterday, and they have their last 2 games this afternoon. So it's now or never, really, for Albano, who'll want to win at least 1, probably 2 of their games. Dev Chima comes into their lineup. Sukraj Singh for Cricket Stars is a guy who I think I'll see a little bit more of, perhaps with the ball. So join us for that game. Starts in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Still 3 matches to go after this in Italy, and then 2 tonight in Portugal.
Nathan Ndige into the attack here. He's back.
3 overs to come.
It's going to be a leg by, I think. I think he didn't get any bat on this one.
Yeah, see, this is an example. This ball's going for a wide. So the leg by doesn't really advantage the batting team, because either way, if he'd left it for a wide, it would have been 1. But you get the ball again. As it is, pad gets in the way and spoils it. So I don't think leg by is always a huge advantage for the batting team. We were talking about the leg by debate before. But what it does do is it changes the strike, and Azam Ali is going to come back to face Nat Ndige. He hits this one, and clonks it into the ground. Just has what it takes to get over Nat Ndige. Just a single. I think at the moment they'll be pretty happy to see Azam Ali at the other end.
Asim Ali's been going big. He's doing well. He's going to be having a good contribution. 32 off 14 deliveries. At this stage, Roma CC were 86 for 2.
Gets through everything. Shrug had a question in the chat saying that what's the deal with Lovepreet, the regular captain of Cricket Stars? Well, I know he's got business commitments, of course. He's a very important man in Bologna, but we are expecting to see him later in the week, but we haven't seen him just yet. Shrug, as I'm sure you'd be aware. So it will be Sukhpal Singh Kang. That is the captain for Cricket Stars this afternoon.
This one's going to be bowled. Nothing to gain with this one. Abbas has gone for a big swing and there was a big ding. Those wickets went flying. That stump is off the ground. And Roma CC in with another wicket here.
It's a proper cartwheel job, isn't it? Skander Abbas backs away. Nuttendige hits the target. Well, I think it was actually Skander Abbas who Nuttendige dropped in the last over. But now he gets the ultimate revenge and disrupts the furniture. So Fresh Tropical, well, making it hard for themselves here towards the end. I think we're in for a big finish. That is 4 wickets down now, 74 for 4 as Hassan Jamil comes to the crease.
Putting a bit of pressure on themselves, which they didn't really need to have done had they just... I'm going back to had they just capitalised on that power play. I think it's so important, and they didn't. They were far behind, especially if you compared it to what Roma CC were on. It's very crucial, and it was a very slow power play. First 3 overs were very slow.
Yeah. Nuttendige to the new batter, Jamil.
This one, his head's all over the place. He's tried to, he's looking to pump it into the leg side.
Not far away. I think it's just sneaking down the leg side. I see it on the replay. See, comes back quite a lot. Hits him outside leg. Going further down leg. Good decision. Azim Ali, who will... Asad Ali, I should say, the umpire, who's making the decision there. But Asim Ali, who will be facing up to this next ball. So 31 off 13, leaving the run pretty late. But still, they're the kind of team, if you had to back a team to get 30 off the last 2, they'd be one of the first that I'd choose.
And this one's gone up. It's gone up. It's a high one. Is it going to be taken? And it's going to be taken. That's another wicket here for Roma CC. They're going to be absolutely chuffed with that one. That's 5 down now. 75 for 5. Fresh Tropical into the 8th over. 31 runs needed of 13 balls. It's just going up and up and up on the run rate here. Lots of pressure building.
Yeah, well, that'll make it 31 off 12 now after the wicket. And how about that from Maragi, who is not a tall man. I mean, Azim knows he's gotten it wrong straight away, but he has to stretch himself out almost Matrix style, and he's not letting the ball out of his hands. He doesn't take a hand off the ball to assist the fall. And he has some assistance from his teammate, Ninga Samaragi, who flies in to congratulate him. So that's a big wicket in the context of the game. Azim Ali is going to have to go, but not before a contribution of 32 of 15. 8 overs down now, 75 for 5, with 31 required off the last 2 overs.
A good catch, a very well-needed catch as well. And look at that, him stretching behind him. And then there's a backward roly-poly as well. Like, talk about acrobatics, right?
Yeah, beautiful catch. Man with first-class experience, Dinadu Maragi. All right, so they're going with Samaragi, left arm spin in the 9th. They've got to have a big one here. Look, sounds obvious, but whatever you get in the 9th, you don't need it in the 10th. They need 31 right now. They won't want to leave them more than 15 or so in the last. And whatever you do get, you don't need in the last. If you can pull out a magical over here of 20 plus, then you're well ahead in the game.
They'll really hope to get something 20 plus, but is it going to happen? No, not with that one. That's just going to be a dot ball.
They're going to have a look at this one, and Rila seemed mildly interested with this. Let's have a look at that back foot. Does it drag? He's sneaking forward now. I think he just gets back.
He's just pulled it in just in time.
But again, Samaragi's not an easy guy to hit across the line unless he bowls really short. You're almost trying to take him straight down or even go over cover. But here's the issue as well. The 2 batters at the crease, they're both yet to score. They're both fresh. Fresh Tropical, you could say.
Let's see how Samaragi goes with this one.
15 run over, you need kind of 2 6s or 3 4s, something like that.
He can afford just to do that again, can't he? He'd happily have them playing and missing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Let's see, here he goes. This one is another play and a miss.
Samaragi's been so good. And here's the flip side of it. If you have a terrible over here, say you only get 6 off it, you're leaving yourself 25 in the last. You don't see that very often. And what a bowler to be able to have bowl the 9th. I think he does have something behind again.
Yeah, he's got something behind it. They've gone up for a stumping, but he's switched on Jamal here.
If you've got a guy swinging and missing, you actually probably don't want to stump him here because who knows,
like,
next I could come out and start belting him out of the park.
Exactly. This one again, Jamil.
Strike three. Strike three.
It's 3 strikes, right, in baseball?
It is. This is the worst thing about cricket because it's not enough to get you off the hook. Samaragi rushing through this over now.
And this one is going to be a something.
Yeah. And
Fourth time. 3 times lucky, and the 4th time he's gone here, Jamil. 75 for 6 here, Fresh Tropical. Roma CC are going to be super, super happy with this. They've really poured in a few wickets here. They've cashed in the last few overs.
Yeah, commits to the plan there, doesn't he? He says, I'm going to charge no matter what. Samaragi's almost anticipating this. I think that he bowls a little bit shorter. It means that he can't quite get to it on the full. So there's 4 balls to forget for Hassan Jamil. He ends up going without scoring. And so Fresh Tropical look to be out of luck. And let's see if they can pull something out of the fire here. It's going to be Hamayoun, the keeper, who's coming off a duck himself at number 8. And, you see that, Rilla says put that with the rest. He's collecting stumpings for fun this week. 75 for 6 now, 8 balls remaining. Still needing that 31.
Yeah, and it's looking like 31 is looking like a very, very big number right now. 2 balls left of this.
Still on a maiden here. Hello to Maiden Waters. I know you're watching from New South Wales. So that's 4 balls that haven't been scored off.
This one again. Copying what Jamil did.
I think we're on from Maiden here. I think we're on from Maiden. And this Super Series continues to throw up results that at the start of the week you might not have predicted. But that's what we're going to see.
This one's going to go up. And is it going to be? It's going over the man at the long off boundary. It's going to be 6. Bish, bash, bosh, exactly. And managed to do what his teammate could not do earlier.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's the thing. So 25 off the last over required. It'll be a record if they can do it. Here's the thing, though. Samaragi's a very clever bowler and not the kind of bowler that's easy to go after. He's got very good control. Even that one, I mean, it could have been a wicket, but he got just enough to get it over at the fielder. Giano's saying he picked this, Roma CC, to upset Fresh Tropical. And this makes that race for the top 2 super interesting as well, because both these teams will be on 6 points. And Roma CC, they'll have a game they get to make up this afternoon against Cricket Stars as well.
Playing a lot of cricket, Roma CC.
Prabhath is going to get his 2nd over.
Prabhath's going to be in. I think if they can just minimise any damage these first 3 balls, they're in.
Well,
they're
here's the thing. They need 4 sixes to tie. That's exactly what Hamid's thinking right here. And so he's thinking, I want to knock 4 balls out of the park and then we win the game. I've got 6 chances. Hamayoun's just coming off a Maximo. The most runs we've seen off a last over to win is 23 by Kings 11 last year against Baraka Prato. They need 25 here. This will be a new record.
Well, we can just wait and see to see what happens, right?
We will. Prabhath not normally bowling the last over. He's been bowling 1 and 3, but his 3rd over got pounded earlier today. So that's why they've left him for the end. Now they're probably just working out who they want on the boundary. And I think, yeah, you want to set your field pretty straight here. I think you know he's going to be pitching it up and they're going to be taking him on downtown. Last over, 25 to win.
He's going to be very happy with that one.
Rilla's hunting another stumping. They're going to have another look at this one. Is there any movement? Keeper waits to see if he overbalances or lifts that foot. Well, this is pretty close, you know. I think he's just home.
He's just pulled it back just in time there again.
Yeah, he slides back. Was out for a little while. I don't know what the pause was about from Rilla. Still need 25.
This one over the man, over his head, and that's going to be Bish Bash Bosh.
Well, there's one of them. They need 4 sixes out of 6. He's hit 1 out of 2. Prabhath's going to challenge you, and he's the kind of pace that if you drive off that length and get it in the middle, it's going to fly out of the park. So, game still alive. Bilal Hamid cracks that one out of the ground, but they need more.
87 for 6. The short delivery, and he actually got away with that delivery, I know.
Clever bowling. I think you're looking to drive and you're looking for something pitched up, but see now it is shorter and he just wasn't set up for that cross-bat shot.
Hamid's really feeling like he's missed out here, isn't
Well,
he?
3 sixes for a golden ball. That's what we're talking about now. 6 or bust. That's good eye.
That spun quite a bit, actually.
It's exciting stuff. I mean, if you had to pick a team to hit 3 sixes off the last 3 balls to win a game, I feel like you're looking at them here. But it's not easy, especially if he hasn't had that time at the crease yet. Both these batters have scored 6, and they both got 1 scoring shot.
Oh, well done, Prabhat. Well done. This is some great bowling here.
Well, Prabhath's transition into a number 11 and opening bowler is almost complete now. And he's doing very, very well. I just love how versatile he is, and he's held his nerve here at the end.
He's done a super job here.
Well, once again.
Yes, Prabhat, well done. I'm really enjoying this. This is a really good sense of composure. He's shown such great calmness here.
Yeah, and have a look at the score, 88. So, you know, again, if you average up the scores in this innings, you're going to get something in the 9s. I think when it's all said and done, it'll be around about that kind of 9.4, 9.5 and over. All right, well, it's almost all over, bar the shouting. Last ball, they need to hit an 18.
It's going to be kind of hard. It's not going to be 18, but it's going to be pretty close. It's over the head. It's going to be a big one, but unfortunately, it's not going to be of much use either.
Yeah.
Roma CC are the winners here. Fresh Tropical have lost.
Congratulations to Roma CC. I mean, I think they deserve that victory. Once again, they've shown resilience in bouncing back from a result that doesn't go their way. So the final margin will be 11 runs, 105 to 94. Again, throws the double chance wide open. Roma CC, again, they just seem good at rolling with the punches. They don't always get the results they want, but they seem to stick to their plan. I think that they caught very well for the most part in that innings. Okay, a couple of toughies went down, but they put the pressure on, and Fresh Tropical, in the end, they couldn't get that 106 they needed to sweep this series and go 2 games clear in the double chance. As it is now, both these teams are tied on 6 points on the table.
And what position to be in. I'm sure Fresh Tropical are not going to be happy with that. They really wanted to secure their position in the table today. We had some good shots like that one.
Yeah, I mean, Sharif came out and you know, he's a very attacking player we've seen playing international cricket in the ECC for Italy. And, well, it's summed up in the chat, I think Ninja saying 2 things Fresh Tropical are never short of: sixes and collapses. And well, for the most part, you know, Roma CC, their fielding has been a feature. That was a nice catch by Rahat Ahmed to remove the dangerous Sharif. And that was Bilal Hussain, in fact, early on. But Sharif would end up plugging away to 25. And that's a nice shot, getting a bit inventive there. I mean, Azam Ali, he's a bit of a madman, but we do love the way he goes about his cricket. He would end up scoring 32 of 15. But the thing was, I think probably wasn't quite the kind of pace that they wanted to be going at. And they were just slightly behind the 8 ball at the halfway point. They couldn't make it up. Lost some key wickets in the second half. Samaragi getting some attention on his non-bowling hand. But it would be Roma CC that just found a way to keep Fresh Tropical quiet enough. And I think it's a mixture of things. I think Roma CC, they won that game with the bat in the first half. The fact they were able to put those extra 10 or 20 runs on the board turns out to be crucial, as the final margin, 11 runs, shows there wasn't too much in it. We got busy in the commentary cube as well. Yeah, it's all right. No, nothing was hurt, nothing was damaged. But yeah, ultimately, we saw Fresh Tropical turn over their batters. And one thing they're normally pretty good at is hitting sixes straight away when they come out. But again, it's a lot different when you need to do it at the end of a big chase.
Yeah, when you need to do it, you can definitely feel the pressure on more rather than when you just do it naturally. And I think the pressure that was really, really felt by them towards the end. And as you can see, we had a bit of a collapse. And Vinny said they're known for that. And they're also known to go big. But today, in this game, it was not the match where they went big.
Yeah, I mean, quarter collapse. I mean, they lost 5 wickets within about 3 overs. And that probably is just kind of where the scoring dried up. And in the midst of those 5 wickets, they only scored 1 4 and 1 6. Maragi did well to clutch onto this. He wasn't letting go. And neither was Samaragi, who came and gave him a big bear hug. And Samarakun wasn't far behind. A lot of love out there in the middle. And Jamil, he had a bit of an over to forget here. Couldn't deal with Samaragi. He went swing and a miss, swing and a miss, swing and a miss, swing and a miss. Getting stumped off the 4th one. And from there, you knew when they needed 31 off 12. And that became 31 off 8. It was just going to be a bridge too far for Fresh Tropical.
It was indeed. And you can tell they really did try. They were trying to get there. But unfortunately, they just weren't lucky enough. They got a few bits of luck with some big guns towards the end. But it just wasn't what they needed exactly to cross them over the lines. They lost by 11 runs.
Yeah, so not too much in it. Pretty entertaining contest, to be honest. And yeah, probably fair. I think that these two split the points. on a Thursday morning. The Roma CC, though, we will see them later on making up their game. Match 6 against Cricket Stars a little bit later on today. This is what's coming up next. Cricket Stars, speaking of them, they're on the rack against Albano, and this should be a very interesting series as well. Cricket Stars have only played the 3 games. Albano have played 6, but Albano, this is their last chance to score points before they finish their group stage.
Yeah, it's their last chance. Albano had their first win yesterday, and I'm sure they're going to take that momentum, and they're really going to try hard today because they have to win. Otherwise, they know they don't have a chance. So, Cricket Stars.
Yeah, I mean, it seems unlikely Albano will qualify if they don't win at least one of these games, ideally 2. Dev Chima's a pretty good in, though, for Albano. I think he brings another dimension to their bowling attack. And you pair him up with FanCode Kumar and Bharti Banga first up. I think their bowling is pretty strong. I think it's just a matter if their batting clicks. So Cricket Stars, they more or less have the answers to most bowling attacks with that really strong top 5 or 6. And they have decided to bat first after winning the toss. That match is coming away in about 15 minutes. Rico Full will be here to take you through that one. I'm going to work on the bombshell in the background and leave you with Nikki and Rico for a little while. But first, let's go to the scorecards of this one. And again, we didn't see anyone really taking off. Azim Ali was the man that threatened to 32 or 15 before. He was very well caught by Dinesh Maragi off Nuttendige. Apart from that, Sharif gets to double figures, 25 or 16 for him. Bilal Hamid with a dozen at the end. But it was only 2 sixes he was able to gather. They needed more than that. Hamayun took a ball deep as well. It was just too much for them to do. And have a look at that wides column. Just 2 wides in the 10 overs. Really disciplined bowling. And when you think the game is only decided by 11, that could have been a big factor, Nikki.
Yes, it could have been. And I just want to say, Asim Ali had a really good contribution. 32 or 15. Like you said, he's an explosive player, and he really did show that as well today. Yeah,
sure did. Looking at the bowling figures. And once again, it was a pretty good team effort, I think, because we saw 4 of the 5 bowlers take wickets. Even Nick Nelagoda ends up going for 27, but he did what he had to do in the last over. Certainly would have been a lot more pressure had he required to keep them to something like 15 or less. In the end, he went for 13. 2 for 10, Nuttendige was excellent. Put that with his catches. 2 wickets as well for Kalugamage. 1 each for Marage and Samarage, the twin left arm spinners. And Roma CC do what they need to do. That's 2 games of their 3 today. We'll see them again in the made-up last game of the day here in the Super Series. Well, Nikki, great work so far. That's 2 games down. Still plenty of cricket to go. We will take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the afternoon session. Cricket Stars taking on Albano. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Nikki Chowdhury with me. And Rico is just around the corner as well. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, namaste, and we're going to be back for match 15 here at the Roma Cricket Ground. And we're going to have Albano take on cricket superstars. Rob Kemming is with the two captains right now, so let's head over to the toss.
Heads. Heads is called. It is tails. Bat fast.
So, news from the toss is that cricket stars are going to be batting first. So, obviously, Albano had their first win yesterday in this series. Let's hope they take that momentum today. And we're going to head over to the comms box and let's get this match started.
Hello, good morning, cricket lovers. Thank you very much to Nikki Chowdhury, looking very dashing out there in the Italian sunshine. And nice to be back. Thank you also to Vinny Sandu that took us through those first two matches with Nikki. So, it's time to welcome back the cricket stars. Cricket stars, they had a pretty good match yesterday. I mean, they didn't end up winning it, of course. It was the rearranged fixture. That was rearranged from day 2 against Roma. Batting first, I mean, they underperformed with the bat, I think, just getting 91 runs on the board. But they were, with the ball, they were doing some good stuff, especially because of the bowling of their captain, and Kang, and also Hasib Khan. They really did make inroads into the Roma batting. But unfortunately, thanks to a 34 for Kulagame of Roma, Roma went on to win that one by 4 wickets. But there was plenty of positive signs there from the cricket stars that, of course, remember they endured that very long and testing day, emotional day, when they had their bus burgled and a lot of their equipment taken. But they're looking to come back with a bang here today. Got 3 matches, remember. 3 back-to-back matches are going to be a very long afternoon for them. They're expected to go 109 to 99 in favour of them in this one. Let's see how that goes. You saw there from the coin toss, the cricket stars are winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. I think that's a good positive move from them. They will know, of course, that they could have done better yesterday. But I think you've just got to stick to your guns and know that eventually the likes of some of the big players, big names that they've got in there will click. And of course, I'm talking about people like Dipindra Chakrawarty. You've also got, of course, the excellent Baba Hussain. And this man, that's doing the opening, the left-hander, Rajmani, just strokes this one out, takes a single. I think it's a game of patience. I sometimes get the feeling that the batters feel that they've got to go out there and go crash, bang, boom straight away. That's not the case. I think you do have time to make a start. You do have time to make a partnership. And once you can do that, I think then with the batting you've still got to come, you can go and just put a big total on the board. That's what the cricket stars will be looking to do here. Sandu off the mark straight away. And Manpreet Singh, who's been in pretty good nick. And they'll be hoping that he can put a good partnership together here with Rajmani Sandu. Body Banger is the bowler. No called. Rajmani ready to go. But Manpreet, I think because he was on the back foot there, deciding he did not want to take the risk. I hope you've all had a very good morning. I must admit, I've had a nice leisurely morning this morning. It was nice to have that extra hour in bed. Got a bit of laundry done, got a few chores done, had the cricket on in the background. Oh, big swing and a miss. This one not taken very well at all by Ifan. I think the wicketkeeper, the captain of Albano, I think he's thinking this is going to go on to hit the stumps. That's why he wasn't quite in position to take the ball once it went through to him. So very close to the stumps. See it again. It's a big swing. Doesn't probably come up as much as the batter is hoping. But Ifan misses out on it, so they do take the byes. Rajmani now dancing down the wicket, wanting to hit this straight over the top. He's seeing that the likes of the fielder right there, Jorwar Singh, is an excellent fielder as well, is inside the circle there at long on and wanting to take him on. This one was pretty wide and it would have been called one. But Rajmani says, you know what, I'll go even better. I'll go all the way. Bang! And it does go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona. Shaka. Well, he gets everything behind this. Doesn't come off the middle of the bat. You can see there about half a metre over that fence. So 6 runs, the first boundary in the innings. It comes from the bat of Rajmani. The left-hander looking to attack. Bharti Banga early. And that's a good reply from Bharti. He sort of walks a long way out of his crease. There's one thing, I know I was talking to Vinny Sandhu about this yesterday, that Irfan Sheikh, he's not a natural keeper. I mean, he's doing a job behind there and doing a pretty good job. He has taken some fantastic catches. But I think against a batter like Rajmani, if you start to see that he's sneaking outside of his crease, and I think that's where a proper keeper, no disrespect to Irfan, would start to stand up. Remember, this is coming up the 12th of September through to the 14th October is the European Cricket Championship happening in Malaga, Spain, and Karma. And the news, of course, that we've been spreading is that will now be a day-night event. That is going to be absolutely spectacular. Speaking of spectacular, some of you are spectacular out there in the middle today doing the introductions, and I'm delighted to be alongside Nikki Chowdhury again. Nikki, good morning to you, and well done this morning, I must say.
Thanks, Rico. Thanks for that. Yeah, I was a bit nervous at first.
No, but like, you weren't nervous. I don't believe that.
I was a bit nervous, and then I was like, it's hot, and then the sun is on me, and I'm like, it was a bit messy, but we got there in the end.
No, it was very good. It was lovely to see you. Like I said, I had a bit of a morning off today, so it was nicer to get a few chores done while I was listening into the cricket in the background. And good bit of cricket as well. 2 good games between Roma and Fresh Tropical, and evens being shared as well.
Yeah, it was all even Stevens between them, wasn't it? So obviously Roma CC got their match and they got a win in, and so did Fresh Tropicals. So all things to play for, actually. Everything's very, very up in the air at the moment on that table. So we'll just see how it goes and spans out for the rest of the day. I think everyone knows what's at stake today.
Yes, it is a big day. I think we'll get a pretty good idea of which teams will be progressing through to the final and maybe in what positions. There's a nice single taken there. We're from the bowler, Pravan Kumar, AKO, the pin code.
Pin code Kumar, who seems to have been in the right pin code for the last few days, hasn't he? He's been putting in the right pin code and taking those wickets and taking a lot of those catches as well.
Absolutely. You got to say that the performances from the likes of Monu Lal, Bharti Banga, then also Pravan Kumar have been exceptional for Albano. They certainly have worked hard in the field, but the issues have been with the batting. They got that one win yesterday. This one won't be chased. He's raced after it, trying to get a foot onto that Gurjit Singh. He's not able to, so it's 4 more runs. So now it's time for a boundary for the right-hander. Manpreet Singh also gets a boundary. Nice looking shot. Doesn't try to hit this too hard. Just using the pace of the ball and just slightly angling the bat to get that through the gap. Good shot.
Yeah, just slightly angling the bat, just opening up the face, which has allowed him to get that boundary.
Asking a question here, I heard a sound, and I was thinking maybe it's the sound of the bat, but this is the sound of the box. Ouch! That is gonna hurt. Well, Nikki, you probably don't know what that feeling is like, but I can tell you what, box or no box, this is gonna hurt. Manpreet Singh, well, he's giving that a bit of a rub, but fortunately, you heard the sound, that was the box, and he's got a strong box in there. He survives.
I can say I'm grateful. I don't need to know what that feels like.
Well, I know that you know what this feels like, because this feels brilliant, because it's 6 runs, and when a batter hits a 6, you're going to feel pretty good about yourself. So, well, he's been hit in the dunda, then he uses his other dunda to hit a big shaka. Shaka lag gaya. Nice shot from Manpreet, just swivels round on this and hits it all the way over the boundary. 6 more.
What a shot that was. It's gone lost. It's gone down the holes of the archaeological site.
Yeah, this is another. There's been quite a few that have gone down there. Nikki, I wonder what the guys and girls will make of it when they come to do the digging. They're probably going to think some aliens have come from nowhere and sort of said, "Hey, what are you doing with our stuff?" and left some calling cards behind.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's hundreds of cricket balls down there, as well as all the other hundreds of things they're going to find under there. Because as you said, obviously there's a lot of history here in Rome.
Good finish to the over from Kumar. So he goes for 12. The score moves on to 20. It's 20 with that loss after 2 overs. So maybe you get a chance to have a look at the tables now with those points being shared between Roma and Fresh Tropical. And also goes back to what we were talking about, Nikki, just how close this is going to be. So you can see Ginebra sitting pretty at the top. Fresh Tropical now also play the same number of games, 4 points behind them. Roma CC are level with Fresh Tropical, just net run rate, the difference there. But look at these two teams. They are on level points. Both have only picked up 1 victory. So much at stake in this battle between these two teams. Still going to miss again from Rajmani. Rajmani is just trying to hit the ball too hard for me, Nikki. He's losing his shape, head's in the air, and that's why he keeps missing out on these.
Yeah, exactly. He's just not over the front foot there. His head's going all over the place. As I mentioned, he's doing a bit of a world tour with it. So if he just keeps that head position still whilst he's trying to make contact, I'm sure he'll be a bit more lucky with it.
Yeah, I think it's, like you say, sometimes it's timing rather than power. But this time he makes a slight change in the shot, tries to cut this away. Probably a little bit too close for it as well. It doesn't come up. One thing Barty does, he is not one of these bowlers that gets an awful lot of bounce. He gets the ball, I wouldn't even say he gets it to skid through because there's not really a lot of pace on it. He just gets that little bit of movement, but he manages to hold the ball up.
He does, and he does come out with some absolute bangers as well, Barty Banger. And let's hope he does soon. Let's hope he contributes with a wicket.
And same again here from Rajmani. The other thing Rajmani is doing is he seems to be taking, have a look at his footwork here. That foot is going down the leg side. That means it's making it very difficult for him to get any sort of momentum in the shot, even if he was to get it. There's going to be no power behind these shots because his foot's in the wrong place. So he's got to start going towards the ball, not away from it. See how he does here. But this time it's in the slot. It's not a good delivery from Banger, and it will get banged, and the umpire, well, he's going to be thinking about putting his fingers up. So here's the hit. You can see it's right in the arc this time. My suspicion is that this probably does go all the way. Let's have a look, and keep your eye on that. Kookaburra. No, actually, just short, so it's going to be 4 runs. Just drops just short, so just dipping down there. But still a nice shot. Not a good delivery, though, from Banger.
No, not a good delivery at all. It was a bit of a loose delivery, that. So let's hope he's back on track with this delivery.
We saw him miss out on one, which was a little bit too close to be cutting earlier in the over. This time, though, he gets more time. He gets into good position, and he dispatches that top shot. 4 runs.
That was a top shot. He's had some back-to-back boundaries, which has been good. And as we discussed, really cashing in the power play here, aren't they?
They certainly are. Barty's giving more room. He's bowling more of a wide line today rather than attacking the stumps, which normally is what he does. He attacks the stumps and he gets wickets as well. Again, he goes for width, and again, Rajmani, this time he does the old uppercut, hitting this on the up. And this, amazingly, does go all the way. Well, I say sometimes it's about timing. Well, he's timed this to perfection. He's given it a bit of a wallop as well. And over it goes for 6 more. Kinnasona. Was that a shot, and a really good over that one for the cricket stars. Barty Banger, well, maybe he's woken up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. He's not at his best.
Yeah, I think maybe you're right, wrong side of the bed, but I'm sure you, apparently, as you mentioned, you got a bit of a nice little relaxed morning, didn't you?
I had a really relaxed one. You know what it's like. Everybody says to you, look, have a lie-in. You never get a lie-in, because after weeks and weeks of getting up at, like, 5:45, 6 o'clock in the morning, your body clock is set for that. I mean, even the 2 weeks that I had off, I was getting at that time. So I was still up, but I was in no hurry. I went for a leisurely breakfast and, like I said, was watching the cricket. And then I thought, you know what? I was going to take the opportunity to do a few chores, and I did. Phoned home as well, had a nice chat. So, yeah, it was a really nice morning. And here I am. And because I got here pretty early as well, I had a good chat with Albano and cricket stars. Both teams in very good spirit. Down the leg side, this will probably be called a wide, and it has been. So Pavan Kumar, maybe a little bit similar to Barty Banger, just not getting his radar right this morning. And, down the leg side, missed out by Munpreet.
Yeah, like we said, not really fond of these extras, and especially you don't want to be giving away extras when the opposition, you want to make them work for it.
This is nicely played. He gets through the fielder, but he's got some support out there now with the power play completed. Remind you, 35 came off the power play. So now the field can be spread. Just have a quick look what field they're setting here for Rajmani. I am surprised that they're not putting a fielder back on the backward point boundary. Point looks back, but I reckon he needs to be more. Oh, hang on a minute. No, they're bringing him. Well, he doesn't know what he's doing, the poor guy. He's doing a little dance out there. He's coming in and out, shaking it all about. Now he's been told to go to cover, but they're not putting the backward point back. I think that's a mistake. Rajmani is capitalising on that area. Let's see how this goes. Oh, this is beauty. This is an absolute beauty. It's showtime at the Roma Cricket Ground, and it's time to get funky. And Rajmani, this is a really good shot. Look at the footwork here. It's absolutely beautiful. And there's the little touch. Takes his just eye off the ball at the very last moment just to protect himself, really. But he was already in really good position. Nice shot, Nikki.
It was a funky looking shot, wasn't it? It was great. Just using your footwork in a bit of a different way, and you managed to get yourself a boundary in one of them, probably looking like such a big gap as well between the square leg fielder.
That's why it's such a good shot, though, isn't it? He knows that there's nobody there. He knows that Kuma's going to concentrate on outside the off stump to him. So he creates the opportunity with that shot. But then he goes back to the way he started, trying to hit the ball too hard, and he misses out. Got to stick to his timing, Rajmani.
Yeah, it's just important not to get carried away.
Well, he hits this pretty well, and that's what I'm talking about. That's where you need to have the fielder to Rajmani. Once again, he goes into that backward point area. It's another one that goes all the way. Boom! Shakalagya!
That was a big one, wasn't it? Another big one. He's doing well here, Rajmani.
Rajmani is. I mean, it's almost like two batters in one, isn't it? One is the aggressive one that just wants to swing at everything. The other one is saying, hey, I'm going to time everything. This one is nicely hit. There is the man out there. He was the player that was moved out at the beginning of the over for that particular shot, but they're still very reluctant, to Rajmani at least, to put that backward point in. Now the right-hander. So this is the beauty of this right and left-hand combination, which I really like, Nikki, because it really means that the bowlers always got to make sure his line is right. The fielders have to be alert to where they've got to be moving to. The captain's got to keep his eye on the field. And if a left and right combination starts to click, it really can hurt you.
Yeah, exactly. And you just need to really be alert in general over here, don't you?
You do, and there's 4 more. A really good effort there from the fielder. He's trying to flip this back into play. That was Ravinder Singh. Nicely played. I mean, doesn't get too much power in it, but it's all about placement. He needs to split the two fielders. Ravinder, you think he's got there, but the only thing he's nearly got is the fielder, who was also verging in on him. He tries to do the flick and then almost does a handstand and knocks him out. 4 runs. So it's been a productive start. The Pacers this time around haven't. Remember, yesterday both of these guys, Banga and also Kuma, were in fine form when they took wickets. And there was that match where the likes of Banga and Kuma and also Monolal took 3 wickets in the match. But not this time. That was the one that they ended up winning against Roma. But wicketless this time, and also the 50 comes up inside the 5 overs. 51 without loss. So, of course, they're going to go for spin. Jawar Singh.
And we know spin can play a crucial point here in the games. We haven't seen so much of it, but when it's come in and it's coming good and we've bowled good line and lengths with spin, we've been lucky. There's been wickets. The spinners have really done well. But if we're bowling too short with spin, then again takes the opposite end and it can go very wrong. So let's hope good lines and lengths are in order here for Jawar Singh.
Well, he starts with something that I've been saying he needs to be doing and he hasn't done enough of, and that's flight. Gets it flighted up there, so that's an encouraging sign for me. Single taken, and now he gets Mumpreet on strike. Mumpreet's been a bit more cautious at the moment. He's not been chasing the ball as much as Rajmani. 16 of 9 deliveries, and Rajmani Sandhu 34 of 16. The bowler, Jorrod, just helping Rajmani with his laces there. Mumpreet places into the ground, looking to try and get it past the inner circle of players. He doesn't do so, but there is a sweeper out there for Jawar Singh. Jawar's field now to the left-hander. Let's have a quick look. So a man is coming across. So they've got long off back, pretty wide, it has to be said. Got the man sweeping out on the offside, and then I'm guessing it's going to be, I'm saying guessing because the cube is just stopping me having a look. And he's gone as well bowled, and Jorwar gets one through. Rajmani, he's one that likes to come out and try and attack. He does try to attack Jorwar here. I think he was looking to get this one over, that hit this straight up, because I did say that long off was pretty wide, but he comes down the track, completely misses his, and that's the easiest of stumpings that Irfan Sheikh will have. And that's one of the comments I was making early on when Badi Banga was bowling to Rajmani. Rajmani was coming down the track and having a big old swing at him, but because Irfan Sheikh was standing away back, there was never an opportunity of a stumping. But the first opportunity that he has, the first time he gets bowled at by the spinner, goes after him, and he's been done. Hook, line, and sinker. First wicket.
One easy stumping for him, wasn't it? He could have done that in his sleep. Piece of cake, and those opportunities you really would not want to miss out on them. Can you imagine if that had gone through him? He would have been absolutely devastated, but it didn't happen. So that's the first wicket up there.
Yeah, it was well bowled though, wasn't it, Jorwar? I think he probably knew he was going to be attacked. That new batter comes in. So very important now that that Hussain, happy, and he wasn't very happy yesterday because he went very first delivery LBW in that match against Roma. But he's got off the mark here. He is a very good batter, but he's a little bit suspect when he plants his foot right in front. He's got that little trigger action, but Baba Hussain will be hoping to get in the runs here. This one's a good delivery from Jawaf, very full, and not allowing Manpreet to get under this at all.
It's exactly coming back to what you spoke about earlier. That's the line, that's the length you want to be bowling. Tossing it up a bit.
Cut away, but once again, not able to pierce that field that's been set. And that's a good over from Jawar. Just going for 4 runs, picking up the very important wicket there of Rajmani as well. And the score, well, they're in the 50s. Got that one good partnership. The first partnership they got in of 50 runs. Now this is a key one. I mean, they'll want Baba Hussain to score some runs here and get himself in some form. If he can get into form, when you've got the likes of Rajmani, Manpreet and Baba Hussain, 3 top-class batters out there, well, they're going to cause trouble for any team.
They're going to cause trouble, and they're really going to hope that they capitalise on the opportunities they get. It's a big game, and everyone's playing for that ECL spot, aren't they? Everyone's playing, they know what it means, and they're going to want to make sure they get themselves a score that really gets them through the line comfortably. And then when they come in, they can then just skittle them out, get some wickets, and hope for the best.
Yeah, you said it, ECL. I mean, it is the Champions League of cricket. There's no other way to describe it. It's going to be massive. It's going to be huge. Now, we know that before the ECL in Malaga, in Karma, it's going to be the ECC. The ECC is going to be day and night. I'm just wondering if they're going to do the same for ECL. That would be just absolutely superb.
It'll be absolutely crazy, wouldn't it?
Well, look, have you had a good morning with Vinny? Did he behave himself?
Yes, he did behave himself. He told me about your story with the wasp in your ear as well. And
Did you hear about that?
yes, and he tried not to tell me because he thought I'd get freaked out.
I did say to him, don't tell Nikki, because Nikki would get freaked out. But it's not so bad in here today. Or have they done the early morning shift and gone?
They've done. I think they've gone off for lunch, and then they come back. They're going to come back for the round 2.
They're coming back for dessert.
Yeah, they'll
Hey,
come
listen, talk about dessert. What's going on here? Look, I'll leave you alone for a little while with Vinny. Now, I don't get any of this. Look at this. You see that, folks? Look at that. When I'm not in the house, there's cakes and all sorts in here.
We got sent cakes.
And then you complain about the wasps. Come on. What's going on here? Listen, I want to be able to open one of these one day and find some aloo parantas with a bit of bundi and ladang and everything. When is that going to happen?
I don't know. Should we be really nice to them? Let's be nice to the hosts, and you never know what we'll get. We've still got Friday to go, Saturday to go. We might
it's going to happen. It is going to happen because I'll tell you what, I'm going to just say to all the teams, टीमां ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਰੌਂਠੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਆ ਆਲੂ ਪਰੌਂਠੇ ਲੈ ਜਾਓ please ਥੋੜੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਆਲੂ ਪਰੌਂਠੇ and well, there you go, Nikki. I put a call out now, so I reckon that we will maybe get some aloo parantas. Right, let's go back to the action here. 55 for 1, the halfway point. So they're more or less on track for 100. It was a score that it couldn't get to yesterday. And maybe those few extra runs will help their cause when it comes to doing the defending. Extras will help. It's a new bowler that's coming in. You haven't seen this too much of Dev Chima. I think the first time we're seeing him. So he doesn't make the best of starts with the wide, but that's only his first ball, so we've given that one. Let's see if he can get this right. So Dev Chima 13 on his back. You know that it can be unlucky, but I think a lot of Asians particularly think it's a lucky number, so maybe 13 is going to be lucky for him and also for Albano. Albano, remember, coming into this match on the back of, well, the first 4 matches they had were defeats, and then they did pick up a win in one of those 2 matches yesterday, but it was then back to being beaten again, and they really crumbled with the bat. 54 for 9 against Romo, put 102 on the board. So this one's up in the air. Opportunity. Jawar Singh is, well, he's under it, and he does not drop him, but he drops this one. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. It's a good job I wasn't eating some of the cake that you got here, because I would have choked. Jawar Singh has dropped the catch. Mark that down on your calendar. I have never seen him drop one. How about that? I'm lost for words, Nikki.
I'm actually astonished. Like, that's crazy. It was a pretty easy catch as well, and we don't see him dropping many. So maybe he's going to make up for it with some outstanding piece of fielding later on.
Hussain, well, he does need to buy a lottery ticket. And, oh, this is a no ball. This is going to be called. It's up in the air. The fielder decides not to even bother going for the catch. Why is he so? Why damage your fingers when the wicket won't count? Gundy ball. This from Chima. And Chima probably is reflecting on, well, he's in disbelief as well. He's in shock, and the shock makes him bowl a Gundy ball like this. No ball, full toss. He'll get a warning from the umpires. And, well, spare a thought for Dev. I mean, he could have had Hussain, should have had Hussain. This one's in the air. The catch, if it was taken or not, would not have mattered. Remember, it was a free hit. So they do take a single. And Manpreet Singh hasn't really got flowing with his shots at the moment. He's on 19. And 2 4s and a 6 to his name. Baba Hussain, well, he's the lucky chappie, isn't he? Let's see if he can make it count. This is a wide delivery. They'll take a single. Get stopped. Oh yeah, I think there's people all around the world that are in shock there that Jawar Singh dropped that catch. It just goes to show he's only human. I suppose that's what you could say. He's only human.
I think everyone drops catches, right? But
yeah,
when you're normally so good at taking them, I think everyone just ends up having an expectation.
Better delivery. Holds this back a little bit as well. Yeah, you're right. You know, that's one thing. I know that when you're playing the game, it's so important, isn't it, that if somebody on your side, when you're in the field, drops a catch, that the way you go about it, you know, you don't get on top of them. You don't start shaking your head and screaming and say, how did you drop that? And because that person's feeling bad enough already, you don't go out. Nobody means to drop them. It's encouragement that you need. Up in the air. I think he's got enough of this. It goes all the way. Gia, Shaka, Gia. And Baba, happy Hussain. Well, he's happy still to be there, and he's happy that this one has come out in the middle of the bat and goes all the way. You see the fielder coming across, realises there's nothing he can do about this, but go over and past that stronger together banner to go and get this ball. Good shot, 6 runs.
That was a lovely looking shot, wasn't it? Nice one, straight over, not bothering any of the fielders. It was obviously bothering the men off screen who, off pitch, because that one did not stay in the park. That was a big one.
Yeah, big one, went a long way up, but it had the distance as well. And also there's not so much of a breeze here today, so whereas maybe 1 or 2 of those type of shots yesterday would have been held up by the breeze, it's not the case here today. 70 for 1, 6 overs down, going pretty well. Projected score, 117 on your screen. Jawar is coming on to make amends. Remember, he dropped the catch, but he did bowl a very good first over, and he's back on to bowl his second. Just the 4 runs came off his first, and he picked up that wicket, the key wicket of Rajmani, who was looking dangerous. He was looking like a man on a mission. Jawar now to Bilal. Baba Hussain. Hussain just chips this up in the air. Well, I say he just chips this. This is quite an extraordinary shot. He doesn't actually try and hit this hard, but he gets enough of it to get it, 1, over the top of the initial infielders, and secondly, over and past the rope. That has gone all the way for 6 runs. Sometimes, and this is what I was talking about, sometimes you have to rely on your timing, and maybe somebody like Rajmani can have a look at that and say, you know what, I don't have to try and sort of rip the leather off the ball when I hit it. It's just all about timing. What a lovely shot that was.
That was a great shot over the fielders, just well placed, well timed.
Yeah, I've got to try and sort out this cube a little bit because I don't see anything on that side at the moment. Well, Papa here has got into position so early to play this shot, and it ends up being the most delicate of finesse strokes that you've ever seen. He gets into shape so early. Look, it was like he booked this place like some nationalities do when they're sitting around the pool. He just takes up that place, waits for it. Here comes the ball, and he just, well, he sort of just scoops his away for 4 runs. What a beauty this is.
What a beautiful shot. He really knew. That was all pre-planned, wasn't it? Talking about nationalities, I think that's a very British thing, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, I think
I'm not saying nothing. I'm saying nothing. I'm not going to get into trouble with any nationality. I'm just saying some nationalities.
No, I've seen it. It's a very, I think, it's make sure you get the good spots by the pool. And a lot of people, oh my goodness, I've seen people get up at like ridiculous o'clock for that.
That is very true. It is true. And this one is one that's been missed out on by Baba Hussein. Look, you're right. We see a lot, of course, I see a lot of that in Spain. See a lot of it when we actually in Cardamom at the Sunset Beach. It's just been our home there for the last few times we've been there for ECL and ECC. You get up early morning for breakfast, and places have already been taken by towels. This one's played down the ground, and it will be fielded fairly comfortably by Rocky Ravinder Singh. Rocky was in a lot of action yesterday, ducking and diving out there in the field. The end of Jorwar's spell, and it's been a pretty good one. He's bowled quite tidily, really, and just gone for 16 of his 2 overs, picked up that 1 wicket. This is what we've got coming up in Portugal. The Coimbra Knights are back. They've got a huge following. It's not going to be easy for them, though. They're up against Gurkha 11, a very strong team in Portugal, but certainly match number 17 and 18 are going to be very, very exceptional. Played under the night skies there in Portugal. And, well, Charlie Hunt is there. Hello, Charlie. I know Charlie normally is listening in as well. And a lot of you from all over the world are there as well. So an opportunity for me to say the first time to you all, a very, very good morning, afternoon or evening, depending where you're tuning in from. And namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, if you're watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. And remember, to you YouTubers, don't forget to subscribe. We want 300,000 of you. Good delivery in the block hole. Just punched out to Jorwar, who does the fielding there at long off. 1 run. Monu Lal comes into the action.
The enigma.
The enigma it is. Lal gets good pace sometimes, and he likes ripping the stumps out of the ground. Well, he's not ripping the stumps out of the ground. This is an opportunity. It is not easy by any means. And it gets put down. And, well, it was not an easy catch. You can see how much ground he has to make up to get there. Keeps his eyes on it. And you've got to say, he does extremely well to get there. Maybe he does the hard work, but right at the last moment, you see, it's still a fair way away from his body. It would have been an exceptional catch. Good attempt.
It's a really good attempt. And we've had quite a few opportunities put down today on the field.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Slower delivery. This is up in the air. Will this one be taken? It is Rocky, and Rocky holds on to it. Wow, he says, you know who I am, Rocky? I am the Italian stallion. I'm not going to knock this one down. Takes a catch. I mean, at the last moment, looking at him, I'd like to see this again. Looking at his actual shape, I get a feeling that this ball starts to move around a little bit in the air. He has to make some late adjustments. He does it well. He takes a catch. It's an important one. Baba Hussein, he has to make his way back thanks to the catching there of Rocky Ravinder Singh. So Monu Lal, he gets the breakthrough. And Baba Hussein, after having that early live, went on to put 19 further runs on the board. He goes for 23 of 12. He hits 1 4 and 2 6s in that knock. So another one bites the dust. That's exactly what Albona need to do here into coming up to the end of this innings to try and, I mean, that score was projected to be around about 120 a moment ago. They want to knock that down to, well, to as few as possible because they've had issues with the bat. I mean, if they can keep it to around about 100, 105, they'll be extremely happy. Monu Lal, he comes again to Ramzan. Ramzan's been pretty good. That's not a good first delivery to a new batter. It's wide. Good work from Irfan Sheikh behind the stumps. Yeah, you've got to make sure the first one is right up there to the new batter. So a missed opportunity for Ramzan now. It just gets a bit more time to feel confident and comfortable out there.
Yeah, I feel like the opportunities that have been missed in this game, I hope they don't cost them too much.
Half-hearted appeal. It probably will be leg buys, or is it? Yeah, there you go. And opportunity for me all to say my first good morning to the umpires as well. And, that's Hetty Miller. Hello, Hetty. He's joining us here today. I saw Hetty, of course, in Brescia while I was there for the European Cricket Series. And also Mohammed Shahid is at square leg. Good morning to our man in black. This has been launched into, what a shot this is. Bolle, 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 que grande, que guay, que genial. Eso es 6 carreras.
That was absolutely mahoosive.
What a nice shot that was. So Manpreet Singh, and
He's admiring it after, isn't he?
he is,
Look at
isn't
him.
he? He's thinking, yeah, that's not a bad shot at all. And nicely played. So it's time for him. He probably feels to sort of cut loose now. He was right there from the beginning. He's before that shot, 18 deliveries. So he's probably thinking, okay, it's time to go. It's time to get motoric. Press the turbo boost button. And this has come off the top of the bat. And, well, there's another man who doesn't drop him, and he's not going to make any mistakes. He's not going to let me down. That's the pin code. Pravan Kumar takes the catch. And it's another wicket to Monu Lal. And he gets Manpreet Singh. Manpreet Singh, he goes 1 big 6, tries to get another, but he fails short this time. He goes also in the 20s. He goes for 29 of that, his 19th delivery.
Yeah, pin code Kumar was in the right pin code. Clearly, he was right there, right under it. Made sure he made his way up. And safe hands, soft hands, safe hands, taking the wicket.
So come on, what have I missed this morning? I mean, I know the scores. What was the highlight this morning? What's the highlight for you this morning? The 2 matches there between Roma and Fresh Tropical.
Ooh, goodness.
I
That's
put you on the spot,
you put me
didn't
on
I?
the spot now.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you to the end of the over, think about it. We'll talk about the end of the over. That was the end of that, the 8th over. A good one from Monu Lal, 92 for 3. And, it's going to be Dev. So Dev Cheem is going to continue.
Oh, I got it.
You got it? Okay. After this ball then. Nicely played. This is going to be 4 runs. This is just a beautifully played timed shot. And Ramzan, we've seen him hit the ball pretty hard and pretty well. And he's just going to show there that he can time it pretty good as well. And the placement for that was fantastic. Go on then, over to you. Highlight.
So I think my highlight was actually the comeback that Roma CC had in their second game. They had, well, I think it was 5 wickets fell in the spell of 3 overs for Fresh Tropical, and the way they brought it back. And then Prabhat's last over, the last over of the innings, he was so calm and composed. And
well, go on. You could talk through it because I know you sort of saying, what did he do there? Talk us through that shot.
I was just trying to, I was like, he's trying to position himself again, and he's just positioned himself straight down the throat of the fielder, which he maybe should have been looking for the gap. It's a good shot. It's a good shot to play. It's innovative, but maybe just looking next time to execute it where there's a gap would have been better. And he's gone.
He's
Been
gone.
caught.
I mean, you're right. It is a good shot, but it's a good shot to play when you've had a look around to see where the field is. The field that is set here, I mean, even if he does play that shot, which he does end up playing, the chances of getting caught are pretty high. And that's what he does after playing a really nice shot. Ramzan, he tries to get funky. He wants to do the old the switch, the scoop, and he ends up, look, just ends up, it comes off the top of the bat. Maybe he's trying to go really fine. Irfan thinks he's going to get the catch, and the fielder does well, actually. He calls it, says, leave it to me, it's mine. So he does go. So Rasman gets caught there by Ajay Kumar. Shima gets a wicket. This one's been hit pretty well. Fielder getting underneath it and can't do nothing about it. It's gone over him and gets into position pretty well. Does Monu Lal to take the catch. I think if he has the opportunity, he does hold on to this because he's a very good catcher of the ball. But that's been hit pretty well, and that's exactly here what the cricket stars have to do. Whoever comes in, give the ball a bit of a crank. That's a nice shot. So get 6. Deepinder Shakwat, 6 of his very first ball.
Good little boost of confidence as he comes in.
Yeah, and then he walks all over this after standing still and hammering the ball for 6. Decides that the best option for this one is to give himself a bit of room. Makes the wrong choice. So Chima picks up a wicket, gets hit for a big 6, and then gets the dot ball in. 102. The 100 does come up courtesy of that 6. Full toss, been hit pretty hard. I think he's going to get away with the height on this. We'll probably have a look at it side on. And just keeping on with this, I think maybe it just dips. I mean, I've seen him called, though, I have to say. So maybe he's a bit fortunate there. I always say that really a bowler, especially a bowler that's bowling at pace, shouldn't be bowling those at all. It's been cracked away anyway for a boundary, but quite easily could have been a no ball call for me.
Yeah, it was pretty close, that, wasn't it? Very, very close.
Another good hit from Shekwat. So he's raced on to double figures, just 3 deliveries. 6.4. He's hungry for more, you know that. Comes down the track, hits this high in the air. It's going, it's going. It goes all the way. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya Batke Mari. And over it flies, over the rope. This is a good shot. I mean, again, you think he probably gives himself a bit too much room, but his hand-eye coordination was spot on that time. 6 more.
It's a great shot, wasn't it? It was just, more so than the shot, actually. It was just the momentum he had that actually helped the ball make its way. He came towards it, and then just lifting that back leg slightly, and it just looked a bit fancy to me.
Yeah, it was. It was a bit. I reckon that was the old a bit of calypso style, a bit of Caribbean style, right?
It was a bit calypso. It was a bit like being in the Caribbean. Though I'm sure the weather there is probably much more breezy than it is, and cooler, more tropical.
more tropical. Yep, more tropical is the word. Monulal just wants to check he's got his field right before he comes onto ball, while the umpire's take an opportunity to readjust the stump. So 6 balls to go in the innings, 112 on the board. That projected score of 120, 120 plus, 124 on the board there. Looks on, but it all depends how Monulal bowls here. He did pick up 2 wickets in his first over, so it's not going to be easy to get after him. Hit down the ground, and fielder takes, well, he does brilliant. Absolute superb Pravin Kumar here. He does take the catch, but he knows he's going to land on the wrong side of the rope, so he releases the ball early and then comes back inside to do the fielding. What a great bit of work this is. That is sensational cricket. Well done. Hats off there to Pravin Kumar, the pin code. Superb. Absolutely superb.
That was absolutely magnificent, wasn't it? Look at that, just the mindset, the alertness that he needed to do that in such a short span of time was excellent. Well done, pin code.
Doesn't quite get this out of the middle of the bat, so it's a bit of a miscue. Think about going for, well, not sure what happened there. The 2 batters wanted 2, one wanted it more than the other. They do get the 1. Yeah, I mean, just if this is a close match and it goes down to a handful of runs, well, you're going to have to look back at fielding like that and say, well, that's what made the difference. I like to see it, I suppose. He's just saying, well, let's just get into position just in case. We'll talk about into position. Well, you can get into any position that you want inside the field of play. You ain't going to stop this. This has been crashed. It's been muscled over the boundary. Big hit, 6 more.
That was another Mahusiv one, wasn't it? Just he got into position, a nice big base, and he just went boom. Yeah,
now it's Rahman's turn to hit the ball well. You've got to say that all the batters have come out with such a good positive mindset. And when we have a look at this scorecard later, I mean, apart from that one blip maybe from Ramzan, who got 4 then got out, all the batters have made a contribution. It's been a really, really good positive comeback from the Stars. This may be called wide. It is. Yeah, it's been a good innings. It's been a good, I'm going to say it's been a good T10 innings. Batters have come in. They haven't valued their wicket. They're going to play shots. They've charged at the bowlers, taken them on. There's been powerful hits. There's been timed shots. There's been delicate shots. There've been funky shots. It's been a good innings. 3 balls still to come in it. Slow ball, full toss is in the air, and it's been taken, but it's been called a no ball. Good alertness. Again, once more there from Pravin Kumar. As soon as he takes the catch, he sees the call from the umpire, takes the catch, throws the ball back in. And I don't think he's too happy about this, is Monulal, but that was definitely too high. There you go. Good early call. I'm liking that. The officials working well together as a team. Mohamed Shahid and Hati Amila. So it's still 3 balls to come. Free hit. And he just chips this away. He's going to get 4 runs from it. Well, the reason I'm laughing because I'm thinking it's a free hit. This ball, as soon as it's come out of the hand of Monu Lal, is going to be a wide, a big wide. So you just stay where you are and say, you know what, I'll just take the wide and stay on a free hit. But he just delicately plays this away in the gap. It's a little gentle push and up and over push, which goes for 4. Well, I always say if it's going to be a wide and you're going to play at it, make sure you send it to the boundary. That's exactly what Deepinder Shekhwat does. What an innings this has been from him. 21 he's raced on to. And this will be 4 more. Is there bat on this or is there not? And, well, is it 4 more? Well, I can't tell. Well, what's this? Oh, no. What has he done? He's done a fletch on the throw. Oh, well, I was having a look to see where his foot is here. I think we're going to have a look at this. Here's the ball. I thought this is 4 for all money. It's just the ball stopped. Where are the feet here? It's so difficult to tell whether the feet. And then there's the throw. That is a proper Fletch. Fletch, if you're listening, we've got Fletch number 2 out there. Oh, Fletchy Fletch. There's a lovely guy, is Paul Fletcher. Well, this is a Fletch throw if you ever saw one. About that. Well, well, well. Sensational stuff. The score, 127. Well, it's all happening out there in the middle at the moment. And not good things really for Albano. And this one is going to go into the stumps. And it's Rahman who manages to get the last ball of the innings onto his stumps. And Monu Lal will finish with a wicket. So he will finish with another wicket, I should say. That's a 3 for him. So he continues to be in the wickets. It's an unusual one, wasn't it? It was a slower delivery. And Atiq Rahman here, you can see, just ends up, well, he ends up hitting the ball onto the back. So he's back, basically, he's back-heeled this onto his stumps. So back-heels himself out. It is 130. So that's a very good score. A very good contribution there from him as well. And well done to the cricket stars. They won the toss. They backed themselves to go out there and score the runs. It's a good round of applause, especially for Deepinder. Deepinder, I thought, was absolutely sensational. I loved his batting. So this is the start. And Rajmani was in a hurry. He was in a hurry to score some runs quickly. He was throwing the bat at everything. And he was getting a fair bit of support out there from his opener as well, Manpreet. But Manpreet was sort of more calmer. He was happy to just play good cricket shots and stroke the ball around, but not Rajmani. Rajmani wanted to get funky. This was a beautiful shot as well from Rajmani. He really got into position early, but he couldn't control himself against the spin. He wanted to take him on straight away. He wanted to put his assertiveness on the innings, but he went too crazy. Had a nice stumping taken there by Irfan Sheikh, but it was not to get any easier for them. Well, this is what was happening here in the morning. It was cake time while I was away. But, well, I'll put a call out now for some aloo prawntas. Next time I open that container, I want to see some prawntas in there. Well, maybe somebody will oblige. Jawar Singh, he doesn't normally drop catches, but he dropped one today, which was unbelievable. But, this was a lovely shot, and there were some nice shots there being played by Baba Hussain. The timing was great. Look at this. He just doesn't try to hit it too hard. He just knows if I get into position, then I'm going to score runs. This was one where he got ready early, just got ready and just delicately paddled this one away for 4. This was an opportunity, the catch going down, and came a long way to try and take it. Then, well, this is the one that Rocky said, no way, I'm not putting this down. And the Italian stallion made no mistakes there. Ravinder Singh taking the good catch. And then Manpreet Singh, who'd been there a while, he smashed 1 for 6. Thought, right, it's time for me to get going. But the second time he tried it, it was Pravin Kumar, who continues to impress in the field, taking very good catches. This, well, he tried to get funky, but in the end, he just ended up doing a scoop into the fielder's hands, an easy, comfortable catch. And then, well, that could have been the blessing, because Deepinder Shekhwat came out, and guess what? He hit the ball for 6s, and 6s for fun. What an entertaining innings that was from him. That was superb. I mean, 130 on the board. It could have been 135. And if they end up getting these runs at the last ball, and you're gonna look back at that and say, well, look, that's why, because you saved a boundary there. And this was how it ended. A back heel onto the stumps from Atik. Here we go. Here you go. Thank you very much. Back heel. So he says, normally I score goals like that, but this time I've got myself out. Self-inflicted wicket. But what we will see from the scorecard is a very healthy and productive one. In fact, I don't think we've seen too many scorecards quite as healthy as this. I mean, I'm not saying every batter went out there and scored runs, but it's a very healthy contribution, and it certainly does help when your top three get themselves into good scores, and all of them getting in and past the 20. 34 from Rajmani. Manpreet Singh, he batted very well with 29. 23 from Baba Hussain, though he did get an early live, didn't he? Then Ramzan, he was probably the one who failed, and Rahman out of the very last ball there. But what about that innings from Dipendra Shakwat? I really did like the clean hitting that he demonstrated. 21 of 7 deliveries. So 130 is on the board. That is going to take some getting. Albano are a team that have had issues with their batting, but today is another day. We do know that form can change so quickly in this T10 format. Let's have a quick look at the bowling figures. No luck at all with the ball for Bharti Banga and Pravan Kumar this time round. Jorwal Singh, his bowling has got better. Ever since he started bowling outside of the power play, he's getting wickets and he's keeping the runs down. 1 for 16, though he is going to be disappointed that he did drop that one catch. Dev Chima, his introduction wasn't a bad one, but he was a little bit expensive in his second over. Monu Lal picks up 3 wickets for 24. Again, he just showed that he is Mr. Consistent, the Enigma. So at the halfway point in this match number 15, 130 for 5 being scored by the Cricket Stars is a pretty healthy score. And Albano, well, they're going to have to bat outside their skins if they're going to get there. So join me, Rico Full and Nikki C, as we come back in about 5 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match. We'll leave the match summary out there for you to absorb. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, cricket lovers, and hello to you, our global cricket family, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Welcome back to Rome. Well, they say all roads lead to Rome. Well, the roads for these 5 teams, that's exactly where it's led them, and it's led them to this Super Series. One of the 5 teams that you see playing in this Super Series will qualify and represent Italy as the club champions in the European Cricket League 2023. Which one will it be? Well, it could be any one of these 2 teams. Albano, they really, though, need to register a few wins to keep their hopes alive. Cricket Stars, I like the way that they started today. Look, they've got the runs on the board. I was very impressed with their bowling yesterday. So now that they've got that 130 on the board, if they bowled anything or any way like they did yesterday, I think they should win this one pretty comfortably. It's going to start off with Kang. Kang is their captain, Sukhpal Singh. Well bowled. His secret is very simple. He's a tall man. There's no secret about that because he can't hide it. But what he does is he doesn't try and bowl too fast. He uses his height and he gets a swing. The ball really does swing in. Look at that. Look at the movement of that. And that's not too far away from just catching the edge there. I'm a little bit surprised in no slip in place. I have to admit, they've got runs on the board. You could be a bit more attacking and get a slip in. Same thing again. I wonder if he will make that change. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network, and alongside me is that they're very lovely and they're looking very nice today as well, and doing the intros and doing a grand job out there in the middle is Nikki Chowdhury. Welcome back, Nikki.
Hello, Rico. Are you trying to say something about the rest of my outfits? Just today you're looking very nice, but everything else you're
Maybe, you know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. There's no secret about this either. Sweet. This one's been played out. They'll take a single. I've had a line. I'm fresh. My eyes are fresh. I can see things around me. I can smell things. I can smell cake. Why can I smell cake, I wonder? So I can see, yeah, I like in the outfit. I can't stare at it too long, though, because it makes my eyes go funny. It's one of those things that they used to have in the 70 discos, you know, make your eyes go funny. And, you and Vinny complimented each other very well.
I was going to say, you're telling me you can't look at my dress. Have you seen Vinny's shirts?
Yeah, I think Vinny is just, I think every day is Peacock Day for Vinny at the moment. I think we're saying that we're on the Italian summer. I think Vinny's been on a peacock summer. He certainly has. So he keeps saying to me he's always getting his suits dry cleaned, but I don't know what he's dry cleaning them for. I haven't seen him wear a suit in a while. Oh, Vinny. But look, Vinny's got to be very excited. Between you and me, I think after this week, he's going to have a bit of well-earned time off. He'll go back and see his friends and family in Australia.
Have you ever been to Australia?
I never have. He keeps promising to take me. He never takes me anywhere.
Oh, he's going to take you.
Never takes me anywhere nice. And he always promises to bring me stuff back from Australia. He never does. Corey does, you know.
Oh, okay. I've heard a lot
Corey's
of
bought me stuff from Australia. I don't know how Corey's got
apparently there's something that everyone who goes to Australia get obsessed with. It's called something like Nimnams or something like that. I don't know what they are, but something's...
Nimnams? I don't know what they are.
Am I right?
I couldn't tell you because I never get
Tim
anything from Vinny, so I can't say. Oh, no ball. This has got to be... Is this front foot or side foot? Side foot, says the umpire. It just looks like he's just cut the return crease here. Yeah, looks like he just catches that with his heel. So good pick up there from the umpire. So free hit coming up. It was tidy over up until there. Unfortunately, couldn't finish it off. So has to bowl this final delivery again. It's a free hit. And Monulal hits it pretty well up and straight to the hands of the fielder, who does well and doesn't allow the team to get any runs. So it finishes off well, the free hit, other than the extra for the no ball. Doesn't end up hurting Cricket Stars too much. It's a nice, tidy first over. Just, I think that's 3 on the board. I don't think the no balls has been registered as yet. So 3 without loss. 20 is the figure that we've gone now without any golden balls.
Yeah, no golden balls as of yet. 20 since the last one, which was obviously in Portugal. If you didn't catch it, you can head over to the YouTube channel and you'll be able to preview it. It was on the night series out in Portugal, which is covered by Charlie Hunt. He's a lucky guy, isn't he? Being able to have covered a golden ball. I'm yet to visit. I'm yet to actually see one. So hopefully I'll get to see one, maybe sometime this week. How cool would it be to get a golden ball on the final on Saturday?
That'd be It'd be fantastic. How cool would it be for you for there to be a golden ball while you're here as well? Because, I mean, you know how long we've been waiting.
I know you've been waiting since the 31st of March.
We've been waiting for a long time. And personally, between you and me, I think Vinny got a bit down that it happened in Portugal and he missed out, you know. Up in the air, and he's got enough of this as well. I think it's going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. So a nice shot from his front shake. Wouldn't he like to find some form? He's, I think, off the top of my head, it's only the one occasion in all the innings that he's had up until this one in this Super Series has he managed to get into the 20s. He's due runs. He's a good batter. He's due to find form. Will it be here? Will it be when it matters?
We'll find out soon. It's going to be an interesting one. Let's see how this chase goes.
Nasib Khan just strays a little bit on the leg, so this one won't go to the boundary. They take one. In comes a good strong throw, and well, he had to hustle to get back to the front. So he gets the 2 here. Nasib Khan, I love the bowling of Nasib Khan yesterday. I think he bowled so well to the left-hander.
Yeah, and I think bowling to the left-hander as well it's quite the challenge, just like when we were speaking about having a left-hander bowl to the right-hander as well. Those angles that they pick up, especially early on if the ball's doing a bit, if you're bowling with a bit of cloud cover like it was on Tuesday, those line and the line that gets bowled is pretty hard to judge at points.
Just comes in a little bit. I think this is pitched outside leg before it's come in, so I think not that this was close. You see again, that's pitched outside leg, so even if that ball had stayed really low, and it would have hit the batter right in front, it could not have been given out. Yeah, Hasib at the moment, compared to what he was doing yesterday, is a little bit too much focusing on hitting the stumps. He's on middle and leg. I think he needs to go outside off. The slip is in place exactly for that. And once again, he goes into the batter, and the batter puts his away 4 more runs. So he's just not getting the line, not bowling to the field that's been set for him. That's a nice shot. It's in the swing zone again for Irfan, and he gets onto it pretty quickly. So the captain, he's looking to attack. He's looking to get after everything he can here. 4 more runs from him.
Yeah, 4 runs are going to be very helpful in this chase as they need over 100 here and 49 balls. They're looking at roughly 14.5 and over. So it's a big chase and really going to have to make sure they make the most with the 2 men out on the boundary right now in this power play.
Yeah, it is a big chase. And a lot of work to be done. Hey, here comes Leslie. I love seeing Leslie because whenever Leslie comes, I know he's always bringing some goods.
Yep, lots of
And
goods.
there's the catch, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Well, Rico Fool is getting them bang on here today. Well, that's a commentator's kiss for a change. I told you, you've got to get your slip in place. They've done that. He's got to get the ball in the right place. He does. It's not often, Nikki, that we see slip catches in T10, but this is a good catch, good bit of bowling. That's the line. That's what he's got to be bowling.
Yeah, great bit of bowling, and it just paid off there. Look at that.
Yeah, great
It's
catch.
like teamwork.
Yeah, teamwork, stronger together. That's what we say out here. That's what that banner and behind the slip fielder that takes that catch there. So Irfan Sheikh, once again, we've seen that from him a few times. He gets going, he plays a few boundaries, and then, well, it takes a good catch to get him, but they do get him. So the captain, Irfan Sheikh, he goes for 11, and that was the 9th ball that he faced. But quality bit of bowling, and as I said, he was a little bit too much on leg and middle stump. He needed to get the ball outside the off stump, and as soon as he gets it in the right place, the catch is taken, and that went pretty quick as well. So nicely taken.
Yeah, exactly. And as they say, teamwork makes the dream work. So
Well, the captain, Captain Kang, back into the attack now for the start of the 3rd over. 12 for 1 was that was the wicket of the very last ball, and it was Ali Mohammed who took the catch.
good catch, good position he got himself into, and he made it look like a breeze. I'm sure he's now going to want more balls coming at him and be like, yeah, go on then.
Jorwar Singh comes in his number 3 position. This one doesn't swing in, just continues and holds its line, so wide is called. It's not often that Sukhpal doesn't get the ball to come in.
No, but he's been bowling very well. These lines are good.
Yeah, come on, open that box. I want to see what's in it. What's Leslie Borders? What's the goodies today?
I can smell it.
Go on then. Go by your smell. Oh, he's gone. Oh, yes. Well, I said when he came on to bowl, there's no secret about what Sukhpal does. He's tall, and I said there's no secret about that because you can see it, and his height has come into play here. He's a tall man. He just takes 2 strides. He's like a giraffe, isn't he? 2 strides to get to the stumps. He's reaches out, gets the ball, and because he's got a long reach, there's no doubt about this at all. And, well, let's see this. This is the first bit of magic. There's the run out. Now open the box. You know, see what happens? You delayed. And because you delayed, the wasps are back. Come on, quickly, do it.
I think
do
it's
it.
rice.
Open the box. And,
Ooh.
is that a bit of
It's like a Greek thing, isn't
I think it is. I think there's a bit of meat with some rice and some salad. And, yeah, I think the wasps would like sharing that with you. They're clever, aren't they, wasps? I mean, they're not been here at all. Leslie comes with food, and they follow him.
Literally, they're back. Can you believe it?
They are here. So they get the second wicket, and it's unfortunate, isn't it? Because both openers depart. Gill is the new batter. Nicely played. But, oh, there's not another mix-up, surely. Here comes the throw. It's wild. I think it's Rajmani that throws it in. And they're just getting a bit shaky, getting a bit panicky here. Moonlal was the unfortunate player to be run out for 1 or 5 deliveries. Could have been another there.
Yeah, just a bit of panic, a bit of concern amongst them. I think they need to just communicate better. Communication is key.
Well, Gill needs to take a chill pill, stay where he is. Look, there he is. Look, there he goes again. He's all over the place. And this time they will get a single. With Sukhpal, he was brilliant in the run out. Well, the little back flip here wasn't so good, and you can see there Hasib just in the corner of your screen saying, "Hey, Skip, calm down." That wasn't so good. There was no way he was going to get the man run out from there. He just gives a run away. Well, maybe it's all. If he ends up getting the wicket of Gill here now, say, "Yaar, mera plan siga, meri gal sun, meri plan siga, onu single de dena, hun meri ede fatte chak dene." Now let's have a look. Let's see if that plan works. Sukhpal now to Gill, who he puts on strike. Yeah, it's a bit of a, oh, this one. Well, maybe that was not the plan. If ever the first one was the plan, it's a mistake from the wicketkeeper, Manpreet Singh. It goes through him, and the batters will take the bye. So Jorwar will go back on strike.
They're really just going to have to make sure that they communicate well with each other and say, this is the plan, this is how we're going to go. Because you can tell that, you can sense the tension.
Certainly can, but at the moment, you see, I mean, the power play now has been completed, so that's the end of Sukhpal's spell. What a good spell of bowling that was. I mean, along with a couple of wides that he bowled in there, that's only 5 runs that he's gone for. Hasn't picked up a wicket, though. He was instrumental in that run out. So he's bowled his 2 overs for 5. The score is on 16. And you know what that means? That means that they are way behind the rate that they needed to start at. It's now reaching around about the 17. Vinny, when it comes to 18, says that is the point of no return. So they're almost there already. So they've got some work to do. And looks like the bowler that's going to come on now was somebody I was very impressed with when I saw him out there the other day. Going to continue. That's Dipindra. Wasn't he good with the bat today?
Oh, he was brilliant, wasn't he?
Just from the word go, he just went out there and he crashed the ball all over the place. Absolutely great hitting from him.
Yeah, it was superb hitting, and now let's hope he makes a contribution with the ball. That would be nice for him. Wouldn't he have a good day out?
Talking about day out, come on, tell us. Where did you finally end up yesterday? Did you go back into the centre of Rome?
After I had like a very long siesta, like literally went back in to the hotel. I had to have a long siesta. I think it made me feel so much better. And then ultimately later on in the evening, later on in the afternoon, I did head up. I just went to see the Vatican only because my entire school life, I went to a Catholic school. So like it was always stories about the Pope, and then obviously like we've just we've heard a lot about it growing up, and I was like, the school fees my parents have paid and the amount of times I've heard about the Pope, if I'm in the city with the Vatican, if I'm in the country, I better go and see the Vatican.
Yeah.
So I literally went there, took a photo, sent it to my parents saying school fees well spent now. Like everything's
I've done it.
done.
Yeah, I've done it. I bet that made them really happy. I'm sure it did.
Yeah, and then Mum was like, oh, then she actually FaceTimed me. She's like, I worked at the same school. I might as well see it as well through you. So then everyone saw it. So
That's nice. That's lovely.
I did that, and then I came back, and I was like,
Yeah,
right.
the Vatican. I mean, Vatican. It's actually a country, isn't it? The Vatican.
Yeah, it's its own
It's the
country.
smallest country in the world. Vatican City. So there you go. You went and saw the smallest country in the world.
I did. I wanted to take my passport so I could have got a stamp, but that apparently doesn't happen.
Bangs this one in. He's sort of toying with that line. The umpire is happy with this one as well. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, that's fine. That really is fine. You can see the batter having a look at the ump and say, hey, umps, come and help me out here. And the umpire, well, if that was me there, I would say, hey, you see that bit of wood you got in your hand? You've got it for a purpose. Use it. Well, he does use it this time, but unfortunately, it goes straight to the fielder. You know, I do like this field, Nikki, because we see a lot of field sets similarly to this, but the man who's doing the fielding there is normally on the circle. By having him inside a few meters, it means those sort of shots, which usually would be singles, then there's no runs there. I do like that.
Yeah, it's really good, and they've just sealed it off quite nicely. So even those slightly wider deliveries that do get their hands thrown at a bit, they are protected.
Shakwat finishes his spell, and just 2 runs from that over as well. So it's 18 for 2. Well, you said you wanted to see me do a bit of Bhangra, so I've just done a little bit of Bhangra there.
You did it behind me, though.
I did it behind you, so you're going to have to wait to see it. Maybe at the end of the day, it might get up there for you. Or maybe Andis, if Andis has been cheeky. No, well, thank you, Andis. Andis said, no, we won't do that. It won't spoil the fun. Thanks, Andis. Okay, where do they go from here? Because the point of no return has been reached. I think Rahman, who comes on to bowl now, starts well. Yesterday, I have to say, when we watched the Cricket Stars, they got themselves into the match, didn't they, against Roma CC. And then, all of a sudden, the last few bowlers just got their line wrong. Rahman was one of them. This will be probably called a wide, I think. The umpires look at each other. Well, they're saying that's a one. Let's have a look at this. Does this go over his head? That, for me, is a wide. That has to be called a... Nah, come on. Guys. Well, that's over his head. Has to be a wide. They're saying that's over shoulder height, but not over the head. Well, I'm not going to argue. Umpires have to work together on these decisions. This one, I'm not going to argue with this either. This is gone. This is big. This is massive. It's been hammered away. Manos arriba, Vidro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, the batter says, well, okay, if you're not going to give me any freebies, I'm just going to hit him out of the park. Well, that's what he's got to do. That's a big hit.
That is a big
It hits the ambulance. Oh, no, not again. Well, there's another insurance claim that has to be filled out. Well, that ambulance is starting to get peppered with Kookaburra balls when the man's now shutting the door. He said, that's it. I'm not leaving the door open no more. I'll chance the heat rather than the Kookaburras.
Like, generally, that ambulance is getting battered and bruised. I'm sure there's plenty of dents.
Here we go,
on it.
look. Over it goes, and bang. And I think the door opens. I think the guy in there thinks, somebody's knocking on me door. Maybe we need some assistance here. Well, I'll tell you what, there's the ambulance that needs the assistance. All the players apparently keep telling the ambulance guys that they shouldn't park there, that that's a dangerous park. They try to explain to them that's cow corner. And the ambulance keeps saying, but we can't see any cows. What are you talking about? There's no there's no moose here. That's not the point. Move the ambulance or you're going to get peppered. That's hit hard. That's going to be 4 more. 1 bounce and over the boundary it goes. There's some good shots here now. Well, Singh's, he's been on the yet, and now it's time for Gill to go bang as well. Look, what I was trying to say to you is yesterday it was a similar sort of thing from the Cricket Stars, that the opening bowlers bowled well, and they really had Roma in a bit of bother when there was, I think they were at one point, they were 40 odd for about 6 or 7. And then the last few bowlers just bowled a little bit too short and bowled runs. And it's the same sort of thing happening here, but this one could be a chance if the fielder can get to it. He does get to it, gets hands to it, and all I think that's Sukhpal. All Sukhpal is able to do is get hands to it and palm it on to the fielder close to him. So the catch, it would have been a difficult one. The catch gets put down. Well, you'll have to go back and look at that and just see how important an opportunity that one turns out to be. So they finally get motoring, they finally get moving as the score now moves on into the 30s. That's the sort of over that Albano needed.
Yeah, exactly what they needed. And they're going to be very happy with that, aren't they?
Yeah, look, one thing, I mean, I'm going to go back to what I was talking about there about the cricket stars and their bowling. Start really well, okay, and then they let teams in. Do they need to mix up that opening attack a bit more? Do they need to hold one of those openers back to whether it's a C, whether it's a part, let's say, right, bowl one, and when you bowl the first over and only goes for 5, and the second over there's only, like, again, just 4 or 5 runs off it, and you know that the team now need to really go some, is that the point where you bring probably your lesser experienced bowlers on? So if they have 1 or 2 bad overs, it doesn't matter because you've still got the good bowlers to come back?
Yeah, I think it's important they really assess the bowlers that's been bowling tightly and has actually restricted the batsmen more, and then maybe just hold them off for that last over. You know, when they're really aggressive, when they're really trying to go for it, then just hold them off so they can play against the one. Maybe they're not really expecting it, so maybe this could be a trick that they could use.
Yeah, I think that's something which they need to look at, because what they'll probably do here now, I mean, we've just seen that Rahman bowl there. They'd probably go with Rajmani. Rajmani didn't bowl a bad first over yesterday, but his second over, well, I think his second over went for about 16 or 18 runs. And then after that, that was it. Roma saw the door opening. They took full advantage of it and got the win. Cricket Stars, all right, they got more runs to play with here today. So they will still fancy themselves to go on and win this. There's still a lot of runs required by Albano. I mean, it's still over 20 per over required. So it's a slightly different situation, but it's something that they could learn from. It's something that they could apply just to say, look, we're just going to hold maybe Sukhpal back, because if we do get a very crazy over, well, Sukhpal could come back on then and tidy things up. But it's going to be Rajmani to bowl over number 6, 30 for 2. In the air, could be a wicket straight away. Oh, just dropped short. Rajmani is after it. The fielder coming in, doesn't get to it. I spoke to you a little while ago as where that fielder was, just about a few metres inside the 30-yard circle, and I said I like that position. He's not there anymore.
He's gone.
He goes back. Where does that ball drop?
Just exactly where he was.
Exactly
They
where
didn't
he
listen
was.
to you.
Well, they sort of listened to me, and then they went back. Maybe because it's a different bowler on. Rajmani, this is into the body of Jorwar, and he just takes a single. Jorwar is just going tiki-taka at the moment. Both these batters have played big shots, but now they're going to start combining those big shots together and playing them more regularly. Tiki-taka just won't do. Goes for a big hit, but ends up just slicing it to any one of the mid-wicket or long-on could have fielded that. Long-on is the man who gets there.
$32 for 2. 33, sorry, for 2.
Rajmani is so clever with that delivery, and that is just that's gonna be 4 byes. And Rajmani is probably saying, look, what do you want from me? It's such a clever delivery. It fools the batter. There you go. It fools the wicketkeeper. There you go. And then the fielder behind there, he's thinking it's a slow delivery. Surely I'll get to it. A survey says blah. He doesn't get there. 2 of them actually try and get there. Then he gets a splinter. He says, oh, yaar ki ho gaya. He touches the old wooden fence, gets a splinter in his finger for his troubles. There you go. 4 byes. This is hit hard, and this will be 4 more. So they are starting to put the boundaries together. They've got a lot of work to do, but they're not giving this up. Jorwar and Gill believe that they can maybe produce a sensational comeback here for Albano.
It's a good comeback. They're going to be very happy. They just want to go like this for a bit longer, and then they can just catch up a bit.
Rajmani bangs this one in short. This will just be a single. You just get the feeling every time there's a single, or every time sort of the ball doesn't go to the boundary, that it's a win for the Cricket Stars. And that's the end of Rajmani's over. And you know, that's the thing, look, Rajmani, you just saw there was a couple of boundaries in that over. 4 of those were by. So, okay, the 8 doesn't tell the story of the scores per over. It was 12, but it's still way under what they need.
It is way under what they need. And it's... Ooh, I wonder how it's going to plan out. I think if I can see a good over or two, then I think they're going to be definitely in the game. I feel like if they just end up being slightly slower, then...
Yeah, I mean, a good over. I mean, we're talking here now at 22. So you're saying that out of every 6 deliveries bowled, at least 4 of those have to go to the boundary.
Literally, because look, 22 runs and over, you're just... You need to give it a go, because this is the 7th over.
Well, this is what they need, and like I said, at least 4 balls have to go to the boundary, and that is 1 of the 6 has gone to the boundary, and that is as effective as you can get. Boom, bang, Jorwar. If there's any man that can do it, he can. I mean, he's made a habit of being caught at mid-wicket a few times. I was talking to him yesterday a little bit, and he said to me, Rico, what do you think? I said, look, you think of a clock. Every time you're hitting at that area, you're hitting at 9 o'clock. Forget 9 o'clock, aim for 11 o'clock. That way you get more height into it. Well, he smashes this one as well, and well, that's 2 in 2. Manos arriba. Ginna sona shakka lag gaya, patake chal pe. Well, that's what they needed. No more tiki-taka. Put away the tuk-tuk, the 2-cylinder tuk-tuk, not doing the job. You got to upgrade to the 12-cylinder, and that's what they've done. 6 and 6. Well, he's hungry for more. Jawad, just like that, 27-16. He has struggled to get out of the 20s. Will he do it today? And if he can get out of 20s, can he go on and do something sensational here? Well, it is the bowler, Ali Muhammad, just like he did yesterday, who is in a spot of bother here again. This was the issues that the Cricket Stars had against Rome yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. And these are issues that, well...
Oh, no. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. So it's 6-6-5. That is 5 from not even a legal delivery. So it's all going wrong here. That is 17 runs of just 2 balls. So remember when I said 4 of the 6 balls per over have to go to the boundary? Well, that certainly makes life a lot easier for Albano here. Well, what an over this is turning out to be. So 17 of just 2 deliveries. He's going to try around the wicket. This could be playing right into where Jorwar wants it. He goes big. He's up in the air. But Fuda has the opportunity and takes the easy catch. And Jorwar, well, Jor de naal mariya, but inna jor nahi siga, shakka nahi laga. Catch far liya apne Darvinder Chikwar ne, and well, he's a key man again. Gets the wicket, and all of a sudden, well, Ali Mohammed goes from villain to hero.
That was a good catch, wasn't it? And you know what? Let's just be honest. Cricket Stars, they're in a very good position here. Very strong position. And they're taking those...
Oh, you didn't swallow a fly. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, Nicky C has taken one for the team. Go on. Chug it down with a bit of water. There you go. You see? Us commentators, you have no idea what we... Hang on. You're coming back. You all right there, love?
I think I just ate a wasp.
Not a wasp. Oh, no, no. I don't think it was a wasp.
I have no idea.
If you start swelling up, I'll tell you. I want to be nasty like Vinny was to me yesterday.
So what happened exactly? He never really told me the story.
Well, okay. Let's see what happens with this ball first here. And it's on the pads. I think if the batter was a bit smarter, he would have turned that into a wide. But it ends up just being a leg bias. Ajay Kumar. Ajay Kumar, I have to say, batted pretty well yesterday. Was probably one of the better batters that Albano had. But he comes in after Jawad once again. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't get out of the 20s. He went for 27. So, better delivery up in the air. This could be another one. Same fielder. Dipindra Shakwat comes underneath it and takes the catch. It's 2 wickets just like that. Well, he went for 17 off his first 2 deliveries. And now the 17 remains the same. And off the next 3 deliveries, he's picked up 2 wickets. This is T10. This is what we're talking about at the European Cricket Network. This is why T10 is taking the world by storm, the European Cricket Network. Anything can happen. The game can change just like that, Nikki.
Yes, it can indeed, can't it? Like, just, it's crazy how much things can change. Literally over 2 balls or within an over, it can literally go into the hands of the other team straight away, and that's why you really have to make the most of the opportunities you get here. As I mentioned, T10's very new to me. He's very new to actually, like, yes, it gets played in England, but there's not that many competitions, or especially amongst the groups I've played with that are playing T10. There's one similar. I think the Last Man Stands competition is a T10 competition, which is actually doing well. But then again, I played in that once a while ago, actually, quite a few years ago, and that's the lesson then as well. You got to make sure you make the most out of your opportunities.
Yeah, Last Man Stand, off memory, is that 8 overs? I can't remember.
I
100%. I have played it. We actually had a tournament, Last Man Stand tournament, up in Spain at La Manga a few years back before the pandemic. But yeah, I mean, you're probably right. That's probably the closest thing that maybe cricketers that are not familiar to this European Cricket Network format of T10 cricket that have played. Now, you were asking me a question, which I can go back to now, about what actually happened. Well, as Vinny quite rightly told the viewers, normally when I'm putting my headsets on, I always have a quick check and put them on. Yesterday, I didn't do that. I just picked them up, and as I put them on, there was a little bit of and I thought, ouch, that hurt. And then when I took my headset off, first I saw the wasp inside sort of fly away. And then when I checked myself, I thought, I've just been stung. And I was examining, and then Vinny helped out to examine to see if there was a sting or anything left in me. But there wasn't, but I was okay. Nothing nasty happened, so maybe I was lucky. But just reminded me again to never switch off checking my headsets. Haseeb Khan coming back into the attack. Hit nice and straight. Could it be 3 catches? Oh, it was a much harder one. And can he stop the 4? He does. And Dipendra Shakwat had a bit of work to do here. Gets diving to take the catch. And I think, I don't know if he had it in his hands when he hit the deck, but certainly he hit the deck pretty hard. And that may have been why the ball then escapes him. Yeah, I think this is a combination of body hitting the ground, and knees probably came up and hit his elbows. The ball escapes, but he does save the boundary. Good work again, though, you have to say, from Dipendra.
Excellent bit of work.
Chance, gone, adios.
Hasta la vista.
Hasta la vista. It's as easy as that. And happy. I'm so happy. Taking the catch. There he is, Baba Hussain. He is a lot happier today. He wasn't so happy yesterday when he was out first ball, LBW. But he's made a good contribution with the bat here today. Had a bit of luck as well, you have to say, but he made 23, and now he takes a good catch there at a position we were talking about earlier. He's patrolled that area quite well. Another wicket goes, and Albano there struggles with the bat. Continue. And who can play a bit of support there to Paman? So Ajay Kumar, he goes for 2 or 3 deliveries. Well caught there by Baba Hussain.
Well, cool. It actually makes up for the fact that the one before that was dropped. It actually, if that wasn't dropped, this probably wouldn't have happened. So,
yeah, actually, very good point. Very good point.
You could say it was a well-dropped catch.
Dev Chima, we saw him bowl first time today. Now he's getting his first opportunity with the bat. Didn't bowl too badly. Did pick up a wicket. But he certainly would be like, well, certainly Albano would like to see something from him with the bat. And if he can produce something, then maybe, I don't think it's going to help them too much in this match. But these two teams will do battle again. So maybe it will, it's an opportunity for him to get into shape for the next one. Slower delivery, cleverly bowled by Haseeb Khan. Interesting that Haseeb has decided for his second over to be bowling round the wicket as opposed to over. He normally does bowl over. It was over the wicket that he bowled when he took his first wicket, after just straying down the leg side a few times. So he's made a change in his approach. Oh, a bit of the old helicopter. There's one man who plays that pretty well. There's Pravin Kumar. He's played a nice one yesterday, which went to the boundary. The old helicopter shot.
Yeah, he does seem to like that. I'm guessing he's an MS Dhoni fan, isn't he?
Yeah, he probably is. To catch up with him, maybe ask him about that, about his style and his technique. Can Khan finish what's been a fine smell of bowling for him with another wicket. Maybe he goes for the shorter ball. It doesn't quite get enough bat onto it, but maybe he's lucky actually, because you have got the likes of Dipendra and Sukhpal that are patrolling that part of the boundary. That is the end of the 8th over, and it's a good one from Khan. And a good spell from him as well. 2 for 15, he's bowled very well, so he's backed up his good bowling performance yesterday with another good one here today.
Yeah, that's definitely well said. And cricket stars are going to be very happy with this, aren't they? They're just going to think, what a way to have started, and especially the unfortunate incident that happened early in the week with their kit being stolen, and then now to come back and play a performance like this. Absolutely brilliant.
Pindra, Shukman. Nice start from him. Yeah, they've gone very flat, very quiet. I mean, just having a look at the bench there, underneath the shade of the Albano players. So once again, they're twiddling their thumbs and sat there quite disgruntled. They don't really know how and when. Maybe their luck, maybe their form is going to change. But at the moment, they just can't find a way to put consistent performances together. Well, that will give them some cheer, because Chima does show that well, maybe in the likes of him coming into the side, they've got somebody who can probably get them a few valuable runs. Nicely timed shot for 4 runs. Down the ground, take the single. Yeah, and this Cricket Stars team, like I say, I felt for them a little yesterday. I wanted them to have a good return after all the bad things that happened to them the day before against Rome when they played Rome. It didn't quite happen. They did a lot of good things right, but by not getting those extra runs on the board, they just weren't consistent enough with the ball. Swing and a miss there from Kumar. But what they're showing is that if they can get to a score of around about 120, that certainly does help them when there is a bowler perhaps that does stray and doesn't get things right. But they are, for me, missing just one on the bowler. For me, maybe if they've got somebody that they can turn to just to do a bit of spin, could help them. This is nicely played down the ground. Dipindra, well, just allowing them to get a single. His fielding position has been taken over there by another man that's been in pretty fine form for them.
It's a big ask, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's done, isn't it? Let's face it, it's done. It's not a big ask. It's an impossibility, and you can see there the batters. I mean, through no fault of theirs. I mean, if the openers can't get going, you can't be expecting, you know, the likes of these batters to be blasting the ball to all over the place. I think the thing is they've got to, with an over to go, be thinking, okay, maybe get to that score around 90. It's something a bit more positive, but there's not been too many positives in their batting. There was, once again, you could say that there was those scores from Jorwal Singh again, but he keeps getting out into the 20s. Once again, just being caught on the boundary, but nobody else was able to give him any support. They've got to find someone that can stick around with Jorwal. So we're going to miss, and it's Rajmani that's coming back to bowl the last over. 75 on the board, 5 wickets down.
Yeah, you're right. 90 would be a nice, more respectable total to end on.
Well, this is pretty well hit, but it's a catching opportunity. Well, if he takes this, it'll be a tremendous catch. Well, when he's running in for this, you would never think he's going to overrun it. You would never think that's going to happen. That is Sukraj Singh that's coming in from the boundary. I'm thinking he'll do well to get it. Well, he does even better. He doesn't get there. He runs past it. Look, it goes way past him. And then he tries to do a little bit of a Bhangra move to take the catch. He doesn't. So Rajmani, a bit unlucky not to get the wicket. He does so well. He shows acceleration, but too much acceleration.
Don't think he expected that at all. He thought he probably wasn't going to get there, and then look at him. He's overrun it. Had to go straight over his head.
Chance, and down it goes, and down goes the captain as well, Sukhpal Singh. Catches have gone down here today. That's another one, and that's why it helps to have 130 on the board, because there are a few mishaps in the field like this one, the second one that Sukhpal has not been able to hold on to. Then runs on the board make it easy to absorb. If this was a closer match, those ones would have been costly. Nice shot play for a single there. So Rajmani now ball to go in the innings. They're not going to get to the 90. Maybe They'll get to the 80. It's been a very convincing victory, hasn't it, for the Cricket Stars? They are back, and they're back to winning ways. And there we go. That will be the end of the innings. So congratulations to the Cricket Stars. They're a team that have had, well, they've gone through a lot of emotions already in their Super Series. You remember, unfortunately, the incident that they had at the start of day 2 here when they were expected to play 2 matches in the morning against Rome, and only to find that their minibus had been broken into and all of their equipment and gear stolen. Those 2 matches were postponed. One of them they played yesterday, and though they played pretty well against Roma, they sort of threw it away a little bit. But they are back, and they're back with a bang. They win their second match, and they win it convincingly by 51 runs. Nikki, good performance.
That was a brilliant performance. Became a bit of a no match towards the end, didn't it? Because Albano were just never really just got themselves going, and it shows. And well done to Cricket Stars. It was a great display of cricket. Some great catches taken as well. We had a few drops, but I think those drops actually made up later on because more wickets were taken and some excellent bit of fielding. You could tell there was a proper buzz amongst the Cricket Stars today. They were really here, they were determined, and look at their outcome. They'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, they'll be very happy. I'll tell you another reason they'll be very happy, Nikki, not only because of the things that we've talked about already, but it's a huge day for them today. They got 3 matches. They're playing 3 matches on the spin, and I think every time you win a match, you look forward to the next one because you're in winning frame. If they'd lost this one, then they're thinking about, oh, you know, we've got 2 more matches, we've got to get it right for the next one. And if the next one doesn't go so well, then by the time the 3rd match comes along, you're really not wanting it at all. But they've got to win, they've got a positive win. And the other thing is, you know, their batting has clicked. That'll be really positive for them. So they'll be looking forward to going out there again.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be really looking forward to it. Just gives them momentum and a bit of confidence that you don't get really put on the back foot then going into the next match. They'll feel like they can do it, and they're going to go make a statement to say that they're the ones who are going to be taking that spot on the table.
2 good catches, weren't they, there on the boundary? What an over that was. It was quite crazy, wasn't it? 6-6. Of course, I'm talking about the over there from Muhammad Ali. 6-6. Then there was a 5 wide, so 17 came off 2 balls. Then there was wicket, dot, wicket, and you thought, that's T10, that's European Cricket Network cricket for you.
Yep, European Cricket Network cricket, which is quite the tongue twister as well, by the way.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about there. A couple of those catches going down. Dipindra, after taking 2 good catches, puts ones down. No mistakes there from Baba Hussain. Sukhpal Singh also, he dropped a couple of catches, did the captain. But look, like I say, when you've got the runs on the board, and then when you're a team like Albano that are really struggling, this is what's going to happen. Albano, though, really don't know what we can expect to see from them. They are a team that are finding it very difficult to motivate themselves. They're a team that can play better than this. It's just not happening, and we know where it's not happening. It's not happening with their batting, and I think they will know, and other teams will know that when you're playing Albano, if you can get to 100, 110, or even better still to a score like that, 130 on the board, that they are really going to be in trouble. So these 2 teams, they are going to be doing it again. The Cricket Stars, they have registered another win for them. Albano, well, they just can't seem to be able to bat. They can't seem to get runs. Look, when you have a look at their team, I mean, those guys that do it with the ball, Monu Lal, and also the likes of Jorwat Singh, Irfan Sheikh, their captain, and then we've seen good batting there from somebody like Gill as well, Pravin Kumar. They can bat, they can score runs, but it's just not happening for them at the moment. Is the next game going to be different? Can they come back and maybe level this series with the Cricket Stars? They're going to have to really, though, pull something together. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard, and it was Irfan Sheikh. Once again, he got going, the captain. He played some nice shots, but then it was a great catch from Ali Muhammad at slip that removed him. He went for 11. Monu Lal, disappointment. He hasn't quite clicked as an opener. I think he's better off coming in low down. But then the question is, who do you have going up there opening? It's one of those situations. Are you better off with maybe saying something like Gurjit Singh or Bardi Banger? Look, go out there, Bardi, and go bang, 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 like your name says, and give us a good start. 27 from Jawar Singh. He gets into the 20s. Then he can't get a move on any further. Gill, we know he can do the business. He wasn't able to here. He was the one of those 2 wickets taken by Ali Muhammad. The other one was actually Jorwat, who was caught on the boundary by, again, Dipindra Shekhwat. So it wasn't very easy at all. And one thing that the Cricket Stars will look at, of course, is the extras. They gave 13 away, six of those in wides. There was those 4 byes, unfortunate ones from the bowling of Rajmani, outfoxed the batter and the wicketkeeper. But you've got to say a solid bowling performance. 2 wickets from Ali Mohammed. It didn't look likely when he went for 17 of 2 deliveries. And Hasib Khan picked up 2 there as well. And the other one was that sensational run out. So that's the other thing really with Albano. It's not the case that they're being skittled out, because they only lost 5 wickets trying to chase those runs down. So it's the fact that they just can't get going. They just can't get back onto ball. They just can't find the boundaries. So you're going to take a short break here now. An opportunity for you to maybe refuel. So whatever it is your poison, get some more of it ready and get ready to join me and Nikki Chowdhury as we get ready for match number 16 when the same 2 teams do battle. Will it be the same result? Will it be another victory for the Cricket Stars, or will Albano keep their hopes alive in their Super Series and be able to come back with a bang themselves? So join me, Uri Kapoor and Nikki Chowdhury. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time. So, well, get yourself some refreshments. But don't move away from that screen, because there's plenty of action coming your way. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
Good afternoon, we are back for match 16. Cricket Stars take on Albano again. Let's head over to Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains for the toss.
Tail. Tails is good. It is tails. Bat first.
So news from the toss is that Cricket Stars are going to be having a bat first. Let's see how that plans out. Lots to play for here. We all are eyeing up that position at the ECL. So let's head over to the comms box where we have a go and see how this match kicks off.
Thank you very much to Nikki Chowdhury, doing a fantastic job out there in the middle. And you can see there that Sukhpal Singh, no hesitation, the captain, saying, you know what, we're going to have another bat. Of course he is, because he went pretty well the first time round, didn't he? Got plenty of runs on the board, and that's exactly what they want to do again, because there are a few frailties in their bowling, and there's always sort of that one loose end which can really, if the match is close, end up going against him. It did against Roma yesterday, but today Rajmani, he was in good form. He was in a hurry, wasn't he? He was in a hurry for a curry, maybe. Well, maybe he's settled down now. Maybe he's had his lunch, and he's going to be a bit calmer. 34 of 17. He got Manpreet Singh batting well as well. 29 of 19. And Baba Hussain as well. And the Cricket Stars, 109 to 98, which is very much the same as what the bat versus ball wall said the first time round. But, of course, the Cricket Stars went beyond. Albano went below. Albano are having issues. So straight away, you know, look, before this first ball is bowled, Albano will want to be restricting the Cricket Stars to a score, I feel, around about 85 to 90. Every time it gets beyond that, then you're really requiring two batters of Albano to get to a score of around about 30 or 40. And that's going to be difficult for them to do. One man who has been a shining star for the Bharti Banger, he's had a couple of innings now where he hasn't been in the wicket, so he's due a few. Let's see what he can do here. He's going to be opening up, so no change there at the beginning, and also no change in the batting. Rajmani is going to be opening up once more. There comes Bharti. Rajmani this time just places out, gets himself off the mark. You can see that he's still got that little bit of that 50-over cricket mentality, Rajmani. He always likes to just nudge and get off the mark first, and says, right, I've done that now. Now I can go wild. Manpreet Singh, I think he batted quite intelligently in the first match. He assessed the situation well. He could see that Rajmani was chasing after the ball and playing the big shot, so he just stroked the ball around until it was his turn to take over once Rajmani departed. So these two, once they get going, they put on a good partnership. They certainly do, and that right and left combination does work. Bharti Banger, so trying to make early inroads there for his side to see if he can get an early wicket here. Here he comes. Manpreet, he's quite happy just to drop the bat on this and take the single straight away. I don't think Albano will probably mind these singles too much. I think they'll be focusing more on trying to stop the boundaries. So you can see that it's a pretty defensive field. Nobody's really in attacking. Nobody's really in to try and stop the singles. Seems like they're quite happy, quite content to let the singles go. Nicely played. Good timing there from Rajmani. And you can see that this time I was a little bit critical in the first match between these two teams, that the way that they weren't really covering that area, the backward point area to Rajmani when he was batting, because he played a few shots in that area. But looks like they've done their homework in this one. They do have that part of the field well covered. Short, and Manpreet Singh, he just launches into this one. That's a very, very good shot. And he knows there's nobody out there, just drops onto the ground, one bounce before he goes over 4 runs. Look, just rolls onto it. That little swivel on the back foot. That's the old Michael Jackson. Oh, as that goes up in the air into that safe territory. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Manpreet Singh, he's deciding that maybe it's his turn to get off to a flying start in this one, as opposed to Rajmani. The Bharti Banger. First boundary comes off. He's over. Better delivery, a bit fuller. But once again, see, that probably is the frustration. That's one thing that's frustrating for me. I know that the plan might be don't worry about the singles, but when I'm bowling, I want the batters to work hard for their runs. I don't want just to be able to drop a bat onto something, not even really playing a shot and taking a single. I'm going to be saying too, I think that's exactly what Barty is probably saying here, saying, hey, Skip, do me a favour here. You're kind of getting a single from nothing. You've got to try and plug these gaps. I don't want them getting singles. Rajwani shaping up to play the big shot and then changes his mind right at the end. So Barty Banger finishes with a dot. That will be 10 on the board without loss. And you can stay tuned and up to date with all the latest news on the European Cricket Network. And you can follow us via a number of ways. Well, there's some of those I know about, of course. And of course, you can go onto our website. There's Facebook as well, Instagram, Twitter. And well, remember, there's TikTok as well. And a fine time to mention back someone back into the commentary position is Nikki C. Nikki, welcome back. And yeah, I mean, how do you stay in tune with the European Cricket Network?
I'd say Instagram is my definite go-to, definitely. But like Instagram's the only sort of social media I really use like pretty often actually.
Beautiful shot. It's a lovely stroke, well timed. Fielder does catch up with it. But, not before the batters get the 2 runs. Just Instagram, mate.
Just I have a Facebook account, but I literally barely go on it. I think there was a point when Facebook was very popular and everyone had to have Facebook. It was like the old MSN days, but yeah, barely use Facebook now. I think Instagram is what keeps my phone screen time up.
Shorter delivery, that gets worked away on the onside by Manpreet. Does well. I like the way Manpreet, not just on this shot, but even the shots that he plays out on the offside, he does it the old coaching style, isn't it? Where you coach where the bat has to come from high to low, gets right on top of the ball and keeps it along the ground.
Yes, he really does. And as you said, he's quite used to that longer format maybe. But it is important. I think you can still score runs along the ground. So whatever he's comfortable with, I think it's important he just utilises that and maybe doesn't try to play too much out of his own skin. Got pin code Kumar. It's going to be bowling. Let's hope he can make an early breakthrough for Albano. They'll really want to win this one. And this one has been lofted over the top of cover. It's going to make its way down to the boundary for 4 runs. It's going to bring up 18 to the total.
Good shot this, isn't it? Because it's a nice shot to be playing inside the power play. I mean, he's not trying to hit it too hard. That's the difference between Manpreet and Rajwani. I love the way he holds the pose there as well. And you know what he's saying there? He said, "Ladki saadi kitte gayi photo khichne wali, Diana kidhar meri photo khich de." It was a lovely shot, beautiful shot on the side of power play. Gets it over the infielders, 4 runs.
He's like, "Where's Diana?" And this one is posed again.
Well,
This one's going to make its way over the boundary for a bit of bish bash bosh. It's going to be a big one. It's going to help them.
It's another one that's gone into this archaeological dig. Yeah, you're right. He does hold the pose once more, and he says, all right, if Diana's not on the offside of the ground, maybe she's down the leg side, maybe she's got this one. A really nice shot, and that one, I think there's another ball coming out there now. There's another one. When do the people come and do the digging? Because when they do come, we can get some of our balls back.
That's what I was wondering. I did ask Vinny earlier. I was like, have we seen them at all? Because I haven't seen anyone come out without a hole. And this one's been driven just down into extra cover. No run there. They were looking, but it would have been a bit of a tight one, actually.
Yeah, I think maybe they're worse, but they're probably thinking we don't really need to do anything silly. Let's just focus on what we're doing. Both batters are playing some nice shots. 22 on the board now, 2 overs gone. This is the state of play on the tables. Look, the main thing is here, of course, Albano find themselves at the bottom now, 2 points behind the Cricket Stars after Cricket Stars getting that victory. So Albano desperately want to win this match and stay in touch.
Yes, they do. They'll definitely want to. Obviously, they fell quite short in the last game, and they're really going to have to make sure, if they're going to struggle with those big totals, they have to just focus on their bowling and say, right, we're going to restrict, this is going to be our target, and we're going to work with this. This one's just been driven, just the 1 run. It's just been played to the man at extra cover. So yeah, I think they're just going to have to be very militant on their bowling attack and just say, right, this is what's going to happen. And maybe just make it so strict that you end up fining players. You know, sometimes in the good old club cricket, there's fines that go on.
I'm not sure what happened there between Dev and Kumar. Dev just came from nowhere and just argy-bargied Kumar on the back as Kumar's throwing the ball in. And there was no need for that, guys. Come on.
Absolutely no need for that.
Yeah, there are some youngsters that watch this show as well, you know. That was a bit naughty.
It's all fun and games, I'm sure. And this one's just driven again, another single. Just keeping it ticking. 24 is the score.
Yeah, I'm liking this from these two batters. They're prepared to take the singles when they're there. Not doing anything dicey at the moment. If the ball is in the zone to put away, they'll put it away. They know that Banger is one of the top bowlers, as well as Kumar, so they're not going to take too many unnecessary risks. They know that they'll have opportunities against one or two of the other bowlers a bit later on. Just trying to give them a good platform to build on. Remember, both these batters put 50 on in the first match.
Yep, they did. And this one is just going to be a swing and a miss. I think Sandhu was trying the big shot, but unfortunately did not connect with that.
No, we saw this a number of times in the first match. This time, though, he does keep better shape, I have to say. But he always, what I find when he plays that shot, he starts in the wrong position. He needs to come across a little bit towards his off stump and then be playing it. He's trying to play it from leg stick.
Yes, he is. And this one, he's tried again, and I don't think the fielder's going to get it, and he doesn't. They're going to get one here. And no, they're going to get 4.
Yeah, it goes all the way.
It's gone all the way.
Ball hits the deck, doesn't it, and speeds away from the fielder. It doesn't quite plug. Sometimes it does plug. And the fielder would have been able to pull this back, and it would have been a one. But when this one hits the ground, look at this. It just keeps going away from him. And at this point, as he gets ready to get the dive in, it's already past the boundary. 4 runs. Not where he was looking to play that, though.
No, it wasn't. And exactly as that fielder must have really found it hard, because you really struggle to think, when am I going to dive? And like when you get close to the boundary, it's like awkward. Do I dive now? Do I not dive now? Do I dive? Do I dive? But clearly it was a bit too late there. And this one's just been played down to long on. Fielded just the 1 run. Fielded by Mr. FanCode Kumar.
Yeah, the FanCode Kumar hasn't been sensational in that position, taken some really good catch. And don't forget the magical bit of work he did in the first one, where he took the catch, realised he was going over the rope, throws the ball back in, and then fields it and gets the throw. And it was superb stuff.
Yeah, it's been excellent, hasn't it? Here comes Banger. Much better length here. Much better length. Has been driven again.
No run. Decided not to take it. Rajmani was up for it. Manpreet says no. Didn't feel that he could get to the other end. So a good spell.
Yep, it's going to be the end of the over. It's going to be 29 for no loss off 3 overs. It's a good start so far. Current run rate going roughly 10 on over.
Yeah, it's a good start. I mean, they're a little bit behind where they were in the first match, where they ended up finally with a score of 130. They were 34 at this stage. So just a little behind, but the key thing is it's the same situation. Same batters are still there. Haven't lost any wickets, so they know that they can get that acceleration in just when they need to. Just looking for that one loose over that they can attack. Hasn't come yet.
Exactly. No wicket has fallen yet as well, so that's still a stronger position to be in. As Cricket Stars are really going to be setting the score here. And Albano going to be working hard against them to make sure they limit them, because clearly chasing has not been easy for them, and I think everybody else has sussed that out. And this one's going to be 4 wides, so that's going to add 5 onto the score.
Yeah, the wide, and it goes to the boundary as well. So that's 5, just like that. It's from nothing. It wasn't a good delivery. And Irfan there, maybe he's, you know, the other thing I'm noticing with some of the Albano players, they're starting to get a bit of fatigue in their play. I mean, Irfan a couple of days ago would have dived and stopped that. This has been blasted, and that is a supersonic shot. How about this? It's hit, it's cut for 6, and this is flat, hard, boom, shakalagya.
That is a big one. Look at that. What a beautiful shot as well. Just cut for 6. I don't see many of those shots being cut for 6.
That's a tremendous shot. That's the power there of Rajmani straight away. And he's already demonstrated that's an area of the field he likes to play shots. This will be another. And this one, manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 más. Qué guay, qué genial es esta hombre. Este hombre es muy fuerte. El nombre de este hombre es Rajmani Sandhu.
Wow, you said a lot of languages there, didn't you? That was a big one, wasn't it? That was a bit of bish bash bosh going on.
Lovely shot. You can see the quality of some batters from the shots that they're playing, the shot selection, and you just saw two great shots there from Rajmani. The cut shot was top draw. It was epic. And then that one, how quickly he gets into position, flicks it away for 6 more. 2 great shots, 2 sixes.
Yeah, lovely shots. Just played with so much ease as well. Just quickly just brought the bat down and boom, the ball's gone. This one is very smartly played as well. Just taking a single and playing that off the back foot to point.
That's the way to play, though, isn't it, Nikki? I mean, you see a lot of batters that I know of, and we've seen quite a few of them in this Super Series. They've hit 2 sixes, they want the third, then they want the next one. If it's not there, take the single.
Yeah,
you know?
I really need to learn not to get too greedy. It gets exciting, it's easy to get carried away, but at the end, you're trying to build your score for your team and put yourself in a respectable position against the opposition. So it's important you just switch on, turn on that light bulb up there and play some smart cricket.
Yeah, it was nice to see Fran Sheikh, the captain, just have a little word there with the PinCode as he's walking back to his mark. Probably just saying to him, look, don't worry about it. Stay positive, stay upbeat.
This one again is going to be another single, just being played down to a long on. The long on fielder has come running in, but PinCode Kumara's got to the right position, has fielded that ball as well. Both games get it.
Yeah, I think Kumar assessed with Rajmani. He's running that Rajmani. If Kumar didn't go and get this himself, Rajmani was going to come back and take it into 2. So Kumar had to get a little sprint on to get to it. Okay, Rajmani is going to be looking to go big here again.
And he's tried, but he hasn't been successful. He's just gone for 1. Down and fielded by the guy at the short third man.
Yeah, well fielded. And the field has to move. You can see the fielders, they're sort of reluctantly running from one side to another when the left and right handers change strike. They're feeling the heat. They're feeling already it's a long day. They're a team that sort of have made losing a bit of a habit, so that's not going to put them in a good mood, a good frame of mind. So every time things are not going against you, it becomes harder and harder out there, and they're looking like a tired team, aren't they?
Yeah, they are looking like a tired team, but I don't blame them actually. It is quite warm today. It's getting warmer and warmer. It's just really picking up. It's getting a bit sticky, and I'm sure Albano are probably feeling the burnt of it.
Well, I said they were running a little bit behind where they were in the first match when they were batting first. But now, with that single there, takes them to 50. They were 51 without loss in the first match at this point, and now they're 50 without loss in this one. So they're right back where they want to be.
Yeah, in a good position here. 50 at the end of those 4 overs. Projected score of 125, and I think if they end up getting that, Albano, I think they're just... I don't see them. Their attitude just isn't there. They just don't seem as boom, shakalaka, up there to go and hit the ground running. I just think they feel a bit defeated.
Yeah, they absolutely do. The 2 umpires, they're just having maybe it was Jarwar who's just said to one of the umps there, hey umps, I think this ball was a little bit out of shape. And nice to see the men in black getting together there, Asad Ali and Mohammed Shahid. And haven't the umpires been absolutely brilliant here today? I know that we had Asad Ali, Mohammed Shahid, and Suleiman Sahid. Well, Suleiman Sahid is now going to join the crew in Portugal, so we're not going to see him today. So we've had Hati Amila. He's been introduced as one of the umpires today, led brilliantly by Rob Kemin, and Men in Black have been doing a fantastic job. So, Jodwar, I don't know if he got his wish of getting another ball, but he's going to have a ball. Short, Gandhi, and lucky for the batter. It wasn't a good delivery. It's too short. He could have put this anywhere he wanted. I don't think that was the plan, but to get a thick edge on this, it races past Ifran, and once it gets past him, nobody's going to stop it for more.
Yeah, it wasn't the best delivery, was it? You can't really afford to be giving those away. So you've got to make sure you get your length up there and bowl slightly fuller. And on this wicket, it's just going to sit up and it's going to go. Here he comes. This is slightly better. This is played off the back, but again, it's just going to be the 1 run.
Just one played out onto the offside, but yeah, but I still think it's a little too short. That's not the line he'll be wanting to bowl to Sandhu. Sandhu, I reckon he's going to be eyeing up doing this little scoop. Let's see what field they set to him first. I think if they leave that area open, he's going to try and scoop this to that fine leg area.
Well, he does like to play some innovative shots, doesn't he? Like, we've seen some of those. But this one, it's going to be short of the fielder. Oh, maybe the fielder was actually walking in. I think there was a chance there, actually. Stood a bit on the feet here, didn't really walk in. I didn't really see him walk in, so maybe those couple of steps forward would have meant he was in a better position to perhaps have tried to take that.
Yeah, good observation. I think if he was a bit more alert, there could have been an opportunity. And this is Adios, and well, it's almost right on cue as what happened in the first match. It was Jorwar who came in, who got the first wicket, and it was exactly like this. Batter comes out, misses it. Irfan takes the stumping, and he gets Manpreet, but it's Manpreet this time who goes, and the work is done. And Irfan had to make sure his gloves don't go over past the stumps here. That was the one thing I wanted to see again. Look, he goes here. Where are these gloves when that's taken? Ooh, maybe he's just okay there. Remember, the angle's not the best there. Remember, your gloves can't go in front of the stumps. But, well, first time round, it was Rajmani that got stumped going down the ground to Jorwar. This time is Manpreet. So Manpreet has to depart. He does his job, though, doesn't he? He lays the foundation for the other batters. And he makes 27 of 15 before he has to go.
Yeah, he's helped the rest of his team. He's put them in a good position now. 56 on the board. And with a run rate of 12 and over, they can just be happy. If they can continue this and go with this momentum, I think they can be pretty comfortable.
A bit of reunion out there in the middle. I think the team's just taking the opportunity just to take on board a few fluids as Jorwar gets the ball back again. Interesting, I mean, we saw the pattern. It's exactly, so far, it's exactly the same pattern as what happened in the first match. As the captain in France, I know that we had this talk about when we were seeing Albano earlier, that Jorwar was coming in to bowl inside the power play. I'm just wondering whether it was probably, in this particular match, worth taking that gamble a bit earlier with him to see if they could have got that breakthrough before we get to this fourth over.
Yes, definitely. And this is a much better length as well. Just sweeped away softly, not too powerful. Hasn't gone to force it. They're going to take a single here.
Yeah, that's a nice shot, actually. Good sweep shot played there. And looking at the posture of the batter, I think that's Baba Hussain. Happy. If he's got happy on his back, it is. But yeah, he plays that well. Yeah, it is. Baba Hussain, really nice shot.
Really nice shot. Smart cricket. And this one again, just eased away, nudged in to the offside. Again, going to be another single. Good work here, honestly. Cricket stars have been doing some really smart cricket, and it's nice to see. They know, obviously, they've already played against Albano. They've sussed them out. They know how they're going to play against each bowler. They have a plan. So I think that's helped them, especially in this innings. And like, you can tell there's a lot more thought behind it. It just
Yep. Hello to our viewers. Hello. Good morning to you all, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're looking forward, joining us from. Look, with the batting, come on, sweep shot. Is that one that you play a bit? What's your favourite shot?
I do like the sweep shot, but I'm a bit particular on which line I play it on.
Okay.
For me, my favourite shot, I actually just like to drive. I think it's just such a satisfying feeling being able to drive, play a good drive. It's brilliant. It's more of a stand and deliver shot, and you're like, yeah.
Stand and deliver. Well, you can see the body language of the captain, Irfan Sheikh, behind the stumps. Not too happy about this one because it's a swing from Rajmani. See that? Tells you a story, really. Another edge. It flies over the wicketkeeper from the bowler, Chima, and it's 4 more runs to Rajmani. Rajmani is still there, and he's looking to pile on the pressure. Yeah, I love playing the drive shot. And I also think when you're driving the ball and it comes to the middle of the bat, it's the best sound that bat on the ball can make.
It is. It can't be sweeter than honey.
Like he's gone. Well, how about this? Rajmani, is he stopping to look? Well, he kept on going, and now he's made a stop. I reckon, look, the throw has come in from the fielder, missed the stumps. How well has Dev Chima done here? This is brilliant work. Look at Dev Chima, flicks it onto the stumps. Yeah, that's out, Rajmani. Just keep going, buddy. Keep going. You might as well. I don't know why he's coming back here. And maybe the umpire hasn't been able to see it. I don't think the umpire can see it because you got the bowler right in the way off the line. So he's quite right to go to the third umpire, but Rajmani is gone. It wasn't the best of throws. I think Dev Chima has done brilliantly well there. Superb work from him.
That was some excellent work. And just look at him, how he just ushered the ball onto the stumps. Literally looked like he was barely watching. So just protecting his face a bit. That was a really good piece of work.
Well, this is a good moment here now for Albano. You saw the body language earlier, the ball before, a bit flat from the captain and one or two of the players. But picking up that wicket of Rajmani, and that's both the openers gone within balls of each other. Well, it's time for them maybe to get back into this. Well, this is a slow ball, and I think Baba Hussain, he had the opportunity to play this wherever he wanted to, but he's put it straight to the fielder.
Yes, he has, but still again, just ticking it along quite nicely. We're into the 6th over now, and the score's 62, which it's pretty good, I think. Just they're ticking it over, and it's making it seem like, I mentioned, they have a plan. So I'm expecting in this plan there's going to be a bit of an attempt to go big eventually at some point, but not this ball because it's still going to be worked away for another single, driven off the front foot.
Yeah, I mean, Ramzan was one of the batters that lost out in the first match. He played a lovely shot for 4 and then he got himself out. He's probably going to be pretty keen to get some runs on the board this time, as well as to Baba Hussain happy. Baba Hussain is such a talented batter that sometimes you just think he thinks it's going to be just too easy and he gets himself out in some silly, strange ways. He wants the 2 runs here and he will get them. So either one of these batters can go big. I think the first time we saw Ramzan, he was, for the Cricket Stars, he was the only one that really did make a good contribution with the bat. So we know you've got 2 very capable batters out there and 1 or 2 others that can come and hit the ball pretty well. Don't forget, they've still got Deepinder Shakwat to come in.
Yeah, exactly. Some very good batters still up ahead of us.
It's up in the air, shot to catch, it could be taken, it is taken, and that's Rocky again. Well, nothing gets past me, and Ravindra Singh takes a very good catch, and it is. Baba Hussain goes again. See what I mean about Baba Hussain? He's a talented guy, but he never really, I mean, doesn't this look like a lazy shot? He never really looks to put any real power in the shot. He likes it to look good. He's relying on his timing, but he's not giving it any oomph, Nikki. No oomph.
There's no oomph, but there was a lot of oomph in that catch, and that is rocking. Oh, what a rocking catch that was. Look at him rocking and rolling onto the floor, and brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Rocking and rolling was our man Rocky Ravinder Singh. Baba Hussain gets sent back again, and more disappointment from Baba. This time he goes with 4 or 4 deliveries, and John Ward continues to do the good work. 66 now for 3. 6 overs gone. Short. He wraps his fingers right around it, and they'll take 1. Think about 2.
I think they're just a bit slow on reacting there. I think had they both been aware, and obviously we know the possibility that there can be many overthrows, just looking once you've made it to the other end to think, actually hold on a minute, let me just see if I have a chance for another run here.
Yeah, scores per over so far. I'll go through them with you. 8, 14, 7, 21, 8 and 8. So it's only that 1 magical over, but the other bowlers bowled pretty well, and John will be looking to get a good few deliveries in here, maybe another wicket.
There's a much better length bowled here actually, and it's just been driven away to the boundary, fielded by the long on man, and just a single there actually. He should continue just to bowl this length, should Singh. And this one's gone lofted over, and it's gonna be a bit of bish bash bosh here. Wow, what a shot that was, lofted over the boundary, and that's gonna add on another 6.
Well, this is what we know he can do. It was there, wasn't it? It was in the slot. It was it was the case of Ramzan said, well, okay, you're going to put it there. That's exactly where I want it. He gets a swing in, cranks it out of the middle of the bat. Over it goes, big 6 out there over extra cover.
Yep, exactly. It's going to make the score 74. We're into the 7th over now. Projected score 112. I told you I'm expecting them to try and take it on a bit more now.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Nikki, there is plenty of batting to come. They've gone for Roman to come out there before Dipendra, which is a slight surprise for me. But maybe he's fancying himself against the spin here of Jorwar. Edge, and it's one of those which if you get lucky go in your gloves. If you don't, it ricochets and goes anywhere. The most important thing is there's no runs.
No runs, and I'm sure they're going to be happy with that. They really want to restrict them. Let's just bowl slightly fuller, get them forward. And just like that. That is just going to be a single again.
Single taken, good running. Good bit of fielding there as well, again from Rocky. And let's have a look at this. Now, Nikki, is there a particular group there, this European Cricket Championship, that you think is going to be spicier than the others?
Ooh, I think the whole tournament's actually going to be spicy, but I think... Ooh, you've put me in a good position here, but I'd actually quite like to see Group C play.
Group C, yeah. I mean, I thought you were going to go for Group C because I think you would. I mean, we talked yesterday England will be in the final, but Scotland, first time we're going to see Scotland. I think that'd be good. What about Italy? Italy, we know, is going to be Group D. Germany, Norway, Romania, and Switzerland. That is going to be something sensational.
That is actually going to be something great as well. I'm looking forward to seeing Group C, which is obviously on the 26th of September. That takes place, but. You know, it all just gets very exciting once everyone's worked really hard to get themselves into that final week. I think the final week is also going to be great to see all the best talent, and that's not going to be the best delivery. That is going to be a wide, and I think it's also going to make its way down to the boundary for 4. So that's going to be 4 wides. Yes, and I think it's going to add 5 on to the total here. What a delivery that was by Monu Lal.
Yeah, it's not what you need, and the story of the captain. Well, that tells you everything, doesn't it? He just says, can I not just stay here? Somebody bring me a pillow. It's been one of those days.
I think it'll be a bit too hot for a Kumbal in this weather, but you know what? He's done a good one for bringing that one back. Much better line there. Rahman's just trying to use his feet, but it's just been a bit of a play and a miss.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, Monu Lal has been pretty good. So, I mean, if it's one straight delivery now and again, you're not gonna give him too much grief. He's been performing pretty consistently for his captain.
Yes, you're right. He has been, indeed. And this one's another swing and a miss.
Yeah, I mean, Rahman is going for the same shot every ball. He's got to realise that he can play out on the offside as well. But, look, remember, it'd be lovely to hear you on the chat. So if you've got any questions, maybe anything from me at Rico Full or Nikki at Nikki Chowdhury, or maybe even at Vinny Sandhu, who is lurking. Vinny Sandhu has been a lurker today. I know he's normally asking you to do the lurking. So anything for Vinny. And, well, you've got a bit more time to get one in because this has finally been chopped onto the stumps by Atikur Rahman. He didn't want to take my advice. He still wanted to try and hit on the onside. He gets an edge onto this and he clobbers his own stumps. I think that could be a blessing in disguise for the cricket stars, because I think there's 1 or 2 other batters that could come out now and maybe deal with the situation slightly better than what Atikur Rahman did. But his clever bowling just took the pace of it. So Monu Lal didn't start well, but like I said, he's always been coming up trumps for his captain, and he does again, takes another wicket.
Yes, I think you are right. A blessing in disguise, that one. 4 wickets now. Well, I'm going to be happy, although I just don't sense that momentum amongst the players.
Yeah, it's because of the score, Nikki. You know, remember I was saying that every time I think a team gets to about 90, they're going to be the team, when you're taking on Albana, they're going to be the team that are going to be feeling more happy. And even when they're almost there now, there's still plenty of deliveries left in the innings to get to that score of 100. So Albana are already knowing they're in a situation where they've got a fight on.
Here comes Monu Lal. And again, just outside the off stump. Played and a miss by Sheikh Harbat.
Yeah, I mean, he was in outstanding form, Dipendra Shukman. I mean, he scored 20-odd runs in no time at all. But he starts with a swing and a miss. He's also got Ramzan out there with him as well. Ramzan, we know, is pretty decent as well. So you still got two very competent batters out there.
Yep. And this one's just been lofted. Is it going to make its way to the fielder? Yes, it is. And it's going to be taken. Just assuring he nearly lost balance. I think he's just telling everyone, no, it's still in my hands. I've got it. Don't worry. Shikawa, you can make your way back because that one is mine.
Yeah, I mean, look, goes in the air. I don't even think the fielder next to him knows if he's taken or not. It's come out of his hands. I think this is one of those that, look at it, it's in his legs. It is in his legs. Where is it? Lay it there. He says, I've got it. Well, it's not in that hand, he says. It's in my legs. Well, how about this? Look, it slides down his body. It goes into his legs. Those legs are still together. That ball is still in there. And he's just checking. He said, Bunte Heggett, 1, 2, 3. 2 are mine. 1 is not. I've still got it. Puts his hand up. Says, I've got it. He's out. How about that? That is sensational. Well, you see it all here in the European Cricket Network.
Oh, my goodness. What was that going on? That's absolutely bizarre. I caught it between his legs.
Well, I like the reaction of the fielder that's standing there. Keep an eye on the fielder who's next to him. He's having a look. He's still looking. He's still looking. And then afterwards he says, yeah, he's got it. I like the way that, look, he's definitely counting. He's counting down there. Ika, do, aki, tin. Yes, I've got it. What a catch. So just like that, with that wicket, now this is an opportunity for Albano. They've got to start feeling a bit confident here. They've got to start believing. I mean, okay, there's still, what? There's 12 balls to go now, end of the over. Monu Lal, well bowled. What an over that is from him. So he's taken 2 wickets with just 5 runs. And remember how that over started. So I said, don't give him too much grief. He's always coming up trumps for you. So that's a good job by Monu Lal. And now the others have to believe. The others have to say, right, okay, with that, look, the score, that worm is starting to bury itself back down the ground. 2 wickets there from Monu Lal. They got the hard-hitting Dipendra Shakwat out thanks to a good catch there from Gill. But that brought Ali Mohammed out there.
And that one's just going to be played for a single there. So, last 11 balls, sorry. Projected score has gone down to 101. I'm sure Albano will be very happy with that, indeed. We've got a bit of Dave Chima coming in. And this one, he's just used his feet here, Ramzan, and they managed to get another single played to the man in the mid-on region. Just the Uno run.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely jubbly doing the fielding. Dev Chima, his introduction has been good. Bowled well, and it looked like he can handle the bat pretty well as well. And, somebody else who needs to handle the bat here is probably the umpire, just to sort out those stumps once more. And there you go. Our umpire's multi-skilled, multi-talented. Go and give him a ball as well. Why not? Let's see what he can do with it.
Can you imagine that?
We actually saw that. I'm trying to think where it was. I think it was it in Austria? I can't remember 100%. But it was in the last few weeks with the 2 umpires, because there was a bit of a delay, decided, well, why don't we just have a hit around? It's up in the air. Oh, and just dropping short of Jawar. Just keeps it to 1.
Just short. Zooming it, I haven't seen much of the fielders actually walking in that much, and I feel that some of the catches could have, or the chances you can say, could have been made into better opportunities had they actually walked in properly and just covered those 2-3 steps forward. Then maybe some of them wouldn't have seemed like quite the reach.
The next 3 deliveries are going to be huge. Well, he opts to play at this one, and I think it's one of those again that if you want to play the smart cricket, you just step inside, take the wide, take the run. And it's only worth playing if you can guarantee you're going to smack those to the boundary. It was actually umpired Silvio. I've just been reminded. Silvio was the umpire that decided, well, there was a bit of delay. There was just something happening with the technology, and the 2 umpires started having a bat and a ball. Firmly struck. Jorwal Singh goes back to what he does best, taking catches. Well, we have seen him drop one today. This is a sensational take. And he's back, folks. Jorwar is back, so we're going to have to wait 8 months for him to drop another one. What a good catch this is. This was hit pretty hard. It was laced, but Jorwar just plucks it out of the sky.
Yeah, he's back with a bang. And look at that. Just running to his left. Those are so hard, especially if you're a right-hander. Like, just running to your left and trying to take that at full reach is pretty hard. But look at him. He just made it look easy.
It does make it look easy, and I tell you what, Cricket Stars, they're going to be scratching their heads a little bit here because they were going along quite nicely, and you thought they were going to get to a score over 100, and now, well, maybe they're not even going to get to the 100. Well, the captain, Sukhpal Singh Kang, he comes out and thinks, well, maybe he can put things right again. But he's going to look to have some lusty blows. But yesterday when he came in, he was swinging and missing more than he was hitting. So let's see.
Let's see how he does. And this one, as you said, continued a bit of yesterday's form. A bit of a swing and a miss. And it's going to be the end of the over. 85 for 6. Last 6 balls to go. The projected score has dropped down significantly. It's now just under 100. It's at 99. It's going to be the last over. I'll be interested to... Oh, it's just changed again. 94 it's dropped down to. So I am intrigued to know, are they going to get it? I don't think it's going to go over 100 unless there's a very good hand-eye coming in right now.
Well, the last 2 overs, the over number 8 from Monolal just went for 5. That one from Dev Chima just goes for 4. So that's just 9 runs. And then over 7 from Jorwal was 10. So you can see how they've clawed this back. Sensational fight back this from Albano. Up in the air, and it's taken. Good catch. It just keeps on falling, and that is really good work. Monu Lal has got another. Well, I was just reading out the figures, and he was there. He's over the 8th, and he comes back. He has now taken his 3rd wicket, and what a good one this was. Cordon bowls. I mean, cordon bowls, if they're round about where the pitch is, yeah, you expect the bowler to get there. He's done really well. He knows there's no fielder in that short mid-wicket area. As soon as it goes up in the air, he's after it. And just like that, it's 85 for 7. 5 balls to go in the innings.
They're really going to be scratching their heads now, aren't they?
This is a real sort of amazing fight back from Albano. Cricket Stars, though, they're throwing it away. They were on course at one point to put the same sort of score on the board as they did in match 1. And as I said, Albano, I said right at the beginning, they'll be wanting to keep this score to around about 85 and 90. Remember that. What's the score on? 85, 5 balls to go. New batter comes in, is taking guard. It's Hasib Khan. Hasib, well, he knows that he's already got some work to do with the ball because they haven't got as many runs on the board as they would like to have. But can he add some valuable runs? In comes Monolal. 3 for 5 he's got so far.
That was a lovely ball, and that was also very well played. We've got a fielder diving at point, trying to get to it, but unfortunately he's just beaten him. It's made its way down to boundary. 4 runs, and a very needed 4 runs now for Cricket Stars because it's all been a bit of a quick 180.
Yeah, look, that's the difference a left-hander makes. Left-hander batter comes out, and even though it's late on in the innings, the bowler has to try something new. He decides he wants to come round the wicket, gives too much width. I mean, still had plenty to do, Hasib. He plays a nice shot, 4 runs.
Nice shot. Let's see if Monolal can make it a 4-for.
Oh, no,
that's
no,
just
no.
Batsman just went to drive that. It's towed it straight back, but there's had a bit of like backspin on the ball. So as Monolal went to field it, the ball's just, and he's just missed it as well. There was a bit of a spin. You can see the seam going wum 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 wum, but
it was spinning viciously, this, and I think look at the way this where it starts going and where it ends up.
Yeah.
So they do get a wicket. They get a single. It takes them to 90. Lovely shot. Oh, this is beautiful. Well, how about that? And I said he swings and misses, so he thinks, well, okay, if I try and hit it hard, I can't do anything. I'm just going to get funky, and the captain gets funky. What a beautiful shot this is. He plays this off middle stump, so he does the old scoop. It's time for the captain to get funky. And he does really well, just gets himself in a really good position. The pace was taken on the ball. It wasn't a bad delivery from Monolal. 94. Good delivery. They're taking him on. And, well, I don't think, you can't say anything about this one. The batter doesn't change direction at all. It keeps running in a straight line. Have a look, but it's not good. I tell you what, Irfan Sheikh is a lovely guy, but I'm not going to take him 10-pin bowling because that's not the best bit of work from him. And you see by now, a lot of keepers have taken the glove off, and they would have been. But also, you got to say that the positioning of the bowler wasn't in the best of places either. It was very difficult to get the ball back to him. Ball to go, last delivery. And he says, Captain, well, you did it. Okay, what's happening here? I think he's going to get back. He does get back. It's going to be more buys. And this time, Irfan Sheikh said, well, the last time, I couldn't get it past the batter. This time, I'm going to get it over him. He does get it over him, but too high. So they'll run, and they'll get another. So 96 they get to. So it's way below what they were looking for. I mean, even when you look at that, it says projected score 100. Forget that. If they don't get there, it gets to 96. So you have to say, the second half definitely belongs to Albano because basically it was 58 was the score at the end of 5, and they finished at 96. So credit again to Albano. It's one thing that they've done well. Let's take nothing away from that. In the field, they have been very good. They've bowled well. They have fielded well. They've hung on to the catches. I mean, yeah, they are tiring a little. Remember, they have played a lot of cricket in the last few days, so you're going to expect that. But what they've done here with that comeback is certainly once they broke that early partnership, which is what they had to do, and that partnership was once again worth 50 runs. And Jawar Singh coming on again and combining with his wicketkeeper captain Irfan Sheikh, getting the stumping of Manpreet. That's when it started to happen. And by they kept believing in themselves. They kept on picking up those wickets. There was some good bit of bowling. Deb Chima, I liked his introduction as well. Well, what they've done is they've given themselves hope. It's maybe a few runs more than what they would have wanted. I still believe 85 to 90 is what they would have liked to restrict the Cricket Stars to. It's only a few more than that, but they still do need 2 batters to get in, 2 batters to get going. If they can do that, well, maybe they can register their second win. But remember, this is also their last match in the group. So, look, even by winning this one, what they can do is go level on points with the Cricket Stars. But the Cricket Stars, well, they've got more matches to go. And really, you've got to watch what happens. Because if the Cricket Stars, then let's say Albano do win this one. If the Cricket Stars then win that other rearranged fixture tonight, remember, we've got 5 matches for you today, so don't go anywhere. The Cricket Stars will be a repeat of the match yesterday, the last one yesterday. Cricket Stars taking on Rome. If the Cricket Stars win that, then unfortunately we will be saying bye to Albano. How about this? This was an incredible catch. I want to watch this over and over again. You can do all sorts of commentary over that, but the best one is he takes a catch, he's in between his legs, then his hand sort of goes in between his legs, and he's just juggling things around and saying, all right, that's that. Oh, what's this? That's the one I want. And he says, how was that? And he was out. Well, that's one of the amazing catches that you'll see. And maybe that did change things around. Kang came in. We know that he wants to he's a man that can. He swings and misses a few times, but he did play a delightful shot as well. This was a great call and bowl for Monu Lal. Monu Lal has been absolutely brilliant for Albano. I'm going to take a gamble and think that Monu Lal is probably the leading or one of the leading wicket takers in the series. Samarga is going to be right up there as well because remember, he took 6 for 9 yesterday, but Monu Lal has been sensational. Well, this is how things finished. It was more buys, and that one helped them get to the score, what it finishes up with 96 for 7. So Albano, a good fight in their last fielding performance in this Super Series. But is it going to be enough? Have they managed to restrict the Cricket Stars to a score that their batters can go out and get out? Look, I'd love to see them finish on a flurry. I'd love to see the captain, Irfan Sheikh, who looks very tired and a little bit lethargic. I'd love to see him finally get some runs on the board. I'd love to see the best of somebody like Jawar Singh and maybe Monu Lal as well, and even the PinCode, Pravin Kumar, as we have a look at the scorecard. Once again, a good start from the Cricket Stars. Rajmani, he was on song again, 29 of 16. Manpreet Singh, 27 of 15. But then there was the fight back, wasn't it? Baba Hussain, you know, he's probably somebody that just want to take to one side and say, Baba, you know what? Hit it hard. Stop trying to stroke the ball to the boundary, trying to hit it to the boundary. And Ramzan, he's somebody who does like to hit it hard, but he wasn't able to get it past Jawar Singh, who took a really good catch to get back to what he does best and taking some super catches. And Monu Lal, well, he was the man that did the damage towards the end. Picks up 3 for 14. Well bowled to him. Dev Chima liking his introduction into the team, but maybe he's come a little bit too late for them in the last 2 matches that they're going to play. Jorwar Singh, he picks up a wicket. Look, those bowling figures from Jorwar for the last 3, maybe 4 occasions that we've seen him has been very identical. 2 overs, a wicket or 2 for around 16 or 18 runs. So he certainly has played his part bowling outside of the power play. That, I think, is where their issues were earlier. But their main issues, let's be fair, have been with the batting. But they've given themselves a chance. 97 required for victory. And as we leave you to have a look over the summary of match number 16, it's time for me to take a short break and remind you that myself and Nikki Chowdhury will be back in about 10 minutes' time to take you through the conclusion of match number 16.
Hello and welcome back, and we are back at the Roma Cricket Ground where the chase is on. Albano are now going to be chasing this total that was set for them of 96, which means they need 97 to win here. It's going to be a big chase for them. We know they haven't been dealing with the pressures of chasing so well, but hopefully they can turn it around now and make it 2 wins for them. They're really going to be hoping that is the case. And Cricket Stars, well, we know how they performed in the last game. And I think they're going to be wishing for something very, very similar. So let's see how it all begins. We're going to have a bit of Sukhpal Singh to open the bowling. And for Albano's sake, let's hope they can really maximize the next 3 overs. Bish bash it all out. Give it all that they can give and get this target of 97. Here we go. The first delivery is just going to be played, and it's just going to be a dot ball as well. And I'm very, very excited to be joined in the comms box with Rico.
It's good to be back. You weren't going to call me Vinny again, were you?
I made a bit of a mistake. It's done it like twice, okay? But it's all right.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I've been called worse, I suppose. Some people would say. I didn't think.
Well, look.
Yeah.
I'm saying that you have a snazzy shirts collection, so clearly. Here's Singh back in. It's driven, played to point, who's now slipped whilst trying to pick that up, and they've just taken a single here. Don't take it personally.
I won't. I mean, if you call me Corey, then I would have just strangled you. But yeah, Vinny, I can handle with Vinny, I suppose. That's okay.
I just blame the
Hello,
sun.
Corey, if you're listening, wherever you are, Corey. I wonder what Corey's up to now. Is the Spanish national team up to anything? Is he on any sort of duties? Sukhpal, what can he do? Can he get a breakthrough here?
Sukhpal's coming bold. It's going to be a dot ball. Just been played to point. And Cricket Stars are really going to hope that they can get this done, because they know what their bowling attack is like, and they also know what Albano have down the batting lineup. And hopefully they're probably thinking, right, if we can get a few wickets here now, there's probably going to be a bit of pressure felt upon that batting lineup, where hopefully they can just smash it out and get those wickets. And this one is not going to be taken by the fielder at mid-off. It's just been hit over. He just didn't quite get to it. Bit of a hard one, going like diagonally away from him. And it's going to go over for 4 runs.
Just gets enough on this, doesn't he? And it's Dipendra Shekhwat that's trying to catch up with it. First he's trying to get the balls in his hand. He can't. And then afterwards, once it takes a bounce, it just motors on. And it's 4 runs. So first boundary off the innings. Good hit from Sheikh. This time he just opts to just push this out into the offside and take the single. It's weathering, I think, for Albano. It's weathering the earlier overs. So maybe these couple of overs that you're going to get from Sukhpal. And also, I'm guessing it will be Hasib Khan. Because if you can negotiate them without losing too many wickets, you know it sort of gets a bit easier. Look at that. Good carry through from Sukhpal, using his height. And hitting the deck hard, hitting the seam. And the ball responds. Good delivery.
Yeah, exactly. It was a good delivery. It's taking some height, that one, as well. So hopefully they're hoping maybe just a little snickle here and they would have their man.
Just to remind everybody, it's 21 matches now without a golden ball. We had that 400 spell broken in Portugal. And as we both said, we're pretty sure that we're not going to get to that sort of number again. I'm pretty sure they're going to come pretty thick and fast. And I just got a feeling we will have one in Italy. And I know that the matches are getting fewer by the day. I just do have a feeling, and you said it, but can you imagine it if it's a golden ball final? But that would be just absolutely amazing.
It'd be absolutely amazing, wouldn't it? And this one's just been worked away, nurdled to the fielder at point, who's thrown it in with all his might back to the stumps, and it's been backed up very well. It hasn't gone over for any overthrows, which I was thinking it could do, because that came hurling in.
Rajmani fires this one in, doesn't he? He absolutely launches it. And thing is, though, I think he's gone with the wrong end. Monulal gets in quite comfortably. But yeah, it took some backing up.
It did indeed, didn't it? And this one as well has just been played out, and it's making its way wide on mid-off, who's now covered it and just got it in. Just going to get the run there. It's going to be 8 on the board here.
Back to his mark. Haseeb Khan. At his best when he's getting the ball to go across the right-hander. Like this one.
Ooh,
and there it goes. That's gone. And right on cue. I think that's the second time I've done it with Haseeb. I've said in the first match between these two, if he gets it going across the right-hander, he gets his man. And as soon as I mention it, that's exactly what he does. There's the edge, and it's different shake. It's the same man that goes the same way as he did in the match previously. Good bowling, good catch low down to his right from the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, a really good catch and a good wicket here for Cricket Stars.
Yeah, Manpreet Singh is the man with the gloves on. That's a really good catch because that ball, I mean, though it catches the edge, it does start to die on him as well. It does really, really well. We've seen some really good keeping, haven't we, in this Super Series?
Yeah, we've seen some absolutely brilliant takes here from the keepers over the series, over this week. It's been great to see the diving, the commitment, and the passion from all of them.
Well, I'll tell you what, keep a look out on the social media for that one because we were fortunate to have Diana Oro's sat right in front of us, snapping away. And I think that might be one of the shots of the day. Did you get that one, Diana? You get the catch? He's ignoring me. Give me a thumbs up if you had that catch. He didn't get it. Ah, Diana. I have to relook at that contract again. 8 for 1. Yeah, I mean, Diana does some brilliant work on the old social media side, Facebook, Instagram, some of the shots of the day. And I know a lot of people liking those, as well as some of the interviews that we've seen. It was a good interview yesterday with the Albano captain after they got their first victory against Roma. Unfortunately, since then, they haven't been able to get another one unless they can find some form with the bat here. And also, we did a very quick posting with the Cricket Stars giving their thanks and to all the people that have supported them when they found out about the bad news that they had to do with the gear, which they did get back. And what a sensational story that was.
Yeah, it was quite the story, that, wasn't it? And this one's just been played to the man at point. Fielded, no run here. That is the end of the second over. 9 on the board. It's not enough here in the power play. I don't think they've really utilised it. Are they sure they knew it was the power play?
Look at this beautiful butterfly in front of us here. Isn't that lovely? Right amongst the nature here. Nice colours of. Well, it looks a bit like one of Vinny's shirt, that one. Bit of yellow, bit of purple, a little bit of black there as well. Look, now, going back to what you just said, as we have a look at the reason why this is so important, Albano try and get this victory. But I do think Albano need to be a bit smart here. They know that the opening attack, this from Sukhpal and Haseeb Khan, is the one they've got to try and negotiate. This one could be valuable runs for them. And the ball just slows down. They do come back for 2 and they'll get there. And yeah, I think it's a case of whether the earlier storm of the first 4, maybe the first 5 overs, wait till drinks, and then you can really maybe take on some of the other bowlers, perhaps the likes of Ali Mohammed and maybe even Deepinder Shakwat. But they need to have the wickets intact.
They do indeed, and let's see how this one goes. Slightly short delivery, taking some height there, so he just had to work that off, moving his head slightly so he didn't take too much height and knock him out. And he's managed to take a single here. Has he? Lol.
He does bang the ball in. And you can see how that was climbing, difficult to play, but he negotiates that pretty well. That's Jorwar. Jorwar is a good cutter of the ball. We've seen that a few times. Wouldn't he love to get past the 20s this time around, Jorwar? No run there. He's by far the top batter in the side. He's got the most runs, I think, but he's consistently getting 20s, but he's not able to get past that. If he can just do it this time round, if he could be the batter that goes on and scores a 50 for them, that would win them the match.
Yeah, it would be, and he'll probably feel very chuffed to do that if he can as well. But let's continue with Singh's over here. This one's going to be a wide. Hey, it's going to be a wide.
Wide ball. This one doesn't come back in at all, does it? You normally get... That's the thing with Sukhpal. When the ball is swinging, This is going to come in, and this will be fine. It'll be a good delivery. But this one just doesn't want to obey. Just keeps on going straight.
Here he comes. S-Sing, SS, and it's just going to be something on the off stump. Just going straight through to the keeper, who is Manpreet Singh.
I tend to get the feeling that Monu Lal is trying to change his normal game. His normal game to be pretty attacking. He likes to attack, but it's almost like he's fighting against it. He's sort of saying, no, I just want to stay here. I don't want to give my wicket away. Sometimes that could be the wrong thing to do.
Sometimes it can be. And he's just looking to have a bit of a fiddle here. Not something I'm used to seeing from him. He's just looking to have a bit of a fiddle and wondering what is going through his head. Just looking like he's getting a bit of ants in his pants.
Ants in his pants. Yeah, he's just not. Looking like he's just trying to work the ball down to third man, but he's not using his feet at all, not getting himself into good position to play the shot.
Here he comes again. It's full of delivery, and it's going to be caught by the man at mid-off. He's also had a bit of a sit-down, Shekhawat.
Yeah,
Besides,
well, this is one way to do it. And some people say, you're doing your job sitting down, and he says, yeah, I can do my job sitting down. No problem at all.
Made it look pretty easy, smooth as anything, that one. Just let me take the catch, fancy a quick little sit down. Boom.
Yeah, boom, bum, bum, bum. Whichever way you want to say it. The Pindra Shekhawat, he's shown that he's got a good, safe pair of hands. Wasn't able to really get going with the bat here today, but still leaving his mark in this match. So the second wicket goes with the score on 13, and it is Monu Lal. And see, sometimes, Nikki, that's what can happen if you don't play a normal game and you try to play too correct, and you get yourself out. Now he's out. He's probably thinking, I should have just played my normal game.
Yeah, I probably should have just gone to do what I'm used to doing and not try and play another character. I think it's important everyone just plays to their own strengths, and ultimately, if you've got the team dynamics right, then it should be okay.
Sukhpal getting the breakthrough again.
So this time we're going to see a bit of the Pindra Shekhawat. He's like, right, I've had to go on the field. I've taken a catch while sitting down. Let's have a go with the ball. And this one's in. It just worked away into the onside.
I think this is where the captain Sukhpal says, "Oh, yaar, main tenu tabla aisi. Better no, kam kar, ut, do the bowling." He says, "All right, Cap, give me the, all right, Skip, give me the ball." So now he's going to try and do some of the bowling, just changing it slightly. So I like this. So the keeping Hasib back, but Sukhpal doesn't keep himself back. 13 was the power play score. Oh, this is. It's a good delivery that it starts to come in. I think the bowler is getting ready to get the appeal in for LBW, but it gets the I think this gets the edge of the bat.
Yeah,
let's see.
Just a leading edge there.
Yeah, leading edge, and he ends up chipping to Deprindra quite easily. Here we see a better look of it here. If that hits the pad, I think everybody's going up.
That one.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, what a catch.
Shaba.
Shaba, indeed. That's impeccable. Look at that. That's brilliant.
Well, this is what you call a jalebi catch. Kenda main jalebiyan kha ke aaya, haath mere chib kar diya, a ball baar nahi jani. And that is Atiq Rahman. What a catch this is. Well, we said that you're going to be rocking and rolling. We've seen one catch where the bowler himself took one sitting down, and Atiq Rahman says, forget sitting down, I'm going to take the catch, I'm going to do a forward roll. This was absolutely beautiful. How about that? And he nails the landing as well. 10 out of 10. That is superb.
That's absolutely brilliant from Rahman. He should be at the Commonwealth Games doing some gymnastics, I think, with that one. Look at that.
This is great, isn't it? Great. Well, I think he's got 10 on his back, hasn't he? I think 10 is his number. Well, he's going to get the perfect 10 from me. That is superb. Well done. And that's, you know what? That's the difference. That's what wins you matches. Moments like that. And well done indeed from Atiq Rahman. Played down the ground. And, think about 2 maybe. So once again, it looks like if it's going to happen, it's going to have to happen with the likes of somebody else. Gill is still out there. Jorwar, he was the batter that goes. This time he doesn't get into the 20s. He goes for 5 of just 6 deliveries. Edge, and it's going to be 4. So, Cuatro Carrera, doesn't matter how they get him, they've got to find a way to get him.
Yeah, this run at this rate, just any runs that will happen, you're gonna take them. You're not gonna complain. You'll be like, listen, a 4 is a 4 in the book, a 6 is a 6 in the book. I don't care if I edged it. I don't care if I've done a leading edge. It's a 4. And this one's worked away off the legs. And it's beaten the man, the diving field of deep square leg. It's dived as much as he wants, but it's gone straight past him. It's going to be 4.
Sukraj Sidhu Singh, they're doing the diving, but this has been timed beautifully. I don't think he's going to stop this. It's such a lovely shot, well timed by Amanol Gill. Good effort there from the fielder. Nice to see him getting dirty for his side, but still can't stop the boundary. And that is the end of the 4th over. The score moves on to 24. 24 for free. A better over. 11 coming off it, but they did lose the wicket of the man that's been informed for them, Jawar Singh. But what a catch that was from Atiq Rahman. Absolutely sensational.
That was a brilliant catch. Honestly, I haven't seen a catch like that in a really long time. Just look at him running forward, then a bit of caught it, roly-poly, and then he just got up straight away.
Here we go. Let's see it again. It's worth seeing again. There you go. That's the jalebi catch. Jalebi khake aya, ungliya kar diya chip chip. That's not getting out of my hands, he says. And then, yeah, you said it. We love the rock and roll, forward roll as well. Great catch.
Look how quickly he got up as well. It's just like, boom. It's like, generally speaking, I think you need to get him on a flight to the Commonwealth Games. Do some gymnastics.
Sidhu, well, you can see he's been in the wars. I said you've got to get dirty for your team sometimes. Well, he did get dirty trying to stop that one that went for 4. He's got the marks to show for on his shirt. And now he's got the ball to do some bowling.
And this one's just been played down to the man at long off. A single here. 73 runs needed. At this point, Cricket Stars were 54 for no loss, which means they're pretty much lagging halfway behind Albano currently. They're 25 for 3. Cricket Stars were 55 for no loss. And this one, just swing and a miss.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the last throw of the dice, really, isn't it, in terms of the 2 batters that you got out there, Gill and Jakuma. Kumar played a good knock yesterday, so he's more than capable, but he does need time out there to get going. He's not the sort of guy that's going to go boom, boom for you straight away. But you just get the feeling that unless these 2 get going, they're going to be well short again. This one's not a wide. I think that bounces over the stumps, and you see here that the batter goes a long way to try and play this sort of a scoop shot, misses out on it, and the ball goes over the stumps and not a wide.
Sukraj Singh in and out. Just hit that one onto his foot, he has. As Gill.
That's not going to hurt. That's why he's walking it off. There you go. Ouch. Yeah. There he goes. There's the pain. It's taking its time. Hit hard. And this is going to be 4 runs. Well played. It's 4 runs. Nicely done. He got himself into position. He just got to keep taking the boundaries when they come. And, well, this is something, while the players are taking some well-deserved refreshments, something that I'm certainly looking forward to. Happening in my part of the world, in Spain, it is the European Cricket Championship, the 12th of September to the 14th of October. It's going to be 5 fantastic weeks. First 4 weeks are going to be the group matches. I was talking to Nikki about this earlier. I know that Nikki is looking forward to Group C, where Scotland, Belgium, France, Malta and Luxembourg are in action. I'm looking forward to all of them, but one, of course, we're in Italy, so let's talk about Italy. Italy, Germany, we're going to Germany next, so we're going to start to have a look at some of the German players when we're in Dresden and Krefeld. Norway, we know all about Norway as well. It's really some exciting cricket coming, and it's so good to be involved in that. I mean, the European cricket, European cricket has grown so much. I mean, I'm pretty sure, Nikki, that you probably agree that before the European cricket came onto the scene, very few people knew about cricket being played in Europe, especially in all of those destinations that we saw there.
100% agree with you. I don't think, obviously we know cricket's not the major sport, but I think the awareness has really picked up, and it's great to see more and more people get involved in cricket over and across Europe. So it's a great initiative, and it's clearly had some success, if not a lot of success. And
I mean, are you getting, I mean, obviously you've started to talk to a few people about your, coming on board here with the European Cricket Network team, but when you're talking to them about cricket being played here in Italy and the other part, are people in the UK generally quite surprised that there is so much cricket in Europe?
Yeah, I think they are. A lot of people still are like, oh, there's cricket in Italy, like who's playing? So you have to explain the whole the series, the initiative, and it's just easy and just explain what ECN are trying to do. And I think it's made people actually more aware, and they're actually very excited to see cricket develop across Europe.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. As we see, I think that's the captain who loses his shades there. Quality picks this one in and fries it in. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that a lot of people are tuning in to European Cricket Network, whatever the series is, wherever we are. And I know that I picked up on that when we were in Hungary early in the year, in Austria, and of course then when we started this the Italian summer, and the same will happen when we're in Germany. A lot of followers of European cricket in Germany. As this one goes up in the air, and Rajmani has taken a really good catch. I think he ends up taking this catch without actually seeing where the ball is, unless he's got eyes on the top of his head. This is quite an amazing catch. I like Shaba, Bhangra pa de mundia. Bhangra bhi pa de. That is nice. I like it. Let's have a look at the catch first. I mean, he's backpedaling pretty quickly, and he's just taking a guess where the ball is. He's no idea that he's going to take this. Then he takes the catch. He's pretty happy about it. A few of the fielders coming around are happy about it. Come on, wait for it. Come on. Oh, pa de Bhangra. Thora Bhangra bhi pa de ale tol bia. Oh, well, we didn't quite get it that time. We're probably saving that one for the highlight reels.
Yeah, I think being able to just judge that catch and over your head, and you're like, where on earth is it? But you know what? If that's what your guesses are like, then I'd like him to choose my bingo numbers or my lottery numbers, you know?
Kuma has to go, unfortunately, courtesy of that catch. Look, it's a really good, I mean, it's all about trying to get yourself in position, but what I like about it, he doesn't give up on it. He says, well, it's there or round about there, and he takes the catch, and then the celebration was pretty good as well. So wicket to Haida. And then he follows it up with a Gundy ball down the leg side, which would be a wide. It's wasted on the new batter. Nice to see Dev Chima slightly up the order. I think he showed in the first match that he is pretty capable of playing some nice shots. But you have to say, with those 4 wickets down here now, Albano, they're in a bit of bother. 14 or over 14 is the required rate now.
A bit of bother indeed. So taking a single there. There's been an overthrow, but it's been fielded, so no time or a chance to come back for the second, actually. They're in a bit of a pickle here now, Albano.
Speaking of pickles, what's your favourite pickle? Mango?
Yeah.
Achar? Well, we say achar.
Achar. I was thinking pickle. I don't actually like pickles, as like, you know, pickles. And this one's got himself in a bit of pickle. He's top edge this one, and it's gone straight to the hands of the man at extra cover. He's gone. Adios.
He's happy about that. And I think this is, well, look at that. Well, that's the when we saw Rajmani doing it the old Bhangra style, well, this is very, very English gentlemanly style, isn't it? Look, just goes over there and says, hello, sir. How are you? Very nice to meet you indeed, as they have a little shake hand. It's in the middle. And, well, I've got a smile on my face because Leslie is back. And with that, look at this. I think this is great. Go on, keep it going, keep it going. I want to see this. There's the old applause there. I think they're quite happy that the wicket's been taken. And said, and let me give you a handshake, sir. It's nice to see you. Nice to see you indeed. Well, there you go. That's the way to do it. 33. 5 wickets here gone now. And that was Chima. And, well, Chima's still there. Chima's partner's a man that's gone. That's Gill. That has to go. So Gill goes for 13. Unlucky 13 for him. And 13 of the 8 deliveries. Very nice catch indeed. Quite an easy one from Ramzan. So he takes the catch. But I think this is all about the wicket. And maybe Haida doesn't bowl too often. Well, he's come on to bowl here. And he's done pretty well.
We've got Nalan Heather coming in to bowl. It's already got 2. That's going to get a third. No, but they're going to get a 1. Is Singh. He's going to get a 1. Just played that to mid-off and fielded.
Yeah, just takes a single. You see there, the last wicket before was that of Gill, 13 of 8, and it caught by Adams. The bowling of Haider. So I was saying, wasn't I, that one of the issues that I thought Cricket Stars had is they just, if they use up Sukhpal early and Hasib Khan, then one or two of the other bowlers haven't been at their best. They've been bowling runs. So having Haider and Haider bowling this way, well, that's exactly what they need. That just strengthens the Stars slightly. End of the over. And he's bowled very well. He picks up a couple of wickets. 30 for the score.
Yep, he's bowled very well indeed. To be fair, Cricket Stars have been bowling well. Albano 34 for 5 in this situation. If you look at it from now, if I was out there in the middle, it's a long way to go for Albano. Just thinking, wow, there's a lot of work to do, a lot of things to pick up, a lot of pieces to pick up, and try and get that back in the puzzle. 15 runs per over needed. And this one's in. It's just played in a miss. You see loads of them actually plays and misses. I think it's just important. I think the batsmen just get a bit too excited thinking they're going to go for the big one, but they just forget to do the most basic part. The most basic thing you get taught in cricket, the first thing you get taught is watch the ball. Keep watching the ball, and they just forget to do that. It's like, this is what you need to focus on. It's the thing that's coming at you, the white thing, the white round kookaburra thing that's coming at you. But this time he played it well. He watched it, the white round thing, and he got a 1, playing it to point.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's not just that. I think, yeah, keeping the eye on the ball, getting bat onto ball is one thing, but it's the other basics as well, which is take your singles, run hard, try and create 2s from 1s, try to put some pressure on the fielding side as well, and then get partnerships. You've got to get partnerships.
This one just played away. It's fielded by the man at deep mid-wicket. It's going to be a single here.
Take the single, but it's tiki-taka now, and it's not tiki-taka that's required when that rate is just, I mean, similar to the first match. I mean, it's getting to a point where it could be a point of no return. Firmly struck. Sukhpal should and does do the fielding.
Singles on singles here. Sukraj Singh in.
Firmly struck.
And it's gonna be just taken on the drop here actually. And fielded by Sukhpal. Bowled Sukraj, fielded Sukhpal.
Yeah, it's a bit of the SS. And, yeah, he makes a good assessment there, I think, captain. He doesn't want to go for a catch to see the ball go to the boundary.
This one's been slashed away. Just for a single though. Tried to play with that with all his might, but it's only gone for 1. So I think it's important also just to notice that we're going to try and have to make sure that you play with timing as more importantly than trying to hoik it out the park. I think if you get the timing right, the ball's going to fly anyway. You don't need to have to put in that much effort to try and get it out the park.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Timing is so essential here as well. But you see now that that rate is almost, well, it's gone past the point of no return, unfortunately, for Albano. 39 for 5. Albano, a lot of people were asking me questions and say, look, what's going on with Albano? Well, let's go back to that minute. Because remember, what's going on here is we've got 5 matches today, Cricket Stars, and we were talking to them earlier and their captain, and I said, you've really got a long day today. They said, yeah, we know we have those 3 matches, because they, after these double headers against Albano, which looks like they're going to make 2 in 2, they then take on Roma again. Roma were able to beat them in the match yesterday. Roma as well, look, it's hard for them as well. They played the first 2 matches this morning, played 3 yesterday, 2 matches this morning, had a bit of a break, but they've had to go away, come back. Some of the players have hung around as well. It makes it a bit of a long day for them. So it's going to be an interesting match, but certainly you would think that if this goes the way it looks like it is going to, the Cricket Stars are probably more than happy to still just be out there, because they'll be hoping they can just keep continuing what they're doing here. They'll be looking to win the toss and have a bat again, I think.
Yeah, they would be, definitely. They've been playing well as well, and obviously batting first has been successful for them so far.
Big swing, unfortunate. This is going to be buys, I believe. Yeah, 4 buys. And despite the effort there from the wicketkeeper, Manpreet Singh, he's diving well, but this one just gets under the fingers of that glove. No, it's not off the bat, but it is a boundary.
It's a boundary, and it's a boundary that we'll be very happy to get, because look, cricket starts with 81 for 3 at this point, and Alano 44 5 in the 8th over. My gosh, they're very, very far behind, I'll be honest. I think it's gone. It's already gone, hasn't it?
It can't be gone. You know why it can't be gone? Because Rocky's out there. Now, come on, Rocky. You never bet against Rocky, do you?
No, because that's going to be a rocky path.
Yeah, it'd be a rocky path. Ravinder Singh, Rocky on his back. He's done marvellous things in the field, has Rocky, but can he do something amazing? Probably not quite impossible, but it would be amazing from where they are at the moment. This one is the similar sort of delivery which went through Manpreet last time. He went for 4 buys, but it's been well held on to. Hyder, hasn't he been impressive? First time we're seeing him with the ball. Taking 2 for 6. 2 deliveries to go in his spell.
Here we go, Hyder's in again, and this one's just played, fielded one-handedly by the man at short third man, just a single here. Well done, actually. I think he did that, like, balancing off 1 foot as well, jumping, like.
Yeah, good pick up and throw, wasn't it? He made the stop one-handed and released the ball pretty early. Just a single taken. So Ravinder, Rocky, another one to his name, and Chima now goes back on strike.
This one's just played, worked away again for a single.
They seem to be enjoying themselves out there, don't they, the cricket stars? They and why wouldn't you? You won your first game, you won it quite comprehensively. You played some good cricket. Now in this one as well, though the batting didn't quite, especially the sort of last 3 overs, didn't quite go so well. But you can see there's a huge difference between where they were and where Albano are. So at the moment they've got no worries. They're enjoying what they're doing. The bowlers, everybody wants to have a bowl because everybody wants to try and get a wicket. Fielders want the ball to come to them because they want to take the catch. And they're just a happy team, and they're probably looking forward to going into that last match, our final match here today, match number 5 with Roma, and hoping to take this positive energy into that as well. Muhammad Ali coming on to bowl.
One sloshed away, and is it going to make its way down the boundary? Yes, it is. It's going to be 4 runs. That's Chima contributing, taking the score to 50 here at the Roma Cricket Ground.
It's nicely played, isn't it? It's a nice shot. He gets into position nicely, keeps it along the deck, and once it gets past that the fielder inside the circle, it goes all the way to the boundary. So Chima, it's the reason why I like the look of him in the first match. He did play some nice shots similar to that. He's a good cricketer.
Yes, very good cricketer indeed. This one's just been hoiked away across again. It's going to be 1. He's looking to turn, but no. The fielder's been right on it.
But I do like that. I rather that with the batters. They run the first one quick like that. They turn. They take a few steps. They don't commit. They just wait to see what the fielder does with the throw. They're putting pressure on the fielder. And if it is a bad throw, one that's thrown badly, or the wicketkeeper cannot take, well, you're ready. You're already in motion to go.
Exactly. I think it's just showing that you're still there. You're still in the fight.
Nice shot again. This is going to give him 4 more. There's a lovely shot. And this time it's from Rocky. So both Chima and Ravinder Singh are showing that they're more than capable of playing some shots. It's probably the first time, even though it's coming too late, it's probably the first time that Albano, lower down in their batting, have shown this.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you can really tell they're enjoying themselves. They're just taking their time now. And obviously, I think they understand it's a big ask, but they're just going to take the time, get out there, enjoy their time in the middle, and see how close they can get.
Pitched up, driven. Subal will do the fielding. And gets the throw back to the wicketkeeper as he sees Dev Chima turn and go just to try and put the fielder off. But Subal, well, you're not going to put me off, he says. We'll take another single.
Here he is. Come on, Ali Muhammad. And this one again, Rocky's really trying to dig himself out of it. Really trying all his might to get it out. But again, it's just the one.
Yeah, good. This is a good line being bowled here by Ali Mohammed. It was, remember, he had those issues in the first match. His first 2 deliveries were smashed for 6. The third ball, which was a wide, went for 5 wide. So he went for 17 of 2 balls, but then he did come back bravely and take 2 wickets. And he just shown here that really that's just a blip. That normally, once he's got his radar spot on, he's pretty hard to get away, and he's bowled a very good over there, and that first over just goes for 12, nice and tidy, and it's way below what they need. And well, it's now getting to a point where almost is impossible. So 58 on the board with an over to go. So 39, you can see, there you go. So unless there's a no ball that gets cracked for 6 or a boundary, it just ain't going to happen. What can you say about Albano? Look, I saw them in Milan. Remember, they finished runners-up in Milan. That's how they booked their place here in Milan. It was because there were so many teams that took part in that European Cricket Series. It was won by Fresh Tropical, who beat them in the final. And what they haven't been able to reproduce here in Rome is their batting performances. The batters just haven't clicked. Irfan hasn't got going. Jawar hasn't got going. The contributions that came from the likes of Monulal and also Pravin Kumar hasn't happened. Gill as well. And it's been disappointing. It's been a disappointing week for them. And the way it is, we're not going to see them again in this Super Series. This is the last match that they're playing. And just want to, look, I want to wish them all the best for the rest of the season. I know they'll be bitterly disappointed. I know I've spoken to the front shake on a number of times. But look, I'm sure they're going to have a good season here. They've got some good players. I know there are a couple of players that were missing as well from the squad. But somebody like Jawar Singh is such an exciting young player. He's going to go places. We've seen him. Oh, this is a no ball. And this will go all the way. I think it will. And, well, no ball, 4 runs. And that's a dangerous beamer from the man who's got the jalebi hands. Or maybe that's why he's bowling the no ball. The ball just sticks to his fingers. And that was right at the head of Dev Chima. A dangerous ball, free hit coming up.
Yeah, that was a really, really, really big no ball, wasn't it? Look at that. I think you're right. It must have just slipped out of the sweaty hands because you know what? It's warm out there. So maybe just the odd one.
But remember what I said, the only way they could do it, no ball, free hit. Well, they've had the free hit. If this one could go to the boundary, it doesn't. So they were given the opportunity if they were going to do something spectacular. Now they will take 2. Why not indeed? So it's not quite over yet, maybe. All depends if the man who's unable to stop the ball this time, the bowler, Roman, what he does was the next couple of deliveries. He's got to make them legal deliveries. 66 for 5. Well, that'll do. This should just be the one. Yeah, so Albano, and it's lovely to see you. It's been great talking to the captain. He's a lovely guy in front. Lovely to speak to the guys, but they will play no further part in this Super Series. They are the first team that we say goodbye to, having played all their matches in this, the first sort of round robin stage. They will finish on 2 points, 2 behind. Well, now there'll be 4 behind the Cricket Stars. So it's just the opportunity for me to wish them all the best for the remainder of the season. And no doubt that they're a team that will get, as the banner says there, stronger together and stronger and better as time goes on. This is another no ball signal, so another free hit. So just imagine if they were able to dispatch a few boundaries of the deliveries that were legal, they certainly had an opportunity to get the runs they needed.
Yeah, they did. It felt like you were jinxing it, but I just don't think you've jinxed it enough here. Unless, no, I don't think it's going to happen, is it? Whoa!
Interesting shot. And it's going to be 4 runs. Well, this is a nice shot, wasn't it? This is Dev G. Look, Dev G he's just turned up for about a day. Can you imagine if they had him for all the matches they played? He's certainly showing a bit of class, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Look at that. So out of the blue, just moving that front foot across of him and just angling the bat down so he can access that big gap. Because look, he clearly saw that there was no one out there on the deep square leg boundary. He was like, right, acha ye mera hai, and then he went for it, didn't he?
Yeah, lovely shot. Just using the pace of the ball. And gets a boundary to his name. He gets into the 20s. A good little partnership has developed between these two. And then this one is banged in short, through it goes. So that is a dot ball. Ball to go in the innings. And Albano, once again, as we said, they're a team that have struggled with the bat, and this is the sort of scores they've been scoring. And well done. Full credit to the Cricket Stars. First 2 matches that they've played, first 2 or 3 that they've got today, they've picked up victories, and they make their move up the table. Short once more from Rahman. This will just poodle down to Dipindra Shakwat on the boundary. And it's going to be a run out to finish with as well. So there's going to be some more fantasy points for Dipindra Shakwat as he gets involved in that dismissal. That's him and Manpreet Singh. So if they're in your fantasy 11, that's a few more points that have been racked up for you. And unfortunately, Dev Chima, who I think has batted really well, will be the man that will get run out trying to take the second. So he goes for 22 of the 14 deliveries that he's faced. And that's a very happy team out there, the Cricket Stars. Well, there have been the Stars so far today. They're a team that have had an emotional series, to say the least, especially the way their day started on Tuesday. I know they got a lot of support from the viewers, and I know that they have already on social media thanked a lot of the viewers, our cricket family, the European cricket family, for all their support. And now they're starting to show just what they can do when they're out there in the middle. They were disappointed, I think, yesterday with the way the match against Roma finished. And speaking of disappointment, I think there's a team also that are very disappointed, led by their captain out there. The 2 teams congratulate each other. Irfan Sheikh, disappointment all over his face, and 1 or 2 of the other players there. But they'll come back. They'll come back strong. Cricket Stars, though, they are the team that are on a high at the moment. And Nikki, they've still got 1 more match to play today.
Yeah, they still have that 1 more match to play. I think they're going to be buzzing. 2 back-to-back victories here, and I'm sure Albano not going to be super happy with their performance this week. It's not been great, has it? Only the 1 win, and they've got a lot to take back. But then again, I don't want to say and be too demoralizing, because they say you don't learn much from victories, you learn more from defeats, and I think they've got a lot to learn, and I think they're going to come back and bounce back stronger, you know.
Yeah, look, that's a very good point. That's very well put. I mean, nobody likes to lose, but the thing is that if you lose and you learn from it, it makes you stronger, and I think they will be stronger. This was a good catch, wasn't it? He thought, I'll take this one sitting down. Well, if you thought that was good, the next one that we got coming up was even better.
This was outstanding. Look at that, gymnastic-esque, coming in, running forward, roly-poly, and then elegantly just back up on his feet there by Rahman. That was superb.
You know, there were some good catches there. We saw a catch taken on a player on his backside. We saw one taken with a player there doing the roly-poly. Then this one from Rajmani when he's going backwards and he's taken it behind his head. So that's 3 different types of catches. Look, that always makes the difference, doesn't it? If you take your catches, well, you know, you're gonna make it a lot easier for yourself.
Yep, catches win matches, don't they? So, and they clearly have. We've seen some outstanding catches today from both sides, actually. Both sides have had some great displays of fielding. But
how about this celebration? So here you go. Thank you very much. says the bowler to the fielder. And this was 4 byes. I mean, they weren't able to hit too many boundaries, so any that came like that were good. And this, I think, was this right at the end, the run out? I think it was. No, we're not there yet. This was, I'm not quite sure. That's confusing me. Maybe that's still the one that was going all the way. This was a beautiful shot. And Dev Chima, he played some nice shots. Well, he and Ravinder Rocky played some nice shots in the covers of the offside. Dev Chima showing his class and his timing. And there we go. I think we saw the throw from Dipindra Shakwat earlier, and that was the outcome. It was a run out, so more fantasy points for Dipindra and also for Manpreet Singh. As we see the teams saying, giving their congrats to each other, but it's the last time that we are going to see Albano. And once again, we wish them all the best for the rest of the season, and I'm sure that myself, Nikki, and also Vinny Sandy will be talking to a few of their players that will be around towards the end, and maybe we'll see them coming down and giving their support to 1 or 2 of the other teams. But this is what we got coming up next. Roma, they're coming back from the morning where they had a mixed display. You saw them in the morning. How did they look, Nikki?
They looked okay, actually. Obviously, coming back from yesterday where they played 3 games back-to-back, and then today, this morning, they had the other games, actually. So I'm guessing there may be a little bit of fatigue, which could impact their game this afternoon. But let's see, because it could also be they're coming back with more fighting spirit, and against Cricket Stars, there'll be so much fighting spirit. I'll be interesting to see how they get on.
Well, you're going to see what we are going to see. You're going to see two teams that are on a high at the moment. Roma, I know they lost the first one to Fresh Tropical, but they came back well, came back with a bang to win their last match. Cricket Stars, they've won the last 2 matches. So both two teams on a bit of a high, 2 teams that have been playing well. So I think we're going to have a cracking match to finish with. And who knows, maybe it could be a bit of a golden ball. That'll be fun. That'll be good. Well, let's have a look at the scorecard from the Albano teams. As the last time, like I say, we're seeing them, and it just never happened, did it? It didn't happen until right towards the end from Dev Chima. Here we go. So Monulai wasn't able to do it. Irfan Sheikh got out the same way that he did the last time round. It was Hasib Khan angling the ball across him. He gets the edge. A good catch taken by Manpreet Singh. He saw a bit of a fight back there from Gill. Jorwal Singh was brilliantly caught by Atik Rahman. Ajay Kumar never got going. So Dev Chima, he was the highlight really for Albano today. He bowled well. He batted well. They could have done with him for the whole of the series, and maybe if they had him in the team all the time, there could have been some slight changes in the results, but as it wasn't enough. 74 runs is what they put on the board, and they end up losing this one by 22 runs. The bowling, though, you have to say, from the Cricket Stars was sensational.
It was absolutely great, wasn't it? Not just bowling, the stuff on the field as well. The by the fielders, the catches, the intent. I want this ball, and ball come at me, and I'm going to take my opportunity that I'm going to get. That also happened, and you could really tell that. That was the atmosphere, that was the sense amongst those players, and it really paid off.
Yeah, I think it was intelligent from Sukhpal Singh as well. He used 7 bowlers there. He knows it's a long day for his team. He's rotated the bowlers well. He's given everyone an opportunity. He's assessed the situation well. 2 bowlers there from Nalain Haider. I think he bowled particularly well, 2 for 8. Then a wicket apiece for Sukhpal himself, Hasib, and Dipendra Shekhwat. Shekhwat is somebody who I think is going to go on to do magical things in this series. We haven't seen the best of him yet, and I don't think we've seen the best of the Cricket Stars yet either. So the match summary there, the Cricket Stars winning again. They've done the double over Albano. Albano, they finished their series on a low. Only were able to pick up just the 1 victory in their Super Series. So once more, good luck to Albano for the rest of the season. We are sure that we are going to see them stronger and better the next time that we do. And what that means is that we take a short break. It's an opportunity for me to say thank you very much, Nikki. I know you're going to take a well-earned break during this next match as we get Vinny Sandhu in to do a little bit of work for a change. So what are you going to do? You're going to just potter around and sit somewhere where it's nice and cool and get a few ice creams, or, what's the plan?
I don't think there's any ice creams here unless we call an ice cream van. Would you do that for me?
Well, maybe we can send the ambulance out to get a few ice creams, because they've got a few chillers in there, haven't they? Wouldn't that be nice? A nice cool ice cream. Or maybe, what about a nice stiff drink, What would you fancy this time of day?
Anything at this
Come on,
rate. I just want to
nobody will
cool
judge you.
down. I just want to cool down. So I think I'm going to go sit in some shade, have some bunny and whatever comes.
Barney? I was
Following
thinking more
that.
of a mojito or something.
Yeah, but I don't want to drink it on my own.
No.
So you're going to join me maybe later, and then maybe I'll have a mojito.
Well, I'll tell you what. I look forward to seeing you bringing me a mojito, and Vinny will have a glass of milk. Anyway, we're going to be right back in about 10 minutes' time for the last match today. Remember, we're bringing you 5 here from Rome, and then you got 2 more coming from Portugal. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your support. See you in 10 minutes' time when we see the Cricket Stars going out there again, and they are taking on Roma at this Roma Cricket Ground. We shall be back in 10 minutes' time.
Hello and welcome back to the Roman Cricket Ground. We are into overtime for the second day running, 5th match of the day. It's a rescheduled match 6, originally meant to be played on Tuesday morning, but here we are early Thursday evening getting ready to play it. And we're going to see Roma CC back for their 3rd match today. They played 2 early on, splitting their series with Fresh Tropical, taking on Cricket Stars, who are playing 3 on the trot. Well, that might seem a bit harsh, but that's exactly what Roma CC had to do yesterday, and 24 hours ago it was the Maroons that were able to get over the line against Cricket Stars, who played just the 1 match on day 3. Vinny Sandu with you here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. News from the toss. Cricket Stars, if they can do it for a 3rd time in a row. I suppose one of the benefits of batting first is they're not out in the field twice in a row, which is on a fairly warm afternoon would be a little bit tough. You can see unchanged team for Cricket Stars. For Roma CC, though, I see that Ranil Omatagi comes into the lineup, and Talina Ratnakis is also in there. No Pramath Eknelagoda in the lineup. So they'll probably open up with Ratnakis, I think, who typically does this role when he's available. So he's a nice little pickup for them. And as far as the other players to watch, obviously Nutton Digay and Kalagamagay, the engine room, as we called it. We saw Samarakun up the top of the order for Roma CC earlier in the day, and that was a move that paid dividends as he top scored with 29 in that win over Fresh Tropical. But right now, it's almost time. Better late than never. This is a match that was meant to be played, would have been 54 hours ago. And here we are, ready to play it. And it becomes a big day for these two teams, both playing 3 matches, but it's a moving day for them. Already, these two teams have some points on day 4, 2 for Roma CC, 4 points for Cricket Stars. This could really be one of the games that shapes the double chance. As we get going, it's a thick edge. It's going to fly away for 4. So Narcus looks nonplussed. Is that edge? Well, with the bat speed, it was always flying away. Rajmani gets a bit lucky, but he gets 4 to start this one off. Hello to Sabuch, and it says it's nice to be back. Thank you for all the welcome back messages that I'm getting. Hello also to Wazza in the chat, to Mandrake. Great to have your company. Now, I did promise you a bombshell when I came back in match 5. So, I'm getting ready to do it. But I'm going to wait for Rico to come back first. That's only fair, because he's been waiting too. A bit of a fish outside the off stump. Rajmani gets none of it. Ratnakis 4 and dot. So, welcoming all of you back as we get into the 5th match today. Big thanks to Nikki Chowdhury. Big effort from Nikki today. And thanks for all the feedback on that. I think a lot of people enjoyed having a different sort of voice around. This one is another one flirted with by Rajmani. He's strong on the offside. That's always a good barometer of how he's going. Marcus adjusting nicely for left-hander, but doesn't have too much to show for it just yet. A bit of a risk running down the pitch with the keeper up to the stumps, but it pays off for Rajmani, who gets his 2nd boundary of the over on the charge. And man on a mission, a bit like this man coming back into the commentary box. Rico Fulton. Rico, Cricket Stars, playing 3 on the trot. Roma CC 3 in the day. 24 hours ago, it was Roma CC that took the points. You wonder what will happen on this occasion.
Yeah, I mean, look, both these two teams will be charged up. They've played a fair bit of cricket the last 24 hours or so, haven't they? And Cricket Stars starting the same way that they did against Albano. Same 2 openers. They've been in good form on 2 occasions against Albano. They both got to the 50 partnership. Let's see if they can do the same here.
Another little edge, and he's going to get 4 more. Now, lightning strikes twice for Ratnakis, who's conceded 12. 8 in edges, and this one pretty much right towards the bottom of the bat. Rajmani gives himself some room. And Ratnakis has good head of hair, but he might not for too much longer if he keeps pulling it out at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, Rajmani, he's fancied himself today. He's been on the charge to a lot of the bowlers. He moves his feet. He does tend to move towards the leg side a bit, so when he does play some of those shots, he gets a bit lucky, he gets a few edges because he's a fair distance away from the ball. But I've liked what he's done today. He's been assertive. He hasn't shied away from any challenge. And he's made a good positive start here.
See if he can finish on a high. Ajmani does something similar again. Another little back away and miss. So 3 hits, 3 misses. And at the end of the first over, it's 12 without loss. Just a reminder, that's up. Well, the first bit of the puzzle in Kartama, the first bombshell that we dropped was that the matches will actually be later in the day. In fact, we'll go into the evening and we'll be playing under lights. So ECC heading for prime time should be really exciting, Rico.
I think it's going to be great. Look, me and you know just how glorious that venue is, and we know how good it looks in the sunshine. We know how good it looks late on in the day when the sun starts to go and the sun starts to go down, and we've got that beautiful orange sky. Can you imagine seeing that orange sky and the cricket continuing and the floodlights going on? It's going to be absolute epic. It really is. It's going to be an amazing sight. I just can't wait. 12th of September, we put that date down in the diary. Hey, what have you been doing today then?
Yeah, I've been working behind the scenes.
I did think you've been doing a bit of lurking. You got any news for us? You going to be actually able to share any news with us today?
All right.
Come on.
Enough's enough.
Do it.
So this over, I'll give it to you.
After.
I tell you what.
What?
It's a bombshell.
Yeah.
So I'm going to wait for a bomb to reveal it. I need to wait for a Maximo.
Why do you
When
do
the
this?
Maximo comes, then I will reveal the bombshell.
All right.
That's only fair.
Okay. Yeah, there'll be a maximum.
All right.
Surely.
You think so? Well, Manpreet. Well, slashes and misses. So there we go. We just put a bit of randomness into it. I mean, look.
Yeah.
I'm a patient guy. I
Not
think so
really.
anyway. I mean, hey.
Not really.
I'm a patient guy, I think. So I'm just asking a little bit of patience. And again, I don't want to give fake news, you see. So I don't want to, that's why I couldn't say anything too much
That's
before
fair
until it
enough.
was confirmed.
That is
All right,
fair
so I
enough,
don't want to be like one of those people that just wants to hear anything. Also, I want to ask you how your Papua New Guinea coaching job's going. That came up again this morning.
Again?
This is
I
gonna
reckon
be-
people are trying to suss
This
that.
is going to be whipped away and it'll be under the fence and might find its way to the hole. But that's not a 6, it's a 4, but still handy runs for Cricket Stars.
It's a nice shot, isn't it? He just noodles this away. Just the bowler losing his direction, losing his line, and Manpreet Singh is too good a batter to miss out on
I'm
this.
going to lead you with a few questions. Do you like cricket? Yes or no?
Love it.
Do you like ECN?
Yeah, of course I do. It's the best. There's no better format
Correct.
of cricket. that you
And
will
correct. And I think you'll like this news.
find. Okay.
Okay? But Cricket Stars, one team that if you were planning to reveal something on a bombshell, then they're the team you probably do want batting. A little edge, gets past Rilla, and this one's going to bounce into the rope on the second hop. So Little Edge is working pretty well for Cricket Stars early on. Rilla just looked a little bit wrong-footed there. Couldn't even get it dive. Just have a look at the body weight here. See, Little skipped to the left and he had nowhere to go. And that ball ends up with 4 more on it.
Yeah, 4 more. 12 in edges in this innings already. And these two openers certainly have been on song here today. And they're continuing, and they're going at a bit of a rate here at the start of this match. That's 20 on the
I'll
board
do it.
already.
Yeah, so all we need is one more Maximo, and I can tell you, he's making this exciting for you. You're a few games deep this week.
I'm not falling for it. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to like tease and
Rico, just
hang me along.
finalising your passport details and go to Papua New Guinea. All right, this will be another shot, which is timed pretty well. Very good effort down there. I mean, that looked 4 for all money, but Krishan Galugamagay makes the stop and saves 3 runs for his team.
That's a great piece of work. Galugamagay sliding down, and the main thing is he's not just he's sliding, he's sliding with a mission, and that's to stop that ball going past.
That's a reverse foot fielding effort, isn't it? He gets the body down, and that's exactly the way to do it. You'd expect it from an international player. So, this should be a very entertaining game, I think. Again, big fish at the top of the order for Cricket Stars that Raymond want to see the back of. 2 of them at the crease right now. This time Rajmani again gives up his stumps and just pushes away. Surely we're not having a Maximolus power play. We're heading that way, you know. Where's Prabhath when you need him? Hello, Prabhath.
What are you trying to say?
Prabhath,
Hey, listen, I was here when he bowled that last over today in that
Yeah.
victory. He bowled really well.
Yeah, you know, he did. It did. I tell you what.
Leave him alone, because
It
he's
was-
the man that's going
I
to
love
supply us
Prabhath.
with the goodies
One of my
later.
favourite people in European cricket, I've got to say. He's always
He's a
got
star.
a good attitude.
He's a star.
Very thoughtful. Gives a lot of himself and gives a lot to his club and to Italian cricket. Last ball the over. And this one's timed away. Galugamagay makes it look easy. Just be 1, and that'll be the end of the second over. Manpreet retains the strike, moves to 10, and the score is 23 without loss.
Yeah, 23 without loss. It's been another beautiful day here. must admit, I did appreciate my little line this morning. I got a few chores done.
You're a hard man to force time off.
Yeah, you put a padlock on my door, didn't you?
You're such a hard worker. Let's have a look at this. Well, 666, the Devils' number. And one of these teams will have a neck above the rest, right? Because they'll all be on 6 games going into tomorrow. So whoever wins this game has a big advantage when we're looking at the double chance was the top 2. Unfortunately, we already know, as you mentioned, Albano will be the team departing after the group stage. So we already know they've played their last game, but still plenty to play for. That double chance, when you have such an even competition, such a high standard of competition, the double chance could be really crucial. So I'm going to go back to Ratnakis and Stephen Kelk watching from the Netherlands, asking, do the players know of the added significance of a 6? Short answer, no. They're just playing the game. But still, third over, often we see the batters trying to ramp it up, making the most of just the lack of outfielders. A very good ball there.
Good ball and good work behind us, Thompson, as well. Villa, quality keeper.
He's able to go with the movement. He stays low for so long. If you have a look at him, look, only gets up with the ball. And that's why he gets a really good look at it. And even that one, even though that one kind of does a bit of sideways movement, has a bit of seam movement and shape, because he's seeing it so early on the bounce, and he's down at that level, he can adjust. This one doesn't do too much, but gets past the bat of Manpreet. He's just not quite himself at the moment.
What's really the story? Is he the national team keeper?
He's kind of a little bit past that at the moment. He's 47
I know
years old.
you told me you did tell me that, but he's just a class act,
yeah,
isn't he?
Obviously, I've got a lot of time for him, but he's played a very high level of cricket. That's something that you need to know about him. This one's knocked down the ground. So just one. But yeah, I mean, Sajith is a guy, he's played a high level of cricket. I mean, that's pretty obvious if you just watch him. But he did play for the Gull Cricket Club in Sri Lanka. He has played national cricket for Italy as well, going back probably 9 years or so. But
I'm gonna say you know he has. He's just class.
Very polished with what he does. Has played first class cricket. There's four first class games in Sri Lanka. Oh, well, trouble. He's overcommitted here and has to get creative. And I don't think he necessarily gets back in time here. I was going to say, that's the thing with keepers sometimes. You can have very good ones that don't quite get an opportunity.
This is really close. Is that bat being slid or is it in the air? That's what you've got to focus on.
This is one where I think he just gets in here. Just in. But the thing is, that's probably one where maybe he had to try and flick the ball down onto the stumps. Which is a bit improvisational.
I don't think it was the best of throws.
It wasn't a great throw.
He had a bit of work to do.
That's probably one that if you identify how close it's going to be, that maybe you just take a chance to flick it instead of reaching for it. But yeah, I mean he's a guy I've got plenty of time for. The technique's really good. And obviously, putting the keeper up the stumps. I mean, Rajmani's still taking one on occasion, still charging, but it's got to be in the back of your mind as a batter. Marcus, 2 to come. Again, aimed far away to a left-hander Samaragi, who throws the ball pretty hard. Not sure if it would have been out or not. In the end, it'll be a single.
I was waiting for the umpire here. Let's have a look at this. He's running in the wrong way, and well, nearly takes out.
That's a tough one for the umpire because typically they say try and go to the side the ball's hit, but then he's probably right in the crosshairs of the throw there, but he still is on that side.
Ooh, that is close.
How's your kneecaps? Still no Maximos. Just saying, I think everyone knows that. This is hit well into the gap. I think this will be 4. So Manpreet gets a boundary to finish the power play. Cricket Stars, they get 29. They don't lose a wicket. For me, it's a bit of a draw, I think, in the power play. The score 29 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, nice shot this one. Again, I think the difference between Manpreet and Rajmani, Manpreet is more of the stylish etiquette player. He likes to stroke the ball around a bit, whereas Rajmani, you can see he tries to force it. And I think he's just been tied down a little bit with the Rilla standing up. He doesn't like it because he does like the freedom of really going into the shot rather than the ball coming to him. The only time he waits for it is when he's cutting. So it's a bit of a challenge, but 29 on the board of the power play, that's pretty reasonable.
So, yeah, also mentioned in the chat, Federico Mento, hello to you as well. Mentioning Marage has also played first-class cricket. Yes, I do know that as well. We mentioned that earlier in the week. What I was going to say with keepers, especially with keepers, there's a lot of them that are very good that wouldn't have had a chance at first-class cricket because it depends where you're living, depends who's got that spot. Think about how many keepers are unlucky, for example, not to have played too much Test cricket, international cricket. You know, Darren Berry is one we always talk about in Australia. He was a very good keeper. It just depends who the incumbent is. Probably a bit easier these days with so many formats and maybe people get given a rest. But I remember Ian Healy, I mean, you had to drag him to have a rest. It was never going to happen. Finally, he broke a finger once and gave Phil Emery a turn. I would have laughed at you. Anyway, this is going to be dropped. That was a tough one. And it's going to roll, it's going to roll, and it's going to roll across the rope. 4 runs. Well, this was a laser beam, wasn't it? And as Omuthagi, who's come into the lineup and is into the action, Rajmani is dropped. But, geez, it was a spicy one.
This was smashed, and I was getting ready for the fireworks to start, and you tell us what news you've got up your sleeve. And then I thought, well, it's going to be a catch. It ends up being 4 runs. Good effort, though, from the fielder.
Wasn't expecting it to be this long, I'll be honest with you. This is Kalagamagate, who's come into the attack now. Again, very good player. Also, it depends where you are about how easy it is to play first-class cricket. It's not really easy anywhere, but some places it's definitely harder than others. Obviously, in the Australian system, you've got six first-class sides. You compare that to England, there's 18. Not saying that's easier or not, because there's more population there, but I just think it's different. Obviously, that's the level of cricket that most high-level cricketers are aspiring towards. I mean, there's different barometers these days as well with franchise opportunities. A lot of people having to pick formats or pick directions they want to go. And that's a conversation I've heard with a lot of my ex-teammates, especially the bowlers, because of the toll it takes on your body. All right, Kalagamagate. He's not playing ball at the moment. He's bowling too well. This is a really nice looking shot and comes down to the pitch of this and drives it exquisitely through cover, and that's 4. And now both opening batters have moved to 19.
That's one of the shots of the day, that is beautiful. Munpreet's got a habit of knowing when he plays a good shot because he holds his pose. Well, it's worth holding the pose for that one. That is a delightful shot. Top draw, brilliant.
I mean, that is shapely. That's how I'd call that shot. It was just beautiful technique. Didn't fall off the shot. Now he gets one that's a little bit short. Doesn't quite get this one on the back foot, though. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, these two do this really well. I was talking to Nikki about it. Not only do they both play aggressive, hard-hitting shots, not only do they pierce the gap and the timing is good, but they're good runners in between the wickets as well. They've got a good understanding. And once again, look, they've made, I don't know, this could be a first, because they're playing 3 consecutive games. I don't want to curse them. I'm not going to mention it. I'm not going to mention it because I curse them.
I don't know what you're thinking about.
You know what I'm thinking.
This is cut away. Just a single again. So can you believe we've gone 4 overs without a Maximo, 4 overs down, and it's 40 without loss. Or 40 love, as they say in tennis.
Yeah, 40 love. Nicely played. But they'd be quite happy with that at the moment because what they have been able to do is to go at a good pace. But again, the cricket style is showing that these 2 openers are critical to them making a good start. Sometimes, I mean, in the first match against Albano, there was some acceleration from some of the other batters that came in. Sort of didn't happen in the second game, but with Albano really struggling with the bat, they got away with it. So, again, they're hoping to make a big score. Bubba Hussain, though, has to find his form. But at the moment, both these 2 batters, both on 20, 13 balls faced by Rajmani.
Yeah, you see some 20-20 action there, don't you? In the scorecard after 4 overs. I'm not looking at the chat at the moment because I know that they're going to get pretty impatient pretty quickly. Don't worry, it's coming. Again, don't want to build it up too much. There's just some news that I can reveal. Something's been worked on behind the scenes for a little while. And now we can confirm it for you. But we'll have to wait for Maximo at Naka. He's going to start with a ball down leg side called wide.
Yeah, not the best of starts from Naka.
Yeah, that Nike is a good pickup as well when he's in the lineup. Got some pace about him. Gives him a few more options with the ball. Gone, and that Nike gets right on target this time. Rajmani on the charge. He's on the long march to nowhere, and now he's going to have to go. He falls for 20, and the first wicket falls in a rescheduled match 6. It's 41 for 1.
Yeah, good delivery. Rajmani, as I said, he's probably the bit more impatient one. He likes to create pace. He likes to charge. Once again, you see, he's giving himself space down the leg side, comes down, goes down the leg side. The issue that he has then is if the batter gets the ball right in the block and gets it past him, that's going to be the result. He's far better off going down the wicket, straight down the line. Then he's able to play this shot on the onside. Remember, look how far down the wicket it is. If this hits his pad, he's not going to be given LBW. So that's something that Rajmani Sandhu needs to work on. So I'm pretty happy that I didn't mention what I was thinking. What I was thinking, if these two got to the 50 mark together, that would have been a hat-trick of 50 partnerships. It wasn't to be, and I'm pretty sure that probably would have been the first time that we've seen it. But still, 41 together, that's not a bad thing. But let's see, I'm pretty sure that it will be Baba Happy Hussain that's coming in. Hasn't really been too happy with his batting, has he?
Has he? Yeah, look, as far as charging down the pitch, I'd always think, yeah, you can cheat a bit. And I don't mean cheat. I mean, I'd be thinking, get in front of your stumps a bit rather than backing away. You're really trying to play a difficult shot then, and you're giving yourself, you take away that second line of defence of your body and your pads. So Rajmani falls for 20. Baba Hussain comes in. Well, he's the guy. If we see him bat for any length of time, he'll probably hit a 6. Yeah. Everyone's hanging on this. I had no idea we'd get through potentially 5
Stop smiling and grinning at me. I'm going to lose
we're going to need
patience.
something to talk about at the drinks break.
At the moment.
All right, here we go. And he gets one through. Baba first up. Maybe leaves him a little on the pitch. Yeah, Baba's just been a little bit, what's the word?
Lethargic.
Yeah, taking him a little bit of time to settle in sometimes, get through the first couple of balls.
He's tried to play strokes. There's nothing wrong with that, but when he's looking for the boundary shot and he's got players on the boundary, he's trying to time it over them rather than hit it over them. He's got to go for a bit of power as well.
Yes, one's turned around the corner. This will be 4, I imagine. Yeah, it is. So he uses the pace at Naika, goes into the body, tries to force a false shot, but he's just able to help it for 4. And Baba is off the mark.
Yeah, this is directed at the body of Baba Hussain. He gets into position pretty early, and he guides this down to the part of the ground where there's no fielder at all. Yeah, they are making a slight change here now, sort of following the ball a little bit. I didn't think that was a particularly good delivery. This one is gone up in the air, a bit of a flick shot, just making sure that it, if there was anybody in short mid wicket, he's going to clear them. So he gets a single to his name as well.
I'm really concerned now. We're going to get to the mini drinks break, and I can't talk about it, which means I'm going to have to think of something else. But I want to say a quick hello to Jonathan Woodward in the chat, or Woody.
Hi,
hello,
Woody.
John. Buenos dias, John. ¿Cómo estás? Yeah, well, he was involved in one of the most recent golden balls. I looked up your last golden ball, actually, as we see this ball, and this is going to beat the fielder. This will be 4. So Nick Shrug's saying we're heading for a record of 4s and no 6s in this innings. That one takes Cricket Stars to 50. And so a little milestone brought up with the ball to go on the 5th over.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, doesn't he? He sort of starts going forward, then rocks back inside his crease. Plays a really nice shot. He plays some lovely shots, doesn't he, Manpreet Singh? He did score, first time we saw him, he scored a 50. Let's see if he can find that sort of form again. 24 he moves on to.
Yeah, so Woody played in the last golden ball match that you did with me. See if you can remember it. You probably do now. It gives you such a big clue.
I do, because it was the Madrid derby.
Madrid derby. Madrid United versus Madrid CC. It's wide. So we'll have to wait one more ball. Yeah, so Woody, hope you're well. That was quite the game, that one. And of course, yeah, we just had the 8 games in that series in Cardiff. Unfortunately, the weather intervened and made the ground unplayable for the rest of the week. So don't you just wish there was some way we could make up for that to all of our viewers that just want a little bit more Cardiff?
Are you trying to now? Yeah, I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do. I'm not falling for it. I'm not.
Last ball for the mini drinks. So it might have been a little inside edge onto the leg or maybe off the cue end of the bat, but it will be the end of the over, and we do have a Maximolus first half of match 6. The score is 52 for 1. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me. 3 go full. Well, I hope you're going well.
You see what you did?
Really
you see what you did?
I'll tell you what, one thing I haven't done yet, and I want to do it now, because I want to know who I'm talking to here.
Yeah, why don't we do it?
We
could do that.
So now, we're talking to the lurkers. Come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us, come at us. Let us know where you're watching from, and that's it. I just don't really have too much to say. Let's let this run out for the next 2 minutes. Oh, okay. Well, we'll talk about Portugal tonight. Coimbra Knights. Mr. Evergreen. Andrew Winter will be out there, I'm sure. Chris Redhead as well. Gorka 11. Oh, they end up splitting their series with Marlow. And we know there's a lot of let's just say, healthy rivalry between those two teams. But Coimbra Knights and Gawker 11 going at it tonight, and we'll be starting in just over an hour, so 4 p.m. GMT, which is 6 o'clock in Central Europe, and 9:30 p.m. in India.
Coimbra been good? They've improved so much. They've had such close games. I mean, I don't know what the percentage of wins, etc. are, but every game they've played has been so close. The improvement's been great.
They've built it a lot on their fielding and their bowling, and I think they've got some good bowlers. I think they've stopped trying to bowl so fast. I think that's one thing that they've noticed. They're not afraid to take the pace off and yeah, just be accurate. I think their fielding's improved a lot. Yeah, so big hello to everyone in Portugal if you're tuning in, and big good luck to Charlie Hunt.
Yeah, good luck to Charlie. Can I just say, shout out to Nina and Kirsty. I'm really missing your grub.
Yeah.
If I were there now, I would be well fed. And I know that our Portugal guys, I know I'm going to see Tyrone in Dresden because he's going to be joining me there from Portugal. I bet you put on a few pounds. I bet you put on a few pounds.
I probably agree with that. You know, Kirsty was actually a guest commentator for a game.
Was she really?
Back in Portugal.
Oh, Kirsty.
Yeah. As Corey, unfortunately, was a little bit unwell for some of that time.
Yeah.
So, Kirsty stepped in and did a really good job.
I bet she was on cakes with her.
And, they've got the Kendall Cup in Portugal this weekend as well, which is a 2-day. Have you heard of the Kendall Cup?
Is that the one they play at Porto?
Lisbon versus Porto. It dates back about 150
That's
years.
Correct.
And I actually got a phone call the other night asking if I'd like to play it. And I said, sorry, guys, I'm a little bit busy. But I would love to one day. Obviously, you just get...
So is it for part-timers?
I think I qualified by spending 2 weeks in Lisbon earlier in the year. They were trying to recruit me. But, it's a non-limited overs game, played over 2 days. And it's got a really rich history. No,
it certainly has. And look, the guys down that way in Porto, they're lovely in Lisbon. They're absolutely great guys. And I know they gave me a very nice vintage bottle of port, which I have to say, I still got at home.
Right, we're on here. Maragi's in. No disrespect to him because he's a good bowler, but I feel like there's the sixes and wickets coming. Well, he's overcommitted here. Bubba almost runs himself out. So have a look here. Again, well, I guess the eye contact saves him in the end because he looks at Munpreet and sees he's standing still. So it's time to stick it in reverse. John Woodward saying Kirsty and Portugal's tees are legendary. I believe it. Well, this one is up. Is it going to be 6? Nope. That'll be out. And Natandige will take the catch. And no problems at all for Achinta, who takes catches like this for fun. And room to spare. So Bubba almost runs himself out. Then he knocks himself out. Doesn't quite have the distance to go. He obviously wanted to know what the bombshell was. But we're going to have to wait a little longer to find out. And Bubba is the second wicket to fall now, 52 for 2.
Yeah, well done to Moraga. He continues in good form that he was in earlier this morning. I mean, you did that game against Fresh Tropical and he took 3 for 10. So I think this is one thing that Roma do pretty well, is that's just taking the pace off the ball, and the likes of somebody like Babar, who normally clears these boundaries pretty well. But this time around, he's just struggled. I can't make out what it is. There's something different about Barbara Hussain. Maybe it's because he's put that word happy in his name. Get rid of the happy. Go back to the normal Barbara.
Go back to serious.
Yeah, go back to serious.
Right, here's Ramzan coming in. And he times a pretty good square drive first up, but finds the fielder. I mean, we don't have too many Maximolus games, but it happens on occasion. Can you imagine getting one here? Well, overthrows. Goes the long way. Almost a run out on the second, but they get 2. Ramzan off the mark. You see here, throw comes in. And Rilla again gets one of those awkward bounces off the edge of the pitch, and the backup fielder, although he gets it, you see there was a secondary backup from the batters. Yeah, we don't have too many Maximolus games. Can you imagine if keep everyone waiting until tomorrow morning? We'll have a riot on our hands, won't we?
I would force it out of you.
I'll
find a way to force it out of you.
Best thing about it is I know you don't know because you've been busy commentating all afternoon with Nikki. After it, but doesn't get the elevation. This will just be 1. Yeah, Shrugs now saying, forget Mr. Maximo, it's Mr. Procrastimo. Well, it's not my fault anymore. I've said I can release. I said I'll release it, but I said I need a Maximo to do it.
You turned around and said that
now,
knowing it would happen within balls,
now
and it didn't.
Here we go. Oh, pretty good bowling.
That's well bowled, actually.
I tell you what, if you tell the bowlers that there's something that'll spoil the fun for the audience, suddenly they start bowling really well. They haven't really given too many away. Maragi only goes for 6 in the 6th. And we've gone through 6 overs now. It's 58 for 2.
Yeah, that's a very good over. Good line. It doesn't spray it around, and he It's sometimes you say that to bowlers. Look, if they, don't be afraid to get the ball up there. Don't be afraid to let the batters drive you. If they get it wrong, you pick up a wicket. And that's exactly what he's done. So wickets there to Athanayaka. He took 1 for 12. He's got still an over to go, and didn't do. No doubt he'll come back. I like the way that Roma do that. They don't sort of use up all their bowlers early. They sort of give everyone a bowl and say, right, you can come back. You bowl well. You can come back.
Yeah, watching out as well on the chat for some lurkers as well. I want to say Mandrake's just popped in. Obviously, John has been lurking. Now he's popped in. Hello, Jobia Hassan as well, who's watching from Bangladesh. As Omatage is going, it's going. Natandige will guard the boundary again. Well, you're not getting past me. And that man's got sticky fingers. He's not letting that go. Ramzan goes 4 and out in the end, and it's another wicket. Omatage gets a wicket with his very first ball of the day. And now Cricket Stars 58 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's he's gone for it, but he's got more height than distance. And once again, we see another fielder in that position who has done brilliantly well. And that's how high it went up.
Lurkers are coming out. Hello to Harry Edwards, who's watching from beautiful Perth in Australia. Let us know what part of Perth you're from, Harry. Try me. I do know the city pretty well. Hello to Raja Sandhu, watching from Vancouver. And Vivek Davda saying, what about the ECN Stronger Together moment? Any thoughts? Yeah, well, probably my favourite of the year is the cuddle catch in the Cyprus side in the ECL. Where basically they collided, end up hugging and somehow catch the ball between them. But, yeah, here we go. This is going, and Natandige's take another one for fun here. And he hit him all day, and he's going to do it. So, Omatage, 2 balls, 2 wickets. And obviously everyone's playing ball, including Atiku Rahman, but he skews it up. And well, this is a game-changing little period, you feel, for Roma CC. The middle order has been cut out of the equation, and the score is 58 for 4.
Yeah, well, he's just plays it. He's got number 3 on the back, and he's got number 3 in the back because he's taken a hat-trick of catches, and he doesn't drop them. And this time he does show a little bit of delight, and that means we have an opportunity for Omatage to put his name right underneath Samage, who took a hat-trick here yesterday. Well, he didn't just take a hat-trick.
Just going to make an early call. Dige's got 3 catches. The record is 5 by Madupa Fernando of Boliasco, and he's got 3 with still almost 4 overs to go. So if we could double that, then we will have a new record on our hands. 5 catches in 10 overs for an outfielder. It's quite amazing. And Harry Edwards from Mullaloo. Well, have a pint at the Mullaloo Beach Hotel for me, Harry. It's been a while. Anyway, right now, hat-trick delivery. Omatage is going to bowl. And it's in the air, and it's flying out of the ground.
Bolle, Billy Sandhu, tell us the news. Well, finally. Well, what a hit. What a way to hit the hat-trick ball. What a shot this is. A sweep slog for 6.
Yeah, well, Shekhawat's come out saying, what's the big deal? Okay, here's the thing. We will have cricket not only Monday to Friday, we will have cricket also on Saturdays and Sundays during the ECC at Kartama. We will have 7 days a week of cricket, and Saturdays and Sundays will also be day-night matches. They will have more information after this.
Wow.
Ball. Here we go. It's the reverse that's on now. That's not a bad shot at all from Shekhawat, who takes on the reverse and hits it, but hits it on the ground, no run. So, yeah, the Saturday and Sunday matches, while the international teams are changing over, they will be domestic matches in Spain, but they still will be played at Kartama and still will be played under lights.
Oh, that is news.
Trouble with a capital T. And the umpire says you're gone. And you just had a feeling there, Shekhawat. We hit the left-handed sweep well. The right-handed one, no good. And we'll see this on the replay. But now Omatagi's got 3 in the over. Interrupted the conversation, but that's okay. If you're a Roma CC fan, check out this one. Around the wicket again. For me, well, it's only a question of does it hit in line or not. You see the impact there. You can see 2 stumps. Yeah. It's maybe one of those umpires' calls for me on impact, but umpire felt it was hitting in line and going on to hit.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. You've got to have a look at the movement early on from the batter. Look how quickly he does move. I think he goes a long way across, and when that ball makes impact, I think you can see in between the legs off the batter, that's probably going to go on and rattle middle and leg stumps. I'm happy with that call.
Yeah. It's you can't really see the off stump, so you're having to make a guess about where it is. For me, probably instinctively, I was a bit more concerned about it, but I certainly can understand the umpire's decision there. Well, John Woodward, he's tuned in at the right time because there's every chance Madrid CC will take part in that in that series.
So let's get this
So
right.
let
Okay,
me give
after
you
this
a
ball.
bit more information.
After this ball.
Alright, this is driven and won't be an extra run. What a good couple of overs this has been for Roma CC. 64 for 5 after 7. And quickly we'll talk about tomorrow. Albano, well, we know they're out of the equation, but the other 4 teams here are basically playing for that double chance and a bit of form going into Saturday. And I think Jenna Brescia will be keen to get back out there taking on Roma CC. I mean, the way Roma CC playing at the moment, I don't think they're afraid of anybody. And then in the afternoon, Cricket Stars and Fresh Tropical. Won't that be a good clash as well? So join us. Back to the 4-match format. Now we've caught up on those rescheduled matches. So join us from 6:30 a.m. GMT tomorrow, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Okay, more information. So there's 4 weekends in the Kartima part of the tour because there's 5 weeks. Okay, so it's 5 weeks Monday to Friday.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, and Championship week. That's the ECC, right? As we see a really good shot and fantastic footwork. Manpreet commits to a plan. He comes down, gets on the half volley. Just had to get the elevation to get it over Omatagi. He does, and he gets a boundary. What a shot.
Yeah, look, he's a sleeping giant at the moment, isn't he? He hasn't had too much of the strike. He'd be very disappointed in the batters that have come. Maybe played a shot or two, then got out. Not been playing smart cricket, trying to get him on strike. He's there. He was there right from the beginning. He needs to be facing a lot of the strikes. The batters need to be aware of that. And that's a beautiful shot. He's played 2 lovely shots down in that part of the ground, and now he forces a field change.
95 pace at the moment. This time again makes a positive step down the wicket, but it'll just be 1. Yeah, so there's 5 weeks of ECC. That means there's 4 weekends in between. So basically we'll see 3 different teams every weekend. So weekend 1, weekend 2, weekend 3, and then the winners of those 3 weekends, they'll play in the championship weekend. So it'll be huge actually. This is down the ground. Should just be 1, although Samarakun almost made a mess of it. Somehow keeps it to 1. Yeah, so these 3 teams will play 9 matches in a final on the weekend, so 5 matches each day. How about that for some fielding there? Shane Warne would have been happy with that turn.
He gets a bit lucky that the ball doesn't have a bit pace on it, otherwise it could have been a bit embarrassing. But he's able to grab it back.
He's back. No elevation. Should just be 1 that put the deep cover back now. That's the field change that was forced. So, yeah, you'll have 3 teams every weekend, and the winners of every weekend come back in the 4th weekend, and they'll be playing for the FanCode ECS T10 Spain. And so that means you'll get an extra 40 matches over that period. 10 every weekend times 4 weekends.
That'd be quite amazing.
So
that's
going to
quite
be.
sense. Actually, that's.
We're going to be busy though. I'll tell you right now. This is
Yeah,
what they tell you.
I was going to say.
We'll be busy.
Can I bring a sleeping bag and put it in our commentary position?
Yeah.
Because we've got quite a good commentary position.
Well, Corey's
up
already
there.
shown that you don't need a sleeping bag to sleep in the commentary cube. But yeah, it's
Get ourselves a fridge. That's all I asked for. A
What?
fridge and a sleeping bag, and we're done.
got to say well done to everyone behind the scenes. This is not easy to pull off logistically. You know, it's really pushing the boundaries. This means we're going to have 34 matches a week at Kartima. It's going to be absolutely massive, and we'll have 160 matches over that period. Gone. Now, does he get back here? I feel like it's physically impossible to be back, but he does a really sneaky bat slide back. Look at this. I think he's just gone. He doesn't get it down in time. Yeah, see here, does pretty well to almost get the bat down. I think the key is though almost. Look there,
Out.
there. The stumps are broken just before the bat.
I also think that the first impact is just on the line,
Yeah,
which
see,
is out.
and not just that, it's in the air. You can
Yeah.
see underneath that there's space underneath the bat. So
Yeah,
he'll be gone here.
I think he's going to be gone. I think
Yeah.
he's going to get the decision here because even if the bat does just make the impact before, it's impact on the line, and the line belongs to the fielding side. So
Yeah, you could just kind of tell if your eyes are up to it, you could kind of tell that the bails came before the bat lands. And the other thing is, if the bat then bounces up, it's not like a run-out
It's not like a
situation.
run-out, you're
You know,
correct.
you have to keep that bat grounded. If the moment the bails are removed, that if your bat's in the air at all, doesn't matter what's happened before that, then you'll be gone. So Muhammad Ali's knocked out, and he'll go for 1 off 3.
this has not been sensible, is it, from the Stars? Because you've still got Manpreet Singh out there, and they're doing things like that. If you're out there now, Manpreet the other end, look at the field. Look how deep there are. Everyone whose name is not Manpreet Singh should be just bat on ball,
Yeah.
single. There you go, Manpreet, play your shots.
Well, now the irony is you probably can have a swing at this one because it's the last ball of the over, and I feel like they want Manpreet to face in the 9th. It's Kang who's coming out there. He'll be hoping to Kang one out of the ground, I think. doesn't get anything on it. So 8 overs down, the score 71 for 6. Yeah, so what's the reaction in the chat here? I know that some news, and Charlie, maybe you're not aware, but we will have weekend cricket during ECC. During that period, we'll have a FanCode ECS T10, and that's it's going to be a Spanish domestic competition. Look, here's the thing: Charlie might actually be playing in it, right? So yeah, Charlie does play his cricket for La Manga Torrevieja, so we'll have to see. So yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to work out. I mean, obviously, it's very challenging what we're doing. Trying to do it on a budget as well, that we can get the maximum output without going bust. So,
Vinny, I'm gonna after this ball,
yeah,
get away with it. That's exciting news, but
Yes.
I think you've got overexcited. You've literally, it looks like you've literally wet yourself telling us that news.
I have wet myself. That's exactly what I've done. I've been using my wet towel all day, and the thing is,
come on, can we share this?
No,
on
we're not, no, there's no way.
No, we're gonna. I want to see. I want the viewers to see
listen.
what you're up to here. Come on,
my wet towel.
let's have a percent. I want to vote. I want to vote on the chat. Come on, the ECN computer.
You've been in the sun too
Do
long.
we want to see what Vinny Sandhu is up to or not? Come on, let's have a vote. This is up in the air. Can it be his 4th catch?
Oh, he's knocked it across the line a couple of times. Nut Dige, it would have been number 4. And Amatage would have had number 4 as well, because he's got 3 for 7. Make that 3 for 11. So, unfortunately, Nut Dige does well to kind of get in the right position, but then he finds himself full stretch, kind of goalkeeper style, and he can't hold on.
This would have been sensational, though, you have to say. But that's the thing that would be disappointment for him. Not the fact that the catch goes down, because that would have been really something special, but that the ball escapes him and goes to the boundary. Well, boundaries and runs have been hard to come by at the moment. So Sukhpal Singh goes bang.
Wow, now tries the reverse, hits it straight at the field. This will just be 1.
Well, he's a little bit disappointed with himself, but I thought it was going to be Othman Kagi that was going to take this one as he ran towards him. Kagi, he's bowled pretty well. He's taken 3 wickets, hasn't he, already in his first 9 balls that he's bowled.
Could have had 4, and now he will have 4. And he gets the big wicket of Manpreet, who swings across this. Turns out to be a pseudo-Yorker from the spinner. And he will get the 7th wicket now. Line them up, slot machine, all the 7s. 77 for 7.
Yeah, this is a good delivery. You can see what Manpreet's trying to do. You can't blame him. He knows that he's not being given too much of the strike, so he's got to try and play a couple of the big shots himself. It's probably up there, but it's clever bowling, just getting this to drift in. And it's the 4th wicket. So that's really well bowled.
Yeah, Matangi, he's hunting a 5-wicket haul, actually. We saw one earlier in the week.
Matangi, really, really good bowling. Well, you might have all the zeros on his back. Well, you might as well put a few numbers on there as well. Or 4. It's a 4 for at the moment. And I tell you what, the way he's bowling, he's enticing batters to go after him. He could be 5. 4 for 12 at the moment. 2 balls he's got left in his spell to try and get the 5th wicket.
When you're coming into the side, you're kind of making a statement that you should stay there, I think. Spin to win. It's Hasib Khan. That will be the batter. Batting 9. Still 8 balls remaining. Amitagi with 2 chances to get a 5-wicket haul. We haven't had too many of them this year, just the 5. Pushes. We'll just get 1.
Oh, they'll get 2 here. This was unnecessary. There was no need to be throwing this. I mean, he was egged on actually by Sukhpal to do it. Yeah. And they get 2, and it should be just 1.
Probably didn't deserve it, but there we go. There's our 5-wicket hauls for the year. We're looking for the 6th person to join the list. Prathubi Samaragi joined it from Roma CC with his 6 for 9 the other day. But last chance to do it for Omatagi. Oh, goes close. Drifts away from Hasib. He won't get the 5, but still, it's a pretty handy contribution of 4 for 15 from the left-arm spinner. So 9 overs down, the Cricket Stars are 80 for 7.
Yeah, 80 for 7. It looks like it's going to be the sort of score that was enough to get them a victory against Albano second time round. They've had 2 matches already today, remember. They beat Albano by 51 runs in the first match, 130 and Albano 79. And then they put 96 on the board, Albano 74. So it could be a score around 90, but still they've got to go some in this one to get there. It won't be easy. But you have got two batters out there that can hit the ball pretty well. Sukhpal will be keen to get to the other end. One thing, though, that they did do is they hustled well to get to that score, and they had to run pretty hard. So they'll be running hard, but a couple of boundaries will help.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to end in that kind of 85 to 95.
Come on, is there a vote? Have we had a vote set up?
Going to show.
I'll
just tell you. You don't have to see it.
No, I want it shown.
I haven't come this far in the industry to then just show myself with wet shorts right now. But I have a wet towel, which I've been using because I've worked out some hacks. While you were sunning yourself on the beach in Spain in your 2 weeks off, this is my strategy, right, to deal with the heat. As you see, pushing away, running for just the one. And of course, water, with gravity, falls and kind of gets my shirt wet and gets a little bit of the bottom half wet as well.
A little bit.
Nothing
It
suspicious about it.
Looks like you got so excited about the news in Cardamom playing those.
Oh yeah, I'm excited.
ECC and
there's
then
no doubt
playing
about
on the
that.
Saturday, Sunday. That you got so excited you wet yourself. There should be a vote on
I'll
this.
wet you in a
I'm
second.
saying there should be a vote.
Listen to Diana. Well, unless you want to get ready for a wet towel fight, I don't think we're going to go on camera showing that.
Out. Has to be. Oh, well, they're going upstairs, but I can tell you now, this has to be out.
Well, it just depends if he raises his heel or not, because he definitely doesn't get it. It doesn't move.
The amount of momentum he puts into this, he's got to be gone.
Foot. See, look. Yeah, you're wrong again, I reckon, here.
All right,
I think he just gets back.
It's because he's got big feet.
Oh,
what do you reckon the size of
lost
those
your
shoes
mind
are?
now. You've been left out in the sun too long. Yeah, I don't think you can give that out.
No, he's got enough of ease.
Just the way his foot twists there. See, here's the point now. And for me, there's a little bit that's behind the line, so it'll be not out. Worth a shout, though.
Worth a shout. That's the advantage of having big feet and big shoes. So not out, but it is a dot ball, a valuable dot.
This is nicely cut away behind point. This will be 4. So just dragging themselves up to something almost par, I'd say. Roma CC going to have to bat well to get these. But remember, Roma CC did what it took last night. And so that 4 runs helps.
Yeah, last night, Cricket Stars, 91 for 7. Roma, 92 for 6 with 8 balls to go.
They got there. So a few similarities at the moment. Come again. Chucks a bit wider and not able to catch up with it.
Quicker delivery, wasn't it? Well bowled. And the key thing here was he had to make sure he got it inside that line, and he does.
Apologies for the...
Well, he's gone this time. There's no matter what size shoes you wear, you don't get foot behind this time. Good work again from Rilla. He's always in the action, isn't he?
Yeah, this time he's on the charge. Doesn't even get to turn around, does Kang. Now, I'd like to tell you the score, but it does look like the systems are frozen, which is kind of weird. That's the word that I saw used in the background. I don't think anything's frozen in the heat. So we'll just sort out that technical issue. I'll let you know exactly what's happening. Right now, I can tell you that this will be an 8th wicket.
Yeah, I reckon it's about the mid-80s, probably 86, you reckon, 86, 88? I don't think they're quite in the 90s.
I don't think they're in the 90s yet.
But we will find out. We just have to be a bit patient. I'm sure we will tell you in a moment. Is this a ball to go? Is this the last ball?
You tell me. I'm going to say yes. So, swing and a miss to finish. And, well, we'll help you with the score as soon as we can. But right now, I think Roma CC, we're pretty happy where they're at. I mean, it's a similar score, maybe not quite as many as they had to chase last night. But I can tell you, here we go. The final score is 85 for 8. So the target will be 86.
Yeah. See, I told you. Trust me.
Yeah, you know what you're doing.
They're going to be disappointed with that, for sure. I mean, at the halfway point, we know that they had the 50 on the board, 52. And there was some, not the best bit of batting, because when you still have Mumpree out there, you had batters like Baba Hussain, Ramzan, and Rahman and Dipindra Shekhawat. Also, Ali Mohammed all coming out and just giving their wickets away rather than focusing on trying to get Mumpree back on strike, who then eventually lost patience and went for the big shot before he was bowled out. So they've done some good things today, but they're going to have to be at their best if they're going to pull this one out of the bag and make it a hat-trick of wins here today.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, he still had the same approach from Cricket Stars. Remember, we were hanging the bombshell on a Maximo, and we had to wait an age for one, didn't we? And Rajmani eventually went, like I said, he was marching down the pitch with no plan in particular, and he missed out. And then we saw heaps of fours, particularly Manpreet Singh. I think he's been such a good addition. And Rico was trying to choke the news out of me, but wasn't going to give in that easily. At Nuttendigo, he was the man who was a bit of a party pooper, wasn't he? Because he was guarding that boundary with everything at long off.
Did not let anything go by there. There was also a good catch taken on the other boundary as well. But they did field really well. And that's one thing that Roma do. They take the pace of the ball. They're the only team that are prepared to do that, and it does work more often than not. Take the pace off. They've got good fielders, good catchers out there. Pace off. The batters go for the big hits. They don't get them. The catchers taking the catches, and that they restrict teams to this sort of score.
Finally, we got the Maximo, and then we could reveal the big news that we'll have non-stop cricket action 7 days a week at Kashima. This is one marginal, I think, probably fair enough. Hitting in line, going on to hit Omatagi. He was a real live wire, wasn't he? Again, just some other commitments keeping him out of the side sometimes, but well, his forward is really valuable in stemming the chase. And look, they still had to get Manpreet, but eventually we'd see more wickets fall. Eventually, Manpreet would fall to Omatagi as well. And then Cricket Stars, well, they're stuck in the grady 80s, but still, I think a very entertaining second innings coming up.
Yeah, it will be coming up, and I'd expect Roma to go out there and get it. But it'd be interesting to see what format they go with, what the batting line is going to be, because they do like to chop and change a little.
Yeah, I think they go with what they went with earlier. I mean, I like Samarakun at the top of the order. No Etna Lagoda in the lineup anyway. So I think you probably go Maragi, Samarakun, probably Kalagamage at 3, Nuttendigo at 4, probably Prathuvi Samarage at 5. I mean, so, and we've seen a slightly different lineup as well with no Samaragi that was bowled there because they had Omatagi. So just obviously, trying another spin option that worked very well. So they have, well, now 3 genuine left arm spinners. I think you can play them all together, to be honest.
I think you can.
I think you can. And also then you've got Kalagamage with his kind of all sorts as well. So you've got quite a few pace-off options you can use.
Yeah, very much so. And look, that's not a bad change, is it? You don't have Pravath in the side, and Omathagi comes in and picks up 4 wickets. You're settled for that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, here's a stat for you. Only the one Maximo in the innings for Cricket Stars, and lucky they got it, otherwise we weren't going to tell you anything. But I can tell you, just going through the card quickly, 34 for Manpreet, 20 for Rajmani Sandhu. The best performers with the ball, Omatagi, 4 for 14 off his spell. Also 2 for 13, Maragi. And also 1 for 12 for Naka. We'll take a quick break. We're back in a few minutes. And when we do, we'll have the final match of the day. Could be a crucial one. Double chance is in play. And all the teams here are hunting it. Vinny Sandhu, him is to Maximo Rico. Full with me, Nikki Chowdhury. Taking a back seat for now. We'll see her again tomorrow. Don't worry about that, everyone in the chat. Right now, we are waiting for the second innings. 86 will be the target for Cricket Stars. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back for the final innings here at the Roma Cricket Ground. And what a lovely day it's been. We've seen plenty of action. Well, we've seen 5 matches in a total, and it started with Roma, and it's finishing with Roma, which is quite strange, but that's just the way that the schedule was worked out. Roma had a good start to, well, a good finish to the morning. They started with a loss to Fresh Tropical by four wickets, 93 to 94. And, well, they did get their own back on Fresh Tropical, winning 105 to 94. And they've had a bit of a break before they've come back for this final match, match number 5 in the day. Taking on the Cricket Stars again. They've done a good job. They've restricted the Stars to 85 away. The Stars themselves, they've had 3 matches. They won the first 2 against Albano by 51 runs and 22 runs. But they've been probably, I reckon, they're 15 runs short on where they would like to be here. So they're going to need wickets pretty quickly. One thing they did in this fixture yesterday is they did get those wickets early. And they were on top after removing the openers and the top order batters quite promptly. But then they had a few issues with the line and length. And Roma took full advantage of it. And they knocked off the runs that they needed, chasing 91 with 8 balls to go. Sukhpal Singh Kang with the first ball. Starts well. It just played out for the single. That's what Roma were trying to do. It's not a huge score, so what they'd be keen to do is just to stay in the hunt all the time, and that means just keep taking these singles. Don't necessarily have to go for the big hits. You can see there on your screen what the required rate per over is. It's under 9. So look, even in the worst case scenario, if 1 or 2 of these early overs just go for 6 or 7 runs, you're not going to be too disappointed about that, but they've got to keep the wickets in hand. I think they will also know that the top part of the opening bowlers of Cricket Stars is where the depth is, and they're the ones that are trying to get through your openers. If they can't do it, then you will get an opportunity to take on some of the other bowlers. That's a good delivery. Oh, wow. I'm not so sure about this one from the umpire, actually. I thought this was a pretty decent delivery. Well, Sukhpal's a bit surprised that's been called. But the umpires, the men out there at the moment, Hati Amila and Asad Ali, they've been very strict on these calls. And Hati Amila is pretty confident that that one is catching a bit of the line. Sukhpal has to bowl it again. And he goes in the same area. And this one, well, the umpire this time is nodding. Well, he's not being asked to do so. But he says, yeah, that was all right. Just keep a look at the head of the umpire. He says, yeah, that one's fine. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Stop ball from Sukhpal, so he gets that one just right. So Markoon, the batter, up in the air, and I think he's got enough on this. And the fielder, he can't stop it, and almost knocks over the banner there. And, gets the brakes on just in time. And that's Dick Ruman. I think what he had to do here, as soon as this ball landed, he had to be getting the dive in and getting a flick back just at this point. But you can see, well, now watching the bounce on the ball, you can see why he wasn't able to do it. It hit the deck and really deviated sharply towards the left. 4 runs. Goes for the similar area, this time along the ground. Pick up and throw. And that's going to be out. This is really good cricket. He's running nowhere, is Samara Kuhn. He plays a shot, he wants it, and then he gets stranded. He tries to go back, hits the throw, has the ball in his hands, and that's comfortable. And that's an easy decision there for Asad Ali. Look, great positioning from the umpire. And yeah, he doesn't need to go upstairs to give this one. Gives it on field. Really good cricket. That's nicely done. And Samara Kuhn only did get a boundary the ball before. And then he got a bit excited. And unnecessary, it really is. Roma, they like doing it the hard way, don't they? So a wicket falls and a fine time for me to welcome back. Well, you know I'm going to say, because every time a wicket does fall, this man is hovering and lurking as he comes back into the commentary position. It is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Communication is key. And unfortunately, it broke down between Maragi and Samara Kuhn. So their opening partnership doesn't last too long. This time in match 6, and rescheduled match 6. The first wicket falls with the score on 6. It's posed a random question. Maybe it's a nice time to put random questions into the chat. Last innings of the day here in Italy before we head to Portugal with the last 2 games tonight. Mine was, do 2 wrongs make a right? Here's Kang. And, gets that in movement, doesn't he? Gets a lot of bounce with the height. He's got all the tools, doesn't he?
He's a very good bowler, isn't he? He's superb.
And, I've got a question from Stephen Kelp. What's the difference between a duck and Vinny Sandhu? Oh, good question. I found a great article about the different types of ducks in cricket. No, we're always talking about it.
Okay.
I might post in the chat right now. But there are all sorts. There's like royal ducks, platinum ducks, silver ducks. So a second ball is called a silver duck. A third ball is called a bronze duck. But they're just kind of asterisk, not used very much. Anyway, so at the end of the over, the score 6 for 1. Are you a fan of golden balls? If you are, then you've come to the right place. But we've had to wait 22 matches since the last one. We thought it might be a bit like London buses. Once they come, they all come. We still haven't had one, Rico, in our Italian summer.
No, we haven't, which has been quite amazing. We were convinced, it's not just one we were going to have. We're going to have more than one, but it hasn't quite turned out that way. Well, this man has been pretty impressive with the ball, and he's made things happen for his side, Haseeb Khan. Sometimes, today, there was a few times we were just a little bit leg-side-ish. Let's see if we can start right to the right-hander. Wants to be outside the off-stump.
Haseeb's a good performer. This one's hit down the ground. Just evades the left hand of Haseeb. Kang cleans up, keeps it to a single. They don't want to fall too far behind here. They've gone for Rahat Ahmed. So they've kind of gone for this strategy as well, where they have the engine room. I like to call the engine room Kalagamagate, Natandige and Samaragate. But they don't want them to come in the power play, really. They want them to come a little bit later, maybe not expose them to the new ball. And also have them closer to the finish line so they know exactly what they have to do. But then the responsibility is on the players. They do send out there to keep it moving. Yeah. That's why Rahat's out there at number 3. Well bowled. Bit of respect. Good running, though, as well. Saw it was hit slowly enough to get one to Shekhawat.
Yeah, nicely bowled. I mean, he's picked up the wickets of Irfan Sheikh on 2 occasions today. Bowling right across him, and it's needed the slips to be in place as well. He's decided, or his captain's decided, not to give him a slip this time round. So it's an interesting choice because he will always have a slip in play.
Pitches outside leg stump. Sneak through for a leg by. Well, Stephen Kelp, still trying to decipher your comment. He says, what's the difference between a duck, Vinny Sandhu? Is it between me and a duck, or between a duck and what? I'm confused here. Is it just last game of the day brain fog which is setting in, or what's going on?
Maybe after hearing the talk about you being wet, etc., he's trying to refer you to a duck. That you like the cold water.
Both a little bit wet.
Maybe sitting in a pond.
Yeah, why not?
Who knows?
Sounds a good place to be. Oh, it could be trouble. This could go anywhere, and it has. But how far has it gone? That one's gone for 6, I think.
I think it has.
Wow, we saw one of these earlier. It's the reverse on drive, and it will get him a Maximo. And we only saw one in the first innings. Rahat, well, he's so good, he can hit 6s off the back of his bat, and he'll grab 6 runs right there.
Is this the back, or is this the edge? It looked to me like this came bang off the edge of the bat.
It's a leading edge. It's basically what it is.
Look.
It's a leading edge. Tries to get leg side, and look, yeah, it's closer to the back of the bat than the front, though. Put it that way. So that'll do. Haseeb Khan. I'm quite sure how that happened. Pretty good shot as well this time. Does he get past Kang? He does it. Well, he tries to reel it in. Made good ground to get there. I don't think anyone else would have touched that. Kang's got the long arms. He couldn't quite reel it in.
Kang, well, he loses his shades again. And things just haven't stuck in his hands today. That's probably the third time he's been, I'm going to say, in the reach of taking a catch, because they've never been easy, but they haven't stuck either. So Hasib, he's just gesturing there to his captain. Come on, Skip, do me a favour. This time there's another one that's up. It's going to go anywhere. There's another one that has to be stopped.
Stephen
with the man who likes to go down on the ground. And we saw him take a catch earlier when he was sat on his jacksie. This time he's on his front, and that's the Pindra to go up.
17 for 1 after 2. I'm going to come back to Stephen in a minute, because he's basically giving me a riddle. But I'll come back to that in a second. Let's have a look at the table, because you can see the race for the double chance is on.
Yeah.
And that's basically now what the next day and this game is about. And well, you have to be very quick to see it. Well, there we go. I see 6, 6, 6. You've got 3 teams all on 6 points. Gina Brescia, it is possible they could drop out, but it seems unlikely. So, yeah, the top 2 will get the double chance on Saturday. We know how important that is. Remember, ECL qualification on the line this weekend as well. And comes back. Well, they're going to take a run that's not there, and if he hits, I think he's gone here, Rahat. But again, he's kind of dispensable with some of the batting they've got to come, so you might as well take this on.
Rajmani, great pickup, good throw. He's had a go before, but the throw's a bit wild. But if that hits, if it was a better throw, he would have been in trouble.
All right, here's Kang. Pulls it a bit too far to the left. This one doesn't come back. It's called a wide. So he basically said, what's the difference between a duck? And so that is the joke. The joke is that there is no second thing. So it's a paradox. It's meant to make you think.
It's too hot for that. Too hot to be thinking.
It went something, I think the second half, you meant to say is one leg is both the same, which is the answer. This is very deep. A bit existential for my liking, actually, for this time of the day. But this one, there's no ambiguity about it from Rahat Ahmed, who just leans on this one. Survived a close run-out attempt. Gets deep in his crease. And wow, that's a really well-executed shot. He's well-balanced when he played that shot.
That's a beautiful shot. It doesn't matter who plays that. Nobody will play it better than that. That is beautiful. Love the way he rocks back, gives himself room, and he cuts that gloriously all along the deck. 4 runs.
So
classy
Stephen
shot.
Kelker's explained it. He said there was a request for random questions, and the duck question is pretty random. Well, I can't argue with that, Stephen. You've outsmarted me. It happens several times a day. Well, this one is cut back so much that it's nowhere near the blade of the bat. It's up towards the gloves for Rahat Ahmed.
Well, he does play a really nice cut shot before, but this one, well, he gets into position, but the ball follows him. And he's pretty lucky that he doesn't chop it onto his stumps, actually.
Sujit's got a question. What's the charge of a hotel room in Rome? Well, how long's a piece of string? I mean, depends. You're going to go probably from maybe 20 euros a night all the way up to probably 2,000. Everything in between. Yeah, so I would say that the rooms are getting a bit more expensive now that the pandemic situations change.
There's a lot of people now flooding to Rome. I think, yeah, I mean, if you want a sort of a decent, maybe between 2 and 3 star, I reckon about 60 euros is going to get you a half decent place. But yeah, you're right, Vinny. They can be pretty expensive as well.
Especially this time of year. On this one. Uh-oh. Well, this could have been an absolute fry-up. In the end, where's that coming? That's going to be 4. Well, there we go. Doesn't quite stick the landing. Well, this is the pressure of taking off. Even though only one batter takes off, then the fielder takes off. Muhammad Ali almost knocks himself out.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. This is not good from Ali Muhammad. Oh, no. Please don't show it again, please.
Rahat was in big trouble if that didn't get misfielded, because he took off. Marage was just staring at him and said, well, didn't you watch what happened to Samarakun? You run when I run.
Well,
stay there and hit the ball.
How many times have I seen players do the flip back and it goes right over them over the boundary?
Goes leg side. This will be a one hop up, I think, out to Atiku Rahman. He zings it into the power play. 28 for 1. Game in the balance.
Yeah, I mean, they're just 1 run behind where their opponents were. But, of course, they've lost that 1 wicket. And the Cricket Stars hadn't lost a wicket until they got the 50 on the board. But I think you've got to say that perhaps Roma the way that you were saying, the way they vary their batting around, probably got a bit more depth to come. That's quite interesting there. You saw all the wickets of the Cricket Stars fell after that 5th over. And then they fell pretty consistently as well. And that's where they let themselves down slightly. Supal Singh finishes his spell. He goes 17, doesn't pick up a wicket.
Not too bad though. I mean, that's par for the course. 8.5 and over is what they need, so he doesn't give any extras away. Shekhawat though, he's a guy that can move the game pretty quickly. Here he is bowling over number 4. Bit of length, straight pull down to Hasib. So interestingly, not going for Hasib second over straight away. What do you think about that? I mean, normally he would.
Well, they didn't do that today at all in both their matches. So they've probably, reason being, I think yesterday they needed somebody to tidy things up later on against Roma, and they didn't have anyone to fall upon. So they're just keeping him back as a fail-safe plan.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Something they did most of the time during the domestic series, but has been a definite change of tactic. This one, full, wide, pretty much perfect from Shekhawat.
Yeah, I think that's a good delivery.
It's that little bit of away movement. I think the random questions coming, I've enjoyed them. Again, the wave movement takes it past the bat of Maragi. Can't quite find his mojo here.
Good start, this, isn't it, from Dipindra Shekhawat? He's been a joy to watch here today. Actually, he's done some good things with bat, ball, and in the field as well. And look, I also like the introduction in that last match of Haida. I think he bowled really well. So they have got maybe just a little bit more depth and variation in the bowling today than they had yesterday.
Once again, good seed. Maragi can't deal with it. Well, you like this one. This is right up your alley. Vivek Davda saying the ducks and the cows were having a party at the farm with some wine. And you know what they had as a treat?
Yeah.
Cream quackers.
I like that. That's good.
I knew you'd like that.
That is really good.
I'm denied about reading that out, but you'd enjoy it.
That's nice, actually. Yeah, well done. I'm gonna give that 5 stars. That's good.
Easy marker. Shekhawat just all over Maragi like a rash at the moment, and Maragi's just coming up empty every time.
You need something like this to put the pressure back on and just to get that rate to become perhaps a bit more uncomfortable. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Cricket Stars. Well, can he finish it off? This has been pretty amazing so far. Just the 1 run.
Yeah, I mean, even a 1 here doesn't hurt you too much. Maragi will be on strike, and he hasn't quite found his rhythm. I like this move because I think you can have a similar kind of delivery. You can't see Maragi drilling it over mid-off. So the mid-off comes up. They put like a second, third man back or a deep backward point. He drives to the leg side, just clips it. Atiqa Rahman thinks about throwing, decides against it. So very good over from Shekhawat. Only concedes 2 singles in it.
Superb.
4 overs down. The score is 30 for 1.
Yeah, really good over indeed. And of course, the other thing is Maragi does get a single there towards the end, but he's going to be frustrated. He goes back on strike, and I think this next delivery, whoever it is that they choose to bowl it, is going to be key, because wherever it is, Maragi is going to go for the big shot.
Yeah, and the thing is this is the risk. You look at the batting to come. The next 3, that's the engine room.
Yeah.
And we're already 40% into the innings, and you don't want to be behind. That's the thing. I mean, yeah, they can play catch up, but you're kind of creating your own problem then trying to solve it. Right now, the rate's gone from 8.6 and over required at the start of the innings up to 9.3, so it's not a disaster. But yeah, just feel Maragi 5 off 10. It's a rock and a hard place because, well, now he probably wants to be super aggressive to make sure the 10 balls wasn't a waste.
Yeah.
So he wants to catch up, but then also he doesn't want to risk getting out because he'll feel like that was a waste, that he's eaten up 10 balls.
That's true.
It's a real Sophie's choice situation for Dinadu Maragi.
But he is, I mean, wherever this is, he is going to throw everything at it because he feels that he has to because of the way the last over went.
This is well blocked. It wasn't an easy one. Rahat is going to sneak through. Now they might get a second. They won't. I think Rahat's had enough of watching from the other end. He said, all right, now it's my time to shine. And look, he's a man. He's 18 off 11, and he has made a fast start to his innings.
He has, yeah. He has to and wants to get on strike. You can see that was the plan. Get there straight away. It was a bit of a wild throw. I'm not sure which end the fielder was throwing at, whether it was the keeper's end or the bowlers. Went right through the middle of the pitch. Fortunately, plenty of bodies on the onside backing up.
Goes for it. It doesn't have enough. This should be gone. Shekawat will take the catch. He'll take it easily. So Rahat, he was starved of the strike. He was hungry for the big six. But he hit it straight down the throat of Dipendra Shekawat, who's having a very good game here in match 6. So Roma CC lose a second wicket, 31 for 2.
Yeah, Dipendra Shekawat takes the catch, and the bowler gives us the Punjabi-style celebration. Wait for it. There's a catch taken. And, well, Sukhrat Singh says, Ale Jagade Bhatte. There we go. He's happy about it, and so he should be. They get the wicket, and maybe you see, this is pressure. I mean, it wasn't Morage, one who gets himself out in the end. It's the other batter, Ahmed, because he's seen what happened that last over. Just 2 runs coming off it, a single off the first ball. He felt the need to go big, and then he gets himself out. You're right, there is plenty of batting to come, but it just means that another batter to get out there and get set, and you know, those overs are going away pretty quickly.
This guy is class, though, coming in next, and he's still coming in with the rate required under 10. So I think the strategy, and look, it has its pros and cons, but if he comes out now, they're basically 30 close to the target than if you put him out there straight away, and the rate doesn't move too much, and he's going to be gone first ball. He flirts at this one, and they know that's a big wicket. Sukhraj gets it, and it's gleefully accepted by Manpreet behind the stumps. Cricket stars know that's a big one. That could be a game breaker, and suddenly he's on a hat-trick, and the score's 31 for 3.
Oh, Fatte Chagaditte, this is absolutely brilliant. Shaba, Zabardasti bowling. He gets us right on them, and look at him, he is so excited. He's going to be as excited as you. He's going to need a towel soon, because this is glorious. That is right on the money. Look at him, he's absolutely pumped. Allah, he says, Jagadev Bhatte, 2 in 2.
Huge, 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 huge wicket. And Kalagamage had to wait to bat, and he just gets a fairly thick edge on the first one. That's really good wicket-keeping technique as well for Manpreet. That's a lot harder than it looks, because that's still going up when it reaches him. So first half, or first third, if you like, of the engine room is gone first ball. And then they go to Samaragi next, coming in at number 5. Huge moment in the game. Hello to Chris Smith as well, saying hello to us, and also to Nikki, who put in a big shift in the first 4 games today. We'll see her again soon.
Hat-trick ball.
Could this be hat-trick number 19? We're waiting. So with Samaragi, they'll be facing it. A man who himself took a hat-trick earlier this week. It was part of his 6 for 9. But right now, it's all about Sukhraj. Beautiful shot, just whipped away. Long chase for the man down there. Don't do well to stop that. Samaragi comes back for a couple. And Samaragi's real skill, Rico, all through this week and a half that we've seen him now, he can come in and he can hit boundaries straight away.
He's, yeah, you're right. He just goes out there, and he's never cold, is he? He goes out there, and from the moment he's out there, he's flowing. Hits the ball cleanly, hits it sharp. But you know, I understand the theory between what Roma are thinking, but I don't think it works in this format. It's a good delivery. I reckon you got to have your better batters, especially someone like Samaragi who's hitting the ball cleanly and crisply from the moment he gets out there. He's got to be out there, otherwise you're depriving him balls to play with.
Yeah, I think it's a strategy that can work, but I think over the long term, I think it's a better strategy to kind of front end your hitters. A bit like Fresh Tropical, that can blow up, but yeah, when it works well. This is going to be 4. I mean, you see what he's doing here. Samaragi just leans on this, and you almost got to have more fielders out there to him. It's a bit non-standard, so Sukhraj gets 2 wickets, but finishes by going to the fence. And that is the end of the 5th over, 37 for 3.
Yeah, good shot on the up, opens the face of the bat. That goes like a bullet, doesn't it? Nobody's going to stop that and catch that. So a nice way to end the over.
Yeah, so news from the toss in Portugal, which is starting in about 10 minutes. Coimbra Knights won the toss, elected to bowl first. That's been a strategy that's been working for them sometimes, I suppose. They're 2 and 4 against Gorka 11, 3 and 3. Late injury, though. Girish Singh, unfortunately, suffered an injury in the warm-up. So he's been replaced by Amit Kumar in the 11. And James Smallman will take over the gloves for Coimbra Knights. We do have the Panda listed at number 3 for Coimbra Knights, but they'll have to wait for the second half to bat. Gamire and Imran Khan, you look at those top 2, they are very, very good batters as well, so that's going to be an interesting one. It'll start in around 10 minutes, you can stay with us though, to the end of this game, then flick over. Charlie Hunt is waiting for us right there in Coimbra in Portugal.
Yeah, I mean, good luck there to both teams, and of course, got Chris Redhead there as well. We talked about Kirsty, well, that's the husband. And he's a very knowledgeable and talented player, isn't he? A very crafty bowler. always picks up hat loads of wickets.
Yeah, Chris Redhead he sets the order because he's the captain, but he's always complaining he's batting too high, even though he's at 11. But he's got a very important job to do with the ball. Yeah, hello to everyone in Portugal if you're tuning in. Maybe just while you're getting ready for your games over there. So yeah, Charlie's just saying he's just about ready to get underway in Portugal. He'll be keeping one eye on the final couple of overs in this game as well. Close one on the cards, possibly, or could be. Golden ball chances. We've almost forgotten about it. That it's a thing. Look, your last golden ball, 22nd of March. And my last one was the 31st of March, so I'm not far behind you. So you've now gone over 4 months without one, and I'm approaching 4 months.
Yeah, it's been a
and
long
I'm about
wait,
to take
isn't it?
my 3-week vacation. So how's that going to work? Anyway, Rajmani is coming on to bowl. A little bit behind where they need to be, but still, like I say, they've got batters to come. Maragi, for me, which Maragi will we see in the second half of this game? He'll be facing up. Gets on the pull, doesn't time it at all. That was on him a bit quick. And Rajmani, because he's got such a good slower ball, I mean, his pace on deliveries, they seem a bit quicker, and that was a good example of that. Because you're always in the back of the mind thinking, is he going to bowl that slower ball?
Yeah, he's like, you know what, who struggles more with his slower balls? The wicketkeeper. Because we've seen so many that he's bowled that have been absolute corkers, but they get through the keeper as well, and they end up going for byes. So he's a very, very good cricketer, is Rajmani. That one for me was just a little bit short. I mean, I think, though it did, I think the bounce is what threw the batter there. Just needs to be a bit fuller. But this is now game on. It's going to be
Good contest,
Rajmani, yeah, against Samagit. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, 2 stars. It's cricket stars with the ball. Samaragi rides the bounce. He'll get one. Still good delivery from Rajmani Sandhu. Random question from John Woodward. Hello, Woody, once again. For us, what's been our favourite location for the ECS for the cricket and also just for the location in general? We always get this question. It is so hard to choose.
It's too difficult.
Yeah, I don't think we can. It's like choosing children, like a favourite child. Okay. Yeah.
It's actually a good.
Depends on what mood you're in, right?
It's a good way to answer, doesn't it?
Yeah. Here's Raj. Challenges him outside the off stump. Maragi misses out. But I'd have to say with Maragi, and he's not the kind of player I'd ever imagine saying this to, if he can't get going by the end of 6 over, I think I'm yanking him for Nut and D-Gate. I just don't think it's happening for him. You've given him a lot of opportunities to try and get it happening, but this game's drifting away at the moment.
What's that now? His 13th delivery?
7 off 13.
Yeah.
He's just not, it's not happening for him. That's the only way you can put it. He's a very good player. He's a player that can win a game off his own bat, but sometimes you got it, sometimes you ain't.
Yeah, I suppose, look, at the moment, the rate is only just now. This is the first time that it's gone over the 10th mark. So up until now, you probably put up with it. But the way things are going there, this time he was done with that clever slower ball that we talked about Rajmani's able to do. Now is where you have to watch.
I just hate the idea of letting a game drift away and feeling like you could have done something, right?
Yeah.
Shot. Well, there you go. That shut me up pretty good. That's going to bang on the fence, and that's going to be 4. And that's what we expect from Dinidu. And he finally moves into double figures in the 6th over.
Yeah, this is all about footwork. Watch his feet here. He doesn't stay planted, gets that little shuffle across, gets himself in line with it, and then plays a glorious shot. So there you go. He's probably thinking, yeah, I know I'm under pressure, but when you hit something as crisp and as clean as that, all of a sudden your confidence flows back.
Abdul Azif was a similar score in Romania. If you remember that game, he finished at 93 off 30. And I think he was about 6 off.
I've never seen anything
12.
like that. That was quite sensational.
We're saying, give him the yank. I said, hold on a sec. This time he might be gone a little under edge, and now he's happy
walking.
to go.
He's walking.
And they made sure of it, but yeah, he walked straight away. So yeah, the court's been given. There's no issues there at all. And I think they were just maybe checking to see if it carried. For me, there was no doubt at all that it carried some Manpreet Singh. So Maragi 4 and out. And, well, that will be the 4th wicket now. Rajmani gets a little under edge. Just watch this on the replay. Little under edge. Definitely for me gets the gloves under the ball.
Do you think?
Yeah, because
I
what
would like
happens,
to see it again.
It bounces off his gloves. He definitely has the fingers under the ball. You see here, look, comes down. See the gloves under the ball there. And that, for me, 100%. If you're a keeper, you'll understand.
Well, I'm not a keeper, so I'm not 100%, but he's got the vision there to take the bowls off. Now, I don't think, even if they decide that it doesn't carry, I don't think they can call the batter back because he's already thinking he's going.
Yeah.
He doesn't try to get back in his crease for me, so, yeah. I
There's
think
no
either
doubt.
way he's out.
100% that's caught. I'm just telling you that. That's conclusive for me. But you're right, Dinidu takes a couple of steps away, And so I think just making sure, just in case there was any funny business, they make sure that the dismissal will stand. But, well, I kind of get to see my gamble.
So why would you, as a wicketkeeper, do what he does in the end? Is it because he's not 100% sure himself?
No, it's because he's worried that maybe they haven't heard the edge, right? So for him, he knows it's edge, but he doesn't see the umpire giving it out.
Okay.
So he's saying, well, hold on. Like, you know, I know this is out, and I'm going to make sure of it. So if you're not going to give it out caught behind, I'm just going to knock off the bails and remove all down.
Well, you got your wish. You yanked him.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is see how the gamble pays out now. But Samaragi will be facing, because it's the end of the over, 43 for 4. They're halfway to the target, but they've used up 6 overs. Sukraj coming back in the 7th. And this is hit straight, and it's hit pretty truly. This is out of the ground. Maximal. Well, it's almost effort-free from Samaragi, but it goes the journey. And a very good start to the over for Roma CC.
What a great shot this is. It's not about trying to hit hard. It's not about swinging wide. It's about keeping your shape. That is glorious. Beautiful shot. Boom. Shaka. Lagya kinna sona. And that is a beauty.
That's a shot. If you get it slightly wrong, you're caught.
Yeah.
If you get it slightly wrong, you're caught. But he doesn't. Jeez, he times the ball well, doesn't he? Samaragi on 13 off 5. And try something again. A little bit more agricultural. Down to the boundary. Fielder will get there in time. And they're
in trouble. They're in trouble. Wow.
Well, yeah, he just went laboured there.
Ooh.
And, well, they seem pretty confident that he's in. And he is.
Yeah, he is.
The throw just took Manpreet to the side. If they do not want to run out, this is the key partnership now.
Nathan Adige is the man that's come out to join Samaragi.
Good game. I've got to say, I got a mild tingle. And wouldn't it be nice?
There's no tingle. It's a wet
wouldn't
towel.
it be nice to get Portugal
That's
back?
A wet towel.
Not that we're
tingle.
competitive with Portugal, because I'd love any ECN cricket. But imagine if we stop people turning over for another 5 minutes because we had a golden ball here. That'll get them back. Oh, this is 6. And I could tell the moment is off the bat. It's into the wheelhouse, and that one is out of the ground. Maximo Samaragi. Well, he stole the 2, and then he steals 6.
Well, Sukraj, he could do nothing wrong, could he, when he was bowling that arse over? He was on fire. He was getting the wickets. He was doing the chuck there, but well, now it's the batter that's doing all of the hitting. And the celebrations are coming from the batters. That was a glorious shot. And, well, we said it. Samaragi, he is just on another planet, this man.
Yeah, he's one guy I actually think the round the wicket's a pretty good tactic for him, because he's so good at leaning over the offside. Makes him a bit different to a regular left-hander.
6 for 9. I think in the day yesterday he took 12 wickets. He didn't bowl the last match.
11 wickets, yeah.
Was it 11?
Yeah, they had Omatagi, and he took 4. So who cares? This is going to be another teaser for the field. He can't get there 4 more runs, and Samaragi running away with this. A quarter century in 8 balls.
Look, this is what happened yesterday. It's very much the same sort of story where it was Roma made a pretty good start, and then the Cricket Stars got on top, and then just like that, we saw a couple of overs like this, and it was game over with 8 balls to go.
You've given me an idea of an ethical dilemma. Come after this ball. But this might be trouble. Well, only trouble if you're a camera person, because this one's flying out of the ground as well. Maximo and Sukraj getting taken to the cleaners. And that's a pretty quick 30. He's 31 off 9 balls.
This is a great shot. This is a fantastic shot. Well, forget about the other one I said shot of the day. He's on the back foot. He's hitting this off the back foot, on the up. The power of this shot is amazing.
It's into the wind as well. Look at the flags.
This over has surely gone magical.
Yes, magical now. It's worth 24 with the ball remaining. And this one is going to be a chance. And Shekhawat's under it. He has to wait a long time, but then he takes the catch. He's a very, very good fielder. So they get it down to run a ball, but they lose the man that has been doing the scoring. So 7 overs down, the score 67 for 5. Still some work to do with Roma CC, and a little window of opportunity for Cricket Stars.
Yeah, it is a window of opportunity, because you got another very good batter out there. Nathan Dige, he hasn't got going yet. He hasn't opened his account. A lot of pressure on the fielder. What a good technique he's got at taking catches as a Dipendra Shekhawat. That catch could change things.
I have 3 things I have to get through. The first one is telling you about tomorrow. Join us again, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and 12 in India. Starting with Jinnah Brescia. They had the day off today. They'll play the hosts, Roma CC, in the morning. Cricket Stars and Fresh Tropical in the afternoon session. Back on schedule now, so just the 4 matches tomorrow, but then 2 matches, of course, from Portugal. So join us for that. That was the first thing I have to mention. The second thing was Shrug. It's just saying Cricket Stars need Lovepreet. Well, I've got some Lovepreet news. He should be back tomorrow for Cricket Stars.
Okay.
So, that's
Big
good
news.
to know. He was very, obviously, a lot of support came in, but Lovepreet was fantastic in dealing with the situation the other day.
This is where they went wrong yesterday.
Yep.
And just go back to this. So they held back one of the openers, Hasib Khan. This is now such a big over. But would you go with him or would you give Rajmani his second?
Yeah, either or. I mean, they'll probably do 8 and 9. Hasib, here he comes. Dot ball. There's another twist here potentially. Nothing Digate. It's been so good, and he's been so good when the pressure's been on. But he's just been a bit off the boil with the bat in the last couple of days. My third ethical dilemma is this. It seems like they're hustling through the overs
They
here.
are. Yeah, I've just noticed that.
We'll keep an eye on what the time situation is. Let's watch Nutton Digate's still yet to score. And he can't hit this either. So, yeah, a couple of dot balls building pressure. Okay, here's my ethical dilemma.
Go on.
Now, the reason he breaks the bails there when he's on the court behind is he knows it's out. He knows he's caught it.
Yeah.
He knows he's edged it. But let's say if that ball hadn't have carried and the batter just walks thinking it's out, what's my ethical? Do you still break the bails there and go for the run out or not? Come back to that in a second. Just watch another swing and a miss, so it's not. He's nicked it. So Nutton Digate's going to have to go. And the trick to bring Hasib back pays dividends. Roma CC got the staggers now. They're 67-6, and this game very much alive.
Well, that is huge because that is a... Yep, it's a duck. And it's a good batter that's getting a duck. Manpreet Singh taking another catch. And it's worked, hasn't it? Just hold back one of the openers. Hasib Khan comes on the left armour. And what he does well here compared to his first over and compared to some of the bowling he's done earlier today, every single ball has been fired across the right-hander. Hasn't been able to get bat on the ball, and when he does, he gets a snick. Well, the difference between that batter and Cinderella. Cinderella knew when to leave the ball, and this match becomes very much alive.
Yeah, it certainly does. And there's no doubt about that one for the keeper. Yeah, the ethical dilemma is Dinadu does take a bit of a trot straight away.
Yeah.
And how much is the batter's responsibility to see the ball's been caught or not? I think I wouldn't have broken the bails if I knew the ball hadn't carried in that situation.
No, I would have, if I'm a wicketkeeper. Oh, no. This is what's been the issue for buys. It's not the first time we've seen this from the Cricket Stars. The slower delivery just always seems to outfox. But look, what's he doing wrong here? It's happened so many times.
Yeah, well, it's just a case that he's having to deal with the second bounce. And to be honest, he doesn't do a lot wrong there.
But shouldn't he be straight?
No, I mean, he's turning himself on.
Duck.
If
he goes side onto the ball, sort of bounces over him.
No, if he still gets a fair bit of his body behind this. If he goes straight, he might cop it in the teeth, right? So you kind of, he's trying to block that, but it just bounces more than anyone would expect on the second bounce. I don't think he's handled that badly. He just gets a bad bounce. I suppose he could be a bit closer. All right, Nikas, new batter, gets 4 for nothing, and then a dot. Game's alive.
Well, that wasp isn't.
No, you start now.
Done. Well, they're bothering me now. I don't know what's going on here
done?
at this time of day.
You're
Just the
not-
backhand.
Okay.
That was Roger Federer style. Look,
Yeah.
I'll show you again. There's another one here.
All right, we're still flying.
wait
You
for
obviously
it.
didn't hit that hard.
No, that's a different one.
Okay,
He's bringing his friends over now.
Nikas, off 2. Gets some bat on this and runs. Rilla has to be fast. Big throw. They may think of a second. They turn it down in the end because it goes so fast to the backup fielder. So I think this is on here. Nikas off the mark. And that's the end of a very, very good over from Hasib. He'll finish with 1 for 11. And after 8 overs, the score is 72 for 6. We need 14 off 12. Or 13 off 12. A golden ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's very evenly poised. It'd be interesting to see how Roma go with this. Hasib is absolutely firing, and he can't believe it. You know why he's fired up? Because, look, I've never seen this worm like this before either. I've got to say, that's quite spectacular. And look at all those wickets there. Look, he's fired up because he's angry. He's angry that a ball went for 4 byes because he knows how important that could be. But, look, he's just got to stay focused. Rathanaikas is the batter that's joined Rila out there. Rila hasn't faced a ball yet. Rathanaikas is on strike after taking that single. And Dipendra Shakwat is going to bowl this one. So they are holding back Rajmani to bowl the last.
Oh, this is going to go right down to the wire. Just feel this. You've still got Rajmani up your sleeve, right?
Yep.
So, they've back-ended a fair bit of their bowling. I mean, they've got a good bowling lineup anyway. Now, I'm just going to check the time. They have 6 wickets.
Don't forget the wicket. Yeah, I was going to say, they were probably close, but that wicket helped. The 5th and the 6th wicket.
We're at 38 minutes. You add on 2 drinks. I think they're fine. They've got about 5 or 6 minutes to bowl this. So I think they're back on target. So you add on the drinks break. You add on 2 extra minutes as well. 14 off 11. Marcus, he just can't get bat on ball at the moment. Riligadagi's still down the other end. He hasn't faced the ball yet, the captain. He's throwing this one out there. Golden ball. Nice to see golden ball 30 up there as now. Now, Lisbon Capital's been Gawker 11 in Portugal. 2-4 this year.
Yeah, the last one, remember, went into the batting side.
Yeah. So the first and the last in 2022 have gone to the batting side.
Where do you bowl here? He's bowled 2 outside the off. The batter's just trying to get bat onto it to get a touch.
Do not change what you're doing here. It's working for you.
I agree.
Comes down the pitch and gets 1. So he'll be pretty happy at the other end, I think, Ratnakis. He's 2 off 6, though. Did cause a 4 byes. I don't know how much credit he can get for that, but yeah, this one's going close. Stephen Kelt's got the tingle in the Netherlands.
Dipendra Sharma, look at those bowling figures. 3 runs, 9 deliveries bowled, 3 more dots he's be after. Captain goes for the big hit. Is he going to get it through the gap? He is indeed. 4 runs. And just look at them standing there, jumping up with joy as soon as they realise this has got through the gap. Just have a look at the Roma players here. Look, there they go and say, yes! Well, they're not there yet, but that's a big shot.
Well, he got his eye in from the other end, didn't he? Because he's watched a lot. You can see this is this year. He's gone bat, ball, bat. And look how bowling heavy it's been of late. But early on, everyone's saying, oh, it's too easy for the batters. Well, over time, I think we're seeing it's pretty even. Hit back and hits Shekhawat, and they won't get a run. So what a stop that is. I don't think that's a case of Shekhawat fielding the ball or just being in the right place at the right time.
Well, I think, no, I'm going to give him some credit. I think he's, whatever he's done, somehow he's managed to trap it to higher divisions, that hitting him on the shin, but it's a dot ball. That is a mega stop.
I don't know if it's the right place at the right time or the wrong time, depending on how much damage that does. Last ball of the over.
Slower delivery.
Rilla will get 1 here, and I think they should stop at 1 because he will retain the strike. They'll need 8. We're going to the last over of the day. 7 for the golden ball, 8 for the win. Roma CC at 78 for 6.
Now tell me about Roma and golden balls.
So they have played 3 golden balls before, including 2 last year, if you remember.
I do remember. I remember one of them very clearly.
Yes, they played 1 against Asian Latina, which they lost. They were run out. And then they played 1 against Kent Lanka that they won. And that was actually, I had the day off. And so I had a couple of personal things to take care of that day. Yeah. So, and going back, they had 1 back in 2020 as well. So they're one of 2 teams to have taken part in 3 golden balls. The other one is Madrid United, who had the first golden ball, right?
Yeah, they did.
And then they had 1 in September 2021, and then they had 1 in the Madrid derby that we just talked about.
They did.
But no team's ever had 4 golden balls. Now, we're on the verge of history here, but still a long way to go. 8 off 6. And for me, the real question mark here is Ratnakis. Can he get off strike if he gets on strike? Because dot balls are going to kill you here. Rajmani with his variations. Last over of the day in Rome. And it starts with a straight pull. They probably want 2 here, but Rilla's not going to get there. And see, he wants them back. And it's going to be a run out. I got to say,
could have gone the other end. Had to go the other end.
They missed a trick there.
Yep.
And I know it's a good result because they save a second run. But Ratnakis, it just wasn't happening for him out there. And I think that if you either throw originally to the keeper's end or even here, if I was Rajmani, I think I'd see the batter and say, well, guess what? I'm going to run you out the other end. But he, I suppose, takes the easy option, but the safe option. And it'll be 1 plus a run out.
He knew exactly that's what Rilla was doing because he stayed in his crease until he knew he was safe to go. And, I think the throw from the fielder could have gone straight to the keeper. That probably would have been the right play. But Rajmani, as you quite rightly pointed out, could have done the same. But he had his back to the action. He didn't know.
See, he did, but he kind of had Riligadagi in his peripheral vision. And I think he should have seen maybe, it's easy from here, but he was 2 or 3 metres out and had a long way to go. So anyway, Rilla does steal the strike back.
7 or 5.
7 or 5. Let's roll. Boundary here, will break the back in the chase, and he goes, but doesn't go that well. In fact, he's going to turn it down. So I'm a bit surprised here. They don't even try and run. Rilla, he's got Corrali at the other end. This is a dangerous game to play. It makes it 7-4 now. But remember, they can tie the game with the Maximo here. Thoughts?
Well, this one, for me, Rajmani's going to have to keep his bottle, and I think he's going to go for the slow delivery.
Slow ball.
Yeah.
I've got a feel a slow ball coming. You don't want to keep refusing them at the end. If there's any chance even of a 2 and you sacrifice the non-striker, so be it, I think.
Have they only got 4 men out? Because I don't see...
Third man.
I don't see a long off on the boundary, so they've got 3 on the leg side, 1 out on the off.
No, they got a fine third man on the boundary as well. Here we go. Well, this is...
Oh, where's this going to be? What's this going to be called?
It's been called one for the over, but I'll be interested to see this one here. Oh, that's miles too high, I think. I know he's on his tiptoes, but it's in a standing position. I've got to say.
That for me is... We had one earlier which I thought probably should have been called a wide.
Tough one to call from side on. I come back to the live action here. 7 off 3. And he hits it straight, hits it pretty well. I think now you've got to take on the 2.
No!
Well,
he's going to get 2.
Now you'll get it. One hat comes off Atika Rahman. Oh. So now we're talking 5 off 2.
That would have been just a single. Would have been a run out because they were going for 2.
Also, imagine if he fumbled it and went for 4. I mean, he does miss it. He's pretty happy, I think, that it only cost him 1 extra run, but it does get Rilla back on strike. Cliffhanger, last game of the day.
How big was that play?
2 twos for a golden ball. Don't see many 2s out here, though, to be honest. Rilla's still thinking boundary. 5 off 2 required. 4 to tie. And he misses. And now he needs a 4 for a golden ball. And Roma CC, well, the woes of their chasing from early in the Rome series coming back to bite them. And what does Rajmani bowl here? We're going to have, if the ball stays on the ballpark, then it will be Cricket Stars that win. If it's a 4, it'll be a tie, go to a golden ball. If it's a 6, and Rilla wins it for Roma CC.
Well, are we going to get a boundary here that goes for 4? That will bring up the golden ball.
4 for a golden ball, 6 to win. Let's roll. Oh, he hits it, and it's not going to go too far. Whether he catches it or not, I think it's going to be all over. And Cricket Stars get the crucial 2 points. They square the mini-series, and they're up and about the Stars. They never gave up. And, well, just like their kit a couple of nights ago, they get it back in the end. And Roma CC had the points last night, but Cricket Stars dig deep. They defend 85, and they'll win this one by just 4 runs.
Oh, this is absolutely amazing. Amazing scenes here for the Cricket Stars. They came back here yesterday to play 1 game against Roma, and they ended up losing it. They were hoping to come back with a bang after everything that happened to them on the start of day 2 here. But they have come back with a bang here today. It's a hat-trick of wins from the Cricket Stars, and they are overjoyed. But look, what about the courage there of Rajmani bowling that last ball?
He bowls the slower ball, so he takes it on and realize, you see, can't time it up. And, well, you see the pressure of chasing right there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Manpreet holds an easy catch in the end. And so, yeah, I think Roma CC, when I go back to their engine room there, they score 0, 31 and 0 as well. I mean, there's left a lot to the end as the key wickets were taken. And it was kind of a case in both innings where wickets fell in clumps. But in a real tight one, Cricket Stars win at 85 to 81. Another game for the Grady 80s. A reminder that Portugal is coming up, and it has started, in fact, it's about 15 minutes ago. And so, well, Cricket Stars, a lot of talk about the 3 games in a row. I mean, both these teams had to play 3 matches today. But Cricket Stars, very productive day with it for them. They take 6 points out of it right now. Match 17 in progress between the Coimbra Knights and Gorka 11. So you can turn over whenever you like. You can stay with us for a little chat and maybe some highlights of the day here in Italy. But it is night 8 of 14 already, believe it or not, into the second half of that Portuguese night series. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Gina Brescia versus Roma CC early. And then in the afternoon, Cricket Stars versus Fresh Tropical in what could be a battle. In fact, it will be a battle for the double chance. So join us 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for day 5, the last day of round robin matches. What a finish to the day, though, Rico, we had here in Rome.
Absolutely superb. Well done to the Cricket Stars. Look, I shouldn't just say well done to the Cricket Stars. I should say well done to both of these teams, because both of them had to really dig deep the last couple of days. Roma had to play those 3 matches yesterday. Then they came straight back this morning to play 2, won 1 and lost 1 versus the Cricket, lost me thoughts out now against Fresh Tropical.
Yeah.
And then you saw the Cricket Stars, they had to play 3 on the spin, and they won both against Albano and then winning this last one here as well. It was a bit of a cliffhanger. It could have gone either way. But look, sometimes it's about teams learning and learning from their tactics. One tactic which they didn't get right a number of times was keeping maybe one of the key bowlers back. That, I think, is what proved dividend here today. They held back Haseeb Khan, and he came back and he bowled an absolute brilliant one. And that man there as well, well, I think Devendra Shakwat, he's been absolutely brilliant, been taking the catches when it mattered, and also he bowled brilliantly. And Sukraj as well, he was in the wars a little bit, but he played his part in what has been a tremendous day here. But look, that was the one. There he goes. He was absolutely all over the place when he took this one.
Here's where I think the game's
amazing.
lost. I mean, you take what I think they're two form batters in this series. If you take out Samaragi, but Kalagamage and Nuttige both going for ducks. And I think you do that, then things are going to be interesting. And look, I talked about Maragi, who ended up going 4 and out. I thought that was an interesting moment in the game. And definitely scooped up on the full by the keeper. He just made sure of it. But, yeah, I mean, it was made things tough for themselves. And yeah, you can see there, it's actually a pretty good catch from Preet. He ends up getting player of the match, not only for his keeping, but also for his batting. And look, Cricket Stars, they're a team that means a lot to them, and they are desperate to build something that will take them ultimately to the ECL in 2023. And this will be a moment they'll look back on fondly. But Samaragi, while he was there, you just felt Roma CC had enough to get over the line. Yeah, I mean, it's been a wonderful, entertaining day of cricket today, you have to say. I know that wherever you've watched from, I hope you've enjoyed the action here from Roma. We had an absolute beautiful match, a bit of a cliffhanger to finish off with, but all sorts of action all over the place. This was a very important catch as well. Remember, that was a point when Sukraj was being blasted all over the place from Samaragi, so you needed to take that one. If that one was dropped, that was game over for sure. And then straight away, another wicket. And this one, there was no doubt about it. And this was the one where, well, this happened the one before when the wicketkeeper just made sure Manpreet Singh, when he ran up and took the bails off as well. Really good bowling, but this was where Haseeb Khan, he was absolutely furious. Yeah. He really was. I mean, that over came to an end, and he was still going on and on about that because he thought that was going to make the difference. But look, what about this man, Rajmani? He's just cool. And well, that I mean, last over was cool. Brilliant. I think he panics a bit there. He takes an easy option. I mean, I honestly think that was an opportunity to run out really good argue that might have finished things a bit quicker. In the end, it came down to the very last ball, 4 to tie, 6 to win. And it was Rajmani had the courage to bowl that slower ball. It didn't fail him. Really hit it straight up in the air, got caught behind. 85-81, just 4 runs between these teams. And look, this is a series between Roma CC and Cricket Stars, played over 2 evenings because of the rescheduling of the morning 2 matches. But, you know, last week everyone would say, oh, Cricket Stars, you know, they are big favourites. Roma CC, oh, you know, in their series they didn't embrace. Look, that just shows you how close this Super Series is. And look, Albano, look, it wasn't their week, but they're out of the equation now. We've got 4 teams left, and every single game I feel from here is a toss-up. You can see that already. I mean, all right, there's 1 or 2 people who were saying, well, look, China Brescia, they look really strong. They're right up there. Yeah, they do, but look, they've had their troubles as well. But what I can see, and what I've certainly seen today particularly, is the likes of how much Roma, how much the Cricket Stars have improved. And they certainly are going to be a handful. And I think Fresh Tropical as well, they are only going to get better as well. I think when they start clicking with the bat, this is really going to light up to be an amazing day. Tomorrow is going to be a sensational day. Super Friday tomorrow, and we'll have a good idea which of these 4 teams will have the double chance to be in the final and which 2 will have to play those elimination games. Let's have a quick look at this scorecard. And it was always going to be nervy. Dinadu Marage, he used up a lot of deliveries. He did play 1 or 2 fine shots, but, well, they would love to have had a few more of those extra deliveries back. And Samar Raccoon, he was run out there. And then we saw Rahan Ahmed. He again played some nice shots, 18 of 12. But the big one was the first baller that Kulamage got. What a delivery that was from Sukraj. Sukraj was absolutely pumped. And Prithvi, well, Samarage, we know he's a class player, class out. Look, he went at 3 a ball. That's how well he was hitting it. But maybe, see, it's all maybes. Maybe he didn't have to play that shot. But you've got to play the way you bat. And here's the thing. You've got to give credit to Dipendra Shakwat. What a catcher, what a catch. He caught really well. And just going back to Sukraj, you say that he was pumped. But then he got pumped in his second over. He did. He went for 24, but he did fight back with the wicket of Samaragi of his very last delivery. So he finished with figures of 3 for 31. 2 for 9, Rajmani. I think he was outstanding at the death. That's what he's in the team to do. I know he obviously bowls that first over a bit earlier, but he's in there for his skillful variations in pace, which he executed perfectly in that last ball, in that last over, finishing with 2 for 9. 1 for 11. Haseeb, I think, was very good as well. Shekhawat didn't take a wicket, but only concedes 8. They couldn't get him away. And ultimately, I think Roma CC will be scratching their heads about that. But really, we saw two really entertaining games between those two teams in the 5th match of the day yesterday and, of course, today as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was great just having a look at those bowling figures. You're absolutely right, Rajmani Sandhu. I love the way he kept his cool there, kept his nerve. He's played such a huge part, though, hasn't he, for the Stars at the moment?
Yeah.
With his batting today, I mentioned that himself and Manpreet Singh on 2 occasions got the 51 partnership opening up. On that last match, it wasn't quite 50-41. That still is important, especially when you know they have a few frailties with the batting. And then to come on and bowl, and he normally always bowls in the second part of the innings where you know the batters are after you, but he kept his composure, kept his cool, and took those wickets. Also, well bowled to Hasib Khan as well. I said to you, I like the way that he bowled yesterday. He kept his composure, and he was really pumped and fired up. But for me, I think the bowling there off again from Dipindra Shekhawat, and also that catch he took under pressure from Samargate when Sukraj was being pumped all over the place.
Made it look easy.
Made it look easy.
Look,
it made all the difference.
I think in that game, you look at it, it was a game where both teams had their middle order kind of ripped out.
Yeah.
And it was Omathaga that did the job in the first innings, and then we saw, Sukraj obviously those key wickets in the second innings as well. So look, I think it's going to be really entertaining. Roma CC, they'll have to dust themselves off. They'll play again twice tomorrow, as will Cricket Stars.
Yeah.
So now we're kind of got an even keel, if you like. All teams remaining in the competition have played 6 games. They'll play their final 2 tomorrow, and then we'll set the top 4. Gina Brescia looking pretty good. I think one win at least tomorrow will sew up that top spot and make them impossible to catch, and that gives them a good position. Remember, they're a team that won the Super Series last year. Didn't qualify for the ECL because they won the playoff, which with Brescia CC, which was the format last year. This year it's simple. Win the Super Series, go to the ECL.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's so much to play for, but your mind just boggles because you look at the talent out there from all of these teams, and one of them is going to get to the ECL next year. And the other thing is, I mean, from what we've seen and the standard that we've seen already, not only are they going to get there, but they're going to turn a few heads.
I mean, remember, Brescia
turn a few heads.
CC, they're out of the competition. They finished 3rd in the whole of Europe earlier this year.
Yeah.
Okay, just quickly before we go, and feel free to switch over to Portugal, of course, which is also on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and FanCode in the Indian subcontinent. Big thank you to everyone today. Roma CC, I know that they didn't quite get the result in the last game. Still think they had a pretty memorable day, and I want to say a big thank you to our hosts. They've been wonderful for looking after us, to Lorena Prabhath and everybody else from Roma CC, to Leslie, of course, who
Leslie's the man. Leslie's
now
the
and
man.
again. We need more camera time for Leslie as well. There has been a request. Also to all of our officials, to all the Blue crew as well, Rob Kemming and the umpires. I think another hot day for the umps out there in the middle. I think they did very, very well when I think about it. Also the players for being so flexible in light of the situation yesterday or 2 days ago now. But the fact they had to play 3 games, big effort from them. But in the end, we see actually both teams that had to play 3 on the spin winning the 5th game of the day. So that just shows you. Rico, big thank you to you as well. Another great day at the office with you.
Yeah,
big thank you to Nikki as well.
Well
who had a bit more of a role today. I think she did very, very well commentating the first 4 games before leaving us to the old firm at the end, I suppose. But no, great feedback about Nikki, and really kind of looking forward to her developing with us and hopefully doing a bit more for us.
Yeah,
But right now, I think we better call it a night.
I think we should.
Tonight. Because you've been a good boy, I'll take you to my favourite pasta place, and we might be able to talk about it tomorrow.
There you go.
Okay?
And you're not going to eat 3 carbonaras tonight.
How about the bombshell, though? 7 days a week. 7 days a week.
That is big. That is big. That's
Kartsma.
already got me thinking. I'm thinking, yeah, okay.
That's going to be huge.
It's going to be fantastic, isn't it? And not only is it, like you said, not only are we playing on the Saturday and Sunday, but it's day-night matches.
Day-night matches. And that means that the Spanish domestic club teams, they'll get to play under lights as well. I can't imagine what a great experience for them on the Saturdays and Sundays in the weekends in the ECC period. Anyway, for now, we're going to say goodbye to you. We'll see you tomorrow here in Italy, but you can switch over to Portugal, where match 17 is in place. And Coimbra Knights, of course, won the toss and elected to field in that one. And for now, from everyone in the European Cricket Network, European Cricket family, and on behalf of our wonderful production partners, Spring Productions, to Anders, to Karina, and to Martins as well, I want to wish you a very happy and safe evening. Thanks again for your company, and thanks for your support of European cricket. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu, on behalf of myself, Rico Vull, and Nikki C. We hope you have a great evening. We'll see you right here tomorrow for Day 5, the last day of round-robin matches in this FanCode European Cricket Series, and we'll leave you with some highlights of the day. See you tomorrow in Roma.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta mañana.